while he stood far away, watching. A real outlaw. He even incited Poirot's good friend Hastings to kill. If it wasn't for Poirot's perception, Hastings would have become a murderer. If Poirot can't control the other party, they will continue to go crazy. Under such circumstances, Poirot made the same choice as the murderers in Murder on the Orient Express. Fight violence with violence. Be it right or wrong. This act, at least, didn't violate Poirot's characterization. Instead, it made Poirot's character more solid. Indeed, he could forgive those people because he, too, would make the same extreme choice in the darkest hours. However, the difference is that Poirot could pardon others for fighting violence with violence to punish murders, but he could never forgive himself for using the same method. So after he killed the murderer, he committed suicide. He countered the murderer, sharing the same fate. And this is exactly the greatness of Poirot. After realizing this, many people were silent. The torrent of abuse aimed at Chu Kuang quieted down all of a sudden. Due to the story mentioned, many people's grievances were no longer valid. Surprisingly, it turns out that Chu Kuang had hinted at this in Murder on the Orient Express. He had been setting the trap all along. The difference is, after fighting violence with violence, that group still wanted to live on. But Poirot chose death as his redemption. He felt guilty for himself. He broke the principle he had adhered to all his life. When he made this decision, he negated what he had adhered to most in his detective career. But that's Poirot. The depth of this arrangement can shake people's hearts. These seemingly unrelated stories actually formed a complete chain of thought due to two choices that had the same effect. It all adds up. And when making these two choices, Poirot was repeating four words. I don't know. He didn't know how to deal with others, nor did he know whether his choice was correct. No case could stump Poirot. Only the contradictions of human nature could. Can you accept this ending now? The readers didn't even know. But the criticism was certainly quieter. The readers' rebellion gradually simmered down due to Lin Yuan's mention of Murder on the Orient Express. At that moment, someone suddenly said, I don't support Poirot's approach, but it doesn't stop me from continuing to love him. He will always be the king of detectives in my heart. Like a chain reaction, more and more readers expressed their agreement. In Poirot's own words in the book, perhaps this is his retribution. As the long-anticipated gun was raised when the law lost its meaning, Poirot, representing his concept of justice, fired. I love him even more. But this ending is indeed too cruel for Poirot. He has been pursuing the truth all his life, but ultimately, he is pursuing legal justice, only to exit the stage in the most tragic way. He was, already in his old age, still so wise, but his body could no longer support him. It is people like Poirot who keep us standing under the sunlight at all times. I really love Poirot. There might still be controversy, but compared to the reader's violent rebellion, everyone seems to have calmed down and accept Poirot's choice. They also came to accept the ending. It's worth mentioning that when Agatha wrote Curtain, she had already passed away, so there was no case of readers jumping up and down. But, as the readers jokingly put it, dead crimes can be forgiven, crimes committed alive cannot. No matter how Chu Kuang handled the ending, he can't change the fact that he sprung a surprise on the readers in the grand finale. This old rascal is too vicious. He totally played us. I bet he is feeling smug right now. Look, in Murder on the Orient Express, he had already hinted at Poirot's fate. That Poirot was bound to receive his own redemption. I hate the old rascal. Press him down the next time he tries to put a knife in. Damn, this has become a meme now. Every time when creators attempt to give out daggers in film and television series, you'd see comments saying, Quick, hold Chu Kuang's hand. That too is a fact. Right now, in the reader's eyes, Chu Kuang's image somewhat resembles that of the Earth's Urobuchi. Urobuck refers to the Japanese playwright and novelist, Urobuchi Gen. Because his stories are all relatively serious and have a strong logical editing ability, people are provoked to think critically after reading his works. Thus, he is highly evaluated by the readers. However, this is indeed a double-edged sword. While Urobuchi's work is exciting, his work is fundamentally dark. He is not comfortable unless he's serving pains to his readers, which always keeps them on edge. You never know when your favorite character will die. Isn't that also the case with Chu Kuang? The readers never imagined that Poirot would die in the end of Poirot Detective Collection. How could he? How dare he? Poirot's popularity among mystery fans is top tier. Normal authors wouldn't dare to play with such risks. Only Chu Kuang dares to. This not only tired out the readers, but also left many authors and editors speechless. This is terrifying. The title of Old Rascal fits him well. I thought him writing Biao's death was his limit. I never thought he would dare to write Poirot's death. Biao was not the protagonist after all, so her death was passable, but I didn't expect him even to harm the protagonist. The key is, Biao's popularity was not high before her death. Poirot's popularity was at its peak when he died. Chu Kuang is truly wild and arrogant. He is indeed the man who single-handedly took on 9 people. This is so savage. Most authors these days are careful and aim to please the reader. Only Chu Kuang is messing with readers' nerves constantly. Someone concluded, there have been 2 readers' uproars in the novel circle. The first one was because of Chu Kuang, and so was the second one. Chapter 510, 486. Out with the old, in with the new _1. Finally, it has calmed down. When departmental phone calls ceased and the constant clamor of his subordinate editors finally quieted, Chao Daji could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought for a moment, flipping through the pages of the Poirot case collection next to him and focused on the last paragraph. Hastings suddenly spotted a man. The man must have been over 1.80 meters, holding a bowler hat in his left hand and bowing to Poirot's grave. Hastings had never seen this man before and couldn't help but approach him. May I ask who you are? The man had a slicked-back hairstyle, a defined face like a polished diamond, and a thick and long eagle-hook nose made him look especially alert and resolute. Hastings, for some reason, found something eerily familiar about him. Sherlock Holmes. The man took off his bowler hat and introduced himself. You're a friend of Mr. Poirot? Merely a mourner who has heard many of his tales and traveled from afar to pay his respects, the man named Holmes replied. As the man turned to leave, Hastings, staring at his retreating figure, finally understood where his sense of familiarity came from. His eyes, they resembled Poirot's. This was the final scene of the Poirot case collection, written by Chu Kuang. Chao Daji had confirmed with Chu Kuang that this would be the protagonist of Chu Kuang's upcoming mystery novel. This excited Chao Daji. Poirot's death was undeniably distressing, but the fact that Chu Kuang was still willing to write detective stories was great news to him as the editor-in-chief of Silver Blue Mysteries. But the information is too sparse. There is only a physical description and the character's name to go on. Chao Daji mused. Not just Chao Daji, many others also took note of this paragraph. On the internet, as everyone began to accept Poirot's death, many gradually shifted their attention to the new character that appeared at the end of the story, sparking many speculations. Obviously, Poirot's death shook everyone, so initially, all discussions were focused on Poirot. No one mentioned this new character. Furthermore, even though this person appeared at the end of the Poirot case collection, his description was extremely brief. It was only when everyone began to calm down that they noticed the exceptionality therein. Why would such a character suddenly appear at the end? Does this man have no connection to Poirot? What about Hastings's feelings? It must be noted that the narrative suddenly shifts from Hastings's first-person perspective to a third-person perspective, stating in the original language that this Sherlock's eyes resemble Poirot's. Could Chu Kuang be implying that Poirot isn't dead? If that's the case, though it's just a hint, I have to say that the old rascal does have moments of conscience. Wait a minute. I thought of a larger possibility. Could this man be the protagonist of Chu Kuang's next novel? No way. Like a sequel to the Poirot case collection, Chu Kuang wants to replace Poirot with a new protagonist. Impossible. I only accept Poirot, not others. Nobody can replace Poirot. Same here. My heart has already died with Poirot. Chu Kuang, don't even think about replacing Poirot with a new character. There were small-scale discussions on the internet about this issue. Because the signs weren't clear, many people couldn't guess what the appearance of this man named Holmes signified. Everyone vaguely felt that there was more to come from this story. Because in terms of character directions, it made no sense. Unless, for some reasons, this appearance would become meaningful. But what could be behind that? The same question was also asked by Jean Mu. Who is this Sherlock? The protagonist of the next book. Lin Yuan didn't hide anything. He had told Chao Daji earlier. Jean Mu was taken aback, then asked with a frown. You plan to write another detective protagonist like Poirot? You're only half right. Lin Yuan said, Sherlock and Poirot are both detectives, but their personalities, methods of solving cases, and many other aspects are vastly different. The only thing they share is their relentless pursuit of the truth. I see. Jean Mu smiled bitterly. So you didn't actually tire of writing Poirot's story, prompting you to end it abruptly? No. The story was, in fact, finished. Moreover, Lin Yuan knew that Poirot's death would cause a major upheaval among his readers. But clearly, Lin Yuan had underestimated the scale of this uproar, as well as the depth of people's feelings for Poirot. It's good that people still have their sensibilities. After comparing with the previous text, everyone accepted Poirot's death. Because Poirot was getting old anyway. For a heroic figure like him, it's hard to imagine him growing frail. Letting him live forever in the readers' hearts in this way wasn't too bad. As long as it's not that, Jean Mu said with relief, take it easy in the future. Don't throw curveballs out of nowhere. After finishing the novel, even I wanted to smash the windows of your house. Antarctica is on guard. Lin Yuan seemed to think carefully for a moment and then gave a very sincere answer. Jean Mu. Of course, he knew that Lin Yuan had a pet dog, Antarctica, who had acted in the movie Hachi, A Dog's Tale. The dog was a real movie star. He didn't dwell on this topic with Lin Yuan, instead changing the subject. The protagonist of your next detective novel won't end up dead too, right? Lin Yuan was silent for a few seconds before answering. No. In fact, in the story, Holmes was indeed written as dead at one point, but ultimately, he was resurrected. Jean Mu took a step back. Instinctively. Boss, were you serious just now when you hesitated? And were you serious just now when you took half a step back? You can't do this. I'm sincerely and solemnly advising you to be kind-hearted. Being resurrected doesn't count as dying. Jean Mu sighed. Anyway, you judge for yourself. But with the readers, everyone needs comfort and reassurance. Why not say something? Sure. Lin Yuan also felt that the readers needed some comfort. He logged on to Chu Kuang's tribe account, confirmed it was the right one, and posted a message. New book announcement. It's still a mystery novel, Great Detective Holmes. The news that he was going to publish a new book could probably make the readers happy. Lin Yuan could distinctly feel that whenever he announced a new book, the reader's mood would improve. This was the best consolation he could think of. He surely couldn't claim to be a warrior of love, like Urabuchi did, stating that his creative purpose is to bring warm, healing stories to everyone, right? But then, after Lin Yuan posted the message, Jean Mu suddenly looked alarmed. Boss, how could you do this? Do you realize what your actions are implying? Implying what? It's provocation. The Prince of Lanling being so hated wasn't without reason. You wrote off Poirot and then immediately sought to replace him in the readers' hearts with a new character? Are you implying that without the old, the new will not come in? Will the readers accept it? Chapter 511, 487. I don't accept _1. Lin Yuan's tribe update indirectly or directly answered two queries. The first question, why did Sherlock Holmes suddenly appear at the end of the Hercule Poirot series? It was because the appearance of a new character had the purpose of linkage. That man named Sherlock Holmes is the male protagonist of Chu Kuang's new book. Some netizens had already guessed this. However, for certain readers who were hoping that the appearance of Sherlock Holmes is Chu Kuang's hint that Poirot is not dead, this news is undoubtedly a little disheartening. The second question, would the readers accept it? The answer was actually very simple. It was so simple that the readers almost launched the third uprising when they saw this update. Whoosh. The internet was in an uproar. Faced with Chu Kuang's new book continuing the detective genre, trying to recreate a detective protagonist similar to Poirot, almost everyone gave the same answer. I won't accept it. This voice almost immediately rose to a boiling point and quickly filled up Chu Kuang's comment section. Old rascal, you're dreaming. I, Wang Shang, publicly resist today, even at the cost of my life. I will not jump off the Kong to accept Sherlock Holmes. In my heart, there is only one great detective. He is Poirot. He is forever great and irreplaceable. I, Lu Jing, openly object. I, Jose, also make it clear today, I will not read your new book. I would watch even if you continue to send razor blades, but I won't read your new detective book. Poirot is God. Is Sherlock Holmes even considered a great detective? I haven't recovered from Poirot's death, and you are already eager to write a new book, claiming another man is a great detective. You say Sherlock Holmes is a great detective. Have you asked Poirot? Poirot is forever God. Sorry, but there can only be one to deserve the title of a great detective, and that's Poirot. After Poirot, there will be no more great detectives. I don't believe any detective can surpass Poirot. Does the old rascal want to replicate Poirot? What else can I say? The so-called great detective Sherlock Holmes is nothing more than a different name for Poirot. You might as well write about Poirot's reincarnation and rebirth as Sherlock Holmes. In that case, I might consider buying a copy to read. What kind of joke is this? You, Chu Kuang, just killed off the great detective Poirot, and now you're thinking of writing another one? No wonder there was suddenly this Sherlock Holmes at the end. You're trying to ride on the coattails of our Poirot's popularity, aren't you? Leave Poirot alone. We won't meet. Never mind whether this new great detective can reach Poirot's height. Even if he really can, we readers will not recognize him as Sherlock Holmes. He is still Poirot. The readers won't agree. You, Chu Kuang, are just capriciously renaming Poirot, and that's all there is to it. You, Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Ficklegate. We readers will always be the most loyal. Although the deceased Poirot may never return, we won't be like you, Chu Kuang, killing Poirot and then writing a new great detective protagonist. Our hearts are with Poirot. Our hearts have died with Poirot. We won't ever love another great detective after Poirot. We are sure. We stand firm. This is how countless readers express their position regarding Chu Kuang's actions. Following Old Rascal, Chu Kuang gained another new nickname, Ficklegate. Some readers even joint-signed an opinion, stating they could accept Chu Kuang continuing to write detective novels, but requested him to change the protagonist's name back to Poirot. In other words, if you still want to make a living from the detective series, then bring back our dear Poirot. Even a prequel would do if you really don't want to revive him. After scrolling through the comments, Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the reader's response to be this intense. He thought everyone would be happy when they saw the news. Whenever he announced plans to publish a new book in the past, the readers were always excited, and there were generally only two types of comments in the comment section. One was looking forward to it. The other was support. But now, before he even published his new book and merely announced the title, readers had already expressed boycott. For Chu Kuang, this was really an unprecedented situation. He didn't expect that even someone as influential as Chu Kuang would one day have a work that is boycotted by readers. Jean Mu beside him looked at Lin Yuan's baffled expression and said with an amused shake of his head, "It looks like the new book needs to be delayed." Strictly speaking, this is not a big deal. Compared to the death of Poirot, the shock experienced by the readers is quite small, and the amount of boycott is within manageable limits. Perhaps this is also related to the fact that Chu Kuang put the readers through so much that their tolerance increased. Just look at what Chu Kuang has done to the readers. It is cruel and insane. Lin Yuan. The book must be postponed, of course. Even if he wanted to publish a new book now, it wouldn't be possible. He hadn't even started writing the Sherlock Holmes series yet. This was only a new book announcement. However, the new book announcement was genuinely meant to console everyone. But it backfired. Maybe when the new book is released, everyone would have forgotten about this, or so Lin Yuan optimistically thought. In fact, if Poirot and Sherlock Holmes had many similarities, then Lin Yuan might only write about one great detective. But the problem is that these two characters have completely different styles. From their case-solving methods to their characters, they are not equivalent at all. They can't be lumped together simply because they are both great detectives. Meanwhile, the industry was also very confused by Chu Kuang's maneuver. Not because of the readers' boycott. That was something that could be foreseen. Everyone was just puzzled as to why Chu Kuang wanted to write another great detective. Since Chu Kuang still wants to write in the great detective mold, then why did he end the Poirot case collection? Isn't it good to continue using Poirot's name for the same kind of great detective? After all, it's just a name. It can also please the readers. Yeah, judging from the sales volume of the Poirot case collection, no matter how the quality of the story fluctuates, as long as the protagonist is Poirot, the readers will buy it. Poirot has already become a brand, with a formidable fan effect. I simply can't understand this guy's thought process in every sense. I originally thought Chu Kuang was drained by Poirot and tired of this kind of deductive writing model for a great detective, so he chose to end the story. I never would have guessed that he just wanted to give the readers a new protagonist as a great detective. Does he think this will give the readers a sense of novelty? What the readers want is Poirot, not a sense of novelty. When Sherlock Holmes can no longer reach the heights Poirot reached, I wonder if Chu Kuang will regret his actions and think he shouldn't have killed off Poirot. When everyone likes to use the term possessed by Poirot to describe a person's cleverness, it actually means that the Poirot series has achieved unprecedented success. Under such circumstances, Chu Kuang's decision is inexplicable. However, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to this matter. He wasn't even in a hurry to write the Sherlock Holmes series, because on March 7th, the latest issue of The Masked Singer was broadcasted. New faces, same brilliance. The show's topics trended once again. However, one of the trending topics was interesting. This trending topic was called #Why is it always fish hashtag. Chapter 512, 488 Why is it always fish _1. Netizens who hadn't watched The Masked Singer saw this trending topic and were left scratching their heads. What do you mean? It's all about fish. Has everyone recently developed a love for fish? But those who had watched The Masked Singer chuckled upon seeing this trending topic after the program aired. That's right. So many fish. The new episode of The Masked Singer introduced a whole new masked lineup, with a total of 6 singers debuting, maintaining the scale of the first team. However, the interesting thing is that, in this episode, half of the singers chose fish as their virtual personas. Fathead fish, golden dragon fish, and a big fish. Actually, there's no such species as big fish, though there is a song called Big Fish. So it's just a general concept of fishmen, but it can still be classified as a fish, and that's what the trending topic is about. Haha, so many fish. This persona overlap is quite something. I'm stunned. Can't these singers come up with new images? How come 3 more fish have appeared this episode, when there were already 2 fish in the last episode? Counting pufferfish and mermaid, we've got 5 damned fish already. I almost thought I was watching Under the Sea instead of a music variety show. Are you sure this isn't a fish tank conference? No. This is clearly a fish feast. 5 of them are enough for a team. Add 1 more fish and not just a team. Even the damn first lineup of the episode will be complete. Everyone laughed upon seeing so many fish in this episode. More interestingly, at the end of this episode, all 3 fish advanced to the next round. Some people commented, joking aside, we have to admit that those 3 fish this episode, as well as the 2 fish from the last episode, are all very strong. So far, none of the fish have been eliminated. I see. The advancement password is fish. But anyone notice something? There seems to be some tension among these fishes. They mostly ignore each other, and when they do interact, it's usually to trade barbs. There's definitely some bad blood there. Now that you say that, it's kind of true. Going by the first team situation, there seemed to be discord between mermaid and pufferfish. Is this what they call like poles repel each other? It should be called same species repel each other. I thought I was overthinking when listening to pufferfish and mermaid's conversation in the first episode, but reflecting now, it's clear they don't see eye to eye. The netizens' observations are indeed true. Singers gather to announce the rankings, but from what can be seen on camera, it seemed these marine singers didn't see eye to eye. Also, pufferfish and mermaid from the first group gave off the same vibe. Netizens started speculating. Do these fishes know each other? Is there a special significance to these fish having selected a sea creature image at the same time? The show's guessing game feature has been fully activated. Netizens have shown great interest in digging into the identities of the fish singers. The truth is but one. A user named Little Dinosaur Loves Fish chimed in, quite fittingly given his handle. He posted a detailed analysis. I've done some thinking and noticed that things are not as simple as they seem. Thinking about who in the music industry is most associated with fish. Netizens paused for a moment before coming up with an answer. The biggest fish in the music industry must be Xian Yu, our dear Maestro Jr. Little Dinosaur Loves Fish continued. Correct, it's Xian Yu. And that's why I suspect that these fish singers might be related to Xian Yu. My suspicion is based on the fact that pufferfish's voice sounds so much like Zhao Yinggu, especially after Zhao Yinggu sang Xian Yu's song, Big Fish, which further confirmed my guess. What's more, Mermaid's voice, although well concealed, gives off a vibe of Jiang Kuei. Coincidentally, both of them have collaborated with Xian Yu, and the most important songs in both of their careers were composed by Fish Daddy. The netizens got a shock. Upon further thought, it made more and more sense. If pufferfish is Zhao Yinggu and the mermaid is Jiang Kuei, then it's understandable why these two are competitors. Both are popular female singers. Both were promoted by Xian Yu. Surely there must be some tension between them. So this is actually a competition for favor? Fish Papa's fishy descendants are all participating in the show. Wow, this is exciting. Your guesses are probably spot on. Then, the three fishes from the second team. If these guesses are correct, wouldn't that be thrilling? The netizens eagerly inquired Little Dinosaur Loves Fish, with a thirst for knowledge. Little Dinosaur Loves Fish said, "The fish from the second team have hidden themselves well, but the key fish hint has given them away. Don't you think the golden dragon fish seems like Chen Jiyu? Plus those who follow Chen Jiyu would know that he is a fish lover and has a golden dragon fish at home. Also, this singer's image is a golden dragon fish." Netizens. Isn't this basically confirmed? Why doesn't Chen Jiyu try to be more discreet? Little Dinosaur Loves Fish seemed rather smug. I'm not sure who the fathead fish is, but it probably has something to do with Xian Yu. As for Fishman, I have some idea. It might be Sun Yaohua. Who doesn't know that Sun Yaohua is Fish Papa's favorite? Oh my god, so that's how it is. Even if these are just your guesses, I've started to believe them. So it's really a fight among the fishy descendants. No, it's not an internal conflict, like the guy in front said. This is a competition for favor among Fish Daddy's descendants. These fish are definitely Xian Yu's harem. Haha, Fish Papa's harem is on fire. There's a term, Yu Dynasty, in the music composition circle. Never thought there would be one in the singing circle too. It would be even more interesting if Fish Papa himself joins as a judge. Would these fish abandon singing and start fighting on stage? Everyone agreed with Little Dinosaur Loves Fish's deductions. Because all of Little Dinosaur Loves Fish's guesses were reasonable. And most importantly, the voice. Everyone hears the voices, but it's really hard to guess without guidance. But if they have direction, it's a different story. Take the pufferfish for example. Upon close examination, focusing solely on her, don't you think her voice sounds quite similar to Zhao Yingji's? Poirot has taken possession. Netizens gave Little Dinosaur Loves Fish a thumbs up one after another. This netizen truly lives up to his username. Who knew that upon receiving this compliment, Little Dinosaur Loves Fish suddenly got angry. The damn old rascal had to go and kill off Poirot. Many were confused. Not everyone reads novels. But those who had read the Poirot case files felt the sorrow, fully understanding Little Dinosaur Loves Fish's emotions at the moment. Chu Kuang, you old rascal. I won't read Sherlock Holmes. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was surfing the internet when he came across this post. He was initially engrossed, impressed by how insightful this netizen was, even more precise than his own guesses. But towards the end, something didn't feel right. No way, could this be about me? Chapter 513, 489 tier_1. Yes, Lin Yuan also watched the program. Based on his understanding of the singers he collaborated with before, he knew the identity of the performer named Fishman almost immediately after listening to his singing. Sun Yaohua. Senior Yaohua indeed altered his voice line. This alteration was enough to conceal his true identity. However, Lin Yuan had collaborated with Sun Yaohua on so many songs that it was normal for him to guess it out. As for people like Chen Jiyu, Lin Yuan could only make an approximate guess. He couldn't fully confirm, so he held a half-doubtful attitude when he saw comments from a netizen named Little Dinosaur Loves Fish. However, when the other party pointed out that the mermaid might be Jiang Kuei, Lin Yuan agreed quite much. He had suspicions before, so it might be a coincidence. Many singers he knew also participated in The Masked Singer. However, netizens talked about harem fights. Lin Yuan didn't feel anything about it. Netizens love to play tricks. Lin Yuan knew this too. When he released the preview of his new home series, he was even called a scumbag by book fans. Is Lin Yuan a scumbag? Of course Lincoln is not. Antarctica is. Lately, Lin Yuan noticed that Antarctica frequently went around the community, playing with different dogs. He even suspected that Antarctica had stolen someone's girlfriend dog, because one day, he distinctly saw Antarctica laying on a dog. Next to it was Xiao Huang. In other words, a stray dog in the community. This name was given by Big Yao Yao. At that time, Xiao Huang, with a bone in its mouth, ran excitedly over. But when it saw Antarctica lying on that dog, it just stood there stunned. In the end, Xiao Huang didn't even want the bone anymore. It turned around and ran away, looking very upset. However, this is Antarctica's personal matter, and Lin Yuan can't interfere. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan no longer paid attention to what was happening on the internet and the program. Instead, he opened up his laptop while the sunlight was just right. He's going to write the Holmes series now. About the writing order of Holmes, Lin Yuan thought a lot last night. In the end, Lin Yuan decided to start with A Study in Scarlet. This novel emphasized Holmes's basic deductive reasoning. The so-called basic deductive reasoning is the fundamental basis for Holmes to solve cases. It gives people a magical feeling. But this thing, after Holmes's own explanation, becomes reasonable. With this part of the content, the image of Holmes, the great detective, could initially be established. It's worth mentioning that Holmes actually doesn't consider himself a detective. He likes to introduce himself as a consulting detective. In other words, when detectives encountered unsolvable problems, they would come to Holmes for advice. Doesn't this further prove Holmes' strength? Isn't it clear that all detectives think Holmes is better than them if they seek Holmes' help when they can't solve a problem? This design is indeed quite satisfying from a narrative perspective. However, although Holmes labels himself as a consulting detective, most of the cases depicted in the novel are only solved when Holmes acts as a detective. In addition, Holmes' assistant, Dr. Watson, became acquainted and began to become a partner of Holmes in A Study in Scarlet. With that in mind, Lin Yuan began to type on the keyboard. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan focused on writing the Holmes series, on the internet, the impact of Little Dinosaur Loves Fish revealing the true identities of the fish-themed singers in The Masked Singer was getting bigger and bigger. More and more people started to accept the speculation from Little Dinosaur Loves Fish. At the same time, everyone showed great enthusiasm for the Xian Yu's harem fight, rating it as another highlight of the show following the sharp-tongued Prince of Lonling. Even countless netizens were calling for Xian Yu, please come and be a judge on The Masked Singer. All your fish are here. If you don't show up soon, your fish are going to start fighting. At this moment, suddenly, a netizen said, it's inevitable that the fish would fight among themselves. After all, it's a harem competition. Everyone wants the sole favor, but they should have a common enemy. That is Prince of Lonling. Yes, everyone didn't forget. In the 4 performances of Prince of Lonling, 3 of the songs he sang were written by Xian Yu. Among them, included a song, A Laughter from the Sea. The previous 2 songs received fair responses, but after A Laughter from the Sea was released, it was very popular. The song was downloaded a lot. The judges also highly praised this song. Yang Zhongming even called this song a great song that's easy to enjoy. The words great song are very heavy words of affirmation. Xian Yu giving such a good song to Prince of Lonling. This favoritism is almost catching up with Sun Yaohua. Can the fish not consider Prince of Lonling their #1 enemy? In the language of the internet, it would be, if these people really belong to Xian Yu's harem, then Prince of Lonling should be the most favored concubine at present, because Xian Yu has been promoting Prince of Lonling lately. Some even posted synchronized comments while the fish sang in this episode. Overthrow Prince of Lonling. Overthrow Prince of Lonling. Overthrow Prince of Lonling. Once this trend starts, it seems it can't stop. In the following 2 weeks, the show continues to air. Every episode there will be new fill-in singers. But it's interesting that, no matter how hard it is, no matter how powerful the fill-in singers are, the 3 fish are still standing. Not a single fish was eliminated. Moreover, the fish that everyone has pretty much guessed their identities also seem to be influenced by public opinion, and there's an increasing sense of tension between them, especially in the 3rd match of the 2nd team. Gold Dragon Fish directly stated in front of the other singers and countless audience, I hope I have a chance to compete with Big Fish. Big Fish humorously counterattacked without hesitation, you are just a fish, not evolved yet, while I am a human, fishman. The netizens were screaming with excitement. The competition of favoritism among the fish is no longer undercover. There's even a sense that they're taking it to the stage. Come at each other. Pull each other's hair. For a while, all the comments were instigating. Xian Yu's harem competition has completely become another traffic explosion point of the show after the sharp words of Prince of Lanling. Many people even exclaimed. Turns out, Xian Yu is the biggest contributor to the show's ratings. The reason is simple. Prince of Lanling is related to Xian Yu. The fish are also related to Xian Yu. Xian Yu himself didn't participate in the show, but traces of Xian Yu can be found all over the show. Wait. Amid the carnival of netizens, someone seriously said, think about it. Isn't it kind of terrifying? The singers that Xian Yu sees as promising are unbelievably strong. Huh, that's true. These 5 fish haven't been eliminated so far, which proves their strength. But this also indirectly shows how precise Xian Yu's choice of collaborating singers was. Again, something to think about and be terrified. Chapter 514, 490. Chu Kuang's rival is himself _1. Lin Yuan stopped paying much attention to the program. During the half a month when the second group's program was being broadcast, he was either writing novels or watching performances on set. He secretly gave Jian Yi the acting potion for one scene. The scene was about Uncle Spider-Man's death, where Spider-Man regretted not stopping the thug, the on-screen spectacle of extreme remorse and pain, which required not only tear-filled portrayals from the actors, but also precise emotional delivery. It was hard to perform. Jian Yi was already good enough, but Lin Yuan believed that the scene could be more touching, so he secretly boosted the other person's acting skills. After the performance, Jian Yi softly exclaimed next to Lin Yuan, I think I broke through. That scene was the most explosive one I've ever done since I started acting. Lin Yuan, there seems to be no problem with the breakthrough. The existence of this acting potion from the system indeed represents a significant breakthrough in technology. But the strange thing was, it seemed like Jian Yi's subsequent performances actually improved. Even when Lin Yuan didn't give him the acting potion, Jian Yi was still able to interpret the characters very well. This was interesting. This situation happened with He Sheng's book before. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask the system, are we sure the acting potion is a one-time use and it doesn't produce permanent enhancement on acting skills? Certain. The system responds. But compared to technology, the power provided by human confidence is the strongest. Lin Yuan nodded. Jian Yi was exuding confidence. It was probably related to Jian Yi's special situation when he joined the team. Jian Yi always felt like he got into the group only because of Lin Yuan's connections. As a newcomer who instantly nabs the main role, he was somewhat cautious and apprehensive. This nervousness and inferiority complex were huge pressures for him. Sure, pressure can be transformed into motivation. But when pressure exceeds a certain limit, it's not a good thing. Right now, he needs confidence, and the acting potion Lin Yuan secretly used provided him with this confidence. The moment a person starts to gain confidence, their mentality would completely change. In addition, there was another good news for Lin Yuan. Spider-Man was almost finished shooting after the green screen section. Most of the remaining shots were in outdoor locations, and those parts were not that many. The progress was indeed quite impressive. The scriptwriter's meticulous planning and pre-setting the shots made the shooting of the whole crew resemble a production line. Everyone just needed to do their part well, and the project would move smoothly forward. But this is only possible in commercial films. The shooting of art films is much more difficult. On the other side, though Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to the competition status of the second group, his family members were die-hard fans of the program. Lin Xian would discuss enthusiastically with Big Yao Yao. Your brother's harem is too interesting. I always feel like the fish are going to fight backstage. Like hair-pulling fights. Men don't pull hair, they fight martial arts. Like the 5 whip strikes. From this, it can be seen that Xian Yu's harem fight really brought endless fun to the audience. Even without the Prince of Lanling, the show can continue to be exciting. Lin Xian even tried to persuade Lin Yuan. Why don't you go on the show yourself? Everyone wants to hear your comments. Lin Yuan, you may find it hard to believe. I was indeed on the show, and I am indeed commenting on every episode. But every time I finish commenting, I got criticized. At the end of March, the second group's recording finally ended. The joyful spectacle of Xian Yu's harem competition that entertained everyone for a month also finally came to a conclusion. In the final group, all the fish made it to the next stage. By coincidence, on this same day, Lin Yuan just finished writing Study in Scarlet. It can't be said that it's a complete imitation. There is still some originality in the work, as A Study in Scarlet set its background in the Western world during the chaotic age of Earth. This kind of setting played a significant role in the Holmes series. Those mysteries revolving around chaos are difficult for Lin Yuan to handle. He had to arrange them in the setting of the Blue Star era, just like when he previously wrote the Poirot series. It requires refinement and processing. Fortunately, when the Qin dynasty was overthrown, there were some chaotic periods during the transition to the current regime in Blue Star. These chaotic periods now serve as Lin Yuan's most relied upon source of background material. Every time he writes about Western literature, there are always parts that need to be adapted. The era of regime change in Blue Star has become his greatest source of inspiration. Of course, in the stories of Holmes, Lin Yuan would occasionally mention Poirot, as if paying tribute to the great detective who had passed away. Lin Yuan isn't rigid. He is very confident that readers would appreciate such sentiments. The part that Lin Yuan isn't sure about right now is, how will the popularity of Holmes compare to that of Poirot? On Earth, stories about Holmes came out first. But on Blue Star, it was Poirot who took the first step. First impressions can be quite powerful. If everyone has fallen deeply in love with Poirot, would it impact Holmes' position in the detective world? Lin Yuan doesn't know. So Lin Yuan can't even guarantee that the Holmes series will do better than the Poirot series. Let the readers be the judge. Rigorously proofreading and checking his novel again, Lin Yuan is ready to send out A Study in Scarlet. At that moment, in the Silver Blue Library, in the mystery editing department, the chief editor, Prodigy, is discussing the potential trends of Chu Kuang's new book with his subordinate editors. Inside the conference room, an editor remarked, "Surpassing Poirot is impossible. Poirot is currently the top detective in the world of mystery. Some readers even suggest erecting a monument to commemorate Poirot. Such influence is terrifying. It's hard to believe that Poirot is just a fictional character." Indeed, an editor next to him reflected, "Holmes will also presumably follow the great detective narrative. I think it would be decent if it could achieve 80% of Poirot's influence." 80%? You underestimate Poirot. You must understand that during Chu Kuang's writing of the Poirot series, the quality also had its ups and downs. Murder on the Orient Express was the peak work of Poirot. The following Death on the Nile was also quite splendid. But if you look at Poirot's other cases, it's hard to reach the same standard. This shows that there are limitations to Chu Kuang's abilities. Moreover, the creative methods of writers will eventually lead to the same results. This Holmes character by Chu Kuang might have difficulty escaping Poirot's shadow. My current worry is that the resemblance between the two characters would be too high. Prodigy remained silent. He shared the same worries. Both characters are great detectives. Once Chu Kuang's new mystery novel is published, readers will continuously compare the new detective character to Poirot. But this would be truly unfair to Holmes. With Poirot's significant influence, how outstanding must Holmes be to stand beside him? Furthermore, having written so many mystery stories already, how could this Holmes, written by Chu Kuang, completely escape from the Poirot model? Just like how successful Ghost-Blowing Lamp already is. What kind of a tomb-robbing novel would Chu Kuang have to write to compete with Ghost-Blowing Lamp, without the two works being too similar? It's too difficult. Thinking in this way, Prodigy's mobile phone suddenly vibrated. Prodigy checked his phone, and his face turned serious. He murmured, "Chu Kuang's new book has arrived." The crowd turned to look at Prodigy. "Is it that Holmes one?" Prodigy nodded. The rival of Holmes is Poirot, and Chu Kuang's rival is himself. Chapter 515, 491 Basic Deductive Reasoning, Part 1_1. One each for you. Chu Kuang's new work finally arrived. Prodigy had wanted to go back to his office alone to read it. But under the gaze of his sub-editors, he had no choice but to let his assistant print a copy for everyone. Everyone read it together. He himself went back to his office. It was also a print version of the script. Needing the freshly brewed tea from his assistant, Prodigy turned to Chu Kuang's new book. Despite all kinds of worries in his heart, The more specific situations still had to be addressed in the main text. Could Sherlock Holmes be Hercule Poirot under a different name? Maybe the first case could give us some clues. The 78-year-long power struggle began. I earned a PhD in medicine from the University of Hong Kong and undertook a compulsory course in military medicine. Upon graduation, I was assigned to serve as an assistant military doctor in the Blue Star 5th Army 3rd Unit stationed at the Meiwan battlefield in Qi Continent. The story began in the first person. The Hercule Poirot series by Chu Kuang also had many cases presented from a first-person perspective. For instance, the acclaimed The Murder of Roger Ackroyd used a first-person perspective, and the murderer also pioneered the literary device of narrative trickery. Most of the cases in the Poirot series narrated from a first-person perspective were from the perspective of Poirot's assistant Hastings, including Poirot's death at the end. Chu Kuang's earlier creations using the first person could be traced back to Ghost Blows the Lamp. Chu Kuang seems to have a fondness for storytelling in the first person and is quite adept at it, and this is a common literary technique in detective novels. In the current story, the character presenting the story in first person is called Watson. This person is definitely not the protagonist, as Chu Kuang has personally explained in his book title and elsewhere. The protagonist is called Sherlock Holmes. Let's talk about Watson first. Watson is an experienced individual. He has lived through the shift of power in Blue Star, was injured in the battlefield of Meiwan in Qi Continent, and retired to London due to the physical incapability to meet the demands of the battlefield. Prodigy knew about London. London is one of the largest cities in Hong Continent. Chu Kuang's novel settings were never limited to a specific continent. He had sound geographical knowledge and seemed to have some understanding of each continent. Moreover, the character background settings were very realistic, as if those people really existed in that era. These are similar to the Hercule Poirot series. Let's continue reading. After retiring, Watson was looking for work in London, assuming that he could afford a place to stay and preferably a room partner. Accidentally, he ran into an old medical friend on the street. The friend told Watson that a man named Sherlock Holmes was also looking for a roommate recently. So Watson and this old medical friend went together to a medical lab in London, the place where Sherlock Holmes was currently working. This inevitably reminded Prodigy of when Hastings first met Poirot. Maybe Watson served as an assistant to Sherlock Holmes in the same way Hastings served Poirot. There were indeed similarities. A sense of unease appeared in Prodigy's mind. He believed that the readers would probably notice this as well. This point seemed to indirectly show that Sherlock Holmes and Hercule Poirot were similar. However, when Watson arrived at the lab and met Sherlock Holmes for the first time, Prodigy suddenly got a sense of the difference between Sherlock Holmes and Hercule Poirot. Sherlock Holmes was certainly not Poirot. Thud, thud, thud. Under the stunned gaze of Watson, Sherlock Holmes was fervently whipping a corpse. Anyone who saw this scene would think Sherlock Holmes was out of his mind. Like a pervert. Hercule Poirot would never act so rudely. That germaphobe old man always remembered to maintain his elegance. What's going on? Prodigy felt that Chu Kuang seemed to be trying a bit too hard to highlight the difference between Sherlock Holmes and Hercule Poirot. Does he often do this? Watson asked. The friend awkwardly responded. Maybe he's not in a good mood today. Just then, Holmes turned to the arriving doctors. You arrived exactly on time. I need to know his bruise condition in 20 minutes. This is related to one person's alibi. Prodigy took a deep breath. Oh, so it's for the purpose of solving a case. This approach can easily lead to misunderstandings, though. But in that era, it was absolutely a scientific manner of investigation. Holmes suddenly looked at Watson. Meiwan. Sorry, how did you know? Watson was slightly confused. It must have been mentioned by the doctor in advance, right? Almost subconsciously, this was what Prodigy thought. Holmes continued. What do you think about the violin? Watson, Without lifting his head, Holmes continued. I play the violin when I think. Sometimes I won't speak for days. Do you mind? It's better to let the roommate know about one's shortcomings in advance. Did you tell him about me? Watson looked at the doctor, who shook his head hastily. I didn't mention a word. Huh. Prodigy was stunned. It wasn't the doctor? Then how did Holmes know? Watson asked the question that was on Prodigy's mind. Who told you all this? I did it myself. As Holmes sketched circles on his notebook, it seemed like he was talking to himself. It's difficult for someone like me to find a roommate. I talked to Mike about this matter this morning, and he brought you here this afternoon. He introduces an old friend, obviously just being commissioned from a certain unit on the Maywan battlefield. This isn't hard to guess. Prodigy was dumbfounded. Brother, this was not hard to guess. Watson asked the second question on behalf of the reader. Prodigy, how did you know about the Maywan battlefield? Holmes didn't answer, but got up and said, Baker Street 221, that will be our place. Just like that. With so many questions in his mind, Watson asked, we just met, and we're going to find a house together. We don't know anything about each other. I don't even know your name. Holmes stopped in his tracks. He turned back and said, I know you're a military doctor who has just been sent back from the Maywan battlefield. I also know you might be suffering from psychogenic mobility disorder. Maybe I can drop the mite. As a roommate, isn't this enough? Holmes got up and left, quickly introducing himself a few seconds later. Sherlock Holmes. As he said this, Holmes put on his bowler hat, bidding goodbye with a good afternoon. Watson looked at his friend beside him. The friend shrugged helplessly. Yes, he's always like this. In the story, Watson was stunned. Outside of the story, Prodigy was stunned too. Prodigy was reading the story through Watson's first-person perspective. Of course, he knew Watson had been to the Maywan battlefield, knew about Watson's injuries, and knew that Watson was a retiring military doctor. But how did Sherlock Holmes know? Are you a detective? You are a fortune teller, aren't you? Even though they just met, he figured out everything about the person. How on earth did Sherlock Holmes do that? Prodigy had a million questions. Chapter 516, 492 Basic Deductive Reasoning, Part 2, _1. If the reader happens to be from Earth, they would certainly recognize the beginning of this chapter as a nod to Sherlock Holmes. It's a bit like the British drama Sherlock. That's right. Lin Yuan has taken inspiration from several TV series about Sherlock Holmes. Original works are not perfect, and Lin Yuan would definitely not use them in completion. For instance, Holmes made an incorrect deduction in the speckled band case. This deduction was based on the assumption that snakes have good hearing and drink milk, but in reality, snakes have poor hearing and can't digest milk well, rendering the murderer's method unreliable. Also, snakes do not drink milk. But we can't blame the author for that. People from that era simply didn't know. A similar situation also occurred in Poirot's casebook. As a modern-day person, Lin Yuan would never adopt the basis of the original novels that are unscientific due to the author's time limitations. And now, Prodigy is too intrigued to look away. He is extremely curious about how Holmes knows this information. There's simply no way fortune-telling is involved. If that were the case, then the genre of this novel must have been misclassified by Chu Kuang. Right next door, and to the left, there's a department exclusively for fantasy novels. Given that this is a detective novel, it's evident that Holmes must have arrived at his conclusions through deduction. What's the basis of his deduction? With this curiosity in mind, Prodigy read carefully. By now, he had refrained from impulsively comparing Holmes and Poirot. Judging from the performances in the early stages, Holmes and Poirot, touted as great detectives by Chu Kuang, were distinctly different in ways such as character and style of speech. Sherlock Holmes is too arrogant. Poirot is also very arrogant. But how should we describe Holmes's arrogance? This man boldly proclaims, while others witness various details but are still unable to solve certain problems, he, Holmes, can explain complex mysteries even without stepping foot outside the house. Can you believe it? Is he even human? Even Poirot doesn't show off like this. What's even more outrageous is, Holmes dismisses all other detectives in London as worthless. He doesn't even consider himself a detective, but refers to himself as a consulting detective. Oh my. Consulting detective is a new profession invented by Holmes himself. He believes he is the only one doing this job on Blue Star. Whenever the police cannot solve a problem, they seek me out, as do the rest of the detectives in London. What he essentially means is everyone else is a detective, while he himself is a god detective. The only man in the entire Blue Star who can make Holmes understand the concept of humility happened to be the deceased Poirot. Indeed, Holmes only acknowledged the capabilities of Poirot. When Prodigy read this part, he could hardly maintain his composure. Chu Kuang, must we really play this game? If you want to write about Holmes, just write about Holmes. Why do you have to mention Poirot? Are you worried readers won't realize it was you who killed off Poirot in your story? Bringing up Poirot is one thing. But why do you compare Holmes to Poirot? From the looks of it, Holmes appeared to think that only Poirot could be his equal in this world. This is too outrageous. Although in the narrative, Holmes does not seem the least bit smug and instead speaks in a calm, somber tone, as if he were stating a fact, it is definitely unforgivable to fans of Poirot. In the hearts of Poirot's fans, no one could be named in the same breath as him. You started off with such an over-the-top depiction of Holmes. Aren't you afraid you can't wrap it up convincingly? This Holmes dude is absolutely unbearable. Same here. Even Watson in the book thinks Holmes is acting too superior. This puts Watson and the reader, prodigy, on the same side. But Watson is soon defeated by a piece of Holmes's reasoning. When we first met yesterday, I mentioned the Lin Yuan battlefield, and you seemed quite surprised. How do you know? Watson raised his voice. Someone must have told you. I did not know, I observed. As always, Holmes's tone was equal parts dismissive and aloof. Your face is quite sunburned, but your wrists are not. As such, you must have been to the tropics, but not for a sunbath. Your hairstyle and demeanor are military-like. Every movement and posture of yours is full of a soldier's rigor. The conversation you had with Mike when you entered implies that, like him, you studied at Han Continent Medical College. Hence, it's quite clear that you were a military doctor. You limp heavily when you walk, but would rather stand than sit down, completely ignoring your disability. Therefore, at least part of the obstacle is psychological. Also, you were injured on a battlefield, which elaborates on where a military doctor can be exposed to sun and injuries. Oh yes, the Lin Yuan battlefield. Watson was dumbfounded by this reasoning. Similarly, prodigy, who considered himself on Watson's side, was also shocked. He never expected Holmes to have seen through everything based on the first meeting with Watson. Holy shit, what an amazing power of observation. Poirot also had similar moments of intellectual whirlwinds, equally impressive, but his approach to deduction was decidedly different from Holmes's. Poirot seemed to be more inclined towards human psychology, but Holmes derived his conclusions from countless observations and gathered information. The former leaned towards intuition, while Holmes privileged rationality above all else. This was the first time prodigy realized that, while Holmes undoubtedly has the potential to be unbearable, the speed at which his brain works is admittedly astonishing, and, more frustratingly, he can't find a valid point to refute his deduction. Was this a coincidence? Did Holmes just happen to find the clue? Of course not. As prodigy continued to read the book, watching Holmes officially kick off his first deduction show, his eyes widened in awe. Hair, luggage, fingernails. At a murder scene, he can deduce countless pieces of information from the dead man's sleeve to his boots, his pants, his knees, the calluses between his thumb and forefinger, his last facial expression, including cufflinks, etc., detail-oriented, rational. Such intricate information can all be pooled in his mind, enabling him to grasp key clues. He can even judge how many people were in the carriage nearby from the depth of the carriage track marks. Deduction of logic? Not exactly. The deduction of logic is to infer the process based on the result, which is Poirot's field of expertise. Most detectives deduct the process based on results, where the logic occupies a large proportion, but Holmes seems to be more adept at inferring the result through the process. And these processes are derived from the mentioned details, which bear resemblances, yet show fundamental differences. One can imagine, when these deductions appeared before prodigy's eyes, he was almost dumbfounded. An image of a hawk-nosed man wearing a round hat and holding a pipe appeared before his eyes. The man's gaze must be filled with rational wisdom derived from observation, and all these deductions were based on Holmes's theory. Basic deductive reasoning. The case can probably be divided into two parts. The first part is Holmes using his method of deduction to identify the serial killer. The second part is the murderer's motive and the tragic experiences he has suffered. It's a tale of a sympathetic murderer taking revenge in his own way. The story is over. But prodigy was stunned. As a Blue Starian, this was prodigy's first confrontation with the shock delivered by Holmes and the basic deductive reasoning, while a similar shock also arose from the editor's hearts in the neighboring conference room. Horrible Holmes. Chapter 517, 493, Pressing the King_1. This is basic deductive reasoning. It isn't a method of deduction based on thoughtless conjectures, but a unique technique confirmed by the actions of Sherlock Holmes himself. In his own words, as published in newspapers, a logician doesn't need to personally see or hear about the Atlantic Ocean, yet he can surmise its existence from a single drop of water. As life is one big, interconnected chain, just a glimpse of a single link can give away the true nature of the entire chain. For someone starting to delve into the extremely tricky realms of the mind and psyche, it's perhaps better to begin with the more straightforward issues. For example, attempt to identify a person's history and profession. Such practice may appear childish and boring, but it sharpens one's observational skills remarkably. It teaches where to look and what to watch out for, like a person's fingernails, cuffs, boots, knees of their trousers, calluses between their thumb and forefinger, facial expressions, shirt cuffs, and so on. No matter from which perspective, these observations hint at what a person does for a living. So, if you can't elicit insights into a case, despite knowing how to connect these observations, it's quite unfathomable. Unfathomable? The final statement may seem brazen, but that appears typical of Holmes. He seems to enjoy looking at others' baffled expressions, right after revealing a complex, intricate, and mind-bogglingly detailed deduction. As if to say, is it that difficult? Similar to when he easily deduces Dr. Watson's background and then nonchalantly remarks, "It wasn't difficult to guess." This is something Poirot would never say because he would think it normal for ordinary people to be unable to deduce the same. He, Poirot, is the genius in this respect. Just as expected, the meeting room erupts as every editor voices their opinions. All previous concerns about similarities between Holmes and Poirot completely forgotten. Mind-blowing. For the first time, I read a mystery without trying to guess who the murderer was. The beginning of this novel doesn't seem to intend to offer much in terms of solving a mystery, but rather for us to witness the grand entrance of Sherlock Holmes. Like Watson. So grand. The attention to detail is unbeatable. Basic deductive reasoning is impressive. Only a detective story aficionado can feel the difference between basic deductive reasoning and general logical reasoning. For the average person, Holmes can draw specific statements from the most general premise and reach a conclusion, or solve some cases just by employing this method. This approach sets him apart from other detective novels. Amazing. The characters are so appealing. I was wondering why Chu Kwong designed Poirot as a short, elderly gentleman with a peculiar mustache earlier. This character required readers to go through a process to fully accept him. But this time he has certainly changed his style. Although Sherlock Holmes is as peculiar as Poirot, at least physically Holmes is more pleasing, easier to fall in love with. Showing off? Indeed, they are. But a detective in a mystery novel should have this kind of swagger. It's interesting. If a detective simply lays out his deductions in a straightforward manner without a unique presentation style, it's better to directly read about a case and its process. A narcissist? Sherlock Holmes indeed has the potential to be one. His nonchalant statement of "it wasn't difficult to guess" could be a grand slam in the face of intellectual battles. But if this is coupled with the plot and explained alongside his deductions, not only would the readers not feel offended, but instead find it exhilarating. That's correct. In terms of the reading experience, it's thrilling to see Sherlock Holmes cleverly explain everything. Why else would Conan polish his glasses before revealing the truth, with a tense and triumphant backing track playing? People simply love it. Therefore, it's all about how one shows off. If everyone is wondering about the result of 1 + 1, and the protagonist coolly says, 1 + 1 = 2, is that so difficult? Brothers, kill him. That's a low-level narcissist. The high-level kind is like Sherlock Holmes, who shows off his intelligence in a way that amazes readers. And no matter how much he shows off, they would only find it awe-inspiring and cool. At that moment, someone mumbled, when Holmes stated that only Poirot could rival Blue Star in this aspect. I felt a bit uneasy. But now it feels right. These two are indeed great detectives. What consulting detective? Even though Holmes calls himself a consulting detective and truly does accept consultation from all sides, the cases that are really worth writing about are those where Holmes cracks them in his capacity as a detective. Hence the title of the book is The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes. It's worth mentioning, because the character of Sherlock Holmes, having been adapted into countless films and television series on Earth, has developed a very distinct personality, not completely resembling the original Holmes character from the novels. Most Earthlings got to know Sherlock Holmes through films and television series, not the original novels. So the Holmes persona that Lin Yuan creates leaning more towards the film and television series versions. How many people have played Sherlock Holmes? Too many to count. For example, Benedict Cumberbatch and Robert Downey Jr. are amongst them. Each representation has its own unique portrayal of Holmes, but it's the effortless swagger that forever remains the most attractive aspect of Holmes. There are two kinds of narcissists, one that actively shows off, the other is passively being one. Sherlock Holmes belongs to the latter, and a narcissist has to be a passive one. Knock. The meeting room door opens, and Xiao Deji walks in. All the editors start talking at once only to be silenced by his hand gesture. Xiao Deji looks at Deputy Editor Wang on his left and says, "There's a coffee stain on your sleeves. Your clothes are new today. This means you must have had coffee outside during lunch. The closest coffee shop is downstairs, thus the person you were meeting is likely in the vicinity or even within our company. Also, there's a whiff of perfume about you, which if I'm not wrong, belongs to Little Lee. Capturing the scent of perfume means you two were sitting close to each other. An unusual closeness between a man and a woman. Unless, are you two dating?" The girl called Little Lee bashfully twists her fingers. Left aghast by Xiao Deji's words, old Wang stares at him, clearly impressed by his ability to apply basic deduction to real life. This spectacle leaves the other editors captivated. Is it really that difficult? Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Deji then strutted out, leaving behind only an echo of his resonant voice. Immediately notify the publishing department to prepare for the launch of the great detective Sherlock Holmes. Everyone complies. At this moment, a junior editor in one of the departments wonders aloud, didn't someone video old Wang and Little Lee having coffee during lunchtime? At a distance, Xiao Deji stumbles, then quickly brushes off the blunder and walks away faster, leaving behind a silhouette that transformed from Sherlock Holmes to Watson. Chapter 518, 494. To buy or not to buy _1. Following Xiao Deji's announcement, the fact that Great Detective Holmes would be published in 5 days was confirmed and officially announced by Silver Blue Books. Instantly, Chu Kuang's new book kicked off its promotional phase. At this time, the readers had not fully recovered from the shock of Poirot's death. The discussion about his death continued wave after wave. As a result, when everyone suddenly saw the news of the imminent publication of Great Detective Holmes, anger surged through their hearts. A new book? A great detective? Holmes. We're still mourning Poirot here, and you can't wait to finish the new book? Do you think about how devastated we readers feel? Angry. All are angry. Although Chu Kuang had previously announced his new book, fans of the Poirot series couldn't help but get riled up. Time proved inadequate to calm everyone's anger. Despite understanding why Chu Kuang killed off Poirot in the end, many still refused to accept Holmes as a replacement for Poirot. Many even protested directly in Chu Kuang's tribe comment section, echoing the reaction to Chu Kuang's new book announcement. Absolutely boycott. Sure enough, I underestimated the old rascal's integrity. I thought he would mourn Poirot's death, but this old rascal is now pushing the new great detective so quickly. The murderer who killed Poirot. I won't buy this book. I said when Poirot died, no matter what happens, I absolutely will not read Great Detective Holmes. I only have one great detective in my heart, unlike Chu Kuang, an unfaithful scumbag. Holmes, back off. We are incompatible with old rascal Chu Kuang. We don't want Holmes. We only want Poirot. Not everyone can become a great detective. The reader's feelings for Poirot cannot be underestimated. The impact of this character has gone beyond that of a virtual character. When the plot of Poirot's death was released on March 3rd, even major media outlets have issued an obituary for Poirot. Which virtual character gets this treatment? As Jimu worried. As the release of Great Detective Holmes approached, the wave of boycotting Holmes reappeared, leaving industry insiders in a bit of a laughing and crying situation, lamenting that Chu Kuang really messed up this time. What will Chu Kuang do now? The backlash against Holmes among readers is too exaggerated. Chu Kuang's new book might not sell. It's hard to imagine that a best-selling author of his caliber would have trouble selling his novel. What will bookstores do? Bookstores will still stock up. Regardless of the loud voices boycotting Holmes, it is only survivorship bias. Many silent readers are still willing to support Chu Kuang's new book. However, what proportion of readers they account for is unknown. This could significantly impact the sales of Chu Kuang's new book. Meanwhile, major booksellers were also a little dumbfounded. Normally, they would definitely order more of Chu Kuang's new books. When have his new books ever been unsellable? Moreover, the shadow that Zhu Xian left on many publishing houses due to insufficient stock and a drop in performance has not yet disappeared. But the problem this time seems to lie within Chu Kuang's readers. Previously, it was always outsiders who were not optimistic about Chu Kuang's new books. Now, Chu Kuang's readers are boycotting his new book. These are the main consumers of Chu Kuang's works. Hesitation. Conflicted. On one hand, everyone can't ignore the readers' boycott, but on the other hand, they can't resist Chu Kuang's charm. The internal scales seem to be swaying left and right, which is an unprecedented situation for booksellers. For this reason, some booksellers surreptitiously conducted a sample survey among Chu Kuang's reader group. However, the results of the sample survey left these booksellers even more conflicted because they offered 3 options. 1. Support. 2. Boycott. 3. Don't know. 24% of readers chose to support Chu Kuang without hesitation, 26% chose to boycott, and 50% simply chose don't know. What does it mean you don't know? This kind of uncertainty makes it very hard for our bookstore to operate. We might just end up paying the price for your don't know. Especially considering that based on the survey results, it seems there are slightly more people planning to boycott than support. The moment of decision arrives. Some bookstores grit their teeth and stock up on Chu Kuang's books as usual. Some reduce their pre-order according to the survey results. The market's attitude towards the great detective Holmes appears slightly polarized. At this moment, in the studio where Lin Yuan works, Jean Mu wears a helpless expression. The boss has indeed posed a predicament for all the major bookstores. No one can predict the sales of the great detective Holmes now. Lin Yuan asks, "What's your take?" Jean Mu hesitated for a moment, then sneered, "It's pointless to ask me this. I've already read the opening of Holmes, and I understand the quality of this work very well." Lin Yuan nodded, "Exactly." Jean Mu paused, then understood Lin Yuan's point. Regardless of boycott or support, the sales of the novel ultimately depend on the quality of the work. After all, Chu Kuang didn't do anything wrong. Holmes is a good read. Given the charm of Holmes portrayed in the opening, as well as his excellent and powerful basic deductive reasoning, there's no reason for readers not to like this new character. It's just that everyone is reacting emotionally at the moment. They will eventually calm down. Jean Mu revealed a smile. His boss's IQ always fluctuated. While he could be extremely smart at times, he would also do something speechless at other times. Meanwhile, Prodigy also worried that the reader's boycott of Holmes might affect the sales of Chu Kuang's new book, so he specifically sought out the chief editor, hoping he could think of a solution. However, the chief editor responded with a laugh. "There's nothing to be done. But the situation is not good. When I was young, my dream was to be a basketball player. My mother bought me a basketball. I loved that ball. Later, it accidentally broke, and I cried my heart out. Then my mother tried to comfort me by saying she'll buy a new one for me. But I didn't want it. However, when I woke up one day and looked at my bedside, I got it." Chao Daji suddenly realized. "Dear chief editor, you're trying to say, as long as the new basketball is as fun as the old one, everyone will eventually choose to accept it." Huh. The chief editor shook his head. "I was saying, my mom made a mistake. She couldn't tell a basketball from a football, so she bought me a football." "I understand." Chao Daji hesitated a moment, then became more excited. "You mean, you thought you only liked basketball, but then you realized that football is also fun?" "No." The chief editor stared at Chao Daji. "What I meant was, I don't play every ball, and I don't have the fucking answers to every question." Chao Daji. Regardless of the reader's reactions, nothing can change the fact that The Great Detective Holmes will be officially on sale in major bookstores in a few days, and neither the bookstores nor the publishers have any special adjustment plans due to some readers' protests. At the same time, some silent supporters of Chu Kuang have already bought this new book. Some undecided readers also bought this new book. Even some who claim to boycott Chu Kuang also. Boycott is real. A guy who has been shouting boycott against Chu Kuang's new book faced his friend's doubting eyes. He couldn't help but smack his brand new copy of The Great Detective Holmes that he had just bought. Reading gives you the right to speak. If you talk without reading, you become a troll. If you're going to troll, at least make reasoned arguments. If you're going to troll, at least finish the book first. But you still bought it. His eyes instantly became deep, like a philosopher. I bought it so that more people wouldn't have to. Chapter 519, 495. Sir, times have changed _1. This day, despite whatever initial feelings they had, many people indeed purchased The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes. Even though for many people, the words The Great Detective in the title were somewhat distasteful. 8 o'clock. On the internet, a considerable portion of people were still voicing their resistance to Sherlock Holmes, even though a lot of them had also bought the latest edition of The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes. Some were even reading it while griping online. The old rascal's book is not up to par. This Holmes is so perverted. He starts off by thrashing a dead body. Although it's for the case, his character still comes off as unlikable. Our Poirot would never be so rude. Too violent. The more I read, the more I feel annoyed. This Holmes is too arrogant, and he is just like a clone of the old rascal. Holmes even dared to say that Blue Star's Poirot is the only one in the detective field who can be compared with him. What? Some audiences who hadn't bought the book at all, hearing this, were instantly livid. He dares to mention Poirot. He really stops at nothing to promote Sherlock Holmes to a higher position. This only makes me more determined in boycotting Holmes. What does Holmes have? Is he worthy to be spoken of in the same breath as Poirot? The issue is that you guys are clearly also boycotting Holmes. So why did you buy this book and are now reading it? Isn't this just playing into the old rascal's hands and contributing to the sales of his new book? The group of people who didn't buy the book were very dissatisfied. We agreed to boycott Chu Kuang together. You guys actually went and secretly bought the new book. Is there no overall perspective anymore? Chu Kuang, the old rascal, is our unanimous enemy right now. Everyone has a duty to boycott Holmes. You guys know that you're supporting the enemy, right? We need to read it to criticize it. Those who bought The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes were still reading into it at this time, occasionally interacting with these online friends who haven't read the book. If we don't buy the book, how will you all know just how outrageous the old rascal is, daring to profit from our Poirot? Exactly. I've noticed a problem. The old rascal clearly wants Holmes to become the new Poirot. He arranged for Holmes to have an assistant named Watson. This Watson is simply a clone of Hastings. Yes. Also, the story of Holmes is told from the first-person perspective of Assistant Watson, just like how the Poirot series is told from the first-person perspective of the assistant. It's the same pattern. I knew it. The old rascal Chu Kuang just wants to change Poirot's name, since it's still the same great detective mode, a detective and assistant collaboration. Why did he end the Poirot series? Everyone was united in their hatred. But something strange was. The group of people who were reading and criticizing The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes were quite active in the beginning, immediately criticizing any loophole they found with the other netizens. But as time slowly passed, their post frequency seemed to gradually decrease, and they hardly even complained towards the end. Speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? Those netizens who didn't buy the book were somewhat puzzled after noticing this. Didn't you guys say that buying the book gives you the right to speak? So where are your comments now? What happened to banding together for criticism? This is strange. The people have decreased. When it was past 9 o'clock, we don't know from when, but the group of people who were watching and criticizing The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes, with netizens, simply disappeared altogether. It was as if they had vanished collectively. The remaining netizens who didn't buy the book were left disoriented. Some were desperately mentioning those who were reading the book. This managed to summon a few of them, but the condition of these few seemed a little strange. Reading. Don't mention. No time. Why are they so engrossed in the book? Weren't you guys talking quite eagerly just now? The netizens who didn't buy the book were all discontented. Then another person who was reading the book appeared. You all go buy a copy of the book and read it yourselves. Why do you keep asking us? Something is off. Something is really off. Those netizens who hadn't bought the book and thus had no book to read all frowned, but they didn't know where the problem lay. They just felt an unexplained feeling welling up inside them. Should we also go and buy a copy to read? The other side. Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to the online commotion. He was at the set of Spider-Man, watching the filming. At this moment, with the end of a difficult scene, the director, Yi Qinggong, suddenly broke into a smile. That's a wrap. After saying that, Yi Qinggong looked at Lin Yuan. The rest of the crew also turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan understood Yi Qinggong and everyone's intention. He went up to look at the scene that was just filmed, then he slightly nodded. That's a wrap. The crew immediately fell into an ocean of cheers. Spider-Man finally finished filming. The actor Jian Yi beside him took off his Spider-Man suit, held it in his hand, and swung it around in excitement. He had finally finished filming his first movie in his life. Next is post-production. Yi Qinggong smiled and looked at Lin Yuan. If there are no surprises, we should be able to finish this film in less than 2 months. At that time, we can plan the release. Perhaps, Mr. Lin, you can now consider the issue of release dates. Lin Yuan nodded. He was also very happy. This was the 4th movie of his life, a very interesting commercial film. Lin Yuan was not sure if he would shoot similar themes in the future, but this attempt was quite fascinating for him. He celebrated with the crew for a while. Lin Yuan opened his phone, ready to check the reviews of the great detective Sherlock Holmes online. He calculated the time. It was 4:30 p.m. and the first batch of readers should have finished. He logged into Tribe. Lin Yuan was about to search for related topics to Holmes, but then he saw a recommended post on Tribe displayed right in front of him. It was a post made by Lin Yuan, an author of detective novels from Blue Star. This so-called big critic, who had once engaged in a literary duel with Chu Kuang and ended up in a devastating defeat, praised the book. I thought Holmes would be the last vestige of the post-Poirot era created by Chu Kuang, but it turns out to be the beginning of a new era for the great detective series. Following this, another author with a bigger name than Lin Yuan, Carter, who once wrote the preface for Murder on the Orient Express, astonishingly shared Lin Yuan's post and added, "Welcome to the Holmes era." Meanwhile, someone closed the great detective Sherlock Holmes slowly before a group of stunned friends, and then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. This era will not prevent Poirot from shining, but it will also not overshadow others' brilliance. I get it. A friend was astonished. But didn't you say before that you bought the great detective Sherlock Holmes to prevent more people from buying it? Did I? Didn't you? Someone once said that at each stage of life, he only spoke what he believed in. What do you want him to do? He didn't do anything wrong. So now the morning and afternoon can be divided into 2 stages of life? Why don't you just say, grown-ups? The times have changed. Chapter 520, 496, truly fragrant _1. Of course, the stages of life wouldn't be divided into morning and afternoon segments. The era is still the same era. But with the first batch of readers finishing Chu Kuang's new book, the wind direction did indeed change. Not just Lin Yuan, not just Carter, and certainly not only that guy who likes to engage his buddies in philosophical debates. The change in wind direction usually takes a collective as its foundation before it sweeps over like a whirlwind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At a time when many internet users still resisting Sherlock Holmes hadn't fully regained their wits, those readers who initially joined the collective criticism and mockery, but later mysteriously vanished, suddenly reappeared, armed with an unexpected, the magnificent Sherlock Holmes, the brilliant basic deductive reasoning. What the heck? Have they been possessed? Those internet users who refused to buy the book in opposition to Sherlock Holmes were dumbfounded at this sudden change. Then they were swept up by one wave after another of shock, accompanied by one bewitching phrase after another. Chu Kuang is damned amazing. I'm blown away. I always thought Poirot was the greatest detective created by Blue Star, never expected. There'd be another Mr. Sherlock Holmes, who is on par with Poirot. I, Wang Shang, hereby acclaim Sherlock Holmes as the new greatest detective. I, Lu Jing, agree with this sentiment wholeheartedly. Hello everyone. My name is Jose, and I am here to introduce my new idol. His name is Sherlock Holmes. Those who hadn't bought the book finally snapped out of their daze. They didn't want to be brainwashed. They were still resisting. We are an unbreakable alliance. I resist Sherlock Holmes. I resist Sherl. I resist. Their voices were drowned out. Their will began to waver. Their spirits gradually broke down. They stretched out their guilty right hands. They took steps with their guilty legs. They began to order books online. They began to run towards the bookstores. Until the front desk staff smiled at them. All sold out. There's truly not a single one left. They left the bookstore with their heads down. Behind the staff, the shop owner clutched his chest. Indeed, not a single book was left, but the blood in his heart was still dripping down, drop by drop. Weren't you resisting? Didn't you not know? It seems to me that you all knew quite well. Only us booksellers didn't know. Chu Kuang, you misled me. Chu Kuang's readers misled me. Birds of a feather flock together. You fans of Chu Kuang are all two-faced creatures, fundamentally the same as that old rascal Chu Kuang. Nothing but shit men. Cheating us booksellers. Feelings. All right. Some bookstores had been regularly stocking up. Many booksellers haven't forgotten the horror dominated by Zhu Xian, so they played it a little safe. That fear had once caused them heavy losses. Yet on this day, with similar circumstances, it compensated them to a certain degree. They wouldn't have to experience the awkwardness of an emergency restock again. A bookstore owner who had stocked up a decent amount of Sherlock Holmes displayed a knowing smile, then said to his busy workers next to him, "People often don't realize their hunger until the food is served. Only then they say, 'So hungry.' I don't think so. Why not test it out?" The owner looked towards the entrance. It was the takeout he ordered for his employees half an hour ago, the kind with chicken. Really fragrant. The employees enjoyed their takeout. Turns out we don't say, "So hungry." The bookstore was immediately filled with a joyous atmosphere. The food tasted really fragrant. And in front of the most conspicuous bookshelf, another new client picked up a brand new copy of Sherlock Holmes, his expression somewhat complicated. Meanwhile, on the internet, more and more people are discussing Sherlock Holmes. Fewer people are resisting Sherlock Holmes, their numbers dwindling almost to the point of extinction. It's really good. It truly is. Chu Kuang, this intelligent, courageous, and talented writer, is just so likable. I've rediscovered the thrill I had when I read the Hercule Poirot series. But Poirot is Poirot, Sherlock Holmes is Sherlock Holmes. They are both my favorite detectives. Overflowing with nostalgic emotions. When I read Sherlock Holmes saying that Poirot was the only detective he admired, I felt really moved. I bet Professor Chu Kuang misses Poirot too. Professor Chu Kuang is still so amazing. Sherlock Holmes has an antisocial personality due to his high intelligence, is proficient in multiple disciplines, likes to pay attention to the details and deduce reasoning. While Poirot has a humanitarian style towards life and reality, he is particularly good at psychology and focuses more on logic. The characters are both very distinctive. People in the industry were dumbfounded. If it weren't for seeing a few familiar IDs, they would almost suspect they had traveled through time. Like that guy named Jose. Staring for what? Yes, you. Didn't you say, "Even if it kills me, I would rather jump from here than read Chu Kuang's new book"? Why are you flip-flopping faster than turning a page? Isn't it quite a shame to have two faces at such a young age? Confused. Based on the reactions, the people within the industry are absolutely the most dumbfounded. Who plays like this? In the morning, they were all saying they would resist Chu Kuang's new book, acting as if they wanted to storm Chu Kuang's house for a free grab spree. But in the afternoon, they all fucking defected? Yes, they defected. They defected completely. And when the insiders looked at Chu Kuang's Poirot comment section, the first hot comment that caught their eye was, "Readers can't always live in the past." I believe Mr. Poirot would be very comforted in spirit, knowing his detective spirit is being carried on by someone else. Insiders held their heads. This comment got exceptionally high approval, and all the following comments were similarly themed. The old rascal commemorated Poirot in his new work. It's comforting. Is that what you call commemorating? Let's admit, grudgingly, that Sherlock Holmes can be considered a great detective too. So now you're acting coy? I knew it. Chu Kuang never lets people down. Sherlock Holmes will lead a new era. The hindsight is really quite beautiful. No one can replace Poirot, but someone can stand alongside Poirot in the world. The insiders no longer had the strength to ridicule. At this time, they noticed someone posted a humorous 4-panel comic from the reader's point of view. First panel, "I'll beat up the old rascal. How dare he kill off Poirot?" Second panel, "Who is Sherlock Holmes? No one can replace Poirot." Third panel, the reader starts to read a book called Sherlock Holmes. Fourth panel, Sherlock Holmes is awesome, in a funny accent. The insiders finally had a realization. Turns out readers will also wax poetic. Turns out readers also know what they are doing. Look at what Chu Kuang has driven his own readers to become. Utterly outrageous. Not only can he slap the faces of his editors and major booksellers, when he's ruthless, he can even slap his own readers' faces. Sherlock Holmes has gotten popular. Chapter 521, 497. The production team's request _1. Yes, Holmes is hot. Many booksellers have started to urgently place orders with Silver Blue books. And when the order volume for Chu Kuang's new book suddenly soared, the senior management of Silver Blue Books held a meeting about this. Small leaders at the editor-in-chief level, like Chao Deji, sat below. The chief editor and other company executives sat above. The executives were thrilled, all of them beaming with red faces. Chu Kuang is indeed our flagship in Silver Blue. He never fails. I suggest raising the contract level with Chu Kuang. It's indeed worth considering. The problem is that Chu Kuang's contract level is already quite high. We can't think about it now. Other publishers are eager to poach Chu Kuang. If they succeed, we will become a laughingstock. It won't be a problem of contract regret. Indeed, Chu Kuang must be high priority. But you know, this time I did have some trepidations. I nearly thought that Chu Kuang's new book wouldn't sell. Chief editor Liu Bei smiled. You have too little faith in Chu Kuang. Everyone looked startled, turning their gaze towards Liu Bei. Liu Bei calmly said, when Daji came to me, asking what to do if Chu Kuang's new book didn't sell, I told him, when I was a child, my mom bought me a football, but when it broke, my mom bought me another. I get it. One of the executives suddenly had a realization. You mean that as long as the new ball is as fun as the old one, there's absolutely no problem? Liu Bei declared enthusiastically. Exactly. Chao Daji sitting below gaped, but glancing at Liu Bei, he suddenly gave a thumbs up. Chief editor, you're wise. Everyone nodded. Truly wise. Liu Bei coughed. It's just a common sense. I have a suggestion. The chief editor of the fairy tale department is still undecided. I suggest we settle on Lin Yuan. Liu Bei looked at everyone. Who's for and against it? Sounds good. I agree. No objections. I also agree. Everyone seemed to sense that Liu Bei was in a strong position at this time. Liu Bei nodded with satisfaction. Very well. It's settled then. Deji did a good job. Keep it up in the future. The meeting ended below. Chao Deji puffed out his chest. Sitting next to Chao Deji, OL Zhou looked somewhat resentful. After all, he was the first to arrive. Well, OL Zhou was a little heartbroken. The fantasy department was still the hottest department in the company. But without Chu Kuang, the performance eventually declined. He didn't expect that after sending Chu Kuang to the mystery department, Chu Kuang never returned. Poirot, Holmes. The birth of 2 series in a row rejuvenated the mystery department, which was initially at the bottom of the company. Even in the company meetings, Chao Daji has started to sit close to him. Soon after the meeting ended, Lin Yuan found out that she had been promoted to department editor. Wasn't it said that it will be decided in a few months? Maybe it's because of your outstanding performance. That makes sense. Lin Yuan beamed with positivity. As long as we work hard and conscientiously, our superiors will see our efforts and contributions. At home in the evening, the table was full of delicious food. Sister Lin Yuan excitedly announced that she had become the editor of the fairy tale department. Congratulations. Congrats on the promotion. Her sister and mother were delighted. Antarctica was wagging its tail happily. Lin Yuan smiled. Looks like his sister's work is going pretty well. She managed to get a promotion so quickly. For Lin Yuan, this was a double blessing. Lin Yuan had been worried about the prospects of Holmes. But the current situation indicates that both Holmes and Poirot can be successful. After dinner, Lin Yuan returned to his room and went online for a while. There are now a huge number of topics about Holmes on the internet. Lin Yuan is quite interested in these topics. Of course, aside from topics related to Holmes, there were also updates on The Masked Singer. Now in April, the recording of the 3rd group of The Masked Singer has broadcasted its first episode. New mystery singers have appeared. Of course, Fish, this time, was not there. What surprised Lin Yuan, though? Many netizens seemed somewhat dissatisfied when talking about the 3rd group. In the words of these netizens, it just lacks excitement. Why does it lack excitement? A netizen shared their feelings. In fact, the strength of the third group is stronger than the first two, but it feels less interesting than the first two groups. The fun part of the first episode is all about the Prince of Lonling. No matter if it's controversial or not, at least people are interested. Some people find the biggest joy in the program is to watch the Prince of Lonling critique the other singers. Then the second episode had no Prince of Lonling. But the beauty of the second episode was Admirable Fish's harem. The rivalry between the fish was also quite entertaining for the audience, which highlights how ordinary the third episode was. Without Prince of Lonling, and without the scene of Admirable Fish's harem, the pure competition of the songs is still exciting. But audiences that have followed for so many episodes will certainly feel like something is missing. It feels like I'm starting to miss Prince of Lonling. In the following comments, many people mentioned missing Prince of Lonling. Lin Yuan was quite moved by reading this. He wasn't the strongest performer in the show after all these episodes, but he seems to hold a somewhat special status in the hearts of the audience. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. The person who made this call was Tong Shuwen, the director of the program. Lin Yuan answered the phone. Hello. I'm sorry for disturbing you, Teacher Admirable Fish. I struggled a lot before making this call. What's up? The program team wants to invite you as a judge. My role in the program is a singer. Lin Yuan declined. Tong Shuwen chuckled bitterly. Without you, the TV ratings dropped a bit. While the results are still good, the singers of the third team are too moderate. And don't misunderstand, we're not asking you to be a judge as Admirable Fish, but as Prince of Lonling. To be exact, we hope you can be our special critic. Lin Yuan was taken aback. A special critic in the show? Tong Shuwen coughed slightly and said, The audience wants to hear your comments. I think you can consider coming to the program to critique the other singers. To ensure fairness in the program, the production team will not give you a vote. Of course, if you want to vote. No need. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. I can participate in the commentary. Tong Shuwen was overjoyed. It's great that you agreed. If the Prince of Lonling was just an ordinary singer, Tong Shuwen would not dare to invite him. It would be too offensive. But the Prince of Lonling doesn't care. As long as the Prince of Lonling unveils himself, no problem would remain. That's settled then. Tong Shuwen's voice was overflowing with excitement. Here comes the storm, little singers. Chapter 522, 498, Stir Up Trouble _1. Agreeing to Tong Shuwen's request to be a special commentator wasn't a difficult decision for Lin Yuan. He quite enjoyed offering some honest advice to the singers, especially since he would not have much else going on in the upcoming period. His movie had finished shooting. His novel had been published. The only thing Lin Yuan would need to focus on was the occasional writing for a home series. Given that this series' word count was inevitably high, Lin Yuan planned to adopt the same strategy as he did for the Poirot series, speeding up the releases at a certain point during serialization. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed a message in his class group chat that was highlighted for everyone's attention. It was sent by the class advisor, Huali. Everyone should start preparing their graduation thesis. Our senior year will be ending soon, and if you don't start on the thesis now, it could impact the issuance of your diploma. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had almost forgotten that he was in his senior year. Writing a thesis wouldn't be a huge problem, but Lin Yuan suddenly realized that he would probably reveal his identity in June. By then, all his schoolmates would know that he is Xian Yu. However, since he had decided to participate in the show, he was already mentally prepared for this. Of course, although Xian Yu's identity would eventually be exposed, and he would gain the identity of a singer, Lin Yuan had no plans to participate in any activities as a singer. Lin Yuan had no intention of participating in commercial performances. After all, he didn't rely on this as a source of income. Got it. Lin Yuan responded in the group chat, as other classmates were also replying to the class advisor's message. He simply added a +1. At that moment, a female classmate named Yi Han tagged Lin Yuan in the chat. I think I saw you at our company the other day. Are you also working at Starlight? No way. Starlight Entertainment? Yi Han is so stable. I barely got an internship at a small music company, and here Yi Han is at Starlight, one of the top music companies in our Blue Star University. Big leagues. Yi Han, big boss, a kiss for you. Considering I often help clean your place, you have to pull me up with you if you make it big at Starlight. Some envied. Some were jealous. The class group chat hadn't been this lively in a long time, especially since senior year started. Everyone started finding internships and barely had time to chat in the group. The truth is, friendships between classmates are the most pure. However, by senior year, many people start interning and have more interactions with society. Their mindsets start to shift towards becoming a part of working society. Many people even started private messaging Yihan to build connections, a skill they had learned from dealing with society. Meanwhile, many classmates tagged Lin Yuan, asking him about his situation. If Yihan saw Lin Yuan at Starlight, then it's highly likely Lin Yuan also found a job at Starlight. Well, Lin Yuan responded. Ignoring the other classmates, Yihan directly mentioned Lin Yuan. Let's catch up at the cafeteria sometime. My aunt works as an agent at Starlight Entertainment. She sometimes gets access to the executive dining hall card. I can treat you to a meal. No need. Lin Yuan was quite pleased that someone was willing to treat him. However, he and Yihan weren't that close. He preferred to dine with people he was more familiar with. Most importantly, Lin Yuan didn't have to pay when he dined at the executive dining hall. So he refused. No need for anyone to treat him. This was Lin Yuan's perk. Lin Yuan didn't find Yihan's situation strange. Chances are there were several other classmates from Qin Art set to join the company. Maybe there would even be more than one classmate like Yihan. So cool. Starlight. Awesome. Strong connections. While the classmates were still envying, Lin Yuan's indirect refusal of Yihan's invite didn't seem strange. There were many young girls in the class who had tried to pursue Lin Yuan, and Yihan was just one among many. Besides, everyone knew that Lin Yuan's piano skills were top-notch. It didn't seem far-fetched that someone of his caliber could work at Starlight. Lin Yuan stopped looking at the group chat. He watched the previous episode of the third battle team and started noting down each person's strengths and weaknesses in his notebook. Being a special commentator certainly required some preparation work beforehand. He can't just wing it. After watching the episode, Lin Yuan noticed that the chat was still active. Most of the discussion revolved around Yihan. Yihan herself seemed to be enjoying the conversation. Someone even said, Xian Yu is also at Starlight, and he's a big shot from our school. Yihan, you might be able to figure out who he really is. I can't, Yihan replied in the chat. As soon as I joined the company, my aunt warned me not to bother Fish Papa. Besides, it's forbidden to take pictures of Fish Papa. I would not dare to break that rule. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan realized he never explicitly banned pictures. However, he had rejected others who sought to photograph him. This must be the reason why such rumors exist in the company. Perhaps this was why Xian Yu's identity had remained hidden? Without giving it much thought, Lin Yuan hit the light and went to sleep. A few days later, Lin Yuan once again donned the mask of the Prince of Lanling and went to the production team of The Masked Singer. Of course, he was not there to participate in the competition. As per the agreement, he was there to be a special commentator for the production team. Prince of Lanling. Director Tong Shuwen quickly found Lin Yuan in the dressing room. Here's how we have laid out today's program. Tong Shuwen introduced the situation to Lin Yuan. Okay, Lin Yuan agreed. Tong Shuwen smiled. Then I will go get ready. You should also prepare to go on stage. Sure. Tong Shuwen left. Not long after, the recording officially began. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan got up to prepare to go on stage with the camera following him. Center stage. The host, En Hong, took the stage. En Hong was quite popular these days, mainly because of a previous episode where the Prince of Lanling criticized Fei Yang. As the host, En Hong was standing by the side, holding back his laughter. The scene was hilarious. He became an internet sensation. So when he appeared, the stage became particularly lively. The numerous audience roared with cheers. After smoothly completing his opening speech, En Hong chuckled. Everyone, please calm down. Before today's competition begins, a special guest will appear. Allow me to introduce our program's special commentator, Teacher Prince of Lanling. Who? The audience, still cheering, suddenly froze. The judging panel also froze at this announcement, including the 4 judges who looked at each other in disbelief. The stage entrance. A familiar figure was walking calmly towards the notable chair next to the stage. It was none other than that sharp-tongued singer from the first battle team, the Prince of Lanling. Backstage, a masked singer was drinking water through a straw. but choked upon seeing the Prince of Lanling. What? The Prince of Lanling? Could that be wrong? Special commentator? Why did they invite him? As the Prince of Lanling calmly settled into his seat as the special commentator, the singers were baffled. Inviting the Prince of Lanling to give comments? Did the show want to stir up some trouble? Chapter 523, 499 completely offensive _1. Although the reactions of the backstage singers were unseen, the audience seating area was immensely lively. A few seconds of silence were followed by the resounding sound of applause and gleeful cheers. My goodness, they actually brought the Prince of Lanling over. His biting remarks are no joke. The show's creators know how to have fun. The director sure knows what we like to see. Now we can enjoy Prince of Lanling's sharp tongue to its fullest. Thrilling, incredible. Definitely worth it for this segment. The judging panel of 4 also had smiles on their faces. Each team's judging panel would rotate members, and this time was no exception. This season's judging panel, once again, consisted of Maestro and other 3 music industry heavyweights. Leading the panel was Maestro Yin Dong. For those who need a reminder, Yin Dong is the same Maestro who collaborated with Fei Yang twice and ended up in second place both times with a somewhat deadpan expression. You've watched previous episodes, haven't you? This Prince of Lanling's comments are quite harsh. Sometimes, I feel his remarks are even more brutal than Teacher Yin Dong, but most of the time, I agree with his critiques. The panelists were discussing amongst themselves. The onstage host, chuckling, said, Teacher Prince of Lanling will only be providing commentary, not voting, and will only be commenting after everyone has voted for the singer, so there's no need to be concerned that he will influence the competition. Now, let's welcome our first singer to perform. The audience applauded even louder. Only the heavens knew if the applause was for the singer, or for the Prince of Lanling, or simply because they were excited by all the drama. Lin Yuan sat in his chair, quietly watching the stage. The first singer was a female masked as a rabbit. Lin Yuan had seen her performance in the previous episodes and guessed that she should be a top-tier singer. The song ended. The 4 panelists provided their critique. The overall evaluation was fairly good. As proceedings were more or less wrapped up, and Hong suddenly laughed and turned to his right. I'm curious to hear what Teacher Prince of Lanling thinks. It's happening. It's the Prince of Lanling segment. The audience was instantly perked up. At the center stage, the lady rabbit shuddered subconsciously. The destructive power of Prince of Lanling's remarks was known to be something not everyone could withstand. Lin Yuan was silent. All eyes were on him. Finally, Lin Yuan spoke. Rabbit, you rely too much on your singing techniques. I'm not against showing off one's skills on stage, but not every song is suitable for this. The emotional expression of this song should be valued more than showing off technique. If you prefer displaying your skills, I suggest you choose songs with a more complicated singing method. Rabbit, what's expected has arrived. Uproar arose from the audience. Everyone was eager for the much-anticipated commentary from Prince of Lanling, who always speaks his mind. Splendid. That's Prince of Lanling all right. This guy, so blunt as ever. He really isn't afraid to offend people. Why is he so defiant? His emotional intelligence is low. That's why he's so straightforward. Oh, and Hong is so trying to hold back his laughter. The audience at the scene was holding back their laughter at Hong's expression, and Hong suppressed his laughter. All right, let's now invite our second singer of the day. The second singer is likely the king of singing. This singer is a man, disguised as a samurai. Facing the king of singing, would Prince of Lanling continue in the same sharp-tongued manner? The audience was curious. The answer was soon made clear. High pitch is nothing new on this stage, and your problem is similar to that of Mu Shi's, struggling to control your breath and having issues when you need to take a breath. Prince of Lanling critiqued Samurai's performance. Here it is again. Here it is again. Doesn't matter if you're the king of singing. Prince of Lanling is still that Prince of Lanling who dared to critique King of Singing Fei Yang from a distance. The audience went even wilder. There's an even wilder commotion at the judging panel. The Prince of Lanling is ruthless. After criticizing Samurai, he even dug up Mu Shi to whip a corpse. How dare he? I really want to see the expression of the singer under Samurai's mask. Didn't the judges previously guess that he is the king of singing? And Hong just couldn't hold it back. As expected, One would get used to it after some time. When this episode airs, Prince of Lanling will surely get scolded by many people. But still, I must say he makes sense. What's the use of making sense? Isn't Prince of Lanling faultless himself when singing? Nitpicking is something everyone can do. But I admit that I really enjoy watching him stirring up trouble. It's indeed quite fascinating. On the center stage, and Hong chuckled. Thank you for Prince of Lanling's evaluation. Any thoughts you want to share, warrior teacher? Me? Suddenly, the samurai glanced at the Prince of Lanling and then clearly stated, I don't agree with the Prince of Lanling's opinion. The audience was taken aback. Then they became even more enthralled. Yes, the tension is building up. Would there be a physical fight on stage? Prince of Lanling was silent. The samurai turned to Prince of Lanling and continued. Suddenly, I really hope to encounter Prince of Lanling in the upcoming competition, and I hope Prince of Lanling can give me more advice at that time. This samurai could be the king of singing. A rather outrageous king of singing at that. His aggressive approach was already witnessed in the last episode of the show. He even picked a fight with the judges, and even though it didn't go beyond the line, the audience knew he was a tough cookie. Rabbit chose to remain silent in response to Prince of Lanling's criticism. However, the samurai chose to declare war directly. The four judges were laughing and exchanging comments. A head-on confrontation, I knew there would be some singers who wouldn't stand the criticism. In the past, Prince of Lanling critiqued backstage and never upfront to the singers. Now that he criticizes them openly, singers with less tolerance will certainly fight back. Quite interesting. Teacher Yin Dong kept staring at Prince of Lanling, seemingly trying to identify who's behind the mask, sensing some manipulation in the arrangements of the show. How would Prince of Lanling respond? All eyes were on him. Lin Yuan didn't give it much thought and didn't feel provoked. He simply picked up the microphone and said, Okay, he agreed, being concise and to the point, just like Prince of Lanling. And Hong chuckled. Warrior teacher doesn't seem to be convinced by Prince of Lanling's comments. It seems like we can already start looking forward to the team competition. The samurai strode off the stage. The next four singers took their turns, including the sixth one, who is quite possibly a top-tier female singer. However, no matter whether they were kings or queens of singing or top-tier singers, Prince of Lanling treated them all the same. He expressed his thoughts openly in front of the camera and the audience, sticking with his old style from previous recordings, and put it bluntly to every singer. Your high notes aren't clear enough. This song requires high notes with a stronger sense of penetration. Your baritone voice is nice, but you came in a bit too early during the second part of the song. The fault was obvious. You should thank the orchestra for being able to back you up nicely. Among 10 male singers, 9 would sing it like you, neither good nor bad, but lack uniqueness. Piercing, sharp-tongued, ruthless. Even when Prince of Lanling occasionally had words of praise, they'd always be followed by a however, serving as a turnabout. After 6 continuous rounds, the audience was boiling over. This Prince of Lanling was absolute savage. When he used to compete, he'd just offend one singer at a time. But this time, acting as a special commentator, he was like a Gatling gun, pouring his criticisms on all the singers. Every single singer in the third team was offended by Prince of Lanling, especially the last singer. She was definitely on the level of the top female singers. Yet, the comment Prince of Lanling gave was, You did okay, middle level among the top female singers. Okay, being middle level among top female singers? Was that a compliment? Because it sure didn't sound like it. It would have been better off not complimenting at all. However, this masked top female singer didn't seem offended and cheekily replied, I accept your assessment, but I hope Prince of Lanling will officially beat me, the middle-level top female singer, in the next competition. If you can do that, your critique will be more convincing. All right then. This seemingly good-tempered singer also declared war on Prince of Lanling. You, Prince of Lanling, like to critique other singers venomously, then beat me if you can. All right. Prince of Lanling responded with his usual brevity. The venue was caught in an uproar. Every critique after each performance was the climax of the show. As for Prince of Lanling's words, some were furious, some were thrilled, some were cursing, some were supportive. The controversy caused by Prince of Lanling once again became the subject of the hottest debate among the audience. making the show an absolute hit. In the director's room, director Tong Shuwen was overjoyed. With Prince of Lonling, there would be no need to worry about ratings for the next episode. Who would you most like to see unmasked? Tong Shuwen was very confident. If the audience could only choose one singer to unmask, everyone would choose Prince of Lonling. Chapter 524, 500. Overlord and Revenge Goddess _1. After finishing the recording, Lin Yuan directly went home. Things like ranking announcements had nothing to do with him. As for a singer from the third team challenging him, Lin Yuan welcomed all comers, because encountering them was inevitable. Just like that. A few days later, the episode of the third team with the special guest commentary by the Prince of Lonling was broadcasted. As expected by the director Tong Shuwen, both the ratings and the topic exploded. So funny. The Prince of Lonling is here. Ha ha ha. The production team really knows their stuff. The singers of the third team must have been gobsmacked. They even got Prince of Lonling to comment. Sure, it's not the official messing things up? Too ruthless. I knew something was up the moment Prince of Lonling showed up and took a seat. He didn't disappoint. He sprayed bullets all over the place like a Gatling gun. Even the king and queen of singing wouldn't escape unscathed. I admire his guts. Yuan Shi, Mu Shi, Zhao Yingguo, and Fei Yong. Seems like Prince of Lonling is aiming to offend all the singers. Keep it going. What I love the most is Prince of Lonling's commentary section. Many viewers were thrilled. Of course, there were many viewers cursing too. Many contestants in the third team were popular. Seeing their favorite singers being attacked by the Prince of Lonling, some viewers, understandably, were angry. This group of audience was not small. Prince of Lonling is courting death. Wait for the later face-off. All the kings and queens of singing have declared war on him. I don't believe he can withstand the subsequent competitions. These kings and queens haven't even shown their best skills yet. Prince of Lonling will definitely kneel when that happens. Wait till he reveals his face. Forget about the kings and queens of singing. Even A-list singers may not be able to withstand Prince of Lonling. The team knockout stage after this will certainly be intense. I highly doubt he can last several rounds. Innumerable controversies. Naturally, this didn't exclude fans of singers like Fei Yong and Yuan Shi, his previous offendees, who were adding fuel to the fire. These people always formed the main force for the attack against Prince of Lonling. They had been missing the Prince of Lonling for several episodes and were anxious as their anger didn't have a place to vent. But now, Prince of Lonling gave everyone an eye-catching target. Flooded with comments. On one side was the satisfaction of countless people. On the other side was the attack of slander from numerous people. The internet was all about the discussion related to Prince of Lonling, even surpassing the fishes of the second team in terms of audience's attention to Prince of Lonling. This seemed to have become the norm. Since the first performance of Prince of Lonling, all kinds of controversies had always followed him, but no amount of controversy seems to deter the determination of Prince of Lonling to comment. This episode of the competition was only a beginning. For the next 2 episodes, Prince of Lonling was still there. To use netizens' words, Prince of Lonling was either commenting on singers or on his way to comment on singers, and his acerbic style never changed. So when the competition of the third team was over, just the sight of Prince of Lonling made those singers' eyes emit a faint green light. Killer intent. I feel Samurai's gaze wishes to tear Prince of Lonling apart. Even Maestro Yin Dong doesn't speak as straightforwardly as Prince of Lonling. At least he softens his words a bit. Rabbit 2. Isn't the main point about Fairy, the queen of singing from the third team? Don't be fooled by their cheerful looks on the show. Who knows what they're saying about Prince of Lonling behind his back? Everyone was more and more excited as they watched. The relatively low topic quantity of the first episode of the third team significantly increased with the appearance of the Prince of Lonling in the second episode, rekindling the audience's enthusiasm. Perhaps because the commentary by Prince Lonling had great effects on the show, Tong Shuwen was hoping Lin Yuan would continue to comment on the fourth team, but this time Lin Yuan declined. I should prepare for the latter part of the competition. All right, Tong Shuwen agreed. The team knockout phase was going to take place right after the fourth team's performance. That competition would definitely be more intense. It was perfectly normal for Lin Yuan to prepare in advance. The team knockout phase is planning to be broadcasted live, so you probably need to prepare more songs for it. Okay, Lin Yuan thought so as well. He is not sure what the following competitions will be like and who he will be facing, so he must prepare more songs to be safe. This way, he will also have more options during the competition. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan activated the system. He needed to search for songs in the song library. The process of choosing songs certainly takes some time. I have to prepare a few high-pitched songs since they appear the most frequently in this competition. But I also need to have songs of other types and styles. This one is quite beautiful. This one tests my ability to control my breath. Songs in Chi language have been performed on this stage a few times, and the audience seemed to like them. I should prepare a couple of those too, although I'm not sure if I will use them. After roughly selecting some songs, Lin Yuan decided to exchange some language cookies with the system. These cookies can help Lin Yuan quickly master other languages. Without them, he wouldn't be able to sing in any language other than Mandarin. Take Chi language as an example. Even though Lin Yuan has stayed in the Chi continent and can speak some simple Chi language, if he sings in Chi language, people can tell straight away that his pronunciation is off, which would affect his performance in the competition. That's why the system's props can help solve these issues. In the following days, Lin Yuan didn't do anything else but selecting songs and writing his novel. Occasionally, he would stroll around his studio, drawing comics to cultivate his sentiment. Some might consider this work, but Lin Yuan took it as leisure. His master-level drawing skills enabled him to treat drawing as a pastime. Interestingly, although Lin Yuan did not continue to attend the show as a commentator, Luo Wei and the other assistants in his studio spent all of their leisure time watching The Masked Singer. They would even engage in discussions while watching. Overlord is so strong. Overlord's performance is dominating. He won first place again in today's fourth round with the fourth team, making him the only contestant to win 4 consecutive championships in all the teams. Even master-level judge Maestro praised him as a potential champion. The runner-up is also really good. Indeed, Revenge Goddess is terrifyingly strong, but she's always been overshadowed by Overlord, consistently taking second place for 4 times now. Netizens are mocking her, saying that she's becoming the 3rd generation of the perennial runner-up. That's hilarious. So there's finally going to be a female singer in perennial runner-up. Huh? These creative netizens, haha. But I suspect that the Revenge Goddess is Yuan Shi. Her vocal talent is impressive, and it reminds me of Yuan Shi. Yeah, kind of. If she's Yuan Shi, it would be interesting. Because she calls herself the Revenge Goddess, and she is always enveloped in a mysterious black veil. She wouldn't be seeking revenge against the critics, but against White Swan and Prince of Lonling. By the end of April, the competition in the 4th team was nearing its end and the team battle phase was about to begin. However, public attention towards the 4th team remained high, even without Prince of Lanling's comments, because the show had produced contestants whom the audience recognized as top-level singers. Overlord, Revenge Goddess, especially Overlord, who had won first place for 4 consecutive times, the only contestant with a perfect record in all teams. Just based on that, Overlord definitely exhibited the qualities of a Masked Singer champion. Moreover, with the broadcast of the 4th episode, there were numerous reports about Overlord and Revenge Goddess. Countless people were speculating their identity. Overlord had kept his identity fairly well hidden, changing his style in every performance. In contrast, many people speculated that Revenge Goddess was actually Yuan Shi, the famous singer who had been previously criticized by Prince of Lonling and White Swan. Some media outlets even claimed that Yuan Shi, under the persona of Revenge Goddess, intended to challenge Prince of Lonling and White Swan, especially Prince of Lonling. Even Jin Mu was getting a bit worried, and specifically when it talked to Lin Yuan. We won't discuss Overlord for now, but Revenge Goddess seems to genuinely be Yuan Shi. She's probably targeting you and White Swan. If you lose to Yuan Shi, things could get interesting. It's fine, Lin Yuan responded casually. Jin Mu looked relieved at his response. Right? You're not afraid of losing since you don't mind revealing your identity anyway. Your high hate score wouldn't care about adding one more from Yuan Shi. The samurai and the elf from the 3rd team surely hate you as much as Yuan Shi. Lin Yuan. It was true that his hate score was high. At this point, Jin Mu added, you should already know about the upcoming rules, right? Each round will be an individual competition. Additionally, Starting from the next round, the show will be broadcast live, which will likely increase the pressure for the performers. Lin Yuan nodded. The director Tong Shuwen had also informed Lin Yuan about this. Next up was the team battle. The first team's opponent would be the third team, and the competition would be broadcast live. Are you ready? I think I'm well prepared. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. Only commenting on others felt somewhat monotonous. He was starting to feel like singing. Chapter 525-501 Live Broadcast _1. Yes, the team competition is coming. For nearly 4 months, the audience has been watching 4 teams positioning matches in a row, and they can't wait for the legendary team competition. Yes, when the 4th team's battle ended, the topic of discussion on the internet was all about the next team competition. A battle of the strong. Only one person is eliminated in the positioning match, so many singers haven't revealed their trump cards. But the team competition is different. All the competitors are the elites selected by the teams. Anyone who underestimates their opponent may get eliminated early. Interesting. The first team's opponent turns out to be the third team, and Prince of Lanling just happens to be in the first team, which means Prince of Lanling will have to face the anger of the third team next. Enemies meet in narrow paths. Anyone from the third team who encounters Prince of Lanling will probably muster all their strength to fight him, wishing to cram even eggs. Don't be vulgar. But you're right. Prince of Lanling's criticisms of the third team over the past few episodes certainly offended their singers. When they meet next time, it's bound to be an explosive situation. The audience's anticipation for the team competition far surpasses that for the positioning matches. Due to some well-known reasons, the positioning matches have a certain degree of performance, but the competitive aspect is not strong enough, seemingly to further ignite everyone's enthusiasm. The program team conducted a support rate survey. All 20 singers from the 4 teams appeared on the support rate survey list, and the current top-ranked singer of support is Overlord. This seems to be an unsurprising matter, because Overlord is the only singer who has won first place 4 times, and his performance on the show is the most dominant. Second place is Swan. Although Swan's performance in the show is not dominant, both the judges and the audience seem to agree that Swan has not yet brought out his real strength. In third place is Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf is a singer from the second team. He is a big name who has won the first place for 3 consecutive times. Although everyone's attention was on the fish fight for favor when the second team's competition was broadcasted, Lone Wolf's strength was also recognized by the audience. The fourth place is Elf. Elf is the mysterious singer in the third team that Prince of Lanling rated as a mediocre pop diva. Because of her quirky personality, she has won the affection of many viewers. When Prince of Lanling criticized Elf, he received a lot of backlash and vituperation. In fifth place is Samurai. Still a singer from the third team, he is generally considered to be a mysterious king of singing. He has a similar personality to Prince of Lanling and is very straightforward in his speech and demeanor. Netizens rated him as the most straightforward man in The Masked Singer. In sixth place is Revenge Goddess. There are many speculations about Revenge Goddess being Yuan Shi, but this has not been confirmed. However, it is certain that Revenge Goddess possesses the strength of a diva. In seventh place is Robot. Prince of Lanling, who is at the center of the show's topic, ranks 10th. Although Prince of Lanling has also won first place twice, his most convincing competition seems to be only Laughing at the Sea. The outside world's judgment of Prince of Lanling's strength tends to be a top-tier singer, so this ranking is still pretty much accurate. Of course, this ranking is only voted by netizens and contains a lot of personal preferences, so the real ranking still depends on the competition afterwards. No matter how the netizens rank, the real test of the competition will come from their performance. Over the next few days, the singers went to the music hall for rehearsal before the competition. Lin Yuan was no exception. The reason for going to the venue in advance is mainly because each person is rehearsing more than one song. Finally, the time came to April 7th, the day when the Masked Singer team competition started. To prevent the singers from being disturbed, everyone entered the music hall from the enclosed underground parking lot. The live broadcast hasn't started yet, but shooting is already underway. When the live broadcast starts, these shots will be inserted into the content. Prince of Lanling. Seeing Prince of Lanling again, Tong Tong's expression was somewhat complicated. Today is the live broadcast. You need to be careful. The editing team is a little nervous. If there are any mistakes, we might not have enough time to edit. Lin Yuan. Okay. When passing through the corridor, Lin Yuan encountered several singers from the third team. Several gazes instantly focused on Lin Yuan, seemingly eager to try. Even Rabbit, a relatively gentle singer from the third team, eyed Prince of Lanling several times, which was quite intriguing. Tong Tong was helpless. She had watched the third team's show and knew that Prince of Lanling's comments on the third team had offended the whole team. These looks were actually declaring war on Prince of Lanling. They entered the dressing room. This dressing room is collective in nature, with 5 seats in total, all prepared for the singers in the first team. When Lin Yuan arrived, he already saw 4 singers including Swan and Robot in the room. Prince of Lanling. Robot started joking right off the bat. Why did you go and be a special commentator for the third team? Now, I guess the third team sees you as a thorn in their side. Everyone laughed. Swan gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up, and Pufferfish, who hadn't spoken much at the side, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly looked at Lin Yuan timidly and said, "Good luck." Lin Yuan nodded. At this time, director Tong Shuwen rushed over, hurriedly said, "I suppose you all know today's rules, right? The first team and the third team will draw lots for opponents, so you won't compete against your own team." Everyone nodded. Tong Shuwen continued. In each showdown, the winner advances directly, while the 5 losers compete again, and only one of them can advance along with the winner. Okay. Everyone was serious. The elimination rate of the team match is too high. Only 6 of 10 people can advance. If Lin Yuan loses the first match, he will have to compete with other singers who lost their one-on-one matches for the only opportunity to revive. How troublesome. So everyone plans to bring out a song with enough persuasiveness for the first match to prevent themselves from getting involved in the fierce competition for the revival opportunity later. Tong Shuwen leaves. The drawing group arrives. People glance at each other, either drawing by themselves or letting assistants arranged by the program do it. Tong Tong turns to look at Lin Yuan. "I always draw bad rings. If I draw a king of singing for you, it would be a great mistake. You'd better draw by yourself. I believe you." Lin Yuan encourages Tong Tong, mainly because he's too lazy to move. Tong Tong shakes her head vigorously. She dares not draw lots anymore. However, it seems that there's no need for her to do it because the other 4 singers had already drawn their lots, revealing their opponents. Swan versus Tiger. Robot versus Elf. Mermaid versus Rabbit. Pufferfish versus Butterfly. This leaves the Prince of Lanling's opponent rather evident. It could only be the last yet undrawn contestant from the third team. Samurai. As Tong Tong sees this draw, she screams like a mole rat. If she had known, she too would have drawn earlier. She has left the Prince of Lanling with a king of singing level opponent, Samurai. Such a bad draw. With the appearance of the draw result, the mood of the singers became subtly different, mostly quite relaxed. Only the Robot and Prince of Lanling. Their opponents were a bit tough. The Robot was relatively okay. At least it was King of Singing versus King of Singing. But the Prince of Lanling. However, nobody voiced it out. Because they couldn't. After all, not everyone is like the Prince of Lanling who lacks emotional intelligence. If they comfort the Prince of Lanling, wouldn't they indirectly admit that the Prince of Lanling is not as good as the Samurai? Compared to the silence of the first team, the third team was having a heated conversation. They have started drawing lots over there. "I'm hoping to draw the Prince of Lanling," the tiger exclaimed excitedly. "Me too. Same here." The rabbit quietly chimes in. Not out of sheer hatred, but his fear of being up against the Robot or Swan. These 2 bosses of the first team. "Me too." Even the elf seems to want a match against the Prince of Lanling. It's at this moment that the samurai quietly says, "The Prince of Lanling is mine." Impressive. Everyone on the third team wants to face the Prince of Lanling because his grudge value is maxed out. This even triggered some laughter among the cameramen. It's at this point that Tong Shuwen comes over and announces the result. The first match is Mermaid versus Rabbit. The second match is the Prince of Lanling versus. Everyone looks up simultaneously. Tong Shuwen, Samurai. The samurai's eyes suddenly sharpen. He can't help but stand up and swing his fist. The others give off unintentional reactions as Tong Shuwen continues with her announcements. "I'm screwed. After Tong Shuwen swiftly leaves, the singer posing as Tiger laments. Robot is too strong. There's basically no hope of winning if you're up against him. But it doesn't matter if I lose. The samurai must win. I'm not relaxed either. The elf shrugs. If the opponent is a robot, we'll have to give it our all. Let's all do our best. Fight on. The third team encourages each other. But in the end, everyone's eyes are still on samurai. Everyone is annoyed with the Prince of Lanling. Everyone on the third team wants the samurai to crush the Prince of Lanling in a massacre. Just then, the television on the wall starts to broadcast the live feed from the stage, and the host Anong has already walked onto the stage. The broadcast begins. At the same time, countless audiences sitting in front of their computers or televisions are also extremely excited, sending out barrages of comments. It's starting. I'm so excited. Who's competing with whom? Live broadcasts are the best. Looking forward to the Prince of Lanling's performance. Will the Prince of Lanling unveil himself? I wonder if the kings of singing from both sides will face each other. It would be fun if they do. Maybe a big shot will be eliminated in this round. Back at Lin Yuan's house, Lin Xian, Lin Yao, and their mother are all staring intently at the television broadcasting the live show. Chapter 526, 502. Live broadcasting begins. Anong walks onto the stage, and with a spirited opening speech, he introduces the audience to the all-new lineup of judges. Teacher Yin Dong, Teacher Zheng Jing, Teacher Yi Zhiqiu, Teacher Yang Zhongming. As the four judges waved at the camera, the emotions of the live audience and those watching the broadcast were instantly ignited. Holy crap! 4 maestros. Who's next? The lineup of judges is unprecedented, isn't it? There has never been a show that could invite 4 maestros to be judges. They've brought over all the maestros from the 4 battle teams' judges panel. Yang Zhongming is the chief judge of the first battle team. Zheng Jing is the chief judge of the second battle team. Yin Dong is of the third battle team. Yi Zhiqiu is of the fourth battle team. Any of the 4 alone could uphold the highest judging standard for a show, and yet the live broadcast has gathered all 4 maestros together. Meanwhile, the audience also found that the other judges from the previous show, like Wu Long, were sitting on the jury's side now. The lineup is enormous and unprecedented. At this point, the camera switches. The backstage scene appears in front of the audience. Seeing that everyone from the third battle team wanted to compete against the Prince of Lanling, everyone was thrilled. This grudge score is off the charts. However, the audience nearly jumped up at the sight of Prince Lanling drawing samurai. Oh my god, Prince Lanling is done for. How did he run into samurai from the beginning? The robot team is fierce too, encountering an elf. This is a battle of the king and queen of singing. Superb, huh? The third team wants samurai to take down Prince Lanling. Today, Prince Lanling will have to sing Bracing the Chill again. Hilarious. Tong Tong is forever unlucky. I don't get it. Prince Lanling has taken first place twice, and Samurai has also taken first place twice. Why does it seem like you guys think Prince Lanling will definitely lose? The trump card. The king of singing, Samurai, hasn't exploded yet. Prince Lanling isn't the king of singing. He might have already used all his strength in previous competitions and doesn't have any left now. I see. In the previous competitions, the kings and queens of singing just had to make sure they weren't eliminated. This is when they'll bare their fangs. If you don't believe me, just keep watching. Amidst the barrage of comments and the roaring cheers of the audience, Anong finally introduces the first pair of contestants. Pufferfish from the first battle team versus Rabbit from the third battle team. Rabbit sings first. The moment she started singing, the audience was stunned. She's strong. She's really strong. Rabbit didn't stand out during the qualifying period, but today, Rabbit's performance greatly surpasses her previous ones. Holy crap, they've been hiding their true abilities all along. Is this the breakout since it's a direct clash now? What about Pufferfish? The audience finally felt the cruelty of the team competition. Rabbit, who never drew much attention before, had exploded all her qualities. If she sang like this before, she might have had a chance to win first place. Before long, Pufferfish takes the stage. The result? The audience gets even more excited when Pufferfish starts singing. As expected, Pufferfish was also hiding her true strength. She hadn't shown her full potential before. In this round, Pufferfish actually sang Xian Yu's White Rose. Her fluent Qi language made the audience start to doubt whether Pufferfish was really Zhao Gu or an A-list singer from Qi continent. It's so good. A perfect performance. In the midst of the audience's excitement, Pufferfish scored 590 votes, while Rabbit got 410 votes. Because it's a live broadcast, the results are announced right after the paired singers finish their performances. There are 700 audience members today, 50 general judges, and 4 judges. Each audience member has 1 vote. Each general judge has 2 votes, and each judge has 50 votes, so the total number of votes for each round is 1,000. Whichever singer gets over 500 votes can securely win against their opponent. Ha ha, the one who moves first always lose. Indeed, the one who moves first always lose. Going second is the king's path. Team competitions are still the most exciting. There's no need for small talk. One move determines the winner. The barrage of comments jokingly ridicules. Rabbit sings first, and Rabbit loses. Isn't this just proof of the truth? The one who moves first always lose. Everyone. Host Anong suddenly laughed. The 2 contestants to compete next are Teacher Samurai from the 3rd battle team and Teacher Prince of Lanling from the 1st battle team. Here comes the show. The biggest showdown of today is about to start. Prince Lanling versus Samurai. A match of rights and wrongs. A match of father and son. I'm just waiting for Prince Lanling. This match with Prince Lanling is my most anticipated. Is Prince Lanling going to reveal his identity? The cool moonlight turns into a river for you. Drawing Samurai is the death ticket. Once Prince Lanling reveals his identity, we, the fans of Yuan Shi, are ready to explode. Fei Yang's army is assembling. Mu Shi's army is ready to sail. Even though the result is without suspense, I'm extremely looking forward to it. The main event is finally here. Whether it's the live audience or the netizens watching the screen, everyone's feelings have been ignited. They're extremely curious to watch this showdown. In terms of anticipation, the audience's desire for this match even surpasses the battle of the king and queen of singing. Because this match is all about settling scores. Samurai had previously declared war on Prince Lanling. The big screen begins to rotate the order of appearance. Finally locked in, Samurai sings first. Suddenly, a comment joked, "Does the one who moves first always lose?" Someone followed. In the face of absolute strength, all kinds of theories are useless. This round, the one who moves second will definitely lose. Prince Lanling previously criticized Samurai for not breathing properly, while also stepping on Mu Shi. Today, retribution is coming. Samurai, heard that I can't breathe properly? Then why did you lose? Samurai, your breathing isn't that great either. Samurai, the victor is king. It's my turn to critique your performance, isn't it? The barrage comments were all playing tricks. And Samurai has already taken to center stage. He picked up the microphone and smiled. I've drawn the opponent I've most wanted to draw. Before my performance, I have a thing to say to my opponent. Anong laughed. Oh, a declaration of war? Samurai brought the microphone closer to his mouth. Prince of Lanling has said more than once that I have a breathing problem. Why not listen to the next song and see what my breathing is like? Boom. The venue was in uproar. The tension was palpable. Everyone was in high spirits. He is provoking Prince of Lanling. Samurai gave a small wave of his hand, and the venue gradually quieted down. The aura around Samurai began to rise. It was the aura of a king of singing. At this moment, the camera cut to backstage. The members of the first team looked towards Prince of Lanling. Following that, the camera turned to an area that few people paid attention to. Everyone was stunned to find that the singers who had been unveiled before were all here. Even Mu Shi, who had previously been criticized by Prince of Lanling for his breathing problem, was present. Ha ha ha. The program team knows how to have fun. The moment Samurai mentioned the breathing issue, the camera cut to Mu Shi, creating a drama. This is Samurai trying to make a face-slapping comeback. Mu Shi, brother, hurry up and teach Prince of Lanling how to breathe. Mu Shi, avenge my brother. The online netizens had already started to have fun. They hadn't come across such an entertaining program team before. The program effects were simply at max level, and the singers were also cooperating one after another. Whoosh. The lights dimmed at that moment. Samurai's performance began. As soon as he started singing, the audience gasped in surprise. It's Leaving. Leaving by Yang Zhoming. If everyone's memory serves them right, this song was also sung by Prince of Lanling previously, and it's precisely this song that ended up offending Fei Yang. Holy crap. This samurai. He intends to go all out in this face-off. Is he planning to defeat Prince of Lanling with the song Prince of Lanling sang? But what shocked everyone the most was, this song was completely rearranged by Samurai. The rearranged version of Leaving had a very fast tempo, and its key was increased. In the middle, there was even a rap segment. Very quickly, someone discovered the most terrifying part. Can you hear it? He doesn't seem to be breathing much. You can tell he's breathing a little, but the number of times he does it is very small. My God, does he not need to breathe? Is this the wrath of a king of singing? He indeed does not breathe much. What kind of lung capacity is this, especially for this arranged song? His breathing control is off the charts. Prince of Lanling is really at a disadvantage this time. Both Leaving and the breathing technique. He is not going to stop until he makes a fool of Prince of Lanling. Ha ha. Even Prince of Lanling has these days. He has met his match. There were shocks. There were gasps. There were people delighting in his misfortune. Even without professional music knowledge, the audience could hear that very little breathing was done during Samurai's song. Normally, people would have to breathe while singing, especially when singing songs that need a lot of breath support. But during Samurai's song, there was hardly any breathing. It was simply terrifying to witness his incredible lung capacity. Backstage, the robot was stunned. His lung volume is incredible. Swan nodded. This kind of breathing control, without a strong foundation, even a few of the kings and queens of singing may not be able to do it. The robot laughed. Can you do it? Swan calmly replied. If it were me on that stage, he would undoubtedly lose in terms of breath control. The meaning behind her words was clear. She could do it. But what about Prince of Lanling? The robot shook his head. Judge's seat. Dong chuckled. Samurai is really fussing over the breathing issue. Yi Zhiqiu was a little helpless. He's too absorbed in one thing. In order to show off his breathing ability, he sacrificed other aspects of the performance. Zheng Jing smiled faintly. I think it's pretty good. Singers should be using their songs to answer questions. It's quite interesting. Yang Zhongming squinted his eyes and said in a soft voice, although he's completely changed my song, his showcase of lung volume and breath control are indeed commendable. He's made his point in this round, but it would have been better if he hadn't forced some of the notes. A few minutes later, Samurai finished his song. He was panting heavily. Clearly, he had exerted a lot of effort to keep from breathing during the song, but the audience's shouts made him realize it was worth it. His breathing technique. Everyone noticed it. The waves of cheers from the audience were growing stronger and stronger, and countless people were shouting, Samurai! 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 Samurai's eyes flashed with strong confidence. Prince of Lanling, do you still dare to say I have a breathing problem? No one noticed. In the waiting area, Prince of Lanling suddenly said to Tong Tong, I've decided on the next song. Tong Tong was dumbfounded. You're deciding now? Prince of Lanling said, put on the 8th song I prepared. Tong Tong was stunned. The 8th one. How many songs did you prepare in total? Go. Prince of Lanling didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the samurai performing on stage. Lin Yuan was somewhat disappointed. Samurai was being too deliberate. There were several notes that he struggled with, but still did not want to breathe. It seemed like he was sacrificing the big picture for the small details. However, since the other party is using breathing as a weapon, I have it too. And the name of my next song, well, it's not deliberate. Chapter 527-503, I never left _1. Thanks for the warrior teacher's splendid performance. I'm sorry, after listening too much, I even forget to breathe. And Hong said with a smile. The audience burst into laughter immediately. Indeed, it was unknown how the warrior managed to finish singing the song under extremely infrequent breaths. Does warrior teacher have anything else to say? And Hong turned towards the warrior. The warrior adjusted his breath. You might be curious about why I chose the song, I Surrender. Actually, there are 4 reasons. First, I wanted to pay tribute to teacher Yang Zhoming. Second, I wanted to respond to the issue of my breathing through my rendition. Third, I thought it would be interesting to sing a song that one of my competitors had previously sung. And the fourth reason, the warrior paused, and Hong responded, "What's the fourth?" The warrior smiled. "I think the title of the song is great." And Hong was taken aback and blurted out subconsciously, "I surrender." PFF. The audience finally understood the pun. What a clever trick with "I surrender." He's actually implying that the Prince of Lanling should leave. Doesn't being eliminated mean leaving the show? That's ruthless. He wants to leave the Prince of Lanling humiliated. So much meaning packed into one song. And Hong's face twitched. He was holding back laughter again. On the screen, barrages of comments were streaming in. Hats off to Hong for holding back his laughter. These singers are quite the mischief makers. Fantastic. Hang the Prince of Lanling up and beat him. The Prince of Lanling is definitely going to be defeated this round. Damn, is this even allowed? Well done on the song, "I surrender." And Hong coughed once. The warrior. Teacher has quite the sense of humor. But now it's time to invite his opponent, Prince of Lanling, to perform. The warrior bowed and stepped down from the stage. Applause swept through the venue, but the audience members had strange expressions on their faces as they clapped. How is the Prince of Lanling going to respond in this situation? He's already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Are you trying to say that he has an issue with his breathing? Well, he just showed off his amazing breathing technique while singing your previous song, "I Surrender." Are you convinced yet? The audience was convinced. The warrior is indeed domineering. Everyone loved this. Even if the Prince of Lanling does well in this round, it's going to be difficult to win back the hearts of the audience, because they will no longer vote based solely on the rendition of the song. The warrior's breathing response in this round alone is impressive enough. Backstage, White Swan sounded somewhat upset. The warrior's approach was too harsh this round. He's winning over the audience with his breathing technique. But besides that, this song doesn't seem to have any obvious significance. Exactly. Pufferfish surprisingly echoed White Swan. He's forcing the Prince of Lanling to compete with him on breathing techniques. If the Prince of Lanling does not respond, it seems as though he's intentionally avoiding the fight. It's understandable. Robot shook his head. Regardless of what everyone might say, this is a strategic move in the competition. As soon as he brought the audience's attention to his breathing controversy, he's already halfway to victory. Why? Because he's used his breathing technique as a self-affirming response. He's already proved to everyone that his breathing technique is superior. The result is still unclear. The mermaid suddenly spoke up. Let's not forget who wrote the previous song for the Prince of Lanling. Maybe this round too. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then shook their heads. Even if Xian Yu helped the Prince of Lanling write the song, this round was about more than just the song. Compared to the dissatisfaction of the first team, the third team was beyond excited at this moment. Domineering. That's the warrior for you. It was amazing to listen to this round. This is the warrior's style. You question any part of me, I will use that part to prove myself. Powerful. The third team's singers explained to the camera, afraid of offending the audience. We don't mean to criticize the Prince of Lanling. We just hope that he refrains from making rash statements in the future after all. They couldn't go on. The singers of the third team couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some were bent over laughing. Some laughed while kicking their legs on the sofa. Some were smacking their thighs hard. The joy radiating from them was infectious even through the screen. The camera switched to Musher. Musher seemed to be happy about something and made a heart shape towards the camera. The person next to him could not help but laugh and gently patted Musher's shoulder. Apparently, everyone was thinking about the breathing joke. The warrior's counterattack was too absolute. Among various reactions, the Prince of Lanling took the stage. He was greeted with the audience's mixed gaze and, of course, a variety of bullet screen comments. How is he going to compete? Does he even need to sing now? And Hong turned to Lin Yuan. Do you have anything to say, Prince of Lanling? Lin Yuan shook his head. Some audience members sighed. He didn't even want to say a word. For not being his usual sharp-tongued self, it's quite clear that the Prince of Lanling must be feeling confused right now. Comments began popping up. Why aren't you criticizing his breathing technique now? Can you do this kind of breathing? Musher, revenge at last. Musher, my breathing might indeed have a problem, But do you also think that the warrior's breathing is problematic? However, there were comments that defended the prince. Why are some singers' fans constantly attacking the Prince of Lanling? This round, besides the warrior's breathing, what else did he bring to the table? Is song performance all about breathing? Not good enough. There were people still supporting the Prince of Lanling. But even those who support the Prince of Lanling can no longer criticize the warrior's breathing. That breathtaking technique had shocked too many people. Actually, Lin Yuan's thoughts were quite straightforward. He just felt that there was no need for any unnecessary talking before singing. Chapter 528, 503, I never left _2. He turned his head. Lin Yuan nodded to the band. The lights instantly focused on him. Then, gentle piano notes rose up. At this moment, the title of Lin Yuan's song appeared on the big screen. Song title, I Surrender. Lyricist, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Singer, Prince of Lanling. In an instant, many people gaped. What the hell? I Surrender? The samurai just sang a song named Leave. And yet the song Prince of Lanling chose to perform was named I Surrender? And it's a song written by Xian Yu? Are you doing this on purpose? Floods of surprising reactions from the crowd. From the judges' seats. Yang Zhongming also froze for a moment. Xian Yu's song is called I Surrender? Yes, it's Terry Lin's I Surrender. Terry Lin, known as Immortal Lin among his fans, shocked countless people after performing this song on the singer's stage. Even the famed Susan Huang was dumbstruck, because no one could hear Terry Lin take a breath, so this song was known as I Never Took a Breath. It is Terry Lin's unique cocktail singing method, achieving an effect as though he never breathed. Lin Yuan, having prepared this song, of course, studied this singing method. He held the microphone and slowly closed his eyes. He chose not to imitate any other voices, but sang the first line with his strongest baritone voice. I've loved and lost, tasted the sweetness and bitterness of love, breaking free from the trickery of fate. I know what I want. Some of the audience noticed that they hardly heard him take a breath when the Prince of Lanling was singing. There's a kind of unspeakable touch, melting all the emotions. Why bother with futile pondering? What's good in this world if I don't have you? In front of the screen, the netizens froze. Clearly, there are pauses. But where did the sound of his breath go? Since the song is sung slowly and the melody is a bit low, it doesn't require high breath control, so no one noticed anything unusual, especially compared to the samurai's performance just now. However, at this moment, Prince of Lanling's voice suddenly soared as if it leaped from the valley to the top of a mountain, singing the brightest and most clear words in the most spirited tone. I gaze at the mountains in the distance, but miss the turning at the crossroads. Only when I look back do I realize you've been waiting for me, never departed. I search for the end of the sea, but overlook the winding river. As I sail up the stream, you stay by my side, pushing me along. In that moment, everyone was dumbstruck. My God, this song is incredible. It feels like being hit by a bullet. It's overwhelmingly powerful. The stunning melody intertwined with lengthy high notes and long notes. Through the resonance of the Prince of Lanling's voice, it was deep yet crystal clear and dazzling, like a brick repeatedly smacking onto the faces of the audience. It was fascinating. But where's the breath? Why hasn't it come yet? The audience was dumbfounded. Where's the sound of his breath? Are you some kind of a humanoid speaker? How could you sing such high notes without catching your breath? Prince of Lanling was still singing, but it seemed as if he was also answering the audience's queries. Perhaps I'm too content, because love has fulfilled all the crevices of life. You've mended every gap with your sincerity. At this moment I'll hold you close, giving you double the affection, singing you a special love song. Prince of Lanling finally took a moment's pause. Just when the audience was slightly relieved, the loud percussion suddenly began. Together with a crisp sound, the piano notes were suddenly amplified, along with Prince of Lanling's rising pitch suddenly bombarding the eardrums. Hear me out. The booming chorus rang out once again, as if all the words were strung together. The countless melodies combined to form a grand composition as if there were no breaking points. The penetrative power of the Prince of Lanling's voice fully erupted. The melody seemed endless. I gaze at the mountains in the distance, but miss the turning at the crossroads. When I look back, I realize you've been waiting for me, never departed. Everyone's nerves were tightened once again. Bang! It exploded. In front of the live stream screen. The comments were flooding in. This song is explosive. How did he also manage to not breathe? His breath control is more terrifying than the samurai's. This song is incredible. At least we could hear the samurai catch his breath a few times. Why does Prince of Lonling not seem to need to breathe at all? What do you mean? He never left. This is more like he never breathed. Exactly. He never breathed. This song must not allow for breathing. Doesn't he need to breathe? Damn, it makes the samurai look like nothing. Compared to the Prince of Lonling, the samurai is simply no match. This is brutal. Is this even possible? Who said the Prince of Lonling wouldn't dare to talk? Not only does he dare to talk, he dares to talk without taking a breath. Prince of Lonling, let me show you how to breathe. In the audience, I got goosebumps. He is showing the samurai how to breathe. This song is explosive. The Prince of Lonling breathes in such a way that it sounds very impactful. Damn it, slap in the face. The samurai played in vain this round. Now this is someone who really knows how to sing without breathing. Oh my God, my mom doesn't let me curse unless I can't help it. The judges. Zheng Jing exclaimed, there are no breath sounds. Yi Zhiqiu opened his mouth wide. Such perfect control. Yin Dong almost looked expressive. Although he seemed a bit constipated, his voice seemed to be scraped from his throat. He didn't pant even at the high notes. Yang Zhoming's eyes were wide open. The breath control was too strong, and the song itself was explosive. Backstage, the robot looked at the swan in shock. Can you do this too? The swan replied, get lost. Pufferfish suddenly stood up. The mermaid clenched her fists. In the third team area, the singers who were laughing just a moment ago suddenly fell silent, and the room was eerily quiet. Key-rays. What does it matter if he sings at a higher pitch? No change can be noticed at his breathing points. It was live singing, but the ever-present microphone in the hand of the Prince of Lonling seemed to negate the need for him to breathe. Between the scatters of the spotlight, there was only that penetrating, heavy roar, accompanied by a high-intensity vibrato. Joy and sorrow binding me no longer matters. Let my world revolve around you. Your happiness is my happiness. Your sorrow is my sorrow. Let us lift our heads together and receive the love that descends. The sunlight proves that this is not a dream. Close your eyes now and feel with your heart. There is a voice that speaks of love. Lin Yuan continued to sing. And you said no breathing? What nonsense about no breathing? People have to breathe when they sing. Only, there is a way to breathe where you absolutely can't. Hear it at the breathing points. Before others have noticed, the singer has already adjusted the breath again and again during the song performance, until it reaches a state that leaves no trace. This is true for the samurai. This is also true for Lin Yuan. It's just that Lin Yuan's adjustments during his performance are more seamlessly integrated, giving people the feeling that he didn't breathe at all. The lights converged again. Lin Yuan's voice dropped for the first time. He slightly lifted his head as if reminiscing about something or narrating something. I surrender. The music gradually faded, and the piano sound echoed with the tail note. The camera then suddenly cut to beneath the stage. Musher was stunned. Not shocked, but stunned, continued to be driven by his nature, standing there numbly, dumbfounded. When the Prince of Lonling criticized his breathing, he was truly unconvinced, and he truly enjoyed the samurai's performance just now. But this moment, how did he do it? Why is his breath control so strong? And this song is simply unbelievable. Behind Musher, all the other eliminated singers were having the same reaction as Musher. Over at the samurai's place, his face was hidden behind the mask, so you couldn't see Samurai's expression. But the samurai's hand was subconsciously leaning against the wall, as if looking for something to hold on to. This was not a wall. It was just a poster of the masked singer. It fell to the ground with a thud because it couldn't bear the strength of the samurai. Rip. The poster was ruined. The image of the samurai in the poster was just torn a seam. I split. Chapter 529, 504. Everyone was taken aback. The program's dozens of cameras captured countless stunned faces, splitting the screen into segments to deliver the most striking shock to the audience in front of the screen. Even if the song had finished singing, this kind of shock did not diminish in the slightest. but rather intensified with everyone's momentary reflections. Soon after, someone screamed. Countless applause erupted from the audience, from the 700 spectators to the 50 jury members, all giving a warm applause for this performance. This song, it's unbeatable. Weren't there people saying that the singing skills of the Prince of Lanling were not good? This is what you call poor singing skills. He never took a breath. It's not just about taking breaths anymore. It's about connecting the climaxes, unstoppable like a breaking levee. And by the end, my brain is almost blank. This is insane. From performance to breathing to the overall structure, Prince of Lanling has almost crushed the samurai's performance. Every point of samurai's counterattack was perfectly neutralized by the Prince of Lanling, and in a superior way. Amid the thunderous applause, many people were discussing. Host Anong took the stage. His voice sounded slightly unusual. Thank you to teacher Prince of Lanling for presenting us with this musical feast. I see everyone was very excited. Moreover, according to our temporary backstage statistics, the barrage from netizens during this live broadcast was the most intense since the start of our live program today. The reaction from both the stage and the outside world were all the same. The host looked at Zheng Jing. Zheng Jing, after several heavy breaths, finally spoke with lingering fear. The singer's fine, but the people listening to it are almost out of breath. I'm not surprised at all that Xian Yu could write such a song. From composition to structure are really top quality. I was surprised that the Prince of Lanling could actually handle this difficult song. It's super difficult. Yi Zhiqiu from next door surprisingly interrupted Zheng Jing. His expression was one of shock. The demand for breath control in this song is too high. It's not about how big the lung capacity of Prince of Lanling is, but how he uses and controls his lung capacity without wasting a single bit. This is a textbook-level use of breath. If only considering the performance of this song, the Prince of Lanling is at the level of a singing king. Not only that, the facial paralysis, Indong opened his mouth. At the same time you can't hear the breathing. He can sing a long high note for a long time. I believe the audience who listen to the song feel like they're running out of breath, and he can still increase his volume and increase the pitch of his voice. The audience nodded furiously. Isn't that exactly the case? They say about decline after the second attempt and exhaustion after the third. Just listening makes people feel like their breath can't keep up. The result is that he can continue to increase his volume and pitch to push the song to a higher level. It's terrifying. Lin Yuan didn't say a word. Breathing is a science in singing, and Terry Lin found a cocktail way of singing due to his sinus problems, which made all of his songs live almost without hearing too much breathing. And the live version of I Surrender is definitely one of Terry Lin's strongest non-breathing performances. Lin Yuan had to go through a lot of hardship to find the trick of this method of singing, even using the system's teaching space for repeated research to find the right direction. So this result is within expectation. Anong looked at Yang Zhongming. Yang Zhongming stared at the Prince of Lanling for several seconds, as if pondering something. Then the words he uttered next suddenly made the whole audience burst into laughter. Are you breathing through your pores? Even breathing through pores is possible. Yang Zhongming did not continue to joke. His expression was a bit serious. There's no need for everyone to keep discussing about taking breaths. The breath control in this song is textbook level, but we should return to the song itself. This song is the most perfect I've heard from Prince of Lanling in terms of singing skills. The long notes in the song require extreme tolerance of the vocal cords. Also, the song's composition is very good. It's just a pity that due to its difficulty, this song could be many singers' nightmare. At the backstage, the robot nodded earnestly. This song is really nightmare-level difficult. It's not the high notes that are difficult, so any singer who's good at high notes can reach them. The terrifying part is that the high note section is too long, and everyone can reach the high notes, but the breath might not last long enough. Anyways, I can't do it. And it seems that teacher by Tianshi can't do it either. How about you guys? Pufferfish shook his head. The mermaid shook his head. Who can withstand this? The first team cannot stand it. The third team also cannot stand it. To be precise, the third team is still in silence. Ever since Prince of Lanling started to sing, it seems that everyone in the third team has become mute. After a long while, the sprite murmured in a low voice. The high note section is not really exaggerated. I can sing even higher than him. Everyone looked at the sprite and still didn't expose her. Yeah, you can sing higher than him, but can you hold your breath longer than him? He can easily go for dozens of seconds without taking a breath. On the stage, the host looked at the seemingly dazed samurai next to him and tried to keep his voice natural. Next, we'll invite the warrior teacher to the stage to join teacher Prince of Lanling and together receive the votes of the audience. The samurai silently moved forward, standing beside the Prince of Lanling. He did not dare look at the other man. This round has almost sucked all his breaths out, especially after realizing that the breathing of the Prince of Lanling was stable. The samurai couldn't help but think of how he was panting after finishing his performance. What a freak. Is this even human? He must be a singing machine. Such a slap in the face. I sang about leaving, and you followed up with a song called I Surrender. So, am I the one who should leave? The samurai regrets it. If he knew beforehand, he definitely would not have attacked Prince of Lanling's breath control. That's the one area he simply couldn't touch. But after thinking about it, the samurai despaired once again. Changing the song wouldn't help either. The live performance of Prince of Lanling was not only a showcase of terrifying breath control, it was also a comprehensive demonstration of the song's quality. Even if you disregarded the breath control aspect, the song was still overwhelming. Kill gods when they appear. Kill Buddhas when they appear. He sighed inwardly. The audience at the site was somewhat empathetic, refraining from laughing out loud. However, the viewers in front of their screens hold no such restraint, bursting into unrestrained laughter. Humiliated on the spot. We don't even need to discuss this, right? Even if the audience were to vote with their feet, they should know who to vote for. The judges didn't even critique the samurai's performance, perhaps to save some of his dignity. The one who moves first always loses. The ancients didn't deceive us. Even Maestro himself said this is a textbook-level use of breath control. Who would dare to criticize Prince of Lanling's critique on other singers' breathing issues now? Would they dare say something if they aren't skilled? The fans of Yuan, she fell silent. So did the fans of Fei Yang. All fans of singers who saw Prince of Lanling unfavorably were left speechless now. The slap in the face was just too loud. The music set by the production team for the voting session was quite intense. However, when the results came out and the samurai turned to look at his score, his heart turned cold. He might have created the largest score gap in this round. Samurai, 218 votes. Prince of Lanling, 766 votes. The total votes didn't reach 1,000, implying some people abstained. However, this was also allowed in the competition. When some people didn't know who to vote for, they would abstain. Clearly, there were still people who liked the samurai. This was completely normal, as everyone has their own taste in music. Congratulations. Host and Hong announced loudly amidst the celebratory music, as if the results were suspenseful. Teacher Lanling Prince has won this round. Our teacher, Samurai, unfortunately, enters the waiting zone to compete for the only available upgradation spot. Do you two have anything to say at this moment, Teacher Lanling Prince? Thank you. Lin Yuan didn't say much. He already expressed his opinions of the samurai during the special review session. It was up to the samurai to take it to heart or not. He had pointed out a direction for him to improve. Teacher Samurai. Host and Hong looked at the samurai. Even through the mask, everyone could feel the samurai's dejection. He really got rubbed in the dirt by his opponent this round. Uh-huh. The samurai exhaled deeply, then picked up the microphone and said, I don't know if I will be unmasked today, but it won't hurt to say something now. I am from Yin continent, and we Yin people are warlike and believe in the doctrine of the winner as the king. I admit that I was initially unwilling to accept my defeat, but when I think about it carefully, I feel I have lost fairly and squarely. I don't have the right to blame anyone, and I will seriously consider Teacher Lanling Prince's advice. For me, this is perhaps not a competition, but a learning experience. I admit defeat wholeheartedly in this round. Admit defeat wholeheartedly. The audience below applauded, and beneath his mask, Lin Yuan's face broke into a smile. Not because of winning, but because he could tell that the samurai had recognized his problem, which was the reason he gave an honest review initially. Both retired from the stage. When Lin Yuan returned to the passage, he could still hear the audience cheering loudly. Waiting there was Tong Tong, who wiped her tears and hugged Lin Yuan, leaving him confused. Why is she crying? He didn't know that after Tong Tong heard the samurai's performance, she almost was certain that Prince of Lanling was bound to lose. Therefore, she blamed herself for not being able to draw a weaker opponent for Prince of Lanling. "It's okay," Lin Yuan comforted her. Tong Tong wiped her tears and said, "Teacher Lanling is too bad. He hid his strength just like the other singers and only began to show it in the team competition." Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, the audience watching on their screens saw this scene captured on the live broadcast and sent messages filled with agreement. They agreed with Tong Tong's point of view as well. They were sure that Prince of Lanling must have hidden his true strength beforehand. King of Singing level performance. I'm even doubting now if we've gotten it wrong from the beginning. Actually, the King of Singing in the first team isn't the robot, but Prince of Lanling. He just hid his strength more deeply. Impressive high notes. Weren't there some netizens saying before that Prince of Lanling can't sing high notes? The key of I Surrender isn't low at all. At least you won't be able to sing it at the KTV. Praise the law of drop key. As we all know, the alias of I Surrender is never took a breath. If you sing this song, anyone who takes a breath is a puppy. Woof. Chapter 530-505, end_1. You can also hit the high notes. Lin Yuan had just returned backstage when the Swan said that with a smile. Lin Yuan had not revealed this in previous competitions. "It's not that high." Lin Yuan considered and then replied, "Swan, it's still pretty good." Pufferfish, it is quite high. Mermaid. Although the high notes are not particularly high, being able to sing that long is not something an ordinary person can do. Your singing method is very unique. I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you. Team 1 chatted for a while, but what the audience saw in the live broadcast was quite helpless. "Not that high." "Pretty good." These freaks. Professionals are so picky. If someone else said the song I Surrender isn't high, I'd definitely slap them in the face. But it seems that everyone in Team 1 is good at hitting those high notes. Just the high notes of Pufferfish are already freakish. A scene of braggarts. The competition continued. The enthusiasm of the audience for the masked singer did not wane with the end of the battle between Prince of Lanling and the samurai. On the contrary, the mood seemed to be getting more and more exciting because this issue was too stimulating. The singers were all giving it their all. While the duel between the Prince of Lanling and the samurai was indeed thrilling, the real anticipation from the audience for this match mostly came from the samurai's previous declaration of war on the Prince of Lanling. Now that the situation of grievances was clear, everyone naturally shifted their attention to the following matches. The excitement continued in the next round, because the two contestants who were up next had equally terrifying performances. One was the Robot King of Singing, and the other was the Fairy Queen of Singing. These two were big names in their respective teams. The robot sang first. As soon as the robot began to sing, the atmosphere on the scene went wild. Each of the judges also showed startled expressions. It turned out to be a song in the Chu language. In contrast to the Chi language. The Chi language, as a dialect of the Chi continent, is close to Mandarin, so even non-Chi people can learn it. For example, Qin continent singer Sun Yaohua can sing well in the Chi language, and Pufferfish, who performed earlier, can also sing well in the Chi language. But the Chu language is different. The Chu language is too difficult to learn. Apart from the Chu people who understand it, other people feel like they are listening to a bunch of gibberish. However, the appreciation of music on Blue Star is very high. People will not be dissatisfied simply because they cannot understand, because music and melody are universal. The lyrics of the song embody the creator's expression of a certain mood or artistic conception. If this can be interpreted, not only will the Chu language not lose points, but it might add points, not to mention the large screen has lyrics and translations. Moreover, the audience at the scene includes people from Qin, Chi, Chu, and Yin continents. So as soon as the robot's voice rang out, those audiences from the Chu continent were already extremely excited. Some even stood up. It was exhilarating. Everyone loved this unexpected feeling. The robot's fluent Chu accent clearly showed that he was a king of singing from the Chu continent. He eventually sang in the language he was most familiar with. Backstage, Swan said in a stunned tone. He turned out to be from the Chu continent. It seems I guessed wrong before. This is interesting. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. No wonder the robot acted like a comedian. The Chu people have always liked this slightly exaggerated humor. As for the so-called Chu language, it's Japanese. Each continent on Blue Star has its own dialect. The Chi continent's dialect is similar to Earth's Cantonese, while the Chu continent's dialect is similar to Earth's Japanese. As for the Yin continent, like the Qin continent, they mainly speak Mandarin. The native language does not have much to pass on, so it did not develop a music style of its own based mainly on the Yin continent's dialect. The song ended. The whole venue cheered. Then the fairy started her performance, and her performance was just as stunning. She didn't choose a special language, but sung in Mandarin. However, what was surprising about her was her voice. Just like Prince of Lanling, Fairy has different voice lines too. She started the first few lines of the song with a cute voice, which is the voice everyone is familiar with. But when she reached the second verse, she switched to another voice. There was no cuteness, only maturity. This description might sound strange, but the elf truly brought about a huge contrast. At first, she sang with a playful and adorable voice, which suddenly transformed into a powerful female voice, reminiscent of the contrast between a little girl and a mature woman. Another you, the mermaid said, looking at Lin Yuan. The elf didn't have the Prince of Lanling's male-female voice, but her transition from cute to sexy was something that not every singer could achieve. Coupled with her powerful singing skills, the contrast was taken to the extreme. In the end, the robot lost. For a match between the king of singing and a renowned female vocalist, it wouldn't be a surprise no matter who lost. The performance of the robot had dispelled many doubts about him not being the king of singing. His performance wasn't inferior to his opponents. The four judges were divided into two factions, and in the end, the robot only lost by 4 votes. The competition was indeed extremely close. Team 1. No one said a word. The competition was brutal. The following matches were still exciting. When it was the White Swan's turn, she won almost effortlessly, displaying her impressive vocal talent. Even the judges felt that the White Swan was far from her limits. At the same time, the mermaid also demonstrated formidable strength, defeating her opponent from Team 3. The first batch of winners were born. They were the Prince of Lanling, the White Swan, the mermaid, the pufferfish, and the elf. There was one more spot left. The 5 singers who had lost began to compete fiercely. The most exciting match was between the robot and the samurai. In the end, the robot defeated the samurai and won the revival spot. This presented an interesting situation. All of Team 1 advanced. Only the elf remained in Team 3. When the robot returned to the resting area, the White Swan unexpectedly got up and hugged him. Then, the robot looked at the Prince of Lanling with a smile and said in Chu language, "I should thank you for this match. The samurai was affected after losing to you, and his performance was flawed. If not for that, I might not have won the revival spot." "Really?" Lin Yuan responded. Everyone laughed. If the Prince of Lanling impersonated a Chu person and said anything complex in Chu language, they would have believed him. At such a simple level, everyone could understand, especially phrases like Yamida. Lin Yuan. He didn't understand why everyone was laughing. Meanwhile, backstage of Team 3, the members of Team 3 one by one said goodbye to the elf. When the samurai was about to go to the stage to unmask, the elf suddenly said, "I will avenge you. I'm still here in our team." The samurai paused. He didn't say anything and eventually went on to the stage to unmask. When all of Team 3 had unmasked, everyone finally knew the identities of these singers. Top tier, top tier, top tier, king of singing. The first 3 unmasked were all top-tier singers, while the 4th, the samurai, was, as he claimed, a popular king of singing from the Yin continent with considerable fame. Aleoi. It's him. Damn, the Prince of Lanling knocked out Aleoi. That's impressive. Aleoi is a popular king of singing in the Yin continent. He just hasn't released any new songs in the last couple of years, and his voice has changed. I can't believe we didn't recognize him. The samurai is him. Damn, it's alright if he didn't unmask. The samurai doesn't have many fans, but it's different with Aleoi. Aleoi's fans must hate the Prince of Lanling now. The Prince of Lanling has provoked another group of people. It doesn't matter anymore. He's practically made the whole world his enemy. Even if the whole world becomes his enemy, it's fine. You must have read too many fantasy novels. I quite like the Prince of Lanling anyways. Besides, it's undeniable that he was extraordinary in today's match. Only the robot and the elf could stand up to him. The team contest came to a close. The following matches would be between Team 2 and Team 4, which had nothing to do with Lin Yuan for the time being. However, the repercussions of this round of competition continued to ferment in the subsequent period. Chapter 531, 506. The next day, Lin Yuan had just gotten up when he heard his sister making a fuss in his little sister's room. Hurry up and vote for the Prince of Lanling. If we don't vote, how will he ever come out on top? Every vote counts. Sooner or later, the Prince of Lanling will make his debut. Okay. Big Yao's voice was full of resignation, sounding adorably soft. Not much later, there was a knock at Lin Yuan's door. Come in. His sister poked her head in. So, I stayed up to finish watching yesterday's competition, and now I'm a fan of the Prince of Lanling. We should vote for him. If we don't vote, what vote? Remember that official activity from The Masked Singer, where they asked online spectators to vote for their favorite singer? All the Prince of Lanling's fans feel like he isn't getting enough votes. He beat Aleoi in the last round, who was in 5th place, so surely he should now be in 5th place. Lin Yuan. Indeed, the show had organized such a voting activity. All right. Lin Yuan mimicked Big Yao's tone. Even his voice was gentle and soft. His sister paused for a moment, wondering if she'd heard wrong, then left a bit bewildered. Lin Yuan took out his phone and checked the ranking. Seems like quite a few new fans like his sister had voted for him. In The Masked Singer, he had shot up to 8th place from 10th. He didn't give it much thought. Lin Yuan cast a vote for himself. According to the rules, everyone had 1 vote per day. There wasn't too much change in the ranks above him. The robot had moved up 1 place in the ranking, replacing the samurai who was previously in 5th place. Samurai was unmasked and had been removed from the leaderboard. Underneath the rankings, there was a comment section where netizens discussed their opinions. Prince of Lanling is amazing. Everyone said the Prince of Lanling had played all his cards, but it seems like he still had a secret weapon. I Surrender was amazing. It was okay. I think everyone is overrating I Surrender. The best performance was clearly the battle between the robot and the spirit. That was like divine play. Aleoi really chose the wrong song. If Aleoi hadn't tried to compete with the Prince of Lanling in terms of breath control, the prince wouldn't have stood a chance. The Prince of Lanling is cunning, intentionally luring Aleoi into a challenge on his strongest ground. Aleoi fell right into his trap. One has to admit that the prince is good at using competitive strategies. How are these crazy fans so stubborn? Wasn't the prince's performance yesterday enough to shut you up? We admit the prince's breath control is amazing, but someone praised his high notes. What's up with that? Some people from the first team said his high notes weren't really that high. It's just that he has long breath control. Please, the prince never claimed to sing high notes. He's so modest. Exactly, the prince even said it wasn't high. I think that implies he can sing even higher. Prince of Lanling's fans are master interpreters. When he says it isn't high, it shows self-awareness. He means others can sing higher, not that he himself can sing higher. What is there to argue? Everyone will lose when facing the Overlord. The Overlord is truly terrifying. Also, it's clear from the team competition, the one who moves first always loses. Lin Yuan shook his head. The controversy around him didn't seem to have subsided after the competition. Thankfully, the competition goes on. If one competition isn't enough, there will be more. As for the so-called, the one who moves first always lose, that does seem to be true. For some reason, whenever the first team went against the third team, whoever opened the song lost. It was quite bizarre. Lin Yuan didn't think much. He just liked a few comments from those fans who had defended him. Of course, he was using his secret account that nobody knew. As for the Overlord that the fans mentioned, Lin Yuan paid close attention to him. After all, the Overlord was widely recognized as the most likely champion. Even the maestro once commented that, in the world of King of Singing, the Overlord is amongst the best. Lin Yuan agreed with this statement. Each one of the Overlord's performances was overwhelming, and he was capable of mastering a wide range of song styles. As a singer, he was comprehensive and versatile. Meanwhile, in a certain company's break room, a handsome and tall man was watching the team competition of The Masked Singer on a sofa. Greetings, Overlord. His agent entered the room with a beaming smile. The man casually turned off the show. Don't call me that in the company. It would prematurely expose everything if others hear it. There's no one else around. The agent poured a cup of soda for himself, took a sip, and said, in a few days, it will be the match between the second and fourth teams. I just need to win. The man uttered these words with utmost confidence. The agent laughed. True that. You've won first place 4 times in a row. How could you possibly lose in the team competition? Just finish this match quickly and proceed to the finals. Were you just watching the match between the first and third teams? Yes. What do you think? A bunch of weaklings. All of them. The man paused for a moment, then toned down his remarks. The performances of the robot and the elf were acceptable. The swan is unpredictable for now, but I'll handle it. The competition for the championship should play out between her and me. What about the Prince of Lonling? The agent asked with a tinge of amusement. For an instant, the man's breath became heavier. I'm glad he wasn't eliminated. Huh. If the Prince of Lonling knew he's been targeted by the Overlord, the top favorite, he'd probably want to eliminate himself in the next match. The agent laughed uncontrollably. In fact, the swan is the real threat to the Overlord, but the Overlord deemed the Prince of Lonling more important than anyone else. If the outside world found out about this, it would probably cause quite a stir. The man's gaze was sharp and unyielding. The agent put down his soda and remarked, speaking of which, we should thank the Prince of Lonling. If he didn't attack our King Fei wouldn't have slaughtered the stage under the name Overlord. Whoosh. The man pulled back the curtain, and the light revealed his identity. Fei Yang. That's right. The current top favorite on stage. The one widely recognized as the potential champion of the first season, The Masked Singer, Overlord. It is Fei Yang. The agent said. By the way, the revenge goddess who you've overshadowed for 4 episodes. It's Yuan, isn't it? Most likely. Fei Yang answered without hesitation. The agent nodded his head. Well, your 4th team is interesting then. Both you and Yuan are targeting the Prince of Lonling. I just don't know if Yuan will eliminate the Prince of Lonling prematurely, take off her mask, and say, I'm out, mission accomplished. The Prince of Lonling is mine. Fei Yang asserted without hesitation. The agent was momentarily stunned and wore a bizarre expression on his face. The samurai had said the same thing in the team competition. And then, of course, the Overlord is not the samurai. The Overlord is Fei Yang, the king of singing. The samurai, Ilaoi, could never be compared to Fei Yang in any aspect. The most obvious difference being, the samurai doesn't possess the Overlord's terrifying stage domination, a power that seemingly suppresses everything. A few days later, the epic battle between the 2nd and 4th teams. The Overlord demolished his opponents with an unprecedented lead of 800 votes, creating the largest gap in any team competition round. Everyone online was shocked. Some netizens even commented, the Overlord reigns supreme in The Masked Singer. Who could possibly rival the swan if she doesn't appear? Chapter 532-507 Bathing Dog _1. As Overlord won against his opponent by a large margin, Lin Yuan's family was having dinner while watching this round of the team match. Overlord is so powerful. Lin Xian couldn't help but marvel. Lin Yao, who was sitting beside her, nodded in agreement. He was the champion of all 4 seasons of the ranking competition, and in the team matches, he crushed his opponents by the widest margin. Overlord truly lived up to his name. He was simply domineering beyond belief. He's incredible. Their mother, a retired music teacher, commented earnestly. Based on their current performances, only Swan and Lone Wolf have any hope of defeating Overlord. But even these two seem less impressive than Overlord. Overlord is just like a singing machine. Our Prince of Lonling is also very strong. Lin Xian couldn't help but retort. She has genuinely taken a liking to Prince of Lonling. These days, I Surrender is the only song on her playlist. Lin Yao corrected her older sister. Prince of Lonling is not ours. Lin Yuan. Actually, Prince of Lonling does belong to your family. Antarctica barked twice, seemingly wanting to say something. Lin Yuan's face changed swiftly, and he stuffed a piece of rib into Antarctica's mouth. Shut up. This dog knows too much. Just then, his sister exclaimed, Look! Look! Goldfish is about to reveal his identity. Lin Yuan instinctively looked at the TV. Goldfish was about to unveil his identity, and it was indeed the same as the netizens' guess. Chenjiu. Lin Xian laughed. Indeed, the originator of the eternal second place. Lin Yao said, "It seems like all the other fish moved on to the next round, and surprisingly, Chenjiu is the first fish to unveil his identity." Their mother added, "Chenjiu was unlucky to have Lone Wolf as his opponent, who is a king of singing." Lin Yuan remained silent. After finishing dinner, he went upstairs to check the online forums. The online discussions were all about The Masked Singer, and many topics intrigued Lin Yuan, such as the public guessing the identities of certain singers. Of course, there was also the inevitable comparison of the remaining singers' strengths. Currently, there were 12 singers left. Approximately weighing his strength in the eyes of the public, Lin Yuan found himself around 6th place. This ranking was consistent with his expectations. The audience judged him based on his performances so far. After receiving the system's singing enhancement, Lin Yuan had not chosen particularly challenging songs, so his full potential still remained unmanifested. The recent ranking was a rough estimate of a slight increase. Because Lin Yuan, in the team competition, sang a song that required excellent singing skills, titled, "I Surrender." This song demonstrated his talent and helped him beat the crowd-favorite Aleoi, the samurai. Furthermore, there were also discussions about Chenjiu's identity reveal on the internet. Finally, a fish has surfaced. I knew it was Chenjiu. Ha ha, the eternal second placer indeed. He's already retired. Now is the era of King Fei. There was no suspense at all. When Chenjiu chose the goldfish character, it was practically like tipping off his identity. So, does this mean we probably guessed the identity of the other fish correctly? Ha ha ha. Think about it. Apart from Chenjiu, all the other fish will meet in the next round. The ocean world indeed. Lin Yuan began to doubt. Next time, I might be up against one of those fish. There are just too many fish in this competition. 12 contestants. 4 of them are fish. The chance of drawing a fish as an opponent is a third. Oh, Lin Yuan slapped his forehead. My math teacher would be furious. Excluding myself, the probability should be 4 out of 11. What are the chances I'll draw a fish? And if Lin Yuan did draw a fish, he felt that it would likely be someone familiar because he could recognize those voices. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Tong Shuwen. Sorry to bother Teacher Admirable Fish again. I wanted to discuss the rules of the upcoming competition with you. Which rules? In the next challenge, we'll split the 12 singers into 2 groups to compete, and the 6 singers who lose will have the opportunity to challenge the winners. If successful, they can keep their spot on the stage. If that's the rule, winning the first round is rather pointless. There must be additional rules. Naturally, Tong Shuwen considered this. To encourage everyone to focus on the first round, we've decided to give the winners a 100-vote head start, so they'll naturally have an advantage when the 2 groups compete. I see. The rule was more comprehensive than what Lin Yuan had imagined. He completely understood the intended reasoning of the program management. Aren't they just anxious over the unpredictable results of the drawing lots, causing top singers to face each other early and lesser singers to advance? But now, things could be different. If Lin Yuan were to face the White Swan, even if he makes an error and loses, he can pick one of the 6 winning singers to challenge. It was a safety net. What's 100 extra votes to his opponents? If his skill is truly superior, a 100-vote difference isn't significant. It's possible to catch up. Of course, this 100-vote advantage can be quite crucial when the contestants are similarly skilled. Because when the skill level is equal, 100 votes can genuinely determine the winner and loser. Thus, the intentions of the show management are clear. Advance the stronger singers as much as possible to the final round. Tong Shuwen smiled. It's good that you can accept it. We certainly need to discuss this in advance with the singers. Lin Yuan ended the call. The next several days, Lin Yuan didn't do much else. Just practice singing. The system provided Lin Yuan a singing skill, but it doesn't mean he can afford to slack. If he wants to fully control his singing skills, or even go beyond, it takes practice. He practiced until the night before the challenge. He didn't stop until 9 o'clock at night. He needed to take a bath and go to bed. Tomorrow he'd need to be at the music center, and he needs a good rest tonight to keep his performance up to par. As Lin Yuan got up, Antarctica ran proficiently towards the bathroom and opened the door. Usually, this means Antarctica also wants to take a bath together. Yes, this dog can now open the door by itself. When no one is available to walk the dog, it opens the door and runs out by itself. Walking itself. It has quite a few buddies around here anyway. It's just that Xiao Huang hasn't been playing with it recently. Since discovering Antarctica's behavior, Lin Yuan has started to lock the door. He knew that Antarctica couldn't be allowed to go out on its own. Even though Antarctica doesn't seem like the type to bite anyone, it's always better to reassure passers-by. Entering the bathroom, Lin Yuan began to bathe. He washed not only himself, but also helped Antarctica take a bath. However, halfway through washing, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. The temperature of the water seemed to have dropped. Many people have probably encountered similar situations. The bath water starts warm, then suddenly turns cold. This is embarrassing, because both Lin Yuan and Antarctica's bodies are covered in body wash, and his hair is foamed up with shampoo. Antarctica was anxious. There's still a chance. Lin Yuan hurriedly tried to rinse off himself. By the time he finished rinsing himself, the water had completely cooled down. Clearly, there was only enough hot water left for one person. Lin Yuan thought about it. Continuing to wash Antarctica with cold water would be intolerable for it. It would be better to dry Antarctica for now and give it another bath tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan began to gently wipe down Antarctica while humming a tune to soothe and comfort it. It's all just bubbles. Antarctica appeared to have lost all hope, passively allowing Lin Yuan's manipulations. What ill intentions could a cute little dog have? His mother called from downstairs. It looks like the water heater is broken. Lin Xian, call someone to repair it tomorrow. You guys should skip the bath for today. Thank God I didn't bathe. Big Yao Yao's voice of relief. I've already taken my pants off, and you tell me this. His sister exclaimed in frustration. Zoom zoom. Lin Yuan took out the hairdryer, drying Antarctica and simultaneously blowing away the foam behind its ears, all the while continuing to sing. I should have known it was only bubbles, fragile to touch, just like your wounded heart, silently suffering. Chapter 533-508. How can we even compare? _1. It was the next day. Lil Gudong drove Lin Yuan to the music center. Lin Yuan sat in the back seat, looking at his phone. Many online were discussing today's competition. The competition is about to start. The challenge match. The challenge match. Today's match is intense. It's all filled with the kings and queens of singing along with the Fish Legion. The Fish Legion probably can't hold up today. Not necessarily. There might be a chance that the Fish Legion defeats the kings and queens of singing. Speaking of which, is Prince of Lanling considered part of the Fish Legion? In terms of image, Prince of Lanling is not a fish, but fundamentally, he is still a fish, because all of the new songs he has performed in the competition so far were written by Xian Yu. Uft. Ha ha ha. Huasheng, you found a blind spot. Reading this, Lin Yuan suddenly sneezed. Lil Gudong, who was driving, said, Mr. Lin, are you cold? I'll close the windows. A little. Lin Yuan replied subconsciously. However, as Lin Yuan's voice sounded, both he and Lil Gudong halted. Hoarse. Lin Yuan's voice was very hoarse. Gudong was anxious, hurriedly closing the windows. Boss, what's wrong with your throat? Cough. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, only to realize there was a sense of indisposition in his throat. He took a sip of water, and it actually hurt when swallowing. Could it be that you were catching a cold? It seems so. Still very hoarse. Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall the water outage last night. His head started to ache. He had forcefully bathed in somewhat cool water last night. He didn't feel anything wrong at the time, but who knew he could end up catching a cold the day after? A cold wasn't a big deal. With Lin Yuan's current physical condition, a minor cold would not affect his condition much. But the problem with his throat was significant. He had to sing today. Lil Gudong started to panic. Should I go and buy some cold medicine for you? But there's no use in taking cold medicine either. Your throat wouldn't be able to recover in such a short time. What to do about today's competition? Don't worry, Lin Yuan calmly reassured, then called out to the system in his heart. What happened to the promised healthy body? The system bleeped. The host was previously reminded that common colds are beyond the purview of the system's warranty. Lin Yuan felt helpless. The system indeed reminded him before. He was negligent this time. No matter how skilled a singer is, it won't help if your throat is uncomfortable. Also, this body was indeed very healthy. It was so healthy that Lin Yuan didn't realize he was falling ill when he woke up. If he had known, he would have heated the water for Antarctica the night before. He maintained calmness. Is there a way to remedy this? With this throat, his performance would inevitably be affected. It would indeed be wrong if he were eliminated for this reason. System. There are potions in the system store that can stabilize your throat, but they won't be able to help the host to recover. They can only alleviate the discomfort. Anesthetics. You can understand it that way. It can only deal with the host's discomfort, but it can't repair a hoarse voice. How much does it cost? 10,000. It's that cheap. As he said this, there was a sudden pang of guilt in Lin Yuan's heart. But he didn't have the luxury of time to worry about that. He could only take the potion from the system and try it at the right moment. Let me buy you some throat-calming medicine. Upon parking at the music center's car park, Lil Guding turned to look at Lin Yuan. No need. Lin Yuan took another sip of water. It's fine as long as I can just manage. No. Lil Guding grew even more frantic. Your voice is completely hoarse now. How about we just drop out of the competition, since you are a composer and you don't rely on performing to make a living? There's always a way. Even with the discomfort in his throat, Lin Yuan continued. I'm going up first. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. Lin Yuan went upstairs. How could he possibly be okay? The cold had made his voice hoarse. Even drinking water was painful, let alone singing. Even his tone was affected. In this condition, there were too many songs that Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to perform well. Like I Surrender. For that kind of song, your voice had to be powerful, but with his throat being hoarse, Lin Yuan couldn't sing with that power. There were no other methods. Right now, he could only use the system's potion to alleviate the discomfort in his throat. But as for song selection, he had to think hard for today. Exiting the elevator, Tong Tong came over to meet him, with a cameraman following her. Prince of Lonling, the rules have been explained to you. Do you need to rehearse before the competition? No need, Lin Yuan said. He had already rehearsed what needed to be rehearsed during the last few days. He could go straight on stage to sing. However, the moment Lin Yuan opened his mouth, Tong Tong froze. In confirmation, she asked, Prince of Lonling, is your voice a bit hoarse? Because Lin Yuan had only said 2 words, she wasn't sure if she had misheard. A minor, cold cough. Lin Yuan coughed consecutively. There weren't other significant health issues. Ever since he was a child, he was prone to illness. He would often exaggerate his condition whenever he felt sick. Now, even though he obviously was catching a cold, except for the throat discomfort, there seemed to be no other symptoms. You call this a minor cold? When Tong Tong heard his hoarse voice, she paled. How could he sing with such a hoarse voice? I'll have someone come and put you on a drip. No need. Lin Yuan glanced at the camera. Besides, there's no time. Filming was ongoing. The live broadcast was about to start. Tong Tong clenched her teeth. I'll go discuss with the director to have you go on stage last. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Let's just go with the rules of the competition. But, Teacher Prince of Lonling. Pufferfish, who happened to be next to him, saw the Prince of Lonling, quickly greeted him, and then, as if afraid that her voice was too enthusiastic, she slightly lowered the end of her sentence, which was involuntarily going upwards. Lin Yuan said, Hello. Your throat. Pufferfish is very sensitive to voices. Tong Tong couldn't help saying, Teacher Prince of Lonling has a cold. I don't know what to do about this episode. It will definitely affect his singing. Pufferfish anxiously said, Give him a shot. No. Lin Yuan was startled. He is not afraid of anything, but he is afraid of injections. He has a shadow as soon as he sees a needle. I had a shot before I left the house. Having said that, Lin Yuan fled into his dressing room like escaping. But not long after, Pufferfish actually brought a robot and a swan, as well as a mermaid over. All from the first team. Obviously, they also heard about Prince Lonling catching a cold and losing his voice. Can you still sing? The swan anxiously asked. Lin Yuan said, I can. The robot stopped his antics and said, Don't push yourself. Pufferfish couldn't help saying, Did you really get an injection? I did. Lin Yuan started speaking. Actually, this is not a question of injection or medicine. His body is fine. The problem is his throat. There is no medicine that can directly restore his voice. Today's competition is not easy. The mermaid spoke softly, then looked at the TV on the wall. The live broadcast has started. Yes, the live broadcast has started. On stage, and Hong has already started hosting. There are still 700 spectators on the scene, 50 judges, and the 4 grand judges of the last episode. Live cheers. On countless screens, the barrage from the audience has already started rushing. Here it comes. This episode is definitely more exciting than the team match. Fried fish. The strength of the Fishman group, among the 12 contestants, is indeed relatively weaker. All the kings and queens of the 4 teams made it to the top 12. Overlord is invincible. Support Lone Wolf. Swan first. Prince of Lanling, keep going. Looking forward to the Prince of Lanling failing this episode. And Hong started to introduce the competition rules. At the same time, in front of countless audiences, the big screen started to draw lots to determine the order of the first round of PK. Fathead Fish versus Prince of Lanling. Robot versus Revenge Goddess. Overlord versus Pufferfish. Swan versus Lone Wolf. Mermaid versus Daisy. Elfin versus Fishman. Prince of Lanling is playing in the first round. The robot is not lucky again. It met a top-level opponent. The match between Swan and Lone Wolf seems to be a preview of the championship match. Teacher Lone Wolf is also one of the strongest championship contenders. I hope Prince of Lanling runs into a king or queen. Just say you want to see Prince Lanling eliminated. Prince of Lanling has met a king before. Didn't he still stay on stage? Fathead Fish probably can't beat Prince of Lanling. Although many fans of the singers were not pleased by Prince Lanling, they had to admit that the strength shown by Prince Lanling was stronger than that of Fathead Fish. Just at this moment, the program played some pre-recorded footage, including Prince Lanling getting a cold. Suddenly, the barrage became lively. Seriously? Prince Lanling's voice has gone hoarse. So, does this mean he can't use his 3 voices? How can he compete then? Ha ha. Prince Lanling has no chance this time. Recommend Prince Lanling to rehearse bracing the chill again. He might need it when he's unveiled. How did Prince Lanling catch a cold? His voice sounds wrong to me. At the same time, the audience on stage also saw the situation backstage through the big screen, and the whole audience buzzed. Prince of Lanling's voice is ruined. He has a cold. It's indeed likely for him to lose his voice. God, the crucial thing is that the Prince of Lanling is to play in the first round. This guy always surprises people. Even his cold is unexpected. He can't even sing now. The judges looked at each other. On the judge's side, Yin Dong frowned. This is bad. Zheng Jing shook her head. It's a pity to lose due to this reason. I feel that he can exchange moves with the king and queen again. Yi Zhiqiu smiled bitterly. This situation is not encountered for the first time. Yang Zhongming did not speak. In singing competitions, this situation does indeed have precedence, and it greatly affects the performance of the singer. But as a judge, you must remain impartial, and you can't give sympathy points because of personal reasons of the contestant. Poor guy. Are you okay? Yang Zhongming squinted slightly. For a while, people's emotions varied. But whether it was schadenfreude, silent, pity, or just watching the excitement, people's opinions about Prince Lanling are the same. How can he compete? Chapter 534-509, He Must Love You _1. On stage, and Hong helplessly said, everyone must have noticed too. It seems that teacher Prince of Lanling is having some minor issues with his physical condition. However, this is a competition, and we hope that all singers will go all out without considering other issues. Let's warmly welcome the first singer of today, teacher Fathead Fish. Applause rang out. Fathead Fish took the stage, took a deep breath. Then, holding the microphone, said, I'm sorry to see that teacher Prince of Lanling is not feeling well, but I'll still deliver my best. This is not only a respect for the audience, but also a respect for teacher Wang. The judges nodded. As competitors, they should give their all. No need to consider other things. After all, a competition never involves just one person. Soon, the singing began. Fathead Fish was performing a lyrical song. She seemed to be born for pop music. She was one of the few in the competition who was not good at high pitches, yet she made it to the top 12. Backstage area. Lin Yuan was silently listening to his rivals singing. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth under the mask twitched slightly. It was Xia Fan. In the previous rounds, Lin Yuan hadn't recognized her. But this time, Fathead Fish wanted to bring out her best and had to reveal her vocal features. She couldn't hide her identity by compromising her performance. Advancing, that's what matters the most. Lin Yuan believed that even if Xia Fan knew that he was Lin Yuan, she would never go easy on him. That's just how they interact with each other. The fact was, Xia Fan certainly didn't go easy on him. She performed very well in this competition. Pop music might be criticized by some as lacking substance and being too commercialized, but there's no denying that pop music is popular because it resonates with the general public. In everyday life, minor loves and minor affections, ordinary people embrace it. Countless songs are about affairs between couples. Even the famous Jane Eyre is also about the same theme. And yet, over the centuries, all works related to love never lack an audience. Lin Yuan figured it out. Many audiences figured it out too. This voice sounds familiar. It's Xia Fan. That's right, it's Xia Fan's voice. Xia Fan singing pop music is absolutely stunning. Her voice is so suited to this kind of music genre. Fathead Fish must be Xia Fan. She can't hide it anymore in this competition. You can't hide as you go on. When Xia Fan finished singing, the whole audience erupted in warm applause. The song she sang was common Mandarin and the most seen pop music. It had no high notes, no complicated singing techniques, and even ordinary people could sing it in KTV. It's not a high bar. It just told an ordinary love story of a couple. But this song about love moved many audiences at this moment. They didn't hesitate to give their applause. Who says singing must show off technical skills? Who says stage performance requires high notes? Pop music belongs to the public, and so does Fathead Fish's voice. Her voice embodied countless people's best impression of this type of song. What was amazing about Fathead Fish was that she brought out a flavor in those well-known pop songs that ordinary people absolutely couldn't. Tong Tong gave a bitter smile. It's so pleasant to listen to. Lin Yuan nodded. Xia Fan was very stable on stage singing this song. Yes, she was just that steady. The nature of this song might not be able to get particularly high scores, but as long as perfectly performed, the final score surely wouldn't be low. This is pop music for the general public. Lin Yuan quietly used the potion provided by the system. Although the potion couldn't help his throat recover immediately, it could at least prevent him from coughing uncontrollably while singing. The comments would be made later. In this kind of one-on-one duel, the two singers had to sing one after another. So as Fathead Fish just finished her song, the host mentioned Prince of Longling. "I'm going up," Lin Yuan said, then walked onto the stage. The venue was a little quiet. "Judges' seats." Yang Zhongming suddenly said, "I won't pity you for losing your voice and give you a sympathy vote. The stage should still be judged based on the singer's performance." No problem. This is what Lin Yuan wanted to see. On the screen, as Prince of Longling stepped onto the stage, the comments started flooding the screen. Is he really going to sing? Why doesn't he just forfeit? Can he still compete with this voice? It's so hoarse. It feels even more hoarse than before he got on the stage. No one could imagine what song Prince of Longling would sing under such circumstances. Just at this moment, the lights dimmed. The song information appeared on the screen. Song title, "He Must Love You Very Much." Lyricist, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Performed by Prince of Longling. Holding the microphone, Lin Yuan began to sing quietly. "I'm hiding in the car, champagne in hand, wanting to surprise you on your birthday." As soon as Lin Yuan's voice emerged, many members of the live audience were momentarily stunned, as if punched by something. The four judges also exchanged confused looks. This voice, it was quite hoarse. But this hoarseness, when singing, somehow possessed an indescribable charm. It seemed as if this song was meant to be sung with such a raspy voice. "You're getting closer." Two voices can be heard. I was caught off guard and stood there. Still that hoarse voice, but it carried an indescribable feeling, subtly stirred the audience's hearts. The spectators seemed to see a man sitting in his car, helplessly watching his beloved woman with another man in front of his own eyes, while still having the birthday surprise for her in his hand, accompanied by a somber piano note. Lin Yuan lowered his head slightly. I should have been under the car, not sitting inside it. Seeing how sweet you two are. In this manner, it's easier for me to let go. Gives me the courage to walk away. In an instant, the audience's faces changed. The last two words from Prince of Lanling were hoarse to the point of near collapse. In the scenario presented by the song, the sorrowful feeling resonated with countless people. There were no high notes, but everyone clearly felt a sense of hysteria. He must love you very much, and has surpassed me. The breakup took just a minute. He must love you very much. Better at pleasing you than I. Won't be like me, acting childishly, making things difficult for you. Upon reaching this part, the eyes of the audience were completely wide open. Some even had their mouths agape. The melody of the music combined with this voice brought about a sense of sorrow and helplessness after a breakup. He can actually sing. He really can sing. No matter how raspy his voice became, it still brought about the most emotional impact to the song. Oh my God, what kind of voice is that? How can a hoarse voice sound so good? How does he do that? I never thought that a raspy voice could add so much charm to a song. This song is just stunning. So magnetic. Even though I haven't been drinking, I feel like I'm about to get drunk. This is the best husky voice I've ever heard. Welcome. The song is He Must Love You Very Much, the classic work by the Earth singer Adu. Mentioning a hoarse voice. Adu is a name that everyone has to mention. Because Lin Yuan's voice was hoarse, he naturally thought of this song. To be precise, it's quite hard for Lin Yuan to sing this song in his normal voice, but because his voice became hoarse, he could bring out the best performance of this song. Backstage, the other singers were also stunned. The White Swan muttered, "That voice is just deadly." The robot slapped his thighs. It wouldn't have worked without a hoarse voice. Pufferfish mumbled, "I didn't know there were songs for hoarse voices." Mermaid bit her lip. This song and his current voice are a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven. Everyone thought that once Prince of Lanling lost his voice, his performance would suffer. But little did they know, after his voice became hoarse, he delivered such a song. Stunned. Completely overwhelmed. Just now, Fathead Fish delivered a pop song about love, which had its own uniqueness. But now, Prince of Lanling also sang a pop song about love, which wasn't just unique, but something rarely seen in the whole music industry. It was a masterpiece. Chapter 535, 510 Challenge_1. Between flashes of light, Lin Yuan put down the microphone. The song was clearly over, but amidst the smooth piano music of the band, the sadness seemed to still be flowing, seeping into the hearts of countless audience members. All ears still seemed to hear his raspy, enchanting voice. Good Lord, he lost his voice, but it became stronger? Can it get any better than this? I cried uncontrollably. I am definitely going to download this song and listen to it 100 times. I shouldn't have been in the car, but under it. This is a perfect depiction of the day I caught my wife cheating. Hang in there, brother. Stay strong, bro. There's nothing to hang in there for. I also thought that it would be better if I was under the car back then. But what if they did something terrible in the car? I would have felt even worse. They were both popular love songs, portraying heartbreak, showcasing unique voices. But when the performances of Fathead Fish and Prince of Lanling were put together, there was no suspense as to what would happen next. Splosh. Upon the music ending, the entire venue broke into applause. To praise the voice of the Prince of Lanling, despite sounding hoarse from a cold, yet singing persistently, and his unique voice that could be considered one of the most special on the stage. Good job. And Hong stepped onto the stage, and he brought a bottle of water for Prince of Lanling, a straw included. Thank you, Prince of Lanling, for your performance. I never thought a singer could perform so strong even when he's lost his voice. Do the four judges have anything to say? Me. Yiji Chiu was the first to speak up and even imitated a few lines of Prince of Lanling's just-performed song before helplessly saying, "I felt that Prince of Lanling's tone wasn't steady last time. It was just as choppy this time." People might have thought he was running out of breath, but this singing style perfectly conveys this song. Too incredible. Zheng Jing was completely stunned. We all thought that Prince of Lanling's performance would be affected due to his voice, but I saw a resilient Prince of Lanling. Awesome. Yin Dong was still expressionless. Yang Zhongming smiled and said, I said earlier that I wouldn't have any sympathy points for you because of your voice. So, when I vote later, it will be because I really like this song. It's a high-quality and extremely successful commercial song. The lyrics, the melody, and singing tone are all perfectly melded together. Positive comments. All positive comments. Of course, all 4 judges also complimented Fathead Fish's performance. The problem was, her performance was overshadowed by Prince of Lonling. Therefore, when the scores were announced, she undeniably lost. Great job. Despite the loss, Fathead Fish was not heartbroken. She handled it very gracefully, as making it to the final 12 was already her limit. She knew it would be tough to turn the table in the future challenges unless she competes with Prince of Lonling again. But she didn't want to. She simply acknowledged the loss. Back in his own lounge, Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tong Tong at his side quickly served him tea and even gave him a massage. Prince of Lonling, your performance was amazing tonight. Your raspy voice was killer. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. Good thing he had prepared plenty of songs in advance, or this round would have been tough. The next matches were brutal. Robot lost to Revenge Goddess, Lone Wolf to White Swan, Mermaid to Daisy, Elf beat Fishman, and Overlord defeated Pufferfish. Among them, the most surprising was the Mermaid, whose scores nearly matched Daisy's. Daisy is a well-known singer from the second team. Despite her relatively weaker skills, it's very commendable for Mermaid to push her to such extremes. Of course, the King-Queen matches between Robot and Revenge Goddess and Lone Wolf and White Swan were equally splendid. The breathtaking extent of these matches was completely in line with the standards of this competition. According to the competition rules, the victorious singers have to accept the challenge of the losers. So, right after the first round, everyone was called back to the stage, with the winners and losers each occupying half of the stage. In an instant, all eyes returned to Prince Lonling. He won the first round, but his voice was clearly problematic. Looking at the lineup of the winners: Overlord, Elf, Daisy, White Swan, Revenge Goddess. Regardless of how you look at it, the Prince of Lonling seems to be the easiest singer to challenge. The singers' gazes became somewhat complicated, considering that in their ranks they have the likes of Lone Wolf and the Robot, both kings of singing. It's over. Prince of Lonling. The 4 singers who lose this round will surely choose Prince of Lonling. The song he just sang was very sneaky, so sneaky that he practically can't repeat the miracle from the first round. The audience was busy discussing. Host Anong smiled and said, "Singers, please choose your opponent. I must emphasize that challengers can't pick the same singer, because ganging up isn't fair either. We can let the singer who scored higher in the previous round go first. First off, we invite to the stage Teacher Lone Wolf. Overlord." The moment Lone Wolf spoke out, the entire venue gasped. Instead of choosing the seemingly weakest Prince of Lonling, Lone Wolf has chosen the outwardly strongest Overlord. So bold. Even Anong was taken by surprise. He laughed and said, "This is indeed an unexpected choice. Teacher Overlord's opponent in the next round is Teacher Lone Wolf. So, the next singer to choose is Teacher Mermaid." Daisy. The Mermaid spoke up. Again, she didn't pick Prince Lonling but chose Daisy instead, the singer who caused her near defeat in the previous round. Even the female singer is feisty, going straight for the top female vocalist. The spot burst into cheers. Anhong's smile grew bigger. It seems that our teacher, Mermaid, is a little upset about her loss to Teacher Daisy. So, how will the next 3 singers choose? Revenge Goddess. The Robot glanced at the Prince of Lonling, gritted his teeth, and spoke. He was from the first team. He didn't want to make it hard for the Prince of Lonling. Elf, I guess. Pufferfish glanced at the Prince of Lonling, too, then laughed and said, "I know I don't have much of a chance, but I hope that Teacher Prince Lonling can keep going." When Fathead Fish decisively chose White Swan, the fishman looked left and right in confusion, stunned. No one was left. Only him and the Prince of Lonling remained. Facing this outcome, the audience and netizens were all dumbfounded. Goodness, no one picked the Prince of Lonling. This round is clearly tailored for choosing the Prince of Lonling. I suddenly realized that this group of fish is actually very united. Yeah, none of them want to eliminate the Prince of Lonling. The Robot too, he must know that choosing the Prince of Lonling is the most promising option, But the result? Fishman seems to have had no choice. Otherwise, I suspect he wouldn't have chosen the Prince of Lanling either. This outcome defied many people's expectations. No one knew what this group of fish was thinking. The real reason. Perhaps we will only know when they reveal their faces. Chapter 536. 511 We are the Yu Dynasty _1. It has to be said, the defeated side's lineup was virtually a suicidal attack, with little suspense. Lone Wolf lost. He chose the Overlord, and the Overlord once again demonstrated his dominance on this stage by defeating Lone Wolf. The robot lost. His competitor was the Revenge Goddess, the most regrettable round, because the robot had won with votes, but the Revenge Goddess was added 100 votes from her first-round victory. Pufferfish lost. She chose the Elf, and the Elf, as the music queen, had unquestionable ability to tackle first-tier singers. Fathead Fish lost too. The White Swan just put forward a normal performance, crushing Fathead Fish with a number of votes. But miraculously, the Mermaid won. With her identity as a first-tier singer, she defeated Daisy, the music queen. Even the addition of 100 votes couldn't avoid her ultimate defeat. At this moment, everyone knew that although the Mermaid was still first-tier, her future upgrading to the music queen was almost unstoppable. Finally, it was Fishman's and Prince of Lanling's turn. Their duel was forced, but when it was time for Fishman to go on stage, he suddenly looked back at Prince of Lanling. And Hong, Fishman teacher. Fishman laughed and said, "Even if I win this round by luck, I will surely lose the next one. So I want to seize this rare opportunity to sing a song that had a great significance to my life. Perhaps when this song is sung, everyone can guess my identity, but I have decided to sing this song loudly since I decided to participate in." The Masked Singer. With this song, I also want to thank someone. What song? Thank who? All questions were answered as the classic song, Red Roses, started playing, touching many people's hearts. At this moment, Fishman's identity was almost revealed. Sun Yaohua. He sang this song. He was paying tribute to Xianyu. The person he wanted to thank was undoubtedly Xianyu. No one knew it. This song was once nearly taken away from Sun Yaohua. Nobody knew what kind of hope those words, "Go record the song," gave him in the darkness and icy despair. After finishing the song, he quietly bowed and retreated off the stage. He still complied with the rules of the show and did not remove his mask, even though at this moment, his identity was almost obvious. Lin Yuan listened quietly. The familiar Red Roses. The familiar Senior Yaohua. I heard him. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that he had a mission to help Senior Yaohua become the king of singing. Perhaps this task, he should put it on the agenda now. Thinking this way, Lin Yuan also stepped onto the stage. And Hong looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Is there anything Teacher Prince of Lanling would like to say at this moment? Sing a song. Lin Yuan was still not fond of talking. The host had no choice but to leave the stage. The comments were flooding in. Prince of Lanling, you get down. Prince of Lanling, don't think I didn't know you were laughing at my words earlier. Back to the point, do you guys think Prince of Lanling has a chance in this round? It depends on the song. Can he bring out a song like He Must Love You Very Much with a hoarse singing style? It's tough. The music started. Lin Yuan looked at the audience below the stage and softly sang. It doesn't matter who falls in love with whom. It doesn't matter who lets whom down. The past happiness is fleeting beauty. After experiencing happiness, we will suffer. It was still a love song, and still that raspy voice, but this time it seemed even raspier. Some notes completely collapsed. The audience widened their eyes. Holy expletive. It's really there. Again, this kind of song that is so raspy you can hardly hear, but it won't work without the raspiness. But it sounds good. Think about it carefully. The song would seem tasteless without the hoarseness. It's even raspier than the previous one. How exceptional. Oh my God. Wait a minute. This song, doesn't it sound like Prince of Lanling is pouring out his feelings about his current situation? Yeah, now that you mention it, it sure does. Doesn't matter? Is it about not caring about the mockery, or what? No one knew whether the Prince of Lanling was pouring out about his situation or not. He seemed to be just singing a love song, but also seemed to be doing more than just that. Right or wrong? Don't say it's so absolutely anymore. Yes or no? Don't say I have no regrets again. If it's shattered, then let it be shattered. Who wants perfection anyway? Only by letting go of myself. I can soar high. The judges looked at each other, then simultaneously stared hard at the lyrics of the song. A thoughtful expression appeared. At the same time, all the audience were also staring hard at the lyrics on the big screen. Is this really a love song? Why does it so strongly resemble all the portrayals of Prince of Lamling's experience in the competition? Just like the lyrics. Because of the obsession with right and wrong, he suffered countless insults. Because of the pursuit of perfection, he experienced numerous controversies. And now, he decided not to dwell on these things anymore. Lin Yuan continued to sing. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Forgiving all the wrongs in this world. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Why let yourself go through the painful cycle? Although his voice still occasionally collapsed due to hoarseness, his singing didn't lose its expressive nature. Just like the last song, you can't sing this feeling without a hoarse voice. By the third time, Lin Yuan's voice was half real and half fake, which was a high-level falsetto skill. Lin Yuan's voice was hoarse, and he could not support the whole song. But this song only needed such falsetto once. I don't care. His song was over. But the thought this song left in the audience's mind was not over. Chapter 537, 511. We are the U Dynasty _2. Don't care? Does he really don't care? Or is he deceiving himself with love? Or perhaps, is the Prince of Lamling telling everyone that even if his voice is hoarse, he doesn't care? Can he still sing? Or maybe, is this song a response to the previous one? He must love you very much. This line is self-consolation. Not caring is seemingly an easy self-relief. In reality, it's just self-deception. Moreover, it's like a response to the public controversies. I don't care. The people who have said this line, how many of them are sincere? How many meanings does Prince of Lamling's don't care contain? No one knows. But at the end of this song, the applause was very enthusiastic. The bullet chat was brushing. This round should be won. Even with a hoarse voice, he managed to present 2 new songs that require a hoarse voice to tackle, and both are of high quality. There's no reason not to advance. What a great song, Don't Care. I'm not sure whether he truly doesn't care. If there were no messy things, I'd think this is a love song for self-catharsis. But considering these matters, who knows what he doesn't care about? The audience's discussions have no answers, and the Prince of Lamling also doesn't seem to have the habit of explaining what his songs are expressing. But when it came to the voting part, he won. Along with a hoarse voice and 2 standout songs, he won this round of the competition and got the ticket to the subsequent matches. Later, the 6 singers who were defeated began to unmask. Lone Wolf was the first to unmask. He is a king of singing from Chi Continent. Then Daisy unmasked. She's a queen of singing from Chi Continent. The 2 glanced at each other and seemed to recognize each other. Robot unmasked. From somewhere of Chu Continent, he's one of the kings of singing. Next, Fathead Fish unmasked. Without speculation, it was Xiaofan. Fishman unmasked. Also without doubt, it was Sun Yaohua. And when Pufferfish unmasked, a lot of online users guessed correctly, and it just confirmed the judge's guess when she was singing her first song. Zhaoinggu. Sun Yaohua laughed. Finally, I don't have to wear the mask. Actually, I wanted to say why they've left the Prince of Lamling for me. I wanted to choose Revenge Goddess. Everyone laughed, and Hong couldn't help being curious. Why did none of you want to choose Prince of Lamling? Did you think that he couldn't perform at full strength due to his hoarse voice? So winning against him would not be an honorable victory? No. Xiaofan laughed. I was thinking, netizens say we are Teacher Admirable Fish's harem. Since we are the harem, we can't get defeated collectively at this time. So an internal faction is impossible. At this moment, I particularly hope that Teacher Prince of Lamling can continue with the support of Teacher Admirable Fish. Sun Yaohua immediately said, That's exactly what I thought. I probably also have the same thought. Zhaoinggu hesitated for a moment. Among us, Prince of Lamling is the strongest. Of course, the mermaid is also really terrifying. Teacher Admirable Fish's harem isn't destroyed yet. Zhaoinggu is very clear. If the mermaid loses, it would probably mean the harem's destruction. Prince of Lamling could very well be Teacher Admirable Fish. And Hong humorously said, Can you guys really stick together? Is it a coincidence? Though it wasn't prearranged, you group of descendants surprisingly are on the same page. No wonder everyone avoided Prince of Lanling during the challenge round. You'd rather lose the competition to keep Admirable Fish's possibly strongest seed. The audience broke into laughter. Teacher Admirable Fish's harem momentarily dominated the competition's topic. These fishes certainly did cross paths in the competition. But, as these few people have mentioned, they avoided Prince of Lanling in hopes that he will continue competing. Because this group of fishes knew Prince of Lanling is stronger than them. Continue competing. There remains the hope to achieve better results. In this situation, the bunch of fishes thought of self-sacrifice. So, the person Teacher Sun Yaohua wants to thank is exactly as we thought, Teacher Admirable Fish. Yes. Sun Yaohua looked at the camera, seriously saying, before singing Red Roses, I was just an unknown singer. At that time, a top singer took to this work. He wanted to sing it. I couldn't compete with him. But Teacher Admirable Fish did something I will never forget in my life. He rejected that top singer. He said, since the song was given to me, he wouldn't give it to others. You may not be able to imagine, I was alone in the bathroom, crying. Teacher Admirable Fish takes care of the small singers. I can straightly say, my promotion, Jiang Kuei's and Zhaoing Ji's till Xia Fan's basic entry into the music scene are all due to the support of Teacher Admirable Fish. At that time, we were nobodies in the music scene. Zhaoing Gu couldn't resist. I am the champion of Bloom. Sun Yaohua switched. Then it's me and Xia Fan. Xia Fan couldn't resist. I am the champion of Bloom. Sun Yaohua. You sisters. Zhaoing Gu wickedly disrupted. I remembered that the championship song of the competition that year Xia Fan sung was Initial Dream, which was created by Teacher Admirable Fish. Xia Fan covered her face. Zhaoing Ji's smile lit up, but we admit to this fact. Let's not talk about being descendants. I actually quite like when everyone says we are Teacher Admirable Fish's harem. Can I say something? The mermaid on stage couldn't resist anymore. You guys have already started flattering. As someone young, I can't stand this anymore. Chapter 538, 511 We are the Yu Dynasty _3. Of course. And Hong laughed as he found the whole scene amusing. The mermaid exclaimed, I do enjoy being referred to as part of Teacher Admirable Fish's harem, and I admit that my transformation into a mermaid is due to my love for Teacher Admirable Fish. However, I hope that Teacher Admirable Fish's harem group could show a bit more mettle. Our abilities are limited, Sun Yaohua boldly admitted. The mermaid got angry at his indifference. Are you forgetting about me and the Prince of Lanling? We are still the voices of Teacher Admirable Fish on this stage. We will shine because Teacher Admirable Fish illuminates us. There will be a day when they will no longer call us Teacher Admirable Fish's harem group, but instead refer to us as the Yu Dynasty. After a brief moment of silence, the audience burst into thunderous applause. The judge's box. Zheng Jing covered her mouth. This little fish is incredible. Not only is he handsome, but, oh, I shouldn't be revealing information about this little guy. Yin Dong chuckled. Being able to win over the hearts of all the singers you have worked with is not something that every maestro can do. Yi Zhiqiu joked. How come I don't have a Yi dynasty? If I'd known, I would have cultivated one too. Does Ol Yang have one? Yang Zhongming indifferently responded. I am the dynasty. The other three maestros. Yang Zhongming coughed slightly, but I can't sing. Huh. The others did not understand what he meant. We are maestros. Of course we can't sing. Downstairs, Sun Yaohua got pumped up. How about we all shout a slogan together? Prince of Lanling, join us. The crowd. Such a bootlicker. So many people are watching. Isn't it too embarrassing? Sun Yaohua didn't seem to think that he was a bootlicker. He proclaimed, we are the Yu Dynasty. The voices of the mermaid, Sun Yaohua, Zhaoing Gu, Xia Fan, and an obviously reluctant voice of Prince of Lanling. And there was also the voice of the perpetual second-place finisher watching from his screen. All right. Even though it was embarrassing, once shouted out loud, everyone felt an unusual sensation in their hearts. It's peculiar. Thump. On stage, Mr. Overlord's chair suddenly fell over. Mr. Overlord. The surrounding singers were startled. Mr. Overlord patted his butt, coughed. I'm fine, you guys carry on. Just a harem. Nonsense about the Yu Dynasty. Sooner or later your dynasty will fall. I'm sweating bullets in fright. Behind his mask, Mr. Overlord rolled his eyes dramatically. Meanwhile, the live chat on the internet had been exploding ever since Xianyu's harem group started revealing their identities. Oh my goodness. Long live Fish Daddy. Damn, the Yu dynasty is awesome. One must admit, the group of singers that Fish Daddy has nurtured surely has the potential to form a dynasty. The mermaid girl is already standing tall. Even the top singers have been beaten. The other fish are also really powerful. Making it into the top 12 is a big deal. This Prince of Lanling is also very ruthless. Don't know who he is. Must be recently favored by Fish Daddy. Anyway, he is also a member of the Yu dynasty. Once again, Fish Daddy's taste is really brutal. Why am I getting teary? The seeds that Fish Daddy sowed in the music industry have unbeknownst grown into towering trees. There is also a Yu dynasty in the composing industry. Those apprentices of Fish Daddy who excel in composing. This is the first time I heard the backstory of Fish Daddy. So this is how Sun Yaohua rose to his position. I think I understand why Fish Daddy has such high charisma. Damn, after watching all this, I don't even think that the singers are that impressive. Only one sentence is in my mind. What is it? Xianyu is the best. Chapter 539, 512. Hesitation _1. Too thrilling. Too shocking. For the audience, this is a memorable scene. Xianyu's harem group actually made it to the top 12 of The Masked Singer with their own strength. Then, in front of countless audiences from Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin, they issued a deafening declaration. We are Xianyu's harem group. We want to become the Yu dynasty. If a group of singers said such a thing in other occasions, the audience would simply laugh it off. If this group of singers was eliminated by other singers early on, the audience would still find it interesting. But they almost all made it to the top 12, even the top 6. We can confidently say this. All the singers who could make it to the top 12, or even the top 6 in The Masked Singer, are terrifying on Blue Star, competing on the same stage with the king and queen of singing, even defeating their opponents. Is there a more dazzling medal of honor than this? So at this moment, the netizens are excited and even crazy. Fish Daddy, look at the territory you dominated. Yu dynasty, it indeed has that flavor. These fish under Fish Daddy's protection, all of them are the seedlings of future king and queen of singing. Mermaid already has the strength of a queen of singing. She is likely Jiang Kuei. I can't think of any other female singer who respects Fish Daddy this much. Last year, Teacher Admirable Fish was fighting wildly with Jiang Kuei in the Battle of the Gods. No wonder Mermaid made it to the top 6. It turns out that Mermaid defeated countless past kings and queens of singing with Fish Daddy. When the harem group unveiled themselves, they directly stole the spotlight from others like Robot. I'm curious about who Prince of Lanling could be. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air. Has he ever collaborated with Fish Daddy in any songs before? Netizens have guessed Prince of Lanling's identity, but it's really hard to guess. There are some clues for other singers. Only this Prince of Lanling seems to have sprung out of a rock. The moment he appeared on this stage, he became an endless topic of discussion and stormed into the top 6. Even a hoarse throat in this issue couldn't bring him down. The live stream isn't even over yet. The entire internet is already starting to discuss. Trending topics on social platforms and blogs are all about the ongoing episode of The Masked Singer. Hashtag Xianyu's harem unveiling hashtag. Hashtag We Are the Fish Dynasty hashtag. Hashtag Sun Yaohua Red Rose hashtag. Hashtag Mermaid in Top 6 hashtag. Hashtag Fish Daddy hashtag. Besides, the songs performed on the stage are also being discussed endlessly. Among them, Prince of Lanling's husky voice is the most surprising. Not the best of the whole show, but definitely the most sensational. He Must Love You Very Much, rendered in a unique singing style, received unanimous praise. A song called Indifferent. Many people interpret its meaning. Some consider it as Prince of Lanling's response to public controversy. At this moment on the stage, as Lin Yuan shouted out, "We are the Yu dynasty," along with them, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Perhaps, this isn't too bad. This is your declaration. But I said it too. So why not try making this declaration come true? The competition concluded amid applause from the audience. Backstage, Tong Shuwen gathered the remaining 6 singers together, smiled, and said, Congratulations on making it to the top 6. The finals are in the next episode. Hope you all prepare well. Everyone nodded. Tong Shuwen continued. Then the rules for the finals are still pair-ups. This time we can tell you who your opponents are in advance. This is the result of random matching. Everyone looked at Tong Shuwen. Knowing in advance who your opponent is allows for targeted song selection. This new rule is quite interesting. I'll announce it directly. Tong Shuwen pulled out a card. The lineup for the next episode will be Overlord against Mermaid. Overlord was silent. Mermaid was also silent. Tong Shuwen continued. And Swan against Elf. The rest did not need to be announced. Prince of Lanling against Revenge Goddess. But Tong Shuwen still repeated it once. Revenge Goddess suddenly looked at Prince of Lanling, her eyes seemingly blazing. The elf helplessly said, "Let's not play games. I want to face Prince of Lanling. Prince of Lanling is mine." Revenge Goddess and Overlord spoke almost simultaneously. Swan was dazed. Mermaid was stunned. It's normal for the elf to want to challenge Prince of Lanling, as he had criticized her before and she had been seeking revenge for her team. But why was Overlord joining in the commotion? It would seem that Prince of Lanling did not attack Overlord, right? Unless the expressions behind the singers' masks became somewhat interesting. Overlord did not explain. Lin Yuan didn't think anything of it. Tong Shuwen joked, 3 rounds are not enough. Among the 6 singers next time, the one with the best performance will be spared by the 4 judges and advance directly to the final. There were different reactions from the 6 singers. Tong Shuwen continued to joke. The 3 losers will be directly eliminated. There will be no chances for revival at this stage. The 3 winners, excluding the one who is spared, will compete with each other, and the winner will compete with the singers spared by judges. The ultimate winner will be the champion of the Masked Singer. Everybody nodded in agreement. This arrangement was quite reasonable. The rules of this show have always been fair, with no unfair incidents occurring. In fact, it's impossible to be unfair. With so many kings and queens of singing gathered together, even A-list influence is terrifying. Who dare would the program group engage in shady dealings with? Not to mention the literature and art association's involvement. The show ended, and all the singers left in their own directions. At this time, Swan suddenly pulled Lin Yuan aside. "What's up? Add me as a friend later." "Sure. Also, please, speak your mind. I'm actually a bit curious." Swan stared at Prince of Lanling, who she had been fond of since the beginning of the competition. Is Indifferent truly just a love song? Lin Yuan just smiled and didn't answer. However, from Prince of Lanling's reaction, Swan faintly found her answer. She sighed softly and said, "I once felt the same way." But Lin Yuan didn't hear. He had already left. In fact, he couldn't clearly express the emotions he felt while singing Indifferent. Perhaps he was indeed affected by the external controversy. It is said that masked people cannot speak the truth. But when Lin Yuan wore the mask, he felt that he heard a lot of truths. These were words he rarely heard when not wearing a mask, when he interacted with others as Lin Yuan. Then he realized that there are a lot of words that people don't like to hear, that there are a lot of things that people don't care about, even if he told the truth. So what? They didn't care. Then should he stop caring? Chapter 540, 513. Changes, extra for Alliance Hierarch as if we just met at Bin's child. Evening. Home. From afar, Lin Yuan heard his sister giving a speech. Our very own Prince of Lanling is so amazing. His voice is hoarse, but he can still sing so well. Lin Yao. Sister, I watched the competition. Lin Xian. Pretend you didn't, and listen to me. I looked towards the distant mountains. Oh no, I'm off track. Woof. Antarctica barked at Lin Yuan. Lin Xian turned her head. Our brother is back. Do you want to listen to me too? Lin Yuan went upstairs. Antarctica followed. Lin Xian pouted her lips and continued to chat with her sister. Upstairs, in his bedroom, Lin Yuan turned the faucet on and, finding the water temperature acceptable, knew that the water heater had been repaired during the day. Time for a bath. Lin Yuan looked at Antarctica. Antarctica had not rinsed off last night's shower gel and was all covered in foam. Lin Yuan had to dry him off roughly. Antarctica hesitated for a moment, but obediently lay still. After the bath, Lin Yuan dried Antarctica once more before lying on his bed to play with his phone. He mostly checked out online comments about the latest competition. This had become Lin Yuan's leisure activity. Soon, Lin Yuan spotted a trending topic. There was a topic initiated by someone named Winterbear Sauce. The title read, Prince of Lanling has stopped speaking, not because he has lost his voice, but because some people have choked him silent. Winterbear Sauce, the initiator, first gave their own commentary. It's a bit sorrowful that in recent episodes Prince of Lanling has spoken less and less, and he no longer comments on the performances of other singers. I initially thought he had forgotten or that the production crew simply didn't give him any screen time to comment. But it wasn't until I heard his song today that I realized he's just tired. Look at the lyrics of It Doesn't Matter. On the surface, it's a love song, but actually, it's telling his inner thoughts. Right or wrong isn't declared so absolutely anymore. True or false. I no longer say I don't regret. Shattered, but what need for perfection? I can soar only when I let go of myself. Forgiving the world for all its wrongs. Why let oneself go through painful reincarnation? Indeed, there are too many accusations. Each time he opens his mouth, controversy arises. Some understand and accept his critiques, like Zhao Yinggu and Aleoi, who has come around. And some, like Yuan Shi, likely the revenge goddess. And their fans are fiercely incensed. It's a thankless task. After commenting on the third team, Prince of Lanling has no longer discussed other singers. He's been silenced by the criticisms, and the world has lost another person who dares to speak truth. This analysis got a lot of agreement. Just like the lyrics of his song, Prince of Lanling strives for perfection, so that's why he points out what he sees as inadequate, but sadly, no one likes to hear it. Some people are obsessed with right or wrong, so others see them as too serious. Everyone likes a genuine person, but nobody wants to be that person. The masked singer is also part of the entertainment circle, and people there dislike such an approach. If he continues like this, he won't have any friends. But I really like someone like Prince of Lanling. It's simply a matter of perspective. We have no vested interest. We simply feel Prince of Lanling is great. But some fans can't tolerate anyone criticizing their idols, even if the comments are reasonable. It seems the majority of those jumping up and down are fans. Passers-by, even if they don't like Prince of Lanling, don't say anything too harsh. On the other hand, there are many who disagree. Just a love song, don't read so much into it. He shut up for only one reason. He's scared. Public pressure is huge. Wearing a mask, he doesn't care. But what about when he takes it off? His unmasking is due next episode, and he knows to behave virtuously now. As for what storm awaits him once his identity is revealed, who needs to speculate? Too late now. He's offended too many people. Even if he wanted to backtrack, it's impossible. He will definitely be overwhelmed. After the unmasking, he will face a barrage. There were also some arguments. Once Prince of Lanling takes his mask off, I'll attack him. I'm a fan of Aleoi. Stop pretending. You're an Aleoi fan, huh? All your posts are about Yuan Shi. Your idol hasn't said anything, yet you guys are anxious. We've been anxious for a long time. Isn't Prince of Lanling also scared silent? Such arguments never cease. Lin Yuan shook his head, put down his phone, and suddenly lost interest in browsing the internet. However, the post did remind Lin Yuan of something. Recently, he really hadn't commented on any other singers. That realization almost made him subconsciously put this into practice. He never thought why he was avoiding commenting. Was it because he had nothing to say? No, just that subconsciously, it seemed unnecessary to say too much. Was it because he was afraid of being surrounded by those who disliked him after unmasking? No, not that either. Lin Yuan has never been afraid of a barrage. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the fans who had come a long way to the music center that day, just to shout good luck at him. They were fighting for him online. Until now, the fight hadn't completely stopped. If he stopped speaking, everybody wouldn't have to fight anymore. In fact, it seemed to be the case. Because he hadn't said anything controversial over the last few episodes, the comments seemed more harmonious. People would still bicker from time to time, but at least it was much quieter, until it completely vanishes. So, maybe it's better to just not care. It turns out that he was still a peace-loving individual after all. With this thought, Lin Yuan felt that he had let go of his resentment. But in the following days, he suddenly felt lethargic, and even a little stifled for no reason. He didn't want to practice singing or talk. Even his family didn't notice that Lin Yuan had damaged his throat. Ultimately, Lin Yuan didn't talk much to begin with, so even if he went a day without speaking, no one would find it strange. His sister, though, seemed to sense Lin Yuan's low mood and started behaving much better. At mealtimes, she quietly ate quite a lot of vegetables. Every day their mother would make small portions of vegetable dishes as a daily task for Lin Yuan and Big Yao Yao. It was absolutely necessary to finish them within a day. If it weren't for Antarctica secretly helping out, Lin Yuan and Big Yao Yao would have trouble managing. And so it went. Several days passed. Lin Yuan's throat had finally improved significantly, no longer posing a risk for the competition, and the atmosphere of the finals had begun to subtly pervade. Online, discussions on the Masked Singer were multiplying, almost reaching the pinnacle since the start of the competition. At the same time, in the singer support rankings for the Masked Singer, there were now only 6 singers left. The top 4 were the singing kings and queens. 5th place was the mermaid, and the Prince of Lanling had the lowest ranking. This wasn't particularly surprising. After all, everyone had higher hopes for the singing kings and queens. However, what was strange was, the Prince of Lanling's support ratings, even compared with the mermaids, were significantly lower. Lin Yuan thought this was just normal, until he was getting ready to leave for the competition venue and heard his sister complaining. Those singers' fans are so annoying, purposely voting for the top 5 singers and refusing to vote for the Prince of Lanling. The Prince of Lanling originally had the 5th highest support ratings, but they managed to drag him down to 6th. And it's not just that. Why do they even bother voting so many times for the top 5, making the Prince of Lanling's data look so bad? Sometimes, the tree wants peace, but the wind will not cease. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He just got into Gudong's car and headed for the competition venue. Gudong, who was wearing a mask to cover his face, said, "We're entering through the main entrance today. The show's filming will start as soon as we get out of the car." Lin Yuan just grunted in acknowledgement and closed his eyes to rest. 20 minutes later, the car was about to arrive. Looking out the car window, Lin Yuan saw a diverse crowd and various support banners. There were those of the Overlord. There were those of the Swan. There were those of the Revenge Goddess. There were those of the Mermaid. There were those of the Elf. Of course, there were those of Lin Yuan's as well. However, at a glance, the Prince of Lanling's support crowd was apparently the smallest of all, with the other singers' crowds being several times larger than his. Lin Yuan said, "I must have offended a lot of people." Gudong smirked. "You mean in terms of fan numbers? Then Mr. Lin really might not understand. You have quite a lot of fans. It just seems like the other singers have more fans because most of them were prearranged by the singers or their companies. Those companies knew about their participation in the competition, so they arranged all this to make a good show for the singers. Unlike our company, which had no idea you were taking part in the competition. If they did, they might at least have helped you control some of the public opinion online or arranged more support for you than for them." Oh, Lin Yuan didn't respond. At that moment, a stretch limousine appeared in the distance, moving pretty quickly, almost drifting. Then the Revenge Goddess got out of the car under the escort of her own bodyguards. Revenge Goddess. Revenge Goddess. Revenge Goddess. As the Revenge Goddess stopped to wave, her fans went wild and started screaming her name. If it weren't for the security guards holding them back, they seemed like they would rush into the hall. Still, the momentum was quite overwhelming. The Prince of Lanling's support crowd was forcibly pushed to one side, with one person getting squeezed by the crowd and falling over. Lin Yuan's expression changed suddenly, and his eyes flashed with annoyance. Seeing that the person was helped up by a friend before he completely fell over, Lin Yuan managed to calm down a little. One of the girls raising a support banner accidentally got it squeezed out of her hand, and as a result, supporters of the other singers endlessly stepped over it. The little girl was frantic. When the crowd finally moved away, a few of the fans of the Prince of Lanling dared to run and pick up the dropped support banner, wiping off footprints and dusting it off. Thankfully, they're okay. Lil Gudong, who was driving, had also seen what happened. She almost rushed out to help them just now. It would have been a disaster if a stampede had occurred. These people act like they have a death wish when they see a celebrity. The person just now should be injured, Mr. Lin. When you hey. Turning her head, Lil Gudong only then discovered that Lin Yuan had already gotten out of the car and was entering the venue under the protection of on-site security. Lin Yuan, however, did not go in immediately. He stood in an invisible spot at the entrance and suddenly looked back at his support crowd. The little girl who had accidentally dropped her support banner was still fervently wiping the already clean banner, tears streaming down her face. "Why aren't you going in?" The swan had appeared from somewhere nearby and seemed to have sneaked in to avoid being mobbed by supports. The company is always into doing these unnecessary things. "Are you today? It matters." Lin Yuan suddenly uttered these 3 words, then started walking towards Tong Tong in the distance, leaving Swan with the view of his retreating figure. It took Swan a while to react. The Prince of Lanling was answering the question he asked last week. The answer to that question seemed to have changed. Chapter 541, 514. Enjoy being extravagant_1. Not long after entering the lounge, Tong Tong suddenly ran over, panting. "Teacher Prince of Lanling, the order of appearance has been decided. The opening performance today is your battle with the Revenge Goddess." The opening act again? Lin Yuan seemed to have realized something. He nodded slightly, stood up, and went to the backstage area with Tong Tong. At this moment, the live broadcast had already started and the audience on site was whispering to each other. Amidst the noisy sounds, and Hong suddenly announced, "Now, please welcome our Revenge Goddess and Prince of Lanling to the stage. They will start today's first duel." Lin Yuan took the stage. At the same time, the Revenge Goddess also entered the stage from another entrance. The two stood side by side, and Hong smiled. "Today we are not setting who will sing first. The 2 singers can decide themselves, or they can play rock, paper, scissors." The audience burst into laughter. The Revenge Goddess looked towards Prince of Lanling, suddenly took the microphone and said, "Rock, paper, scissors are not necessary. I heard there is a mysterious curse on this stage called the one who moves first always loses. I want to try to break the curse. What do you think, Teacher Prince of Lanling?" "Oh." Lin Yuan had no objection. He willingly stepped aside from the stage. The Revenge Goddess smiled. Instead of starting to sing immediately, she continued, "The song that I'm going to sing next is for myself, my fans, and for all those who have been supporting me all this time. I don't care about the honor of becoming the king or queen of singing, because I am already the queen of singing." An uproar of applause. The Revenge Goddess lifted her head. "There are some words I didn't say because I want to say them on the stage. There are some things I didn't do because I want to do them on this stage. Prince of Lanling, have you ever heard of revenge?" Lin Yuan didn't speak. However, with this sentence from the Revenge Goddess, the on-site audience suddenly became excited. Even the 4 judges changed their expressions, and someone even began to scream, "It's Yuanxi!" At the same time, the countless viewers in front of the screen immediately shot out numerous barrage comments. Obviously, everyone understood the hint from the Revenge Goddess. "It's Yuanxi. She's out for revenge. She calls herself the Revenge Goddess. Indeed, she came for revenge." Prince of Lanling's previous comment about Yuan, she made Yuanxi angry. So she transformed herself into Revenge Goddess in order to defeat Prince of Lanling on stage. An explosion of hormones. This is a declaration of vengeance. This is exactly what the audience loves. The Revenge Goddess was pleased with the effect of her speech. After the shouts on site slightly subsided, she suddenly burst into song. "This scar. Who left it? Desert, winds and sands. Blazing summer. The howling storm. Have you heard it? Blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. If revenge is my obsession, then I'll sing this song till I'm hoarse. If the blooming and falling of flowers is life's curse, then despair will become my armor. Oh, revenge! Seek it. My enemy, where are you? Can you hear my voice? Who starts to play the overture of the dead souls? Mournful crow, on the day you drew your sword it was snowing heavily. The bitterly cold and desolate cliff, you fell in the wind. The setting sun watched you fall. The crow watched you fall. Let me watch you fall." Furious voice. A powerful roar of anger, seemingly filled with all of the Revenge Goddess's emotions, she was wailing at. The end of the song. After singing, the unassisted Revenge Goddess squatted down. Everyone couldn't see her face behind the mask, but they could hear the sobs. She was trying to control herself. Only her upper body was moving uncontrollably. She was crying. The hearts of countless people on site felt like they were breaking. Some people's faces were covered in tears. They were comforting. Don't cry. Revenge goddess, you are the best. Revenge goddess, go for it. You are our eternal goddess. Don't be sad. Don't be distressed. We support you. Of course, I know you all will support me. The face under the mask of the revenge goddess was indeed wet with tears. But no one could see, and no one would ever see, the corners of her mouth hooked upwards momentarily. Prince of Lonling, thank you for the stage you provided. My performance is not just revenge. I also want to show you the magic of human hearts. When my cries go out in this way, not just my fans, but the whole world will be your enemy. Singing is a performance. Strength can sometimes serve as an embellishment. Who says you can't perform along with singing? Yes, after this song, almost the entire audience was touched. It's so apt, so shocking. The song she chose for today was astonishingly revenge. One of the most classic songs from Blue Star themed around revenge. And the creator of this song, Yiji Qiu, was sitting right there in the audience. The camera focused on Yiji Qiu's face. Yiji Qiu seemed to have been reminded of some memories and appeared slightly absent-minded. The revenge goddess suddenly turned her head, staring at Prince of Lonling. Now, let's welcome teacher Prince of Lonling. And Hong looked at the revenge goddess and announced with a somewhat complicated tone. The revenge goddess stepped back. Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage. And Hong asked, Prince of Lonling, do you have anything to say? Lin Yuan shook his head. In front of the screen, despite hearing the news, all of Yuan Shi's fans felt gut-wrenched. It's so distressing to hear. Who does Prince of Lonling think he is to pass remarks on our Yuan Shi? Do you know how much pain your words have caused Yuan Shi? Chapter 542, 514. Go ahead and be extravagant _2. She cried. Are you satisfied now? Yuan Shi joined this competition for Prince of Lonling. She sang this song for him as well, but I truly feel that it wasn't worth it. Yuan Shi is genuinely hurt. Do you know how hard she worked, Prince of Lonling? She worked so hard. How can Prince of Lonling just dismiss her efforts like that? I feel so bad for Yuan Shi. Prince of Lonling, brace yourself for retaliation. You're about to learn the consequences of shooting your mouth off. Long live the goddess. Cherish your last song, then rip off your mask. None of us will let you off the hook. Revenge goddess is not alone. She represents all the singers that Prince of Lonling has attacked. We can announce the result now. I don't want to listen to Prince of Lonling singing. I suddenly don't like Prince of Lonling anymore. Fans of Yuan Shi and other singers, as well as netizens who dislike Prince of Lonling, are present. Yes, they all have shown up. Because Prince of Lonling has been flawless recently, these fans momentarily disappeared. But they have never truly vanished. They have been waiting. They are waiting for Prince of Lonling to lose the contest. They are waiting for Prince of Lonling to unveil his mask. They are waiting for Prince of Lonling's identity to be revealed. When Prince of Lonling loses the protection of his mask, he will face a storm of criticism. Today is the final contest. Prince of Lonling's face will be revealed, which is why they have come. When the sound of the revenge goddess crying echoed, even the bystanders felt sorrow. Prince of Lonling, it seems you have crossed the line. Only a small group supporting Prince of Lonling are still defiantly holding their ground. He isn't wrong. Judging panel. Zheng Jing sighed, said nothing, her expression somewhat intriguing. If someone understands micro-expressions, they might see a fleeting disdain in her eyes. Yin Dong remained silent. Yiji Qiu has a conflicted expression. Yang Zhongming, on the other hand, straightens up in his seat and looks up at Prince of Lonling. The finals. How will you sing? What will you sing? Yuan Shi, you crossed the line. You have won the support of the world. But you stand against the giants. There are more than one of these giants. You can't block them. The world can't block them. The band looks to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nods. The sound of the various instruments blended together rings out. At the same time, the song information appears on the big screen. This time, there's no other information. Just 2 words. Exaggeration. Yet, just as the music sets in, Lin Yuan suddenly asks, why revenge? Yeah, why revenge? What outrageous crime have I committed that someone has to attack me in the name of revenge? Grievance. This word. It's too big. Unnecessary. Too exaggerated. I can't handle it. I can't bear it. If you're just a little dissatisfied, you shouldn't exaggerate it as vengeance. If you only have personal grievances, don't pretend to be singing in the name of the fans. Your injustice and the fans' injustice. Are they really the same? Does Prince of Lanling really deserve to be struck down by your so-called sort of vengeance? No one can answer. Lin Yuan suddenly laughs. His voice rings out amidst the somewhat complicated laughter. In the night sky, you only look at the brightest star. In the crowd, you admire the one with the most, the reddest topics. Simple lyrics. Calm singing. But it seems as if everything will be torn apart. Everyone's faces changed. Everyone heard the undeniable laughter in Lin Yuan's voice. The audience is angry. The fans are angry too. What are you laughing about? What right do you have to laugh? She's crying, yet you're still laughing. Is this a joke to you? Just then, in front of countless cameras, Yang Zhoming suddenly reveals a smile, a straightforward smile. A simple and direct smile. Why is Yang Zhoming smiling too? Those who saw this moment were stunned. In such a sad atmosphere, no one knows why Yang Zhoming is smiling, the same as no one understands why Prince of Lanling is smiling. Yang Zhoming gazed at Prince of Lanling. You're not really indifferent. Go ahead and respond. Uncover the truth. Yang Zhoming's smile suddenly faded. Lin Yuan's laughter ceased at the same time. This time, his voice carried a touch of mockery, as if taunting the world. But in fact, he didn't mock anyone, and he didn't challenge anyone. He was just mocking himself. Everyone craves standing at the center of the stage. The spotlight only flickers for me. Who cares what you think when the show is over and the curtain is down? Who cares what you do? The barrage kept cursing. Some audience members frowned. Lin Yuan didn't see it, but he seemed to hear it. He slightly shook his head. At this moment, he wanted to ask Revenge Goddess another question. Is the injustice that big? Why were you crying? Lin Yuan didn't understand, but he seemed to get it, so he didn't ask and didn't need to ask anymore. Exaggeration is not a crime. It satisfies a dull and empty life. Those prying eyes, those gossiping mouths, amuse themselves after every meal. Suddenly, the tone rises. Lin Yuan, looking at the subtly changing faces of the audience, seemed to ask, must we exaggerate? Disregard right and wrong, real and fake. Packaging is more valuable than the show. Who's speaking the truth? Swipe. When this verse appeared, the lyrics hammered onto the big screen one by one. Lin Yuan's voice seemed wild, and the barrage of curses before the screen came to a sudden halt. Chapter 543, 514. Exaggerate as much as you want _3. Face after face. Suddenly stuck in shock. Some people were bewildered. The eyes of others began unexpectedly to tear up. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed through all the countless moments of the competition, yet his memory fixated on the armies of fans before the show and that trampled sign of support. Oh, and also that girl, her eyes red, quietly wiping the support sign. His doubts suddenly transformed into certainty, and then from certainty into determination. Who tells the truth? As long as the picture is surprising enough. As long as the content is shocking enough. Mouth open to the heavens. Tears and laughter, anger and scolding. Only in front of the mirror in the night can I speak the truth quietly. No longer questioning. Only stating. Countless mouths turned golden. Who cares about the truth? In fact, everyone is indifferent. I too once tried indifference, but I couldn't manage it. What is right then? The answer is, there is no right. Prince of Lanling's singing was like a monologue, each word striking the hearts of all like a bullet. Suddenly, everyone, the angry, dissatisfied, frowning, struggling, supporting, fell silent. In the silence, was emotion gradually stirred. They finally heard the song. Do you like me? You don't like me? That's your freedom. I just hope to capture your ears at some point. Singing the first note for the dream of music. Have never given up since then. If you negate me, please don't rush to negate my song. Subjectively objective obstructions too many. The good and the bad are borne by myself. Those words have been said, but they aren't the sword that wounds. They are a medicine that tastes bitter, but who will bear the consequences? So, I want to sing, to let emotions be released in the song. There are many choices. How many good songs are there? What can touch people? He has many songs, but he doesn't know which one has been truly heard. Which one has broken the dispute? Doesn't he? Lin Yuan was still singing, so let's keep singing. But he didn't know. The scene had quieted down. The barrage had also stopped. The whole world quietly settled down. The lucky one isn't me. Because the path I chose is hard. If it's good enough. Still can't stand out. At least there's no second me. Offstage. Sun Yaohua, who was also at the scene, suddenly cried like rain. Zhao Yinga next to him tried to comfort him, but before she could say anything, she covered her face too. Choked up. Only a touch of elegance remained under her covering palms. Must it be extravagant? There was a struggle inside too. When a person is trying hard, does anyone see it? Does anyone know? Singing until the thoughts melt. Singing until the voice becomes hoarse. Say that I'm possessed, that's fine. Say I'm mad, so be it. If I can't let it out, what kind of singer am I? So, this is the real world. They can say so, the 4 judges can also say so, Xian Yu can say so, but the Prince of Lanling cannot say so. It turns out that only might is right. The strong prevail. At this moment, Xia Fan stared at the stage. She suddenly thought of something. She cried. It seemed she knew who he was. In fact, Lin Yuan's voice had not fully recovered yet. His voice started to show a hint of hoarseness again. But unlike the complete hoarseness of the previous period, this time it felt like a hysterical explosion. He was no longer standing firmly on the stage, his steps even faltering slightly. Look at me shining for you. To your liking or not. Please take it. The next moment, spark for you. The word spark cracked. Because Lin Yuan didn't use any high-pitched techniques. He didn't focus on the so-called singing technique. But nobody was nitpicking about that. Even when that voice broke, even when it didn't match the beat, that shocking experience made people's hair stand on end. Some people even followed along and shouted. For the first time, Lin Yuan was singing mad. Why can those not wearing masks speak, but those who are, can't? Why did the same sentence turn me into a target? Just because I'm the Prince of Lanling, not Xian Yu? Just because I said something you didn't want to hear? Just because she cried? So I'm the sinner. So I should fall down the cliff like the villains in all other stories who are revenged against. Ah! In the end, there were no lyrics, only a scream. A sudden scream pierced countless eardrums. This time the outpour was thorough and unrestrained, as if it were going to pierce the ceiling of the concert hall. No howling, only madness. At this moment, Jinjing suddenly stood up. Yindong followed and also stood up. Yi Zhiqiu gave thumbs up to the camera and got up. Yang Zhongming glanced behind. His gaze was like electricity, and then suddenly stood up. Everybody stood up, including the audience and the judges. The applause at this moment drowned everything. Lin Yuan understood. It was a moment of enlightenment. Because this has always been a world where might is right. When you're powerful enough, when your strength can support your almost insurmountable arrogance, the world will follow your values. This world goes by. If you're awesome, you make the rules. Then let's be extravagant to our heart's content. I am Xian Yu. I am the Prince of Lanling. Chapter 544, 515. Heart Demon _1. Everyone's gone mad. Lin Yuan's gone mad. The audience has gone mad. Netizens have gone mad. This stage has exploded. When the song ended, it was like a nuclear explosion of devastation had occurred. Previously, countless people on site and in front of the screens had been calling for the revenge goddess. But at this moment, this madness was geometrically present in all the shouts and screams about the Prince of Lanling. All the cursing, all the support, and all the opposition were almost smoke in the madness. Suppressed, confused, desperate, painful. In fact, everyone has emotions. Everyone has moments of anger. Everyone has times when they must endure and remain strong silently. Everyone has countless sleepless nights of self-doubt. But at this moment, all the feelings of the audience were released in the last heart-wrenching scream of the song. On such a stage, in conjunction with the experiences and encounters of Prince of Lanling throughout the competition, it was almost a collective empathy. This song made too many people cry. It is entirely unreserved. It is thorough. Xia Fan below the stage was screaming. Sun Yaohua was also screaming. Zhao Yinga next to them was looking in shock at the figure on the stage. She had once thought that he would make the whole world shut up the moment he revealed his face. But why the need to reveal the face? If just by revealing the face to make everyone shut up, what's the difference between him and Yuan Shi and the numerous fans of singers clamoring for revenge? It's just another competition of who has the higher status, who has the louder voice. Although such a scene is shocking, would Prince of Lanling expect the audience to turn their guns around because he is Xian Yu? That's too vulgar. Before revealing the face, you've already lost. This is Xian Yu giving you a slap in the face. The essential difference in this matter is, it's not because of who Prince of Lanling is that you should listen to this song. It's about listening to this song first, and then reconsidering who Prince of Lanling is. Some things must happen before the face is revealed, so that Xian Yu after the reveal is truly unassailable. He has done it. The last note of the song is actually very high, so high that the majority of singers can't hit it. But everyone is no longer paying attention to the meaning of the technical level contained in that high note. They care more about the numerous feelings carried in that high note, which is his most direct summary of his experience throughout the competition. A hysterical scream, a heart-moving shout. If Lin Yuan's singing of I Surrender had caused the number of comments to peak when the show aired, then the emotions pierced by this song had exaggerated the number of comments on the screen to cover all images. The audience got goosebumps. What song is this? I've gone mad listening to it. Prince of Lanling is a freak. I feel like my soul is leaving my body. I cried at the climax. It's not just about the efforts behind the singers. Don't ordinary people also strive day and night? But who the hell cares? I got goosebumps. That last scream really sung my soul out. Does Prince of Lanling need to learn from the revenge goddess and cry a few times? Crying is the expression of the weak. This stage is about singing, not fucking emotional manipulation. Nowadays, it seems like no one listens to your songs if you don't cry a few times on a music show. Yes, I'm talking about the revenge goddess. Who takes revenge by crying? Even if you stick your chest out and take revenge bravely and lose, I won't laugh at you. But what's the point of crying after you finish singing, trying to make the Prince of Lanling bear the insults of bullying a girl? No matter how those fans rush towards me after the Prince of Lanling reveals his face, I'll fight them off. Listen to this song. This is the perfect war song. I never like to express any views online, but this time I really couldn't help it. Prince of Lanling's song has completely blown me up. Look at those fan groups acting like madmen when the live broadcast started. Everyone knows some are hired with money, competing for ostentatiousness and value. This song sings it clearly for these people, tribes, Weibo, WeChat moments. Discussions about the song, exaggeration, appeared in countless corners of the internet. Those who still don't like Prince of Lanling once again tactfully kept their heads down. They can only continue to wait. Wait for the moment when Prince of Lanling reveals his face. That will be the time for them to blow their horns of attack. And that moment is already infinitely close. Meanwhile, backstage rest area. The always proud Swan conceded. Only with this song, I had no confidence to win. Just this song, I didn't have the courage to go up on stage and compete with him. It's not because the technique is so good or the lyrics are so great. All of these are great. But the most important thing is that he has sung out all his feelings from participating in this competition. Swan suddenly thought back about the nonsensical statement that Prince of Lanling had said when they met before today's competition. It turned out that the introduction to this song had been late at that time. She had the good fortune to participate and witness such a scene. If she had the opportunity, she would really like to share this I don't care story with the outside world. Art. Next door in the dressing room. Elf spoke softly, and when the camera moved to Overlord, Overlord didn't say anything. At some point, he had already stood up, staring intently at the stage shown on the TV on the wall. Underneath his clothes, his body hairs were standing on end. On the other side, the audience standing under the stage clapped for a long time before the scene finally calmed down. An interesting scene occurred during this time. Chapter 545, 515 Heart Demon _2. Following in Hong's several interrupted attempts to speak was a tsunami of applause. However, what truly quieted the applause was not On Hong's struggle to control the stage, but the camera suddenly panning to Revenge Goddess, who had somehow grown petrified off to the side. She was at a complete loss. Her hand was trembling. There was a moment when she began to be stunned by the song Prince of Lanling had just sung. But when Prince of Lanling finished singing his piece, Her awe gave way to just standing there, dumbfounded, like a daydreaming primary school student. Revenge? Sympathy? How to compare? How to enact revenge? Where's the sympathy? If she was still conscious of her performance, she should have kneeled down and sobbed. But at this moment, she had no such performance consciousness. The expression beneath her mask had become almost as paralyzed as Dong's. It's over. Completely over. Her sluggish mind attempted to function only for every cell in her body to tell her. She had completely lost this match. This seemingly glamorous revenge can now be declared a failure in advance. Phew. Prince of Lanling, Zheng Jing said sternly. I can accept a singer losing their emotions on stage, but there's a time and place for everything. In the context of today's competition, I really detest behavior that uses crying to exert pressure on an opponent. Revenge Goddess tried to defend herself. I think. Zheng Jing curtly interrupted. I don't need to know what you think. It is what I think that matters. Revenge Goddess body trembled. Clatter. The crowd got stupefied. No one ever expected the normally good-natured Zheng Jing to be so blunt with her critique of Revenge Goddess. It was as if she was directly accusing Revenge Goddess of being manipulative. Dong interjected. I have also had moments where I cried while singing, but it wouldn't have been for this song. My old friend, you should understand what I mean. Dong meant the same. The audience had their eyes widened. It was their first time witnessing a famous singer degraded like this. All eyes turned to Yi Zhiqiu. This was originally Yi Zhiqiu's song. Yi Zhiqiu sighed. Actually, there are mainly two problems. First, that Revenge Goddess chose the wrong occasion for this song. It's quite discordant to use this song here. The second, Revenge Goddess does not understand the meaning of this song. This song should be sung with an upbeat posture. It should denote a fearless charge, even a single-minded wartime charge. This is a life and death battle. Where are you singing it, and why sing it in such a helpless tone that it brought you to tears? Yi Zhiqiu didn't say it all outright, but everyone knew Zhang was aiming at Revenge Goddess. This was a single-minded song. Revenge Goddess had too many distractions. According to its nature, this song shouldn't make you cry. Revenge Goddess got so scared she didn't dare to speak. In the end, she broke into tears. Despite having her mask on, her crying could not be hidden. The audience frowned. Some showed thoughtful expressions. Yang Zhongming made the essence of this matter explicit. Prince of Lanling was not the only one who criticized Yuan Shi, but Yuan Shi seemed to have targeted Prince of Lanling as if she thought he was the one she could provoke. All right, everyone will need to vote now. Anong tried to mediate, attempting to diffuse the tension, knowing that the aftermath of this segment being broadcasted could severely hinder Yuan Shi's future career. However, when the votes for both contestants were announced, the atmosphere grew even heavier. The results were a dreadful slap in the face and an outright landslide. Prince of Lanling, 888 votes. Revenge Goddess, 110 votes. Very few audience members abstained from casting their votes. This result was more than just a landslide. It was a massacre. The previous most dramatic gap in votes was from Overlord's battle with another singer. But this duel's disparity in votes was even more drastic. Prince of Lanling bulldozed over his opponent, the Revenge Goddess, with a dominating force. This was a new record. The Revenge Goddess trembled slightly as she removed her mask, revealing the face of Yuan Shi beneath. However, this was the only unmasking that wasn't met with gasps. From what Yuan Shi had said earlier, everyone knew that the Revenge Goddess was Yuan Shi, because Prince of Lanling had never criticized the Revenge Goddess, and she was insistent on seeking revenge. What complex? Crying again? Why is she crying again? Everyone had felt a great deal of sympathy for Yuan Shi at a point, but after seeing her sobbing in front of the camera over and over again, they suddenly felt it lacked novelty. Even a little. Dramatic? Is a pop diva this fragile? This is just a boy who cried wolf story. When Yuan Shi was feigning tears, she won countless sympathies. But when Yuan Shi genuinely cried, many in the audience no longer believed her tears. Many sighed. Yuan Shi had no idea how she had exited the stage in such disarray. Lin Yuan did not look back at her competitor. She bowed and left the stage. The following two duels did not have many surprises either. The powerful Overlord and the Swan each defeated their challengers. By this point, the competition was nearing its end, and Hong chuckled. Next up is our immunity round. Which singer will the 4 judges choose for the save to advance to the final? The Overlord? The Swan? Or perhaps the Prince of Longling? It's obvious. Yang Zhongming said, Prince of Longling. Prince of Longling. Prince of Longling. I choose Prince of Longling. The remaining 3 judges did not exchange words, yet their responses were remarkably consistent, as if it was destined. Whoosh. Underneath his Overlord mask, the face belonging to Fei Yang turned green instantaneously. According to the rules, the song of the winner chosen for immunity becomes the final piece the other singer must compete with. To put it plainly, after Fei Yang had defeated the Swan, he would need to tackle, exaggerate, in a sing-off. How in the devil is he supposed to compete? Boom, boom, boom. Fei Yang lost his composure. Since joining Battle 4, Fei Yang had crushed countless competitors. He had been a demon-like presence in every match. But, except for this particular song, perennial runner-up, Fei Yang looked at the 4 judges and really wanted to ask, can I still drop out now? All the hotel and transportation costs included in the arrangements will be returned to you. If you're not satisfied, I can add more money. How about double? Chapter 546, 516, Once Upon a Time _1. Fei Yang was on edge. He was confident that he could win with any song that had appeared on the stage so far. In fact, he had indeed defeated the White Swan in the subsequent match. However, the song he had to face next was the song Pretentious. Prince of Lanling's Pretentious. Just his luck. He had to face the most daunting song. From below the stage, an audience shouted, Overlord. Following the momentum of Overlord just defeating the White Swan, millions of voices mixed together. Overlord, Overlord, Overlord. Someone even shouted, no one else stands a chance against Pretentious. Only the Overlord can hope to turn the tables. Our Overlord displays the stature of an emperor. On the screen, the barrages of comments began. Our Overlord displays the stature of an emperor. Our Overlord displays the stature of an emperor. Our Overlord displays the stature of an emperor. Fei Yang. You lot, don't talk nonsense. I really don't have it. Fei Yang's mentality crumbled even more. But these are the rules. The song that the judge chose to save will directly serve as the saver's final song choice. The Prince of Lanling doesn't need to sing again. Fei Yang would directly sing a song and compare it with Pretentious one more time. If he loses, it's equivalent to the Prince of Lanling killing both the Revenge Goddess and Overlord with just one song, Pretentious. Fei Yang felt weak. He had to feel weak. Pretentious was just too powerful. At that moment, Host Anong suddenly said with a smile, in fact, concerning the rules of song submission, our program team provides flexible options. At present, there are 2 choices for Professor Longling. Would you prefer to use Pretentious, which you just performed, as the dual song, or would you like to sing another song? Hidden rules. The privilege of the saver. That is to say, Lin Yuan could choose not to sing again and simply duel with Pretentious. Alternatively, he could sing another song and start a brand new duel with Overlord. But, is there a need to choose? Everyone knows how much of a masterpiece Pretentious is. Prince Longling had no need to overreach. One song is enough for a double kill. The audience awaited the Prince of Lanling's answer. In front of the screen, countless people were also waiting for the Prince of Lanling's answer. At this moment, the audience had mixed feelings. On the one hand, everyone hoped Prince Longling could sing one more song. On the other hand, everyone felt that singing another song was too risky. What if he ended up losing? Using Pretentious was a safe choice. As a dual song, it could likely secure his victory. However, just when everyone thought the Prince Longling would choose Pretentious, he gave an answer that caught everyone off guard. Let's sing another song then. There was an uproar from the audience. My heavens, Prince Longling is awesome. That was audacious. He clearly could have won by choosing Pretentious as the dual song. I am really convinced this time. This is what a real man is like. How do you know Prince Longling is a man? It's obvious, isn't it? From the beginning of the competition, all the songs Prince Longling chose were mainly male vocals, which means the female vocals were falsetto. He must be a male singer. Users in front of the screen were also exhilarated. He's going to sing again? Not going to use Pretentious? This is giving Overlord a chance. I feel that Overlord basically can't beat Pretentious. That song is too explosive. Yet Prince Lanling actually wants to compete with Overlord again. Prince Lanling really isn't afraid of Overlord. What kind of spirit is this? The revenge goddess has lost the competition and lost her dignity. As for Lin Yuan, he didn't find it a difficult decision. Although choosing Pretentious as the duel song was a safe choice, what Lin Yuan wanted was not to play it safe, but to bring out a new song in each round of duels. Moreover, the competition was about to end. Being able to sing one more song, why would he refuse? In a certain sense, this was something more important than winning the championship. Besides, who says that Lin Yuan couldn't win the championship without using Pretentious? The Overlord was startled. He didn't expect the Prince of Lanling to not use exaggeration for a duel. He even wanted to have another song contest with him. Under the mask, Fei Yong did not feel the surprise he anticipated. Fei Yong thought he would be surprised because this was a chance his opponent had given him to turn the tables. But for some reason, he couldn't feel any happiness. At this moment, he remembered the opinions of the Prince of Lanling and Yang Zhongming and others in the recent years, including some private messages left by fans. There is no emotion. He's too obsessed with singing skills. King Fei is becoming more and more like a singing machine. King Fei's high pitch is getting higher and higher, but after I listen to it, I always feel empty, and I even forget what he just sang, even though it felt so exciting when I listened. King Fei's technique is almost perfect now, but it seems that his classic works are getting less and less over the years. Fei Yang's singing skills are really great. Fei Yang's singing skills are great. Rather than Fei Yong sang really well, Fei Yong suddenly felt choked in his heart. I worked so hard to practice singing skills, just to constantly improve myself. What did I do wrong? At this moment, Fei Yong suddenly remembered the exaggeration that the Prince of Lanling had just sung. The opponent's throat has not fully recovered. Just now his voice was hoarse at some points. Just when he sung the last few lyrics, there were 2 beats that were off. Just now his voice cracked. If judged from a professional perspective, that part was a blunder, a terrible blunder. But why didn't anyone think it was a problem? Why didn't anyone even mention it? Didn't everyone notice it? No, the audience noticed. Anyone with ears could tell. But he still won the warmest applause of the audience, won the respect of everyone, set a new record for the highest vote count in the competition. Even higher than the record he set himself. FYI, when he set the record, his opponent was just a headliner. And when the other party set a new score record, the opponent was just a song queen. Why is that? Because of feelings. Because he released all his emotions in his singing. With his abilities, he could have completely prevented his voice from cracking. Any professional singer could keep the rhythm. So there is only one answer. The Prince of Lanling no longer cared about anything. The most touching song is not about technique, not about high pitch, not about anything professional, although they are all important. But the most important thing is feelings, expression, and why we sing. The initial intention of singing. So no one cared about those flaws. Those were not flaws. They were another kind of perfection. It was these flaws that gave the song a bigger shock. He also was shocked, wasn't he? The Overlord laughed. He bowed to the audience. The next song, I dedicate to myself. He said in his heart, I dedicate it to myself, who was willing to scream on the streets in winter for my dreams. To myself who no one was willing to stop and listen to. To myself, who was willing to live in the basement for 2 years for my dreams and not care for anything else but my old guitar. To myself, who was willing to eat instant noodles for several months for a new guitar until it was hard to swallow. To myself, who was moved to tears by a few coins from pedestrians while singing at the subway entrance for the sake of music. The Overlord sang a song. The name of this song is You. This song, without high pitch or skill, only the simplest self-expression, even a few lines of lyrics. Fei Yong almost didn't sing, but spoke out. After finishing singing, the Overlord saw some audience crying. But he himself, isn't he also in tears? He bowed, with a somewhat hoarse voice. Thank you to teacher Yang Zhongming for this song. This song encouraged me through the most difficult times of my life. Also, thank you to the Prince of Lanling. You were not wrong in what you said. Your song has taught me a lot. This is the first time since the Overlord became famous that he let go of everything and spoke with the same voice as he did when he was a street performer. He didn't hide. He didn't fear. He was not worried that everyone would say, "Look, Fei Yang has become the perennial runner-up again." He just sang a song that moved others and also moved himself. This time, he sings without the heart of gain or loss. Fei Yang exited the stage amidst the applause. Chapter 547, 517, The Ordinary Road _1. The Overlord has changed. He no longer belts out high notes, no longer uses elaborate vocal runs, no longer showcases countless bizarre techniques. He just uses the simplest voice to sing on this stage. But disappointingly, his song this round sounds better than any time before. Everyone is clapping. Lin Yuan is also clapping. He probably has guessed who the person on stage is. He thinks the judges and some people familiar with the singer have probably figured it out too. This is the best song that this person has ever sung on this stage. Teacher Prince of Lanling. And Hong looks at the Prince of Lanling. All the eyes are on the Prince of Lanling. Lin Yuan steps onto the stage, still not yet speaking a word, just nods lightly to the band. This would be his last song on this stage, and he doesn't want to just leave an impression of hysteria behind. The sound of an electric piano rings out. Lin Yuan's voice is very pure. Wandering. On the road. Are you preparing to leave? Fragile in pride, which has also once been my state. Lin Yuan's voice is equally pure and simple, devoid of any technicality, just singing with the most essential voice. The expected scene of the final stage that many have imagined does not occur. As if there's a huge contrast. The stage has once been washed with high notes and techniques. However, in the last round of the final, the choice of the two singers somehow coincidentally had a similar flavor. But nobody is disappointed. On the contrary, there's a faint sense of consolation. Boiling, uncertain. Where are you going? A mystery, and silence. Are you really listening to the story? Lin Yuan's voice slightly elevates. This song, he's also dedicating it to himself. I have once crossed mountains and seas, and plowed through crowds of people. I once had everything, but in a blink, it all turned into smoke. I have once lost and despised, losing all direction, until I saw. Being ordinary is the only answer. This is for my past life. This is for my present life. This is for every version of me. Some audience members close their eyes slightly. This song doesn't resonate like extravagance, but it has a silent force. Many people thought it would be hard for the last song of Prince Lanling to surpass his previous one, but when this song played, everyone suddenly realized. No comparisons needed. This song is equally good. In fact, the chat in the screen was flooded with comments as the climax approached. At this moment, countless netizens were unable to restrain their emotions. Maybe this is what the final should look like. This is a singing stage. Extravagance is a slap to the face, a rebuttal, a release. But this song, it's reconciliation. Not reconciling with the opponent, but opening up oneself to the audience. I like this song. This is a crispy tune. A must-add to the playlist. I can't imagine how the second season can surpass this one. Prince Lanling is too strong. He didn't disappoint anyone in this final. Lin Yuan's voice returns to calm, and calmness is the truth of this song. While you are still fantasizing about your tomorrow, will it get better or worse? To me, it is just another day. I once destroyed everything I had. Just wanted to leave forever. I was once stuck in endless darkness, where struggling was useless. I was once like you, like him, like wild grass and flowers. In despair and longing, crying and laughing, being ordinary. He used to be insignificant, to stand out among others, angry and unwilling, blaming destiny. But all of those have become history. Now everything is getting better. The tone of the music is uplifted, and Lin Yuan sings as if humming. Keep going forward just like that, regardless of what you've been given. Keep going forward just like that, regardless of what's been taken from you. Keep going forward just like that, regardless of what you might miss. Keep going forward just like that, regardless of if you will. I've once traversed mountains and oceans. When the chorus rings out again, it seems Overlord is singing along, and then Swan follows. Eventually, all the eliminated singers on the stage join in. A simple melody. After listening to it once, professional singers would have already memorized it. Not only were the eliminated singers from Prince of Lanling's team singing, but also those from Sun Yaohua, Zhao Yinggu, and Jiang Kuei. The entire stage seemed to be turning into a grand choir. Behind the mask, Overlord's tears fell again. Whether it's because he knew his end, or a line in the song touched him, no one knew until he broke into, "I've been like you, like him, like that wild grass, wild flowers, despairing, desiring, crying, laughing, being ordinary." Everyone then understood his feelings. Time is silent. Just like this. Tomorrow has been blown by the wind. The road is still long. How far? Have you told your story? The final line is like a question, yet it is also filled with boundless hope. Life is on the road. May you and I be both ordinary and extraordinary. The song is called The Ordinary Road. After the performance, Lin Yuan bows. The venue is once again flooded by applause. There are no gasps of wow or incredible, but everyone's expressions say that there is no better final song than this. In front of the screens, the live comments flooded in like a waterfall, completely intoxicated. May you be both ordinary and extraordinary. This show may not need a champion. They are just a group of people who love to sing, apart from the revenge goddess. Overlord's last song made me like him. I even thought Overlord would win, but when this song came out, winning or losing no longer seemed important. In this song, I heard life. 3 years ago, I was the CEO of a listed company. 3 years later, I own several small shops. But there's actually nothing to complain about. That's my ordinary road. Overlord sang until I wept, while Prince of Lonling sang until I forgot to cry. Everybody had similar reactions to this song. Some even believed that Prince of Lonling insisted on performing this song in the final to compete with Overlord. It was a tribute to this stage. They were both conveying the same message. No need for high notes or flashy techniques, just singing sincerely. Those who are willing to listen to your songs can be found all over the world. In this round, Prince of Lonling won by a huge margin. There were many viewers who abstained. It was the round with the most abstentions. Many people could hardly bear to decide who was the ultimate winner, but Overlord accepted it gracefully. When he took off his mask, he looked relieved. Fei Yang's face appeared before millions of viewers. Surprisingly, there were few second-place comments in the live chat. Of course, there were a few, but surprisingly fewer than expected. Indeed, after the last song, some people had already guessed who Overlord was. I got second place again. Fei Yang looked at the audience, laughing. He looked a bit self-mocking, but mostly relieved. When the applause subsides, and Hong says soulfully, "Thank you, Teacher Fei Yang, and thank you to all the viewers. Now, our Prince of Lonling, as the king of singing of this competition, it is time for your unmasking." Lin Yuan paused. Finally, the time to unmask had come. He must have prepared himself, right? What Lin Yuan didn't know was, as in Hong's words echoed, Yuan Shi and all the fan groups of the singers whom Prince of Lonling had previously challenged were going nearly mad. Chapter 548, 518, Explosion. Prince of Lonling is about to unmask himself. That person who has been on a warpath since the beginning of the competition, offending countless singers and inciting waves of fans, provoking endless controversies amongst the audience, is finally about to reveal his true identity. Whoosh. Insane. Completely insane. With this moment approaching, countless people who hate Prince of Lonling to the core, their eyes glowing menacingly, ready to pounce on their prey. Their mouths are watering. They can finally unleash their relentless attacks, their hidden fangs, like a terrifying beast, opened in anticipation before their prey. Some things won't change, at least not because of 2 songs. No matter how impressive Prince of Lonling's final performance might be, it cannot hide the fact that he has previously openly attacked other singers. Those dissatisfied with him have gathered as a formidable force. Within the countless fan groups of Yuan Shi, Shi is crying. My heart is broken. Shi is the most pitiful one. Because of Prince of Lonling, she was misunderstood by the entire world. He is the root cause of all her misfortune, and the revenge has not ended yet. We shall carry on Shi's revenge. The real revenge is only just beginning. Who cares who he is? So what if he wins the championship? As soon as he shows his true face, it will be time for our judgment. Let's attack him on the fan forum. We will make sure he won't have a place in this industry. What does it matter if he wins the championship? He has already lost the whole world. I have already contacted the fans on Fei Yang's side. He destroyed Shi on this stage, and we will destroy him too. Prince of Lanling is doomed. There is no doubt about the deep hatred Yuan Shi's fans have for Prince of Lanling, even though most people don't understand why fans could be so passionate about their idols. At Lin Yuan's home, Lin Xian's eyes were reddening as she watched the screen, her breath becoming heavy. Almost there. Soon we will know who Prince of Lanling really is. Unmasked, Lin Yao couldn't help but get excited as well. Even their mother stopped peeling the apple. Antarctica, the pet dog, is barking. It seems even this dog cannot wait. Meanwhile, countless industry insiders are glued to the masked singer. Prince of Lanling is about to unmask himself. Who is he? Which company's singer is he? This guy is so bold. On what basis? Could he be some low-profile big shot in the industry? Why can't I figure it out? Hurry up and unmask. Damn it. I can't hold it anymore. I've been holding in my pee just to watch him unmask. But these are just the tip of the iceberg. As Prince of Lanling is about to unmask himself, the entire music industry, all major companies in the industry, thousands of families who are watching this show are all waiting. But before this, everyone, absolutely everyone, needs to first get an answer, and that is Prince of Lanling's identity. Who are you? Who the hell are you? At this moment, the online comments of the show were not just murmuring, but completely boiling over. Whoosh. Even many people who supported Prince of Lanling earlier were shocked by this terrifying momentum. Your end is near. You're finished. No matter who you are. The moment you unmask will be the time you pay for your actions. No, it is 1,000 times worse. I can barely contain my rage anymore. We are the United Fan Army, and when we march, there's no turning back. Oh my God. Such hostility. Just how many people has Prince of Lanling offended? So many people hate him. So many people are waiting for him to unmask. So many people are waiting for his face to be revealed so they can start to attack. The power of so many people gathering together is terrifying. Yes, Prince of Lanling has offended too many singers in this show, and all of them are A-list singers. The influence of any A-list singer is terrifying. Even if the A-list singers themselves don't say anything, their fans will loathe their common enemy. This is an army. This is an army closing in. When so many people come together and join hands to resist Prince of Lanling, what can Prince of Lanling, who has lost his mask, do to resist? Some people can't stand it. What did Prince of Lanling do wrong for you guys to hate him so much? He won the championship by his own talent. He didn't resort to any unfair means. However, this group of people had almost lost their sanity. His every word is a mistake. His presence on this stage is a mistake. Him using any means to attract attention is a huge mistake. You guys can't do this. Prince of Lanling's fans, though not as powerful as the numerous fans of other singers, but some still stubbornly defended Prince of Lanling. This encounter was inevitable, but some people were willing to stand in front of Prince of Lanling. However, soon these people were dumbfounded by a series of questions. You say that Prince of Lanling achieved this by his own ability. You say that Prince of Lanling's songs were his responses to the outside world. But have you ever thought about whose songs these are? Whose songs are these? And let's not even talk about the composer. None of the lyrics of Prince of Lanling's songs were written by him. His lyrics are striking, his tunes are beautiful and moving, but these were all written by Xian Yu. Without Xian Yu, he would not have made it to the finals. Without Xian Yu, he wouldn't have won this championship. What is there to boast about for someone who relies on Xian Yu to win the championship? Is he strong? What is he without Xian Yu? Chapter 549, 518, Explosion_2. With the maestro's blatant favoritism, obviously he could win, but we don't accept it. Some of those objecting to this felt suddenly hesitant upon hearing these claims. After all, everything from the lyrics to the composition was Xian Yu's doing. So was this championship actually belonging to Xian Yu or to the Prince of Lanling? Just as they were caught in this quandary, all the barrage of comments turned into a wild celebration against the Prince of Lanling. It was as if these folks had morphed into a prehistoric monster, and the sole purpose of this monstrous creature was to tear the universally hated Prince of Lanling to shreds, to devour him utterly. Meanwhile on stage, the audience was straining their eyes waiting. Where was the Prince of Lanling? Why hadn't he unmasked yet? The restlessness in the venue was escalating. The noise from the audience was growing louder. Some even wondered, had the Prince of Lanling run away? Had the pressure gotten too much? So he didn't dare to unmask himself? If that was the case, it could somewhat be understood. Universally hated might sound funny and juvenile, but somehow it felt apt when applied to the Prince of Lanling. He was indeed hated universally, even if he became the champion. Host Anong could only force a bitter smile to placate the crowd. Prince of Lanling is changing his clothes. He will unmask himself in front of everybody shortly. Suddenly, an elevator surfaced from the front. The elevator door opened, and a slender figure walked out. This person was still wearing the familiar mask of the Prince of Lanling, but he had changed into a simpler costume. Judging from his physique, it seemed quite youthful. In the venue, in front of the screens, everyone was staring at this man. The gaze of some was so intense it seemed like they could burn off his mask with just their eyes. Finally, he took off the mask. Gently, he removed the mask. Countless cameras pointed at him, bright lights, a restless crowd. All these circumstances made Lin Yuan feel a bit lost. When he first removed the mask, he instinctively covered his face. His heart rate involuntarily quickened a bit. He was still feeling a bit uncomfortable, but it seemed like he had to reveal his face now. This was not only a rule of the competition, but also a promise Lin Yuan had made to himself. His hands slowly lowered, trying to accept everything he had once resisted. Damn it! Who was that? Really, who was that? The audience was staring straight at the stage. The sparks in some viewers' eyes were already about to burst. Everyone was hoping that hand would swiftly take off, preferably within 0.01 seconds. However, this process lasted 4 or 5 seconds. Lin Yuan's face was finally revealed to everyone, largely exposed to the world with nothing to hide. Slanting eyebrows, bright eyes, firm jawline, pursed lips. Youthful, handsome, and moreover, unfamiliar. At this moment, for many the initial reaction was not to gasp or engage in discussion, but rather in nearly collective bewilderment. Was this the masked singer? Was this the champion of the first season? He's really good-looking, as if he had stepped straight out of a comic, so dazzling as if the light was coming from behind him. But why don't we recognize him at all? No. Recognition. Hey handsome, who are you? The barrage of comments went crazy, with the program cameraman focusing on his unfairly handsome face, causing a compelling impact based on aesthetics. He's revealed. He's revealed. He's revealed. Wait. Who is he? Who the heck is he? This is definitely not the Prince of Lanling I had imagined, but he's so handsome. Really fucking handsome. Damn it, we can't be blinded by his looks. He's the enemy. He's the Prince of Lanling. His mouth is vile beyond belief. He's a handsome devil. You think just because you're good-looking you can get away with anything. No one's going to save him today. Yes, the Prince of Lanling is indeed too handsome. So much so that his face could make almost everyone lose their senses. But also, the Prince of Lanling is a total stranger. Did the competition make a mistake? Of course, this competition would never make a mistake, nor had it ever. Under everyone's intense gaze, amidst mixed feelings, amidst the confusion of the crowd, Sun Yaohua suddenly roars like a madman. Along with his roar came Jiang Kuei's high-decibel scream. Zhao Yingge was also infected. With tears streaming down her face, she screamed mindlessly, followed by Xia Fan yelling frantically. Ah! And on the judge's side, Yang Zhongming was laughing hysterically. He's been waiting for this moment for too long. He had almost blurted out the truth so many times. So many times, he almost couldn't help but curse at the audience. Blind fools. But he held back every time. So now he laughs wildly. Next to Yang Zhongming, Yin Dong is watching Yang Zhongming, dumbfounded. Yi Zhiqiu also watches Yang Zhongming, shocked. They've never seen him like this before. As for Zheng Jing actually stood up. She even delivered a fierce punch on Yang Zhongming's arm. However, Yang Zhongming continued to laugh, not feeling any pain, only finding this scene fascinatingly hilarious. You thought telling me earlier would kill you. Zheng Jing cursed at Yang Zhongming, then disregarded everything and rushed onto the stage. She made a beckoning gesture, her expression somewhat shocked. Is this Zheng Jing? It's the maestro. Is she giving such high regards for the Prince of Lanling? The even more jaw-dropping thing was, Yang Zhongming also stood up. heading straight towards host Anong on the stage. Anong was so frightened that he took 2 steps backwards. Yang Zhongming grabbed the microphone from him, turned to Lin Yuan and questioned sharply, "I'll ask you again, are you having fun?" "Yes." Lin Yuan smiled like a child. For the first time, he realized that there was nothing to be afraid of the camera. "Who are you?" Yang Zhongming looked at the audience, as if he was looking at countless flustered faces on the screens. Finally, he turned to the Prince of Lanling. "You shouldn't let me announce your name. Tell them. Yourself. Who are you?" "Hello, everyone." Lin Yuan had thought of many ways to introduce himself, but when the words reached his mouth, he seemed to become speechless, leaving only a simple and boring sentence. "I'm Xianyu." What surprised Lin Yuan was, after he introduced himself, the scene suddenly fell silent, like someone had muted a heavy rock song playing. This was an event with thousands in the audience. But, at this scene, with thousands of people, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was an ultimate silence, as if everyone had lost their ability to speak. Only blank and stupefied faces remained. "Xianyu, Xianyu." Sun Yaohua and his group suddenly broke the silence, reminding everyone with their method, "You did not hear it wrong. He is Xian Yu." Boom. Like a nuclear fallout. With Yang Zhongming's words, with the confirmation from Sun Yaohua and his group, the entire audience stood up suddenly. As though they had rehearsed countless times beforehand, their faces transitioned from stupefaction to utter shock and hysteria. And on the screen, everyone's faces were in a state of speechless shock, even questioning if their ears were playing tricks on them. Who is he? Is he Xianyu? He is Xianyu. He is Xianyu. At this moment, in front of countless screens, after a brief, deathly silence, terrifying screams were let out, just like the boiling atmosphere on site, as if the pressure was reaching a critical point. The next moment, the music hall, this centuries-old building withstood the most horrific audio wave attack in its history. It felt like the whole world was about to explode with these unified screams. Chapter 550, 519, Luminescence_1. This was the most terrifying scream that the music hall had heard in hundreds of years, with some audience members nearly fainting from lack of oxygen due to screaming. Exaggeration, shock, horror. Countless people were waving their arms, pounding their chests, and widening their eyes to scream, almost all becoming like Sun Yaohua. At that moment, everyone understood the madness of the fish school. Xianyu. He is Xianyu. He turns out to be Xianyu. Who the hell berated Prince of Lanling before? Stand out now. Is the god I favored for so long someone you can insult? Choose to have a verbal spat online or a physical fight offline. I am not afraid anymore. He is Fish Papa. Did I berate Fish Papa before? I wish I could split my foul mouth. I was led astray by nonsense online. From the moment I started learning music a few years ago, Fish Papa was my only faith. Some people laughed, but some cried. The audience was nearly out of control. As the host, and Hong had completely lost control of the stage. This had turned into a sea of revelry and noise. In his countless years as a host, this was the first time An Hong had encountered such a situation, but his shock was no less than that of the audience, was it? At Lin Yuan's house, the moment Prince of Lanling took off his mask, Lin Yuan's mom, who was halfway through peeling an apple, suddenly dropped it to the ground. Antarctica's shout abruptly echoed in the room. This retired music teacher was suddenly moved to tears. "That's my son. Did you see that, child's father? Our son is standing there. Right there he is." "Brother." Lin Yao also cried. Her tears flowed like they didn't cost a thing. Lin Xian's face went from rigid to crazy in just a few seconds. She was both laughing and crying at the same time. Prince of Lanling turns out to be Lin Yuan. Prince of Lanling turns out to be my brother. What is a dream? Everyone in the Lin family knew that Lin Yuan's dream was to sing, and no matter how much others tried to dissuade him, they could never make him give up. Just recently, he had told his family that his vocal cords were getting better, and now he was acting on his dream in this way. Lin Xian remembered. In the first few days when Lin Yuan's vocal cords were initially damaged, whenever no one was paying attention, he would secretly practice singing in his room. It took him a full half a year to accept the fact that his vocal cords were damaged. He sang until his voice was hoarse, sang until he was hospitalized, sang until he couldn't say a single word. It was thanks to his family's desperate pleading that he finally gave up struggling. And today, he has become a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the derogatory comments about Prince of Lanling online. She used to feel angry, but right now she only felt an endless sense of aggrievement. How dare you bully my brother? Can you handle the consequences? In the music world, when this unfamiliar but handsome young man composedly finished introducing himself, countless musicians boiled over, with countless shouts of astonishment erupting. Xianyu. He is Xianyu. He is Maestro Jr. Holy cow, isn't he a composer? He can sing. Moreover, he sings so well. No wonder he dares to critique unabashedly. If he didn't wear that mask, which singer wouldn't be standing at attention, waiting for punishment? Yuan Shi is finished. Look at Zheng Jing and Yang Zhoming's attitudes towards Xianyu. They all belong to the same company. They treat Lin Yuan like their company's most proud child. Yuan Shi has offended all the maestros. Kneel down. Let alone Yuan Shi. Right now I want to kneel too. How can Prince of Lanling be Xianyu? How can Prince of Lanling be Maestro Jr. Xianyu? Why is a god competing with mortals? All major companies. A particular leader almost immediately determined as soon as Xianyu's true identity was revealed. Right now, you fuckwits better inform every department in the company to end all forms of collaboration with Yuan Shi. Fuck. Our company still has an endorsement from Yuan Shi. What the fuck are we supposed to do now? Yuan Shi's fans aren't even enough to fill the gap between Xianyu's supporters' teeth. This wave is going to wipe out so many people. I don't care. No matter how many endorsements Yuan Shi has, pull them all for me immediately. Not even a second's delay is acceptable. If you want to continue working in this industry, don't pick a fight with these musical juggernauts. The combined power of Xianyu, Yang Zhongming, and Zheng Jing will tear Yuan Shi apart without even uttering a word. Other singers haven't yet crossed the line entirely. If they decently apologize to Xianyu, it would be considered done, provided Xianyu is willing to forgive them. However, even if Xianyu wanted to, his fans wouldn't accept Yuan Shi. Ban Yuan Shi. We owed Xianyu a favor earlier. He gave us a month's grace, creating space for our top singers throughout the competitive season. Now it's time to pay him back, but truthfully, we don't really need to do anything. Yuan Shi is doomed. Not even a miracle can save her now. At this moment, almost all companies are urgently withdrawing from collaboration with Yuan Shi. She's become like a harbinger of doom. Everyone desperately distances themselves from her. Backstage, Yuan Shi, clad in cold professionalism and waiting in the shadows to face the Prince of Lanling, was already faltering due to the overwhelming noise around her when his identity was revealed. She was stunned. She cried again. This time her sobs weren't laced with feelings of injustice, anger, or defiance, but only despair and helplessness. She didn't know what was coming her way. The figure on stage felt like a mountain, the pressure already making it hard for her to breathe. This time it's really over. Why did he have to be Xianyu? He is the founder of the Yu dynasty. He is the fastest rising Maestro Jr. in recent years. He is a legendary musician whom Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing both treat as an equal. He has already become the ceiling in this industry. Xia Fan rushes to the stage. Sun Yaohua rushes to the stage. Zhao Yinggu rushes to the stage. Jiang Kuei also rushes to the stage. They gather around Xianyu in a tight, united circle, with Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing standing on either side like guardian gods. Finally, Yin Dong rises. Yi Zhiqiu rises. No longer able to sit idly by as judges in the auditorium, it would be disrespectful to appear. From any angle, Xianyu is on par with them. This is respect. Respect for colleagues. In this industry, there are only a handful of colleagues whom they respect. Xianyu happens to be one of them. Even more awkwardly, both of them have previously lost to Xianyu in the Battle of the Gods rivalry. Especially Yin Dong. He lost twice, including that time at the end of last year. This stage does not only belong to the 4 veteran maestros. There are 5. Even though he wasn't crowned the title of maestro, in a sense, he shines brighter than anyone else. He is truly shining. A shine that cannot be dimmed by the crowd. Chapter 551, 520. No matter how many seasons of The Masked Singer continued after, people would never forget the stunning moment when Maestro Jr. Xianyu first revealed his face. It was as if the eyes of the entire world were locked onto that youthful figure. Scrolling on, the program crew frantically captured everyone's reactions with their cameras. But almost everyone was stunned, with no two reactions being quite the same. The sprite was stunned. The white swan was stunned. The robot was stunned. The kings and queens of singing were all stunned. We were actually competing against Xianyu. Xianyu beat us using his identity as a singer. Shouldn't he be sitting on the judge's seat? And he's so young, about the same age as my son. No wonder Xianyu always writes songs for the Prince of Lonling. So he is the authentic, envious fish. A judge-level figure is competing with us. Among the kings and queens of singing, Fei Yang seemed to have lost his ability to think, just gazing blankly at Xianyu. This was the person who had put him in the perennial runner-up seat. This was the person who made him always lose to fish. He once said he didn't want to be critiqued by Xianyu on this program. But in fact, Xianyu had already critiqued him. He just didn't know it. So it turns out this round of being runner-up was arranged by Xianyu. And it was as a singer that he once again proved his superiority in the most convincing manner. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If there really is a Yu dynasty, then at this moment the audience would have become the subjects of this dynasty. But some changes are actually developing from the details. Don't forget the story behind the program. Just before the Prince of Lonling was about to reveal his face, many dissatisfied people had already formed a massive troop. However, this was clearly not a well-ordered army, because their charges had already scattered before they began. The event occurred in an instant, at the moment when Xianyu revealed his identity. A complete silence fell over the multitude of critics. A terrifying barrage of comments that was enough to trigger some people's agoraphobia. At that moment, the ton of Fish Papa labels could scare all other singers' fans to pale. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Fans of singers who had been attacked by Xianyu were suddenly urgently messaging all group members. Even the most aggressive keyboard warriors could only smash their keyboards into pieces at this time. A sea of fire lay ahead. Fuck it. We must all kneel. Why is it him? I actually followed you idiots and insulted Fish Papa. Shit. What the hell is Musher? I am a die-hard fan of Fish Papa. I don't want to stay in this shitty group. A singer's fan group. A large-scale heat of exit. The atmosphere was abnormal at this moment in Yuan Shi's fan group. Even the administrators who had previously been the most active, organizing attacks on blogs and forums of various tribes, were stunned. What did this mean? The inner core of the administrators knew it well. The rebellion of Yuan Shi's fans actually had more or less the tacit instigation of Yuan Shi himself, including Yuan Shi's manager who had appeared in the group more than once. Otherwise, Yuan Shi's fans wouldn't be so heated. The reason was simple. Yuan Shi wanted to use the Prince of Lonling to hype up his popularity. The Prince of Lonling attracted too many people during the competition. If Yuan Shi were to defeat him, it could terrifyingly increase his popularity. This was quite normal. Many stars liked to play this hype-up strategy. The Prince of Lonling just gave away the ladder, and Yuan Shi was only to climb up along the pole. But with things having progressed to this point, the backlash was also most frightening. Just because he is Xianyu, so Yuan Shi was doomed to fail. The group was still exploding, already a boiling mess. Boss, are we still going to charge Xianyu's tribe or Xianyu's blog? Xianyu doesn't seem to be on the blog. He usually plays more in tribes. I suggest we just push over. Push your sister. Are you nuts? Don't you know who Xianyu is? I feel so sorry for Fish Papa. Although I also like Yuan Shi a lot. I have many idols, but there can only be one God. Sorry you guys play. I'll go and apologize to Fish Papa. Also, I am now anti-Yuan Shi. Here too, there's a mass exodus from the group. Yuan Shi's diehard fans, his staunch supporters, at this moment dare not let out a peep. It's as if a pack of wolves has turned into a bunch of huskies, sticking out their little tongues in innocence, their eyes portraying as much innocence as possible. We have no intention of disrupting Fish Papa. You guys misunderstood. The online world is going entirely crazy. People are laughing. Why is it that these fans of the singers aren't making a peep? What happened to the promised army of thousands? To the vaunted prehistoric monsters? Did all the horses die? Did the monsters' teeth all shatter? Didn't you guys say that Prince of Lonling, this champion, isn't up to mark? Didn't you guys claim that Prince of Lonling only topped because of Envious Fish's songs? My apologies. Prince of Lonling is Envious Fish. All the songs he's singing are his own. Correct. When the fans of Yuan Shi and other singers prepared to attack Envious Fish, they were shocked when Envious Fish's real identity was revealed, resulting in the collective retreat. It made a lot of people's scalp tingle. The trend has already been set. The public refreshed real-time topics at a much faster pace than one could imagine. Hashtag Prince_Fish, hashtag. Hashtag Envious_Fish_unveiled, hashtag. Hashtag Prince_Lanling_unmasked, hashtag. Hashtag Envious_Fish_revealed, hashtag. Blogs followed suit quickly, almost without any changes, as if the two sides were copying each other's hot topics. Meanwhile, Sheen Arts alumni group exploded. Did you see the Masked Singer? Envious Fish is from our school. OMG, I know him, the music department's hunk. My senior is authentic Envious Fish. Please, he's the campus hunk, just low profile. So many people don't know there's this handsome guy in the music department. It was because of a friend that I found out about him. Oh my, it's our music department senior. I've seen him too. I love you, senior, crazy in love. How did I not notice this hunk in our school before? If I had known he was Envious Fish, I would have served him food and drinks every day. The same reaction is happening in Lin Yuan's class group. The group is abuzz. Lin Yuan is Envious Fish. I saw him unmask. I thought I was mistaken. My God, I can't believe I only found out when I was a senior. Lin Yuan is really low-key. Call him Fish Papa. No wonder Yihan saw Lin Yuan at Starlight that day. Because Lin Yuan is Envious Fish, of course, he was at Starlight. Never would have imagined. I was actually classmates with Envious Fish. We even lived in the same dorm. I was even his desk mate. Next time I see him, I need an autograph. The group is all at Lin Yuan. There are also quite a few at Yihan. Yihan finally appears. Let me breathe. This is too shocking. I need some time to process. Yes, let's take it slow. Didn't I just invite Fish Papa out for dinner recently? Even though I was rejected. What's this? There's a hidden gem right beside me. Chapter 552, 521, concluding _1. A great master was beside me all along. This wasn't just the thought of Qin Art and Lin Yuan's classmates. Inside the Shadow Studio, Luo Wei and the studio's assistants, being loyal viewers of the show, of course didn't miss the revelation of Prince of Lonling. Then they were stunned. Isn't this Teacher Shadow? Teacher Shadow is Admirable Fish. My goodness. Shadow Chu Kuang Admirable Fish isn't actually 3 people, but 2. Teacher Shadow doesn't only draw, but also composes music. And he can sing. What does this signify? They were speechless. In fact, the most shocked was the Shadow Studio, because other people only saw that the Prince of Lonling was Admirable Fish, but they knew more facts and truths. Prince of Lonling isn't merely Maestro Junior Admirable Fish, but also the peak artistic talent, Teacher Shadow. This identity is still unknown to the outside world. Luo Wei subconsciously looked at Jean Mu on the couch, who had a mysterious smile on his face and yelled, "Uncle Jean, you knew all along." Yes, I've known for a long time. Jean Mu knew it was his turn to step in, but Teacher Shadow's identity still needs to be kept secret. I have added a temporary confidentiality contract for everyone. Please sign it later. Of course, there are benefits. From now on, everyone's monthly salary will increase by 2,000 yuan. This is the benefit I fought for you. Long live Uncle Jean. Everyone immediately got excited. The fact that the Prince of Lonling is Admirable Fish and also Shadow is just a piece of gossip for the people in the studio. It's a long way from their real lives. But this secrecy benefit is very real. I would sign without getting extra cash. One of the assistants declared with excitement. I'm a diehard fan of Teacher Admirable Fish. I downloaded all of his songs in my playlist. I'm willing to keep Teacher Shadow's secret. I'm willing to work for Teacher Shadow. The rest glared at the assistant. The assistant sheepishly closed his mouth. Seeing this, Jean Mu couldn't close his mouth due to laughter. It seemed that keeping a secret wouldn't be difficult. Luo Wei on the side took a deep breath, trying to calm her astonished feelings. She suddenly remembered. Teacher Shadow once said that although she was his student, she is not his elder sister. Now it seems that this might be because teacher Admirable Fish has some students' rights. Speaking of painting, she should still be the elder sister. She suddenly began giggling. This master of hers, he's simply horrifying. After laughing for a bit, Luo Wei's gaze shifted towards the TV screen in the studio. At this moment, the live broadcast hadn't ended yet. With the unveiling of Admirable Fish, the venue had been boiling for a long time, and the crew didn't purposely control the atmosphere. Even the director of the program, Tong Shuwen, who was behind the scene, was grinning from ear to ear. Finally unveiled. Not only was everyone else anticipating this moment, Tong Shuwen, who knew the true identity of the Prince of Lanling, had been waiting for this moment countless times. He had been holding it in for several months and finally didn't have to hold it any longer. It was so hard. And next to him, the deputy director and other crew members were already stunned. All these looks gave Tong Shuwen an indescribable sense of joy. So satisfying. It was only when everyone's emotions had calmed down a bit, host Anong walked onto the stage again. At this moment, Sun Yaohua and the others had already returned to their seats. The stage only had Anong and Lin Yuan. The venue got quiet. Everyone at the moment was looking forward to what teacher Admirable Fish would say next. The host Anong naturally understood the audience's anticipation. He forced a smile. Teacher Admirable Fish, it's actually you. How did you come up with the idea of participating as a singer? The program originally invited you to be a judge. Lin Yuan replied, I have always been a singer. He didn't feign modesty, yet he wasn't deliberately cold. He was just in his usual state. The feeling of unease brought on by the camera had completely disappeared without him noticing. He could now comfortably be himself. By saying you have always been a singer, you mean, when I first signed with Starlight, I was preparing to debut as a singer, but due to health issues. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, not disclosing the specifics of his sickness, but he didn't realize his hesitation left enough space for the audience's imagination and exploration. He continued, the deterioration of my health led to problems with my voice. The doctor said I would never be able to sing again, so I became a composer and transferred to the composition department in my second year of university. Everyone was stunned. Admirable Fish became a composer just because he couldn't sing anymore. He had never planned to study composition. Is he some sort of deity? A novice composer like you became the little maestro in the world of composition. Is this genius? No, this is wicked genius. Host Anong was also taken aback. He muttered, so your switch to composing was just out of necessity, but you achieved such great success now. My health is recovering, so my voice is back. Lin Yuan didn't explain too much. He just briefly mentioned why he joined the competition. I just happened to catch this talent show, and I wanted to fulfill my dream of being a singer. So, host Anong said with emotion, there was never any Admirable Fish writing songs for Prince of Lanling. All the songs you sang in the show, you composed them yourself. No. Lin Yuan had to acknowledge that the songs provided by the system were his own creation, but he had to single out one song. I also sang teacher Yang Zhongming's, leaving to pay tribute to him. He's like a teacher to me. The camera focused on Yang Zhongming's face. Yang Zhongming smiled at Lin Yuan. His eyes were unusually gentle, especially when he heard Lin Yuan saying he considered him as his teacher. The corners of his mouth curved upward, barely concealing his smile. What a kid, despite the fact that he had never taught him anything. In front of the screen, the barrage of comments kept at a high pace. I can handle this. What's with the way Father Yang looks at Admirable Fish? It's doting, it's full of love. I finally understand why teacher Yang Zhongming always seemed to be defending Admirable Fish in the show. He must have recognized teacher Admirable Fish long ago. Is this the legendary father-son protection pact? I'm drunk with that look. Expert anti-smile detected. The live audience also broke into anti-smiles. Yang Zhongming's look at Lin Yuan was too affectionate. Host Anong looked at teacher Yang Zhongming. It seems that teacher Yang Zhongming knew about it all along. No. Yang Zhongming thought about it and said, the first time, I felt a strange familiarity from him, but I didn't think much about it until the second time when he started playing the piano. That's when I suspected, because I know how good Admirable Fish is at the piano. After the third performance, I immediately went back to the company and pulled out the audition tape from when Admirable Fish first joined the company. His voice was identical to one of the voices of Prince of Lanling. and that's when I confirmed it. Lin Yuan. So, they had pulled out the video of my initial audition at the company. With Yang Zhoming's keen ears for voices, he indeed could confirm my identity. You kept me in the dark about this. Zheng Jing on the side was unhappy. Then she sighed with a reluctant smile. Admirable Fish is our golden boy at Starlight. I may not spend much time with him, but he has a charm that makes you fall in love at first sight. Host Anong chuckled. Because he's handsome. Zheng Jing laughed, and the audience both on and off the screen also laughed along. The award presentation is supposed to be done by our host, but how about we let teacher Yang Zhoming present the award? Host Anong knows how to build the atmosphere. The arena immediately erupted in cheers. Yang Zhoming. Of course, Yang Zhoming wouldn't refuse. Amidst the music, he presented the trophy for the first season of The Masked Singer to Lin Yuan. The background music was the song, Laughing in the Vast Sea, which Lin Yuan sung in the third round of the competition. The first time they heard the song, nobody knew the identity of Prince of Lanling. Now, when they hear the song again, everyone had a different feel for it. In fact, revisiting all of Prince of Lanling's performances on this stage and combining it with Admirable Fish's basic introduction of himself gave everyone a subtle feeling. Many have decided to go back and watch every round of Prince of Lanling's performances. Zheng Jing. Yang Zhoming looked at Zheng Jing. Her eyes seemed pretty jealous, so he invited. Want to sing together? Everyone knew this song by now. Without any hesitation, Zheng Jing dashed up to the stage, then suddenly turned around and dragged Yin Dong and Yi Zhiqiu up as well. And thus, the scene turned into a grand chorus by Lin Yuan, Yang Zhoming, Zheng Jing, Yin Dong, and Yi Zhiqiu, all iconic figures in the music industry. Laughter over the vast sea, waves crashing on either shore. Remember this moment with the ebb and flow. Under a smiling sky, the world is but a show. Who will lose? Who will win? The heavens know. The first season of The Masked Singer came to end amidst the chorus of Laughing in the Vast Sea by Lin Yuan and the four maestros. By the end of the song, everyone was laughing heartily, joyously. At this moment, at Starlight Entertainment, the same song rang out. Everyone in the company, including the high-level executives, was watching the show and witnessed Admirable Fish's unmasking. Chapter 553, 522. Starlight Entertainment. The meeting room was very silent. Everyone was staring at the big screen. The faces of the company's top executives were full of suppressed excitement. Even those who were usually able to hide their emotions couldn't stay calm when Admirable Fish unveiled himself. Even Li Songhua, the chairman, couldn't hide his unrest at this moment. Prince of Lanling, Admirable Fish. Who would have guessed? This little maestro, behind the company's back, had created such big news. He finally revealed his face. In the most shocking way. At this moment, a senior executive said with a trembling voice, Admirable Fish's value is now immeasurable. The revealing of his identity has caused the company's stock to skyrocket. It's like we're in a frenzy of stock price increases. Thunderous. The silence was broken. A high-level executive coughed. Isn't Admirable Fish's office a little small? Indeed. We need to improve Admirable Fish's treatment. From now on, whatever Admirable Fish requests, don't even bother reporting it. Just satisfy him straight away. Let him do whatever he likes. As long as he doesn't break the company, let him do whatever he wants. He's just a kid. Don't we have to indulge a child however he behaves? But now, other entertainment companies must be green with envy. We must do something about it. Our Starlight Crown Prince is not for outsiders to meddle. The phrase Starlight Crown Prince is often used in a teasing manner by the company's employees, but never uttered by the execs. This was the first time, but everyone, in this very moment, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is our company's Crown Prince. Ours, Starlight's. Anyone looking to meddle, break their fingers. No. One would dare to underestimate the determination of the Starlight execs at this moment. For Admirable Fish, they would wage a war against any company. I am considering inviting Admirable Fish to hold some shares in the company. We can discuss the specific shareholding ratio later. Li Songhua's words, spoken while tapping his fingers on the table, suddenly silenced the conference room again. I agree. Let's hold another meeting to discuss that later. Finally, a senior executive with real power nodded seriously, his gaze fixated on the grand conclusion celebration image on the program. There on the stage, Admirable Fish was shining brightly. I have no objections. Agreed. Let's do it. The other executives nodded in agreement after a slight pause, acknowledging Admirable Fish's worth. All right. What about Yuan Shi? A high-level executive angrily interrupted. Not just Yuan Shi. Someone couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to take action. Didn't know Prince of Lanling was Admirable Fish. You can slander him freely. But after knowing Prince of Lanling is Admirable Fish, taking everything into consideration, Starlight is furious. No need. Li Songhua spoke again. You've all been paying attention to Admirable Fish. You should know his character. These fans who are ignorant are not at fault. They will know what to do next. As for Yuan Shi, Li Songhua paused and said with a complicated tone, is there really a need for us to take action? Everyone was taken aback for a moment and then laughed. Admirable Fish's influence has risen to another level with the stage of The Masked Singer. There's no need for Starlight to punish anyone under these circumstances. Li Songhua said nothing. In fact, given Admirable Fish's personality, he probably wouldn't hold a grudge against Yuan Shi. He may even forget about it. Li Songhua has privately concluded this from studying Admirable Fish's character countless times. The truth is, this matter has nothing to do with Admirable Fish anymore. Some insiders decided to stir up some trouble on their own. That's the entertainment industry for you. How big a mistake did Yuan Shi make? It was nothing more than tacitly allowing, or even inciting fans, while secretly using small means not making it to the table, in order to climb on top of Prince of Lanling. This is a common, backstabbing behavior in the entertainment industry. Many celebrities have done similar things. What's a little backstabbing? There have even been cases where the other party was slandered until their career was ruined, and they could no longer show their face in public. Starlight doesn't take action in order to protect Admirable Fish, and not to leave the impression in the industry that Admirable Fish is too domineering. But Starlight is not an old good person who returns gratitude with resentment. The precondition to this matter is that someone will take action for Admirable Fish, for Starlight. While Li Songhua has been able to steadily control Blue Star, a top music company for many years, secretly his teeth have been poisoned. The show had already come to an end. The audience left the stage, reluctant to part. Lin Yuan went backstage, and on seeing Tong Tong gazing at him absent-mindedly, he couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. Tong Tong had been defending the Prince of Lanling during the competition. Lin Yuan was vaguely aware of that. You are. Suddenly, Tong Tong pulled out a small notebook. Can you give me your autograph? Sure. Lin Yuan penned his name for her in standard script, 2 graceful characters spelling out Admirable Fish. Thank you. Tong Tong was overjoyed. Knowing the real identity of the Prince of Lanling, Tong Tong was profoundly shocked. Now it all made sense. She completely understood why the Prince of Lanling dared to critique other singers without hesitation, why the Prince of Lanling never cared about the uproar from the fans. Because he was Admirable Fish. Whatever he said was golden words of wisdom. If he wanted, he could sit in the judge's seat. Around the corner, Sun Yaohua and Xia Fan, among others, emerged out of nowhere, excitedly calling, Junior brother, Lin Yuan, teacher Admirable Fish. All sorts of things were being shouted. Lin Yuan looked at the singers he was most familiar with, chuckled and said, We've embraced enough already. Go and have some well-deserved rest. I will get in touch with all of you later. Okay. People like Sun Yaohua instantly nodded. Zhao Yingji's eyes widened, feeling faint from the sudden onslaught of happiness. Them, not you, you all, including herself. All right then. Zhao Yinggu was aware of it. She knew, in terms of closeness, her relationship with Admirable Fish didn't match that of Sun Yaohua and others. But this competition made her stand out in Admirable Fish's eyes. What competition? What top 12? None of these could compare to the last sentence from Admirable Fish. From now on, she was truly going to belong to the Fish family. Not bad. Xia Fan stepped forward and patted Lin Yuan's arm. As childhood friends, she knew much more than others did, like the matter of Lin Yuan's damaged vocal cords and his poor health since he was little. Now that Admirable Fish's voice had recovered, she was too happy for words. By the way, Xia Fan suddenly said, Jian Yi was cursing at you in the group chat just now. Cursing me for what? For being an emotionless liar. Lin Yuan. He glanced at his phone's group chat. Sure enough, Jian Yi was raving mad in there. And also, Xia Fan said with a strange expression on her face, a few singers just apologized to you online, and some are here right now, wanting to come over and apologize to you in person. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Only then did he see not far away. Singers like Elf and Mu Shi were standing in a line, looking eagerly at him, like a bunch of guilty schoolchildren. Lin Yuan could only helplessly walk over to comfort them. He didn't think the issue was severe enough to warrant an apology. Seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Xia Fan knew. Her friend still didn't fully grasp what the two characters, Admirable Fish, meant for the music scene of today, especially after this unmasking. A little while later, the White Swan robot and some others also came backstage to find Lin Yuan, with one goal: to add him as a friend. Of course, Lin Yuan also satisfied this group of people. Once backstage business was done, he finally managed to extricate himself. Finally, it's over. Sitting in Gudong's car on his way home, Lin Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief, commenting how navigating the suddenly transforming social interactions backstage due to the unmasking was even more exhausting than a singing duel. Is it over? It might not be. Lil Gudong chuckled secretly. This competition had dealt tons of hard blows to countless people. Once again, the same statement. Lin Yuan somewhat underestimated the impact of Admirable Fish. Chapter 554, 523, The Extraordinary Road _1. Online. The discussion about the Prince of Lanling being Xian Yu didn't stop with the end of the show. On the contrary, it intensified, especially as those singers previously criticized by the Prince of Lanling began to publicly apologize on various platforms one after another. I accept Teacher Admirable Fish's criticism, at Admirable Fish. I've learned a lot. At Teacher Admirable Fish's critique has given me the motivation to move forward. Thank you, Teacher Admirable Fish. Your review made me realize my deficiencies at Admirable Fish. At Admirable Fish, thanks for guiding my path. No more talking. I am going to practice breathing techniques at Admirable Fish. Cheer up, work hard. At Admirable Fish, I feel guilty about my fans attacking Teacher Admirable Fish. I will control myself strictly in the future, give my fans a good lead, and humbly accept Teacher Admirable Fish's criticism. Love. Whoosh. Everyone apologized. Even some singers who had apologized to Lin Yuan backstage after the show now remembered to self-criticize publicly again. Netizens are overjoyed. Wow. So many people at once. No. So many first-line singers. Even king and queen level singers are apologizing at the same time? How spectacular. All these people are big shots. Any one of them is a big star. Maybe just this once. The closely followed entertainment circle will never see the same scene again in the future, because no big name in the music industry would be foolish enough to offend Maestro, unless that Maestro wears a mask. But who else beside the freakish Xian Yu can sing and compose like he does? On a forum, amusing netizen posts like, "Let me translate all the apologies from these big shots. Daddy Admirable Fish, I was wrong. Please, Daddy, spare me. It was all the fans' fault. I'll go back and discipline them." Countless people laughed out loud. It really was a shocking turn of events. The tongue lashing from the Prince of Lanling, at this moment, actually became a guidance. Although some of the jesting was meant as a joke, it indeed effectively dispelled any hostility. Even if Xian Yu is Maestro, he wouldn't actually make enemies with everyone, and everyone didn't relentlessly criticize these singers. Moreover, they didn't really say anything wrong. Even Xian Yu didn't mention this kind of thing on stage or offline. Compared to that, what everyone discussed the most were the songs sung by Xian Yu. I just listened to again, and damn, it's solid gold. That scene where Fish Papa, wearing the demonic mask of the Prince of Lanling, was incredibly handsome. I listened to again, didn't feel much at the time, but now I think it's good. Ha 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 ha, so true. Because Xian Yu sung it. You felt that you were capable too? Stop talking nonsense. This song is great. Even eating while listening to this song feels truly fragrant. Indeed, only someone like Xian Yu could sing it out. Hearty laughter in the sea. Xian Yu's state of mind is almost unfathomable now. Furthermore, some of the things said on the show by Xian Yu were also being discussed over and over. Teacher Fish said he had to become maestro due to his throat issues. When I heard this, my face was like, oh, I can also translate this sentence for everyone. Didn't have a choice. Can't be king of singing. Can only be maestro. Xian Yu. I really didn't want to be maestro. Xian Yu. I can't sing anymore. Might as well causally be maestro. Being coerced into becoming maestro, seriously? Of course. Xian Yu's disclosure about his past health issues also became a focal point of interest for many people. Everyone could sense Xian Yu's reluctance to express himself. So, someone went digging for Xian Yu's story. As a result, some of Xian Yu's past was indeed dug up by a zealous netizen. In the live broadcast of a TV station, a doctor suddenly accepted an interview. I'm a viewer of The Masked Singer. Like everyone else, I was stunned when the Prince of Lanling unmasked himself. My shock not only came from discovering he was Xian Yu, but also because he was once my patient, and at that time, he had been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Indeed, it was a terminal condition. I'm not kidding, nor do I intend to reveal Xian Yu's privacy. I contacted Xian Yu and got his agreement before daring to tell this story. I remember him so clearly because I felt regretful for his condition. That boy had a good nature and was liked by everyone. He even secretly told a nurse that his dream was to become a singer. But such a child, at such a young age already. The doctor shook his head. This doctor did indeed get in touch with Lin Yuan. To be accurate, he contacted Lin Yuan's mother. Only after his mother sought Lin Yuan's opinion and confirmed there was nothing to hide did she tell the doctor he could share the story. So, the doctor accepted the interview. All of us doctors were helpless about his condition. Everyone thought he wouldn't live past 25. During an attack caused by his condition, he even lost his voice. Before that, he loved singing so much, always singing for patients in the hospital ward. The doctor sighed. Then, he smiled in relief. But miracles do happen in medicine. For some unknown reason, he magically recovered. Each year, there are always some patients who create miracles. He survived, and it seems his voice recovered too. He achieved tremendous success. On behalf of all the staff of Cloud City Hospital, we wish him eternal health. Well then, he took the chance to advertise at the end. After the doctor, some of Lin Yuan's middle school, high school, and university classmates were interviewed by the journalists. As a result, all the interviews, directly or indirectly, confirmed the truth of the matter. For a moment, the whole internet was stunned. Nobody expected that Xian Yu's reluctance to tell his story hid such a desperate tale. It turned out, the dazzling Xian Yu, who had enchanted countless people, had once faced such adversities in life. His experiences alongside his achievements simply make for a legend. No exaggeration. Very legendary. At this moment, a lot of people suddenly thought of the ordinary road that Xian Yu sang. During the finals, the beautiful and moving melody seemed to echo once again in everyone's ears. If you are wandering on the road, will you choose to go on? Treasuring your fragile pride. That was once my demeanor too. Keep on moving forward, keep walking on. No matter what is taken from you. I destroyed everything I once had, wanting to leave forever. I once fell into endless darkness, struggling but unable to extricate myself. I asked the whole world, but never received an answer. I was once like you, like him, like those wild flowers and grass, despaired yet yearned, crying and laughing ordinarily. The road the wind has blown open still stretches far off. Where has your story reached? Some people started crying. That song didn't intend to be sentimental. At first listening, everyone just found it pleasing to the ear, and a bit carefree, treating it just like any other song, not something that could move them to tears. But now, knowing some of Xian Yu's experiences, and then looking at the lyrics of this song, everyone seemed to suddenly touch on a certain period of Xian Yu's state of mind, almost reaching tear point. So, the lyrics were about his own life. Nobody had thought about it before. The so-called ordinary road was in fact the road Xian Yu truly traveled. That road was not ordinary at all. Chapter 555, 524. The correct way to open _1. This deeply moving emotion lingered in everyone's hearts, refusing to fade. Fans of Xian Yu couldn't resist tearing up in the face of such sentimentality. Then, someone mentioned, life like a summer flower. It logically followed. If I'm not mistaken, Life like a summer flower might be a reflection of Xian Yu's feelings at some point. Fits perfectly. The refrain of that song goes, I am this dazzling moment, the fleeting flame across the sky. I would risk everything for you to see me. I will extinguish and never return. Back then, very few people would have associated death with this song. Ephemeral as a startled wild goose. Radiant like a summer flower. The meaning expressed by this song is somewhat similar to The Ordinary Road, yet distinctly different. The difference lies in that life like a summer flower is about loss of hope, wanting only to shine brightly one more time. Whereas The Ordinary Road is much more broad-minded. The phrase, I used to be, in the refrain is life like a summer flower. But now it's just used to be. The last line, where is your story, conveys more of a hopeful future. Because he is still on this journey. He is still creating and delivering new songs to his fans. At this moment, many people felt relieved. Thankfully, Xian Yu has recovered. Thankfully, he can still compose creation. Thankfully, he has realized his dream of singing. For a while, many people felt deeply moved. These interviews, these discussions, swept across the internet in a short span of time. More and more people learned about Xian Yu's fragile and desperate past, overshadowed by the halo of the maestro. Unimaginable. The lyrics subtly reveal a tendency. Xian Yu once contemplated ending his own life. Thank heavens he didn't give up. I believe the heavens still took care of him. The chance of recovery from a terminal illness is slim. Enough chit-chat. I'm going to download these 2 songs. So this is how to truly appreciate life like a summer flower. So, this is how to understand The Ordinary Road. Now I completely understand why Xian Yu chose to sing The Ordinary Road at the finals, because only this song can express his current feelings and insights. If it's about competitive performance sheathed in the ambience of that time, Exaggerated should be the song with the strongest competitive potential and easiest way to captivate the audience on the Masked Singer stage. So when Xian Yu decided to compete with another song against Overlord, many people didn't understand. Even after hearing The Ordinary Road, they still didn't get it. The song is fantastic, but it isn't as explosive as Exaggerated. It was only after learning about Xian Yu's past and all that he had gone through that they truly understood the significance of The Ordinary Road. Perhaps Xian Yu is not as concerned about winning or losing the competition. This competition was a dream come true for him. The final title of King of Singing is the best reward he could have received. His dream has blossomed. He is the most deserving contestant. Please be a judge in the next season. Let's not talk about the next season anymore. The first season with Xian Yu participating as the Prince of Lonling has already set an unparalleled standard, which can be seen as both good and bad news for the production team. Indeed, the first season has become a classic, despite it just recently concluding. Many people could never forget the moment when Xian Yu won, and the scene of the 5 maestros singing A Laugh Over the Vast Sea. Of course, Lin Yuan saw the comments online. When he chose to unmask himself and face the camera, whether his past got exposed or not didn't matter anymore. This time, many people still interpreted his song. But unlike before, about 80% of the interpretations hit the mark this time. At least in terms of his emotional journey in choosing The Ordinary Road, it pretty much matched what everyone had imagined. Lin Yuan had a reason to sing this song during the finals. At this moment, Gudong's car stopped at Lin Yuan's house. Home at last. After unmasking himself, Lin Yuan chose to go home instead of returning to the company, because he knew his family must be waiting for him at this moment. Lin Yuan got out of the car and bid goodbye to Lil Gudong. Turning around, he saw Antarctica running excitedly towards him from a distance, panting. Behind Antarctica, Mom, sister, little sister, all standing at the door looking at him. He smiled, rubbed the dog's head, and then said, "Let's go in and talk. When did your voice recover, brother?" Behind Lin Yuan, Lin Yao asked curiously. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "That day when you ate 1 less piece of broccoli than I did." Lin Xian. Mom. Lin Yao suddenly realized. So, it was January 27th. How do you remember that so clearly? Lin Xian sighed helplessly and said, "Did you want to surprise us?" This surprise is huge. Mom had cried while watching the show. Now she had stopped crying, leaving her eyes dry. "Why didn't anyone tell me about your voice recovering?" Lin Yuan said, "Oh, I told Antarctica. Antarctica, why didn't you tell me? Lin Yao was not happy and asked, who do you love more, my brother or me? Antarctica. I can't answer that question. Because I am just a dog. A superstar dog. After entering the living room, Mom suddenly noticed an apple core on the floor. Who gnawed this apple? Antarctica ran off in a flash. Big sister laughed and said, I am a fan of Prince of Lonling. This situation is strange. No wonder I felt a kinship when I first watched Lonling. It was my beloved little brother all along. Big sister became a fan of Lonling after hearing the song, I Surrender. Big Yao corrected. Mom smiled. She was the one who felt that kinship towards Prince of Lonling, even though she couldn't recognize her own son beforehand. Oh yes, the sister curiously looked at Lin Yuan. Did you have a feud with Fei Yang? Not at all. Lin Yuan never thought that Overlord was Fei Yang. The sister laughed. Then why are you always having him end up as the runner-up? At least before, it was your Yu dynasty taking the win. This time you directly stepped in yourself. Lin Yuan. The situation was indeed peculiar. Who would have thought that Fei Yang would participate in The Masked Singer as the Overlord? Although at the end of the show, the comments were respectful towards Fei Yang and did not rabidly dub him second. But the playful nature of netizens will not change. On the internet, aside from countless discussions about Xianyu, Fei Yang's comment section was once again flooded with the bright red character, "ire", second. Speaking of which, in a similarly luxurious villa, the mask and costume of Overlord were thrown onto the sofa. Fei Yang stared at the comment section in despair. He even did it himself to keep me as runner-up. Actually, the agent next to him hesitated. Fei Yang stared at him. Spit it out. The agent carefully said, the major music companies have shifted to focus on film production. Only Starlight is both working on films and still focusing on music. Speak normal language. Reflect on how Chun Jiyu, the original perennial runner-up, solved his curse. Maybe this can be a reference for you. Fei Yang. If you can't beat them, join them. Chapter 556, 525, Xianyu's fourth. Movie_1. The next day, Lin Yuan, who had revealed his identity in the show, had finally returned to the company. The moment he walked in, he was greeted by everyone's attention and whispers. However, Lin Yuan didn't feel anything was amiss. Whether in the past, present, or the future, wherever he went, he could not escape the attention of others. This had little to do with his fame. Therefore, it could be said that unveiling his identity on The Masked Singer did not greatly affect Lin Yuan's life. He wasn't too bothered. Not long after he arrived at his office, Yi Qinggong and others found him. They started off by congratulating him for his successful vocal recovery and for winning The Masked Singer. After a lively chat, they brought up their purpose. The production of Spider-Man has been completed. Now we have to consider the release date. Lin Yuan nodded. This was the fourth movie that he participated in as a core scriptwriter, and it happened to be the most commercial one. It was an excellent launch pad to make a splash in the box office, and Lin Yuan was looking forward to it. This matter was decided. After a while, a delighted Gudong entered. He skillfully brewed a cup of tea for Lin Yuan. Then they started discussing work. Now that you have officially revealed your face, many businesses want you to endorse their products. The offers are even more lucrative than before. If you're interested, I can show you the details. The bottom line is, it's up to you to decide whether to accept these endorsements or not. I'll consider it. Lin Yuan wasn't averse to doing advertisements. Now that he has embraced the idea of appearing in public, he wouldn't resist being in the spotlight. However, he needed to consider these opportunities carefully. Are there any other offers apart from endorsements? Of course. Gudong had been contacted by numerous parties wanting to collaborate with Xianyu since last night. His phone kept buzzing till date. Various reality TV shows from Blue Star, as well as dozens of popular reality shows, have sent you invitations. Several magazines and media outlets have also invited you for exclusive interviews after your past was revealed. Deny all. Lin Yuan wasn't interested. He didn't even ask about the pay as he knew that the amount suggested by Gudong would be tempting. As a person, Lin Yuan was not good at resisting money, so to avoid temptations, he didn't ask about it. As for his past, there were already numerous discussions online, and his tribe fan community was filled with messages of comfort and encouragement from his fans. All right, Gudong wasn't surprised. Mr. Lin had participated in The Masked Singer just for his love for singing. Unlike others who sought fame, he didn't lack any. Perhaps Mr. Lin will still be focusing on behind-the-scenes work in the future. By the way, Gudong continued, the download count of all the songs you sang on the show soared after your identity was revealed. I estimate that it won't be long before you become a frontline singer, although this target may be meaningless for you. It indeed was meaningless. Lin Yuan did not need to reach the level of first-tier singers in terms of data. He was an exceptional case in Blue Star. No matter where he went, everyone would recognize him as possessing talent on par with the king of singing. Just as everyone regarded Lin Yuan on the same level as the maestro, even though he hadn't won the title, when influence reaches a certain level, so-called rules can actually be broken. Take Earth, for example. Haruki Murakami hasn't. Forget about the Nobel thing. Let's talk about Little Leo instead. Even if Little Leo had not won an Oscar at that time, it in no way affected his position in the hearts of his fans. Of course, it would have been even better if he could win an award, as some people value tangible recognition, which is why the internet was abuzz discussing when Little Leo won the Oscar. There's another thing. Gu Dong smiled lightly. The Prince of Lonling mask you designed has been produced and sold by a merchant who bought its copyright. It is selling very well right now. We have even run out of stocks due to the high demand. Most interestingly, today there was a popular post on the forum where a woman asked her husband to wear the Prince of Lonling mask when they what? Lin Yuan looked utterly confused. Gu Dong coughed awkwardly, just the usual stuff that happens between a husband and wife. The woman was a bit excessive as she demanded her husband to wear the Prince of Lonling mask and even asked him to play your songs on her phone while they do it. Lin Yuan. These people are not normal. After chit-chatting with Lin Yuan for a while, Gu Dong left. Lin Yuan took a sip of his tea casually, but soon realized something was off with the taste. Upon looking down, he saw 7 or 8 large, red, goji berries. What's going on? Why are there goji berries in my tea? All right. They were left by Sun Yaohua. Of course, Gu Dong was aware of this too. She had been given the task to take care of Lin Yuan's health, not dwelling on the issue of goji berries. Lin Yuan logged on to Tribe and released several posters of Spider-Man. The new movie Spider-Man has been completed. Stay tuned. It was a simple movie promotion. Nevertheless, once the promotion was released, the comments section exploded. This was the first update from Xianyu after he had revealed his identity on The Masked Singer. The comments were all over the map. Some were urging him to take care of his health, others wanted him to release more songs. There were even more miscellaneous comments than the ones discussing the movie. Luckily, there were also people who took notice of the movie. Fish Papa's new movie is going on screen soon. Is the new movie a superhero one? Huh. If I remember correctly, there are other superhero movies releasing soon, not just Fish Papa's movie. Is Fish Papa also starting to make commercial films? I'm sick of superhero movies. Fish Papa should consider making some comedies, like Flirting Scholar. Flirting Scholar is indeed a classic. After this movie, all cockroaches were named Xiao Chong. That's not all. This movie has also resulted in the naming of countless dogs as Wonkai nationwide. From these comments, it is evident that the superhero genre isn't novel for Blue Star's audience. Moreover, it seems like in the near future, there won't be just one superhero movie being released. Chapter 557, 526 Super Piglet _1. After promoting Tribe with a trailer, Lin Yuan contacted OL Zhou, asking about the movie's release. It should be next month. OL Zhou said, the exact date will be determined after the company's screening event. However, there is something I need to tell you. We won't be the only superhero movie released next month. Who else is there? Lin Yuan suspected this as he had seen comments in his Tribe section suggesting that there was a formidable competitor. Long Yang. OL Zhou uttered this name. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Was this name a joke? It seemed real. Since OL Zhou appeared very serious when he mentioned this name. Long Yang, like you, follows the writer-centric production approach. He's a fierce character whose film is titled Legend of the Dragon Man. With a budget of nearly 300 million yuan, the leading male role is played by the A-list actor, Jiang Meng. You should realize the problem. Their investment is higher than ours, and their lead role is played by an A-list actor, while ours is played by a newcomer. Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, he was not really trying to save money this time. The movie that tells the origin of Spider-Man certainly doesn't require a substantial investment. Most special effects shots could be focused on Spider-Man's travels and fights among the city's skyscrapers. The charm of Spider-Man is that he's a people's hero. As for the problem of selecting newcomer Jian Yi as the leading actor, this movie was intended by Lin Yuan to elevate Jian Yi's fame. Because Lin Yuan believes that when Spider-Man shows off his cool moves, he's always wearing a head cover, so there's no emphasis on who played the part. There have been many different Spider-Man actors around the world, but it hasn't caused much backlash from audiences. This is actually very common. O.L. Zhou noted, the Qin continent is too vast. There's always an overlap of movie genres in each period. Superhero movies typically start with a floor of 100 million yuan in production costs, so the frequency of clashing genres is actually quite low, but occasionally it does happen. At that moment, O.L. Zhou suddenly changed the subject. However, we don't have to worry about our competitors too much. At least your fan base as a writer is quite significant, and your reputation in the film circle has always been top-notch. I believe there will still be an audience willing to pay for our movie. It's not necessary for us to think about defeating our competitor. After all, isn't everyone making superhero movies just to make money? O.L. Zhou's idea was simple, not to compare box office sales or anything like that. As long as the movie could make a profit, that would be enough. Combining it with the buzz of Xian Yu's revelation as the real identity of the Prince of Lanling on The Masked Singer, it could definitely lead to sizable audiences for Lin Yuan's new movie. Yes, Lin Yuan thought it made sense. As if recalling something, O.L. Zhou suddenly laughed. You may not know, but you and Long Yang have actually intersected before. Really? Lin Yuan responded casually. O.L. Zhou laughed. Long Yang once wrote a script and wanted Zhang Xiuming to play the leading role. Both parties initially had the intention to collaborate, but Zhang Xiuming rejected Long Yang's offer after reading the script of Hachiko. Oh, such things often happen in the film industry. It's normal, and Lin Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. That night, Lin Yuan and Yi Qinggong, along with other key members of the movie, fully watched the final cut of Spider-Man. It was touching. Exciting points were there. After watching it, Lin Yuan was very pleased with the results. Yi Qinggong's ability to execute the script was getting stronger. Qin continent, the capital city. In a leisure club, a person who appeared to be an assistant said to a middle-aged man, Teacher Long Yang, the theater chain has confirmed that our movie will be released on July 7th. However, Xian Yu's new film, which is also a superhero film, will be released at the same time. This middle-aged man was Long Yang. Upon hearing Xian Yu's name, he couldn't help but laugh. I seem to be hearing this name a lot recently. The script for Hachiko was indeed well written. It's no wonder why Zhang Xiuming rejected me to act in it. There was no anger in Long Yang's voice when he mentioned this. There was no reason for him to be angry in the first place. Zhang Xiuming didn't promise him anything. He only said he would consider it. In the end, Zhang choosing Xian Yu was entirely his decision. Therefore, both Long Yang and Lin Yuan didn't take this small incident to heart. So it's just by chance. The assistant laughed. I didn't expect you two to face competition so soon. This time, instead of fighting for actors, it's about box office revenue. Coincidentally, both of you have taken the writer-centric approach. Yes. Long Yang nodded. What's the situation on his side? The assistant recited it as if he were a connoisseur. Xian Yu's new movie is titled Spider-Man, and the starring role is played by a young newcomer. The production cost is around 100 million yuan. A small budget, huh? Long Yang felt some relief. Calling Spider-Man a low-budget film was a bit presumptuous, but in terms of superhero movies, the budget is considered low. Movies released at the same time are considered competitors, and the competition becomes fiercer when they belong to the same genre. Although the market is enormous, to create a blockbuster, you must stand out from the crowd. Luckily, the threat Xian Yu posed isn't significant. Compared to his own, both the budget and the cast fell significantly short. Under such circumstances, Long Yang wasn't too worried. For some reason, Long Yang had a deep understanding of Xian Yu. He was aware of his accomplishments in the music industry. However, this was the film industry. In the film industry, compared to the highly experienced Long Yang, Xian Yu was still a newcomer. Thinking of this, Long Yang suddenly made a phone call. After the call connected, Long Yang laughed. Son, how about I take you to a movie in a few days? I don't want to. A boy's voice came from the other end of the phone. I've already watched Legend of the Dragon Man at the company with you, haven't I? Long Yang said, not Legend of the Dragon Man. The boy paused. Then what movie is it? Long Yang laughed. Xian Yu's new movie. It seems to be called Piggy Hero. The assistant helplessly looked at Long Yang. It's Spider-Man, not Piggy Hero. Xian Yu. The boy on the other end of the phone seemed interested. Then I will go see Piggy Hero. Xian Yu's movies are always good. That's settled. Then, Long Yang hung up the phone cheerfully, then looked at the assistant. This child has been quite obsessed with Xian Yu recently. So is my wife. The assistant suddenly became a little angry, as if he had been triggered. Long Yang complained. What I can't stand the most is that my son actually said that Xian Yu's movies are better than mine. The assistant couldn't help but laugh. It looks like you're unwilling to accept that. Long Yang pursed his lips. Let him watch Xian Yu's new movie. That way, he can compare it to mine. As his father, I can't let an outsider surpass me, can I? Assistant, how childish can you be? But it's a good idea. Maybe I can take my wife to see it too? Chapter 558, 527 Palace Intrigue Drama _1. The following days, the movie's promotion began, and Lin Yuan officially graduated from his 5-year program a few days later. For this, he made a special trip to Qin Continent Art Academy to participate in the final dissertation defense arranged by the school. That's right, he's a graduate now. The thesis was completed by Lin Yuan during his downtime in the competition. With his compositional skills under the guidance of Yang Zhongming's character card training, completing such a thesis was not tough. However, Lin Yuan was somewhat baffled during his defense as the teacher in charge didn't ask any thesis-related questions from start to finish, only some random gossiping questions. In the end, the teacher even asked for Lin Yuan's autograph and a chance to take a photo together, to which Lin Yuan agreed. Then, taking graduation photos. The shooting times of the graduation photos for different faculties were separate, so there were no other students around. However, even the composition department's people couldn't help but let out a wave of screams when they saw Lin Yuan. Someone first shouted, "Admirable fish." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire scene was shouting, "Admirable fish." Among them, Lin Yuan's original roommates and classmates, even his deskmate, were the most excited. In the end, Lin Yuan himself couldn't even remember how many group photos he had taken and how many autographs he had given. Even the teachers and many school leaders, including the principal, came to join in the fun, insisting on participating in the composition department's graduation photo shoot. As a result, what should have been a simple graduation photo shoot turned into something akin to a fan meeting for Lin Yuan, with both the process and outcome being exceptionally grand. The fortunate thing was, the school didn't let in the reporters who had already found out that Admirable Fish was returning to school today to take graduation photos. Otherwise, these reporters would have been even crazier. Since being unveiled on The Masked Singer, Admirable Fish hadn't shown his face in a public setting. As he didn't like attending interviews, the public's curiosity towards Admirable Fish remained unsatisfied. So, after the commotion, Lin Yuan rode home in Lil Gudong's car. Gudong suddenly smiled and asked, "Mr. Lin, are you planning on going to a movie tonight? If you need, I can help you book a seat." No need. Lin Yuan knew that the movie Gudong was talking about was Spider-Man. Not only was today his thesis defense and graduation photo day, but it was also the official premiere day of that movie. However, since he had already watched the movie one time at the company, he didn't have any interest in revisiting it so soon and opted to take his dog for a walk instead. All right, Gudong nodded. At this point, Lin Yuan took out his phone to scroll through his friend's circle, and surprisingly, he saw quite a lot of related content about Spider-Man, such as the post by Zhao Yinggu in her friend's circle. Going to watch Spider-Man tonight. The post was accompanied by a photo of a Spider-Man movie ticket. Then Zhang Kuei also posted an update. Frowny face teacher Admirable Fish's new movie is out. I don't have a boyfriend yet, but I still bought 2 tickets in support of teacher Admirable Fish's new work. The post was accompanied by photos of 2 Spider-Man movie tickets. And then, Chun Jiu surprisingly also posted an update. Watching Spider-Man tonight. If anyone wants to join, you are welcome. I've booked the entire theater. Accompanying the post was a screenshot of the purchase of tickets for the entire hall. In the end, Lin Yuan scrolled to Sun Yao's post. Tonight, anyone who watches Spider-Man can enjoy a 60% dining discount at all branches of our Flaming Catering with their ticket stubs. Additionally, you can also receive a free Flaming Catering membership card. As long as you watch Teacher Admirable Fish's new movie, we're good friends. Attached was a photo of in-store advertisements and tribal promotion. At this point, they had arrived home. Lin Yuan casually liked Sun Yao's post and then got out of the car. Zhao Yingge looked at her friend's circle and was stunned. She had made her post mainly to curry favor with Admirable Fish, but she hadn't expected that her post would look so humble compared to the others. Is this how everyone plays? For the first time, Zhao Yingge understood the terror of Sun Yao and the others. She had just recently joined this small circle around Admirable Fish and didn't understand how brutal this circle could be. Now, she sort of got it. At the same time, Jiang Kuei was also a bit confused. It's understood about Sun Yao, but how come Chun Jiu had also become so proficient? Supporting the movie is support. Why did you book the entire theater? Can you surpass that guy Sun Yao? Of course. The most confused was Chun Jiu. He thought that booking the entire theater was quite impressive already, but he hadn't imagined that Sun Yao would also have such a move. What's this about? Wait a minute. Under Sun Yao's friend circle there was a prominent notice. Your friend, Teacher Admirable Fish, thinks this is fantastic. Admirable Fish liked Sun Yao's post. Chun Jiu sighed. The agent next to him couldn't help but look up, his face peculiarly odd. Why am I having such a strong sense of DJVU? Chun Jiu what? Agent, Palace Harem fighting. Chun Jiu. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Agent shrugging. Then how do you explain the fact that you don't like each other's posts? Chun Jiu. Several similar posts had been made by the fish, but none of them mutually liked each other's posts. Either way you look at it, it seems fishy. They're the ones being weird. Chun Jiu defended himself earnestly. We all acted like siblings on The Masked Singer. But after the show, everyone's true colors came out. The agent just shook his head. He felt a sour hint in Chun Jiu's words. Chun Jiu indeed felt bitter. The fish school was gathering perfectly fine, but he somehow fell behind the pack. He was, after all, the first one to become a top-tier singer. Among the fish in the show, only Chun Jiu had collaborated with Admirable Fish after becoming a top-tier singer. Yet, now he felt he was being overtaken by others incessantly. No way. This can't go on. Chun Jiu felt he needed to put in more effort. Among this group of fish, Jiang Kuei should become the queen of singing first. Then he must become the king of singing before Sun Yao does. Among this group of fish, only Sun Yao let out a lonely laugh of an expert. These people were far from catching up. He bowed his head, took out his cell phone, and opened his large catering group chat. All the store managers, put up the Spider-Man posters tonight. Flaming Catering will have a Spider-Man theme tonight. The designs must be new and interesting. Receive, receive, receive. The managers responded one after another. At this moment, a newly appointed manager spoke. Boss, isn't our discount a bit too steep? From the market research I conducted, Legend of the Dragon Man is going to be a significant competitor to Admirable Fish's movie both in terms of investment and the cast. So, if Admirable Fish's movie doesn't turn out to be a hit, why are you overthinking things? You're not supporting Fish Papa's movie? We support Fish Papa unconditionally. What's a little loss? Isn't it enough to support Fish Papa? The other managers instantly rallied in support. Sun Yao nodded approvingly and then tagged the doubting manager, saying, just do as instructed. What's with all this talk about whether it's a hit or not? This new manager isn't great. Everyone under my Flaming Catering banner, all the managers of my restaurants, must be die-hard fans of Admirable Fish. Even the interview questions are related to Admirable Fish. Did this guy cheat on the test? Maybe he's not a real fan at all. Let's investigate a little more, and if it doesn't work out, let's have him removed and replaced. Sun Yao made a mental note of him. Meanwhile, it was getting dark. The cinema was beginning to fill up. Chapter 559, 528. The most down-to-earth superhero _1. Inside a movie theater, Long Yang takes his son, Little Tiger, to watch a movie. In addition to Long Yang and his son, Long Yang's assistant and the assistant's wife have also come along. For tickets, The assistant distributes 4 tickets for Spider-Man, then laughs and says, "I observed just now. It seems our Legend of the Dragon Man is more popular. Most of the audience are specifically here for our movie." That's to be expected. Whether in terms of investment cost or casting lineup, Legend of the Dragon Man has a higher profile, and the audience knows how to choose. Those who choose Spider-Man largely have their personal preferences at play. For example, they may be fans of Lin Yuan. Long Yang smiles and nods, then looks at his son, Little Tiger, with a bit of triumph. "Did you hear that, kiddo? Your dad's movie is the most popular one." But then Little Tiger is staring at the poster of Spider-Man with sparkling eyes, murmuring, "So cool." On the poster, Spider-Man is wearing his classic red battle suit, legs apart, showing off his iconic action of shooting spiderwebs. This is Spider-Man's classic fighting style. Long Yang's smile freezes. He feels a bit awkward. Soon after, Spider-Man starts ticket inspection. Long Yang and his party enter the theater, sitting in the 7th row, which is perfect for viewing. Coke, popcorn, the standard setup for watching a movie. Without too much waiting, the movie begins. The popcorn-munching, Coke-drinking audience settles down to watch the big screen. The movie starts with a simple narrative, introducing the main character and his relationships with the people around him. The protagonist is named Peter Parker, an ordinary student. He becomes an orphan at a tender age, but is kind-hearted by nature and grows up in his aunt and uncle's home. He harbors a secret crush on a schoolmate and has a good buddy. After introducing the characters and their backgrounds, the movie finally bestows the protagonist with a superpower. At a science research exhibition, Peter Parker gets bitten by a spider. On the subway ride home, Peter Parker faints. Inside the subway car, a tattooed guy, amidst his friends' laughter, tries to prank the sleeping Peter Parker. But then Peter, who is deep asleep, suddenly gets goosebumps and abruptly opens his eyes, almost instinctively climbing onto the wall of the car. Caught in the surprised stares around him, Peter Parker is stunned himself and hastily climbs down. A woman next to him tries to push him. He resists with one hand, yet when he let go, he unintentionally tears apart the woman's clothes, leaving only the last bit that covered her. The scene gets a bit raunchy. PFF. The audience breaks into laughter. The ensuing tumultuous scene in the subway car is filmed quite humorously. While trying to get used to his strangely familiar superpower, Peter Parker ends up in confrontations with the hoodlums. He sporadically attaches himself to the ceiling or dangles from the subway's poles, nimble like a spider. The playful and fast-paced background score, however, makes this scene very lively and interesting. Comedic approach? Long Yang looks surprised. It's the first time he has seen a superhero movie use comedic techniques. The usual tone of other superhero movies largely revolves around the save the world, avenge injustice theme. But watching Spider-Man imparts a relaxed and cheerful feeling. Lin Yuan is truly audacious. This is quite a breakthrough for the other conventional superhero formats. Would the audience accept it? The audience would, of course, accept it. Surrounding bursts of laughter from the audience say it all. In the confined subway car space, the protagonist's cool and anti-human moves, the camera's alternating fast and slow shots, and the comically chaotic characters meld together seamlessly. Little Tiger is also laughing, having a great time. Long Yang suddenly gets a bad feeling in his heart. The plot continues. Peter Parker starts learning about his ability and makes a device that can shoot spider web. The movie employs montage techniques to show his growing familiarity and use of his power, and when he perfects his red spider battle suit and skillfully swings through skyscrapers using his spider webs, a ripple of excitement surges through the audience. What a thrill! Why are superhero movies enduringly popular? Isn't it because the powers of a superhero let the audience fantasize? Watching Spider-Man swing through the city, helping the police punish villains, everyone finds it extremely satisfying. This kind of thrill is very direct. Along with the intense thrill, the hearty laughter this movie brought was genuinely entertaining. Because this Spider-Man, he sure can natter. This guy loves to fully utilize his chatterbox nature while fighting, cracking all sorts of humorous comments. With his crisp, efficient actions, he gives off a feeling of being cool, dashing, daring but steady. Extremely joyful. When the police arrived late once again, they found the bad guys already dangling from the bank doors, trapped in spider webs. Who knows what place this is? The law and order here is just too bad. Help. I'm calling the police. I want to report that guy swinging on that swing on the wall. The thieves were as happy to see the police as if they were their own parents. Seeing this, the audience was completely amused, saying how Spider-Man swinging through the city sky was really quite a sight. But please, you guys are thieves. Why do you seem so vexed? But when they think about how pitifully the thieves were bullied by Spider-Man and had to endure his mockery and prattle, everyone suddenly felt sorry for these thieves. Boss. The assistant turned to Lin Yuan. He also felt that something wasn't right. The audience's reaction to this movie was really too enthusiastic. In fact, even he himself couldn't help but be amused. This Spider-Man, completely different from the superhero he had in mind. Other superheroes were often filled with sorrow and vengeance, even self-sacrifice, their characters imbued with heroic traits and a sense of tragedy. But what about Spider-Man? Comic relief, vibrancy, joy, even innocence. His mouth is always chattering away without end. Possibly he was fighting crime with his face covered as Spider-Man one day, making criminals lose their nerve. Then the next day, he would be racking his brains over his exam papers and figuring out how to confess his feelings to the girl he likes. If it weren't for Spider-Man's hidden identity, he would just be an ordinary student, just like every ordinary person. Even after Spider-Man puts on his mask, he doesn't completely become a different person. After he finishes fighting the bad guys, he casually helps a little kid on the street. This is the first time everyone is identifying with a superhero. He's not so grandiose, no longer full of sorrow and vengeance. He's not a hero to all of humanity. He didn't save the world. But he's like a good-natured neighbor who lives amongst us, always more than willing to lend a hand. A superhero of ordinary people. Lin Yuan finally understood Xian Yu's intention. The same superhero, everyone is increasingly doing it on a larger scale, including his own legend of the Dragon Man. How majestic and powerful dragons are. Sacred and dignified, dominant and unrivaled. They must save Blue Star. But Xian Yu did the opposite. While others are creating superheroes with major special effects and grand scenes, Xian Yu Spider-Man is actually downsizing. While other superheroes are fighting for the fate of humanity, Spider-Man is focusing on beating thugs in his city, spewing whatever comment he fancies, even making a casual detour to run errands for children. He is devoted to saving every ordinary person he sees in difficulty, no matter how big or small the trouble is. Such an approach, it's completely reversed. But at the same time, it also means Spider-Man is extremely down-to-earth. This almost contradicts the traditional thinking of superheroes, yet it allows the audience to fully invest themselves in the story. As Lin Yuan's uneasiness grew, it got stronger. Chapter 560, 529, The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, _1. This was the first time that Blue Star's audience saw a superhero movie portrayed in a comedic style. Under the influence of novelty, everyone in the theater was engrossed. Lin Yuan was certain. The audience loved the plot so far. Spider-Man was quirky and chatty, two qualities that were indeed endearing. But was it somewhat superficial to base character development solely on lighthearted comedy? Xian Yu, being able to think outside the box and use comedy as a wrapper for presenting an unconventional superhero, must have considered this, right? Many comedies often conceal a sense of tragedy at their core. As expected, the following plot development was no longer pure joy and silliness. At school, because he was provoked by a classmate, Peter used his power to give him a severe lesson. The next day, Peter's uncle, an ordinary old man, had a deep conversation with Peter, mentioning the fight at school. He said solemnly to Peter, "Sometimes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility." As you can imagine, the conversation wasn't pleasant. Peter thought his uncle was nagging. It was the other party who provoked him. Teenagers in their puberty tend to be brash, especially when they have such great power. The uncle helplessly said, "I am not your father." Peter retorted as if stung. "Then stop pretending you are." The uncle looked somewhat disheartened. "Okay." Peter wanted to retort, regretting his outburst, but he ultimately didn't explain. In his heart, his uncle was no different from a father. That night, to vent his frustrations, Peter participated in an underground boxing match. At home, Seeing that Peter had not come back, the uncle thought about the unpleasant conversation during the day and couldn't help worrying. He went directly out to look for Peter, who hadn't come home so late. Unquestionably, Peter defeated all his opponents in the underground boxing match, but when Peter won the championship, he was tricked by the organizer. The promotion said the winner would get a 50,000 yuan prize, but the person responsible for the prize money made tons of excuses and only gave Spider-Man 5,000 yuan. Peter wanted to argue with him. The person in charge pointed to the last sentence of the promotion. All explanations are at the discretion of the organizer. This sentence was quite significant. Some viewers showed expressions of anger. Clearly, many people have encountered this situation in real life. Peter wanted to punch him. If it was before, Peter would have done it without hesitation, but he clenched his fist and finally held back. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. His uncle's words did affect him. After all, he didn't misuse his power. Just then, a robber appeared and stole all the money from the person in charge. The person in charge asked Peter for help. Peter hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to remain silent. He thought the man had it coming. After all, there was still some resentment that needed to be vented. After leaving the underground boxing ring, Peter prepared to go home, but suddenly there were gunshots in the distance. Instinctively, he ran towards them. But when Peter saw the victim, he trembled. His uncle had been shot dead. No, 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 no. Peter was stunned. He held his uncle's hand tightly. The cold wind bit into his mouth, cutting like a blade. His tears fell silently. Peter. His uncle was already hanging by a thread when he saw Peter. That hand, spotted with age, held Peter's hand tightly, but finally fell limp. The theater. There was silence. The laughter in the theater paused for the first time. This scene was heartbreaking. The film turned heavy for the first time. The killer is escaping down Fifth Avenue. Request for police intercept. The police had already arrived. The walkie-talkie called out. Peter took one last look at his uncle, then rushed towards Fifth Avenue. He was out for revenge. In this scene, without any dialogue, Peter became Spider-Man, weaving through the city to finally catch the killer. But when he saw the murderer's face, it felt like his worldview was completely shattered. It's that robber. Some in the audience suddenly gasped. The man who killed his uncle was the robber from before. The robber that Peter didn't stop during the robbery, which means his uncle's death was directly linked to Peter. If only Peter had stopped the robber, this scene might not have happened. This was too cruel for Peter. Some in the audience couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache. No one thought Spider-Man was reckless. No one would dislike Spider-Man for this, because anyone in the same situation would likely make a similar choice. After all, Peter was just a kid. Realization hit. Spider-Man broke down. The police had arrived. Countless lights shone on Spider-Man's face. Countless eyes were locked on him. The police warned Spider-Man against any hasty actions, and the crowd's murmuring voices merged into one. Die. In anger, Spider-Man threw the murderer from the rooftop. If the murderer hit the ground, he would undoubtedly die. Some onlookers couldn't help but cover their eyes. But in the end, Spider-Man shot out his webbing and caught the killer, not killing him outright. He chose to handle the murderer as before, by leaving him to the law. As for himself, he chose to wallow in immense grief. With blood and tears, he swallowed the bitter fruit of his own making. He didn't even dare to tell his aunt the truth. In front of the screen, Long Yang had a solemn expression. This part of the film was brilliantly done. Peter was just an ordinary person who suddenly gained superpowers, with all the rebellion that comes with youth. But such a person gaining superpowers was uncontrollable. But his uncle's death would be the catalyst for Spider-Man's growth. Many truths can only be understood at a great cost, especially for the young. With great power comes great responsibility. If this line was bluntly told, it would make the film seem preachy. The audience wouldn't buy it. They might even feel it's moral blackmail, because it's a bit too saintly. But, in a specific context, linking the cause and effect of the events, this line carries a myriad of meanings. The audience couldn't help but ponder. The power here isn't just power in a broad sense. It's more akin to a shorter version of the phrase. When poor, keep to yourself for good. When rich, aid the world for better. Spider-Man chose to disappear. He didn't continue doing good deeds, but chose to be an ordinary student again. The internet was flooded with news about Spider-Man. Newspapers were filled with reports about him. People had mixed opinions about this superhero. The police were hunting Spider-Man. Although Spider-Man was doing good deeds, he was beyond the law, and he once thought about killing the robber. No one knew that the robber had killed Spider-Man's uncle. Everyone had seen the video of Spider-Man beating the robber. The Spider-Man in that video was full of violence and destruction, which was a direct reason some people disliked Spider-Man. This was also a point worth pondering. If in reality, an individual has the power not to be bound by the law, even if that person is doing good, would people like it, or would it cause more fear? Meanwhile, a new plot twist appeared. A new villain appeared in the city, unprecedentedly powerful. His strength was not inferior to Spider-Man's. The plot had hinted at this beforehand. This villain was the chairman of a scientific research company. Due to his long-term research on weapons, he had lost his sanity and now possessed incredible destructive power. He continuously engaged in criminal activities. The power of the police couldn't stop. This villain, whether they liked it or not, people suddenly missed Spider-Man. Perhaps only the disappeared Spider-Man had the strength to defeat this villain. The pacing is good. Lin Yuan nodded. He admitted that this design was more ingenious than his own film. The death of the uncle set up the emotions brilliantly, almost perfectly depicting Spider-Man's character growth. On his right, his son, Little Tiger, was looking at the big screen with anticipation. Lin Yuan knew what his son was looking forward to. Lin Yuan knew, not only was his son looking forward to it, all the audience were anticipating Spider-Man's comeback. They yearned for Spider-Man to rise again and return as a hero, to protect the city once more. Chapter 561, 530 Redemption_1. Peter seemed to forget his own abilities. He even confessed to the girl he liked. The result was not bad. He and the girl named Gwen arranged to have dinner together. But, just as he was about to leave, Spider-Man saw the news on the TV. Updated by VG.C. The Green Goblin had appeared again. He was recklessly devastating the city. Panic was spreading. Police were helpless against the Green Goblin's terrifying destruction power. Mingled among the crowd were countless cries. At this moment, Spider-Man suddenly thought of a conversation he had with his uncle. With great power comes great responsibility. He suddenly opened the long-sealed drawer, looking at the Spider-Man battle suit he hadn't worn for so long. Meanwhile, in a certain coffee shop, updated by NVG.C, the girl Peter was dating kept checking her watch and finally couldn't help but send him a message. Peter hesitated for a moment, then put back the battle suit. He was going on a date. The plot was short-lived, but the audience seemed to feel Peter's inner struggle. However, just as everyone thought Peter was going on a date with the girl he loves, a red figure suddenly shot out of the window of his bedroom. It was Spider-Man. He eventually gave up the date. At this moment, the theater burst into a huge cheer. Although he'd planned for that date for a long time. Although he'd been looking forward to that moment immensely. Although he really liked that girl. But when the Green Goblin was wrecking the city, when the people were in desperation, he chose to fight. Klitsch. Very klitsch. Thrilling? Very thrilling. The audience's emotions were completely released. At this time, a train that had been damaged by the Green Goblin had completely lost control. Just when everyone in the car was in despair, Spider-Man descended from the sky. It's him, Spider-Man. Spider-Man is back. The red figure appeared. People's eyes suddenly brimmed with huge expectations, just like the audience in front of the big screen. But, as Spider-Man's webs also failed to stop the runaway train and could only break powerlessly, the hope in everyone's eyes turned back into despair again. In Spider-Man's perspective, countless tracks, speeding up fast. His mask had been damaged in the battle. Then he furiously took off the mask, revealing his face. Next, Spider-Man's figure appeared at the front of the train. Amid the desperate gazes of all the passengers, he grabbed onto the buildings on both sides with his web. Shush, shush, shush. Countless webs shot out densely, grabbing onto the numerous skyscrapers on both sides. The unceasing force of the oncoming train almost tore Spider-Man apart. He was actually trying to stop the train with his body, under the terrifying force. In Spider-Man's hands were countless webs. His clothes started to shatter piece by piece due to the immense pulling force, spreading from his sleeves to his chest. His legs tried to resist, but the iron rails broke one by one with numerous sparks. The train didn't stop. The entire theater let out countless gasps. This scene was shocking. The audience was on edge. Some people even couldn't help but roar. He was actually blocking the train by himself. The webs had reached their limit. Spider-Man's body had also reached a certain limit. It seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He didn't choose to give up. People in the carriage could hardly bear to watch. It was a force that could tear a person apart. The roar of the train. Spider-Man's shattered battlesuit. The countless sparks spurting from his feet. He had no strength left. Resistance seemed like an instinct. Finally, the train stopped. In front of the most extreme sea. Spider-Man's body weakly fell down. From inside the carriage, hands reached out, holding his falling body. The music fell silent. The carriage fell silent. The people stretched out their hands one after another, lifting the unconscious Spider-Man overhead, and finally gently putting him down. People were already weeping uncontrollably. He saved us. He saved us all. He's just a child, the same age as my grandson. Men and women, old and young, countless eyes were on Spider-Man, each filled with gratitude and heartache. Peter finally woke up. A little girl handed him his broken Spider-Man mask. Thank you. He got up, put on the mask, and left the train. Long Yong suddenly heard sobbing nearby. He turned his head to see his son, Little Tiger, crying and clumsily handing him tissues. The scene had been deeply moving. Even he had felt goosebumps all over him. There were no earth-shattering special effects, just a lone figure standing in front of a train, nearly torn apart by inertia to stop it. The impact of the shot. It came from a strong, emotional resonance. On the other side, the assistant also began to comfort his crying wife. Spider-Man was injured. He returned home to recover, but still had to hide it from his aunt, which made the audience even more distressed. On the other side, the Green Goblin's destruction continued. The Green Goblin even made a battle suit for a robber. As a result, the robber was causing havoc everywhere in the terrifying mecha. The police were holding on desperately. Then a child rushed up. The child, dressed in a small Spider-Man battle suit, stood in front of the terrifying mecha. The robber inside the mecha was stunned. The child's mother was screaming in despair. But the child adopted a fighting stance, and the audience recognized this child as one previously saved by Spider-Man. Ha 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 ha. The robber inside the mecha laughed out loud. The scene was somewhat comical. But the audience didn't laugh. Even a child knew to protect the weak, despite being the weakest among the people. The mecha closed. The robber was about to kill. The crowd gasped in horror. It was that same red figure. Spider-Man was back. At this moment, everyone broke into smiles. Unbeknownst to them, Spider-Man had already created a sense of safety for them. In the frame, even the police, who were lukewarm towards Spider-Man, also smiled. Hey, Spider-Man. Thanks, the rest is up to me. Spider-Man spoke, then bumped fists with the child, sent him back to the crowd, and rushed forward. Some viewers had red eyes, smiling. This image of a child dressed as Spider-Man bravely standing in front of the villain was so touching that it almost brought tears to the eyes. Spider-Man had unknowingly influenced many people. The following scenes were all about fighting. When Spider-Man defeated the robber's mecha, the Green Goblin arrived, and a shocking battle ensued. The fight lasted for 8 minutes. Most of the movie's special effects were showcased in this section. The sharp camera work, the dazzling destructive punches. Two figures tangled furiously. The audience simply felt extremely exhilarated. Because of some unforeseen twists, the Green Goblin ultimately died at Spider-Man's hands. But Spider-Man also collapsed in the ruins of the great battle. Got him. Catch Spider-Man. The officers' walkie-talkies blared with their superiors' excited voices. Sorry, officer, he got away. The police looked at each other and oddly started playing dumb. Spider-Man woke up, saw the police who ignored him, left in a sorry state. He must have been confused. Why didn't the police catch him? Suddenly the crowd erupted in applause, shouting, Spider-Man! 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 The superior officer roared over the walkie-talkie. He's right behind you. No officer moved. Even though at that moment, Spider-Man was so weak that anyone could easily catch him. Chapter 562, 531 Civilian Hero _1. The movie has reached its finale by this point. Spider-Man wasn't able to make it to his date with Gwen. There he was, hanging upside down like a spider, dressed in his battle suit. and holding a flower in his hand. On a moving night, he appeared before Gwen. "I have a friend who wants to say sorry to you." Gwen was startled, then ventured to ask. Updated by VG.C. Peter. "Yes, my friend Peter." "Why? Didn't he come himself?" Spider-Man looked ashamed. "Perhaps he should apologize to you in person, though he did have a reason for missing that date." Gwen seemed to realize something, her face filled with shock. "It's you, not me." "It is you," Gwen snapped angrily. "You saved the train. My mom was on that train. She met you." Updated by NVG.C. Spider-Man remained silent. Suddenly Gwen laughed. "Just kidding. I just saw the news, but you've already admitted it." Spider-Man fell silent again. Suddenly, Gwen stepped forward, wanting to remove Spider-Man's mask, but when she reached his mouth, Spider-Man held her hand back. Gwen exerted strength. So did Spider-Man. He did not want to remove Spider-Man's mask. In the end, Gwen did not forcibly remove Spider-Man's mask. She gently kissed it instead. Female audience members' eyes sparkled with little stars. Spider-Man, hanging upside down, received a devilishly beautiful girl's kiss beneath the moonlight. Wow, too sweet. Is there anything more romantic than this? Couples in the audience secretly clenched each other's hands. On the big screen, Long Yang's sense of dread fully fermented, finally turning into a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. This Yen Yu really knows what the audience wants to see. The whole plot design, while kitsch, was not entirely trite. After the great battle, the hero received a victory kiss from the beauty. Only he chose to do it in Spider-Man's signature upside-down pose. This shot was too romantic. It gave off a dangerously romantic vibe. Whether it was the death of his uncle, blocking the train with his body, or the child in Spider-Man's suit standing in front of the mecha, all these shots were deeply touching. There were tears. There was laughter. There was thrill. There was emotion. There was familial redemption. And there was romantic flavor. It had virtually everything a commercial film needed, yet it was not portrayed in a bloated manner. Instead, the scenes were shown with clear rhythm, providing the audience with one satisfying viewing experience after another. Afterward, Peter revealed the truth about his uncle's death to his aunt. Her reaction was very thought-provoking. She slapped Peter, then tightly embraced him. In the end, the scene was of a night sky. Spider-Man was lying in the center of a yin-yang-shaped spider web, dressed in his battle suit. His suit seemed to have undergone a new transformation. Eye-catching, more brilliant, riveting to the eyes. The suit had come a long way from the simple one he originally made. At this moment, from an unknown source, a voice came over a walkie-talkie. "There's a murder. The culprit is fleeing towards First Avenue." Whoosh. In the moonlight, a red silhouette leapt out, his legs spread wide apart with his feet together. A white spider web was suddenly projected towards the screen. The web, like fingers, clung to the cinema screen. This was the 3D experience. The audience felt as if the spider thread was flying towards them. Some could not resist but to dodge, followed by laughter all around. A glorious impact. The figures seemed to be frozen in the moonlight, striking an eternal pose in a dramatic fashion. So cool it was explosive. The movie was over. Someone stood up to applaud, and gradually more and more people followed suit. "Dad, I want to be Spider-Man." Little Tiger looked up at Long Yang, full of hope. Long Yang felt a pang in his heart. He reluctantly said, "Sure, sure, sure." A very helpless fact was lying in front of them. The role of Spider-Man was indeed likable in terms of character charm. The creation of a civilian hero proved to be very successful, and Xian Yu's unconventional approach produced excellent results. Meanwhile, Long Yang's assistant also stood up to applaud. His wife's voice suddenly heard faintly. "See if there are any Spider-Man masks for sale later." Clap. The applause suddenly stopped. The assistant slouched in his chair, looking at his wife in indignation. Wasn't Prince of Lanling's mask enough? Not many people noticed this. The applause continued, interspersed with fragmented discussions. "Spider-Man is so cool. I like him so much. That scene with the train was so stunning. The death of the uncle was really heartbreaking. With great power comes great responsibility." The movie was really funny, but I actually had tears in my eyes during that part. This movie has more depth than I thought. This is the best superhero. Spider-Man seems different from the other superheroes I know. Other superheroes are representative of all mankind. but Spider-Man feels like he's right among us. The teary part was the little Spider-Man at the end. That's Xianyu for you. Even when Xianyu makes a superhero movie, it's completely different from others. The lead actor is pretty good. Is he a newcomer? He played the role very well. I've started to like him now. In the midst of their discussions, many audience members left the theater. Some people were feeling hungry and wanted to find a place to eat. Just then, someone pointed to a restaurant in front and exclaimed, "Holy shit, isn't that Spider-Man?" Far away, there was a restaurant called Flame Hot Pot. At the entrance, a Spider-Man statue was prominently displayed. If you had not seen Spider-Man, you would be completely puzzled by the statue. But for audience who had seen Spider-Man, seeing this theme made them feel an immediate sense of familiarity. Let's go eat there. Everyone rushed in eagerly, and that restaurant was completely Spider-Man themed. All sorts of posters were stuck on the walls, making customers feel as if they had left the cinema and entered into the world of the movie. This scene was playing out in many places. At that moment, Sun Yaohua also stepped out of the cinema. The movie by his junior was really good. He nodded and glanced at his phone, finding the chat group for his store unusually lively. Business is so good today. Several customers ordered the hot pot base with the Spider-Man theme. Do you have that? Of course, I just made a mold in advance. Is it that hard? Don't talk like Sherlock Holmes. Our customers took pictures with the Spider-Man posters after they finished eating. The boss is really amazing. The boss's business thinking is always so visionary. Simply a business genius. When it comes to trend marketing, the boss is always the best. Sun Yaohua was dumbfounded. What marketing? What business genius? Isn't it just me supporting my friend's movie? Is it that complicated? Chapter 563, 532 Periphery _1. Some people went for hot pot after watching the movie. Some people went home after the movie and even started writing film reviews. For a movie that hadn't been previewed, the first batch of hot-off-the-press reviews would inevitably come from the first audience members who have finished watching the movie. A commercial movie worth watching. Xianyu provides a new perspective for superhero movies. Whether it's the thought-provoking line, "With great power comes great responsibility," in the movie, or his way of practicing his uncle's last words by using his body to stop a train, all of these are presented to the audience in the most pleasant way to convey the values the film attempts to instill in the audience. Several scenes are perfectly framed. The first fight in the subway car sets a comedic tone for the movie. I couldn't imagine a superhero desperately trying to save the world could be so funny, and Little Spider talks so much. I can't even remember exactly what he said. It must have been hard work for this new actor named Jian Yi to have to memorize all those lines. A movie that will not disappoint. Xianyu managed to highlight the simplistic heroism without overshadowing the brilliance of Spider-Man. By choosing an ordinary little guy as the protagonist, the familial and romantic elements in the film not only enrich its emotional depth, but also resonate with the audience. During those scenes depicting Spider-Man freely shuttling between skyscrapers, I could savor the scent of youth and freedom. Those special effects were not overdone, but the shots were coolly configured, announcing Xianyu's prowess not only in art films, but also in commercial cinema. The ending is so romantic. Spider-Man with half of his mask on and kissing the leading lady in the rain is a classic romantic scene. This might become an unforgettable screen kiss. Through this arrangement, Xianyu might hint that Spider-Man does not want to admit he is Peter. Even though he and Gwen both know it, Spider-Man doesn't want Gwen to be involved in his world. He knows how dangerous his future is and the instinctive need to protect his loved ones by hiding his identity. Astounding characterization. While other superheroes are busy saving the world, Spider-Man is committed to protecting civilians around him. His activities are confined within a city, making him a real people's hero, as approachable as your next-door neighbor, with a bit of youthful mischievousness. After all, he's just a diligent student off stage. Starnet's review serves as a vein for onlookers. Despite the inevitable plot spoilers, many people skillfully avoid spoilers or just look at the movie rating. At this moment, this Spider-Man movie scores 8.8. Among all the films Xianyu has made, this has the lowest rating. But this is in comparison to Xianyu's previous films. If we compare this movie alone or with other superhero films, this rating absolutely stands out. Just so you know, Dragon Man Next Door only has a score of 7.9, which is already considered an above-average rating for superhero films. It's always hard for these popcorn flicks to get both box office and ratings. From this perspective, this Spider-Man film has already won highly favorable public praise, setting a new rating limit for superhero films. The next day, Lin Yuan woke up and checked the movie reviews on Starnet and was generally satisfied with both the audience's ratings and the movie's score, though he had once hoped that Spider-Man could score 9. But that's nearly impossible. There's basically no chance for a conventional commercial film to get this kind of score, even though Lin Yuan's version of Spider-Man is different from any version on Earth, as it's essentially upgraded to perfection. Yes, if Earth's audience were here, they would surely exclaim that Xian Yu is a weirdo who consolidated several classic scenes from different Spider-Man versions into a brand new one. Spider-Man's upside-down kiss. This was a classic scene in the first Spider-Man movie by Tobey. A little spider standing against the villain was the most touching scene in Garfield's version of The Amazing Spider-Man. Stopping the train? That's also from Tobey's version, but it's from the second installment of his Spider-Man. This scene is arguably the highlight of the second installment, so much so that even the Spider-Man Homecoming featuring Tom Holland pulled a large ship together with Spider Silk as a tribute to this classic scene. And that tribute was undoubtedly successful. And in the end, Spider-Man's battle suit. The high-tech suit is designed based on the one Iron Man tailor-made for Holland's Spider-Man. In terms of splendor and functionality, the suit is undoubtedly the best. This also sets a foreshadowing for the movie Iron Man. It was all done in the flow. Lin Yuan might not necessarily make Iron Man, but he couldn't guarantee he won't definitely make it either. What if it turns out to be truly fragrant? Therefore, even though he hasn't set up a post-credit scene for the Avengers in the movie, the last shot was still this suit. It somehow amalgamates Spider-Man from 3 generations. The awkward thing is, after this version of Spider-Man was released, Lin Yuan's Spider-Man movie material library was nearly depleted because all the classic scenes are integrated into this brand new version. If there is to be a sequel, it will have to take a completely different path. It may even need to draw inspiration from the comics or Spider-Man's arch-nemesis, Venom. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan glanced at his phone and saw that he had received many messages. They're all from friends discussing his new movie. Everyone seemed to love this movie. I wonder what the box office will be like. Lin Yuan was looking forward to it. He felt that the box office of Spider-Man should be stronger than his previous 3 movies. His previous 3 movies were somewhat niche, while this one is more mainstream. After browsing Starnet, Lin Yuan went to his company. Gudong's car was already waiting outside his house. As soon as Lin Yuan got into the car, he heard Gudong's excited voice. A toy manufacturer wants to buy the rights to Spider-Man. The factory that made the Prince of Lonling mask last time also wants to sell Spider-Man suits. Even figurine companies and masters have expressed interest in creating a Spider-Man figurine. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Spider-Man can sell merchandise. Chapter 564, 533 Flaw_1. Merchandising, huh? For some animated films, merchandising is definitely the biggest source of revenue. Those animations with billions of investment do not rely on box office revenue to make a profit. They rely on the merchandise. Do you have any idea how much money Disney has made off this on Earth? The number must be horrifying. However, not many live-action movies can sell merchandise, but Spider-Man is one of them. Firstly, the design of Spider-Man's image is really cool. Secondly, the films have received good reviews. I wonder how much they made in box office sales and how the subsequent merchandising rights will be priced based on the influence of this film. They're going to make a fortune. Lin Yuan was a bit excited. Even though he already has enough money to last him several lifetimes, considering the vast library of works from Earth, continuous adaptation is still like a bottomless pit. If Lin Yuan wanted to adapt all of Earth's classic works in one breath now, his current savings would not be enough. So he needs money. More and more money. Maybe some people's pursuit of money is engraved in their bones. Lin Yuan is no exception. He has made great progress by learning not to haggle with the system. But it is too much to expect him to see money as worthless. Compared with that, Lin Yuan doesn't aspire much for fame. The constant release of works is just to satisfy the system's task requirements for prestige. We'll talk later. Lin Yuan said seriously. It's the safest choice to discuss merchandising income when Spider-Man's influence rises to another level. Lin Yuan doesn't believe this. Movie will flop. A commercially successful movie with a decent score has no reason to flop. Furthermore, Spider-Man is like Marvel's own adopted son. In the period before the debut of little Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man, the popularity of Spider-Man almost overshadowed his colleagues. Even with the huge success of Iron Man, people's enthusiasm for Spider-Man has never waned. On the other hand, with the premiere of Lin Yuan's new movie Spider-Man, film critics also expressed differing views on this movie through major media outlets, indicating that the movie is really heating up. There's this media outlet called Pioneer Entertainment. This is a reputable entertainment magazine. Most of their reporting is reliable. Many people are surprised that Lin Yuan has started making traditional commercial films as well. But many people ignore the fact that comedy is also a commercial genre. Lin Yuan started on a film journey with Tang Bohu, and he has already shown a commercial label then. It's just that many people have gotten an impression of him as an art film creator as he pursued depth in his subsequent films. Let's talk about Spider-Man. This is a very well-constructed commercial piece. The script is solid. The roof-jumping action and upside-down kissing scenes have sparked a lot of discussions among the audience. The scenes where Spider-Man stops a train and little Spider-Man stops a villain are in sharp contrast. Their abilities are not on the same level, but their actions have the same meaning. The phrase, "With great power comes great responsibility," is the most memorable line for the audience after watching the film. Lin Yuan still hasn't forgotten to explore the depth of the film. But there are flaws. Lin Yuan's control of the budget is very conservative. Others are pursuing higher special effects, whereas Lin Yuan feels that as long as the special effects are sufficient, they're good. The special effects produced with a budget of 1 million are, of course, sufficient, but they're just enough. Furthermore, while watching the movie, I always felt a regret. That is, the characterization of the villain is a bit flat. To highlight Spider-Man, the villain ended up being a mere synonym for villain without being endowed with a deeper meaning. It's a pity indeed. Lin Yuan saw the review. He felt that Pioneer Entertainment's evaluation of the villain part was quite reasonable. After all, it's a hybrid movie. It can't be perfect. After he had put together the best parts of several movies, it's inevitable to sacrifice the characterization of the villain. Otherwise, the film would need to be half an hour longer. For a film, it's too risky to just randomly add an extra half hour. People watch movies to relax. Without sufficient motivation, it's hard for people to patiently watch an excessively long movie. The Avengers dared to do so because of their strong foundation. Spider-Man in Blue Star version neither has the foundation of the Avengers nor the build-up from comics. Lin Yuan definitely had to choose a compromise. Yes, the script for this Spider-Man is not only the work of the system. Lin Yuan also added many of his own ideas. Having read so many film-related books, he finally got the opportunity to utilize them. After all, he has to do things himself eventually. Therefore, he had also ordered a few more versions of Spider-Man. This cost a lot of money. The scripts provided by the system are not 100% perfect. They're only on par with the original version at best. If Lin Yuan were to rely solely on the system, he would find it less exciting. So being able to get more involved is definitely a worthwhile thing. Moreover, many newspapers mention the concept of a grassroots hero. Spider-Man is truly a pioneer in this respect. Of all the superhero movies in Blue Star, only Peter Parker is genuinely from the lower class. He's an orphan. He doesn't come from a wealthy family, and he's not a standout in school. In fact, he gets bullied. He, too, would rack his brain to pursue a girl and lose his way in the maze of growing up. These are the most appealing things about Spider-Man. He has a growth arc, a more vivid image. Although the villain is depicted in a one-dimensional way, the uncle's character was very successfully portrayed. Although the uncle doesn't appear much in the film, his death had a huge impact on not only Spider-Man, but also the audience. The reason people find it heartbreaking is that they have already accepted that character. If the uncle's character were not well depicted, with great power comes great responsibility, would be mere lip service. The uncle leads by example. He's just a helpless old man without Spider-Man's agility and strength. But when he faced an armed robber, he didn't choose to stand by. Instead, he bravely stood up to the robber, albeit at the cost of his own life. Isn't this also a sense of responsibility given to oneself by ordinary people? Anyway, in order to ease this heartbreak, Lin Yuan magnified the joyful side of Spider-Man. This idea also came from the Holland brother version. Tobey's Spider-Man is a bit melancholy, with a heavy taste of the loser-turned-hero storyline, even a bit artsy. But most superheroes have this bitter and deep-seated feeling. So Lin Yuan tried hard to create this contrast. The truth is, the effect is not bad. In the next few days, Spider-Man saw a surge in box office sales. More and more people went to the cinema to watch this movie, and more people fell in love with this talkative and playful Spider-Man. Chapter 565, 534 Teacher Admirable Fish understands the most _1. Lives up to the reputation. After watching Hachiko, I got a bit of a shadow over Shinyu the Old Thief's movies. Thank goodness Little Spider gave me plenty of joy. Although there were some torturous parts in the movie, they all fell within my tolerance level. A different kind of superhero. I want to try the upside-down kiss. Compared to Little Spider, the neighboring Legend of the Dragon Man seems lackluster. While Long Yang's skill level is high, the cliched story of hardship and revenge to save the world is really tiring. There's nothing eye-catching about it. Fish Papa finally made a commercial film. Fish Papa's movies in the past had good reputations, but I found them pretty average. Instead, his early work, Flirting Scholar, hit the spot for me. This film has further proved this. He's really more suited to commercial films. Spider-Man was so goddamn cool. Other superhero movies should learn from Spider-Man what it means to be cool and grow up. Saving the world is just the result. We want to see the interesting process. There are more audience members. Positive reviews increased. The influence is continuously fermenting. Shinyu's tribe's comment section has straight up turned into a bragging party mode. And in everyone's discussions, Long Yang's Legend of the Dragon Man was inevitably mentioned. Being a film about a superhero as well as being released at the same time as Spider-Man, Legend of the Dragon Man was overshadowed by the former's novelty and humor, so much so that its mediocrity became a flaw in the eyes of the audience. No one was saying that Long Yang made a bad film. But since the plot failed to break out of the stereotypical mold and met a superhero like Spider-Man who doesn't play by the conventional rules, it was inevitable that this film by Long Yang would be eclipsed in the box office. This contrast became even clearer when the first week's box office came out. One had over 500 million in the first week. Another just topped 400 million in the first week. The first week's 500 million, of course, belongs to Spider-Man. If you simply look at the numbers, Shinyu and Long Yang are tied, with little apparent difference between them. But don't forget, the production cost of Long Yang's movie is 3 times that of Shinyu's. It must be said, the $300 million effects certainly look great, coupled with Long Yang's good reputation. His box office didn't crumble under the pressure of Spider-Man. However, when transitioning to the second week, the gap between the two films gradually grew. Spider-Man box office even increased, 700 million. Meanwhile, Long Yang's Legend of the Dragon Man fell below 400 million. In this contrast, the superiority of the two films, both of which tell the stories of superheroes, became clear. At this point, Spider-Man was completely on fire. In the following days, Spider-Man continues to heat up. Even some entertainment shows started to frequently mention this superhero film. Meanwhile, Starlight finally gave out the rights to develop merchandise. It's worth mentioning that Lin Yuan is the rights holder of Spider-Man. The company is just Lin Yuan's authorized agent. Because merchandise development is an income stream many people hadn't anticipated, it wasn't mentioned in the contract beforehand. As a result, Lin Yuan received the majority of the merchandise profits. There's no way Starlight would be foolish enough to cause a conflict with Shinyu over this. The value of Shinyu is worth countless merchandise items. For the next few days, when Spider-Man merchandise came out, many video bloggers posted videos of themselves wearing Spider-Man battle suits. Some were funny, some were cool, and some were simply cosplaying. The appearance of these videos garnered a great response. A wave of Spider-Man imitations quickly swept across. It was expected that the movie would be a hit, but the emergence of the merchandise trend and the Spider-Man imitation craze wasn't anticipated by Lin Yuan. His thinking was too simplistic. What happened later made Lin Yuan realize He really didn't have much of a business mind. Even though he had a deeper understanding of Spider-Man, he never conceived of how to fully develop Spider-Man merchandise. Here's what happened. When the Spider-Man imitation craze began to sweep across, Gudong suddenly asked Lin Yuan, "The merchandise developers want to make a female Spider-Man battle suit. They need your authorization. Will you accept?" This is what Lin Yuan had overlooked. Marvel has a Spider-Man universe. And in the Spider-Man universe, there were a number of different spiders. They have Spider-Man in different colors for both men and women, and even animal Spider-Man. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan, someone with such a forward-thinking mind, forgot to consider developing merchandise for the female Spider-Man? Instead, the merchandising company suggested it. The merchandising company didn't even know about the Spider-Man universe. Isn't it said that businessmen are supposed to be flexible-minded? It looks like Lin Yuan should take some time to learn about business thinking from Senior Yaohua. I agree. Of course, Lin Yuan wouldn't reject it. He would never turn down money-making opportunities that don't involve selling his body or soul. In fact, he even voluntarily offered to take part in the design of the female Spider-Man's battle suit. Not just red. Pink also works. And black is a must. And so, the merchandising company started working enthusiastically on this project. However, when this news was announced, Spider-Man's fans weren't pleased. What kind of joke is this? Spider-Man is a man. What on earth is a woman doing in a Spider-Man battle suit? Absolutely outrageous. Female Spider-Man. Is that still Spider-Man? The gender has been completely changed. The loudest protests came from the male fans. Because of the movies, male fans are convinced that Spider-Man is male. They can't accept a female version. There was none in the movies. Peter Parker is a pure man. The merchandising company reluctantly tried to explain. Teacher Admirable Fish agreed. The male fans were outraged. Teacher Admirable Fish has fallen. He sold out Spider-Man's image for money. He's just a scriptwriter. What does he know about Spider-Man? Clearly, the fans' resistance wouldn't stop the merchandising company from carrying out their project. Soon, the female Spider-Man battlesuit design was completed. The sales rate was pretty good, showing that women could accept it. It was just some male fans who were making a fuss. Subsequently, a not very famous cosplayer bought the new red, black, and pink female Spider-Man suits and uploaded some pictures of herself wearing them online. At this time, the male fans were still protesting. But soon, these pictures of the cosplayer in the female Spider-Man suits went viral. It was crazy. Everyone was resharing. Holy shit. Looking at these pictures, the male fans were dumbfounded. The same Spider-Man suit, while worn by men, looked cool, but on women, it would be something like this, picture supposed to be here. Her exquisite figure, framed by the Spider-Man suit. That enticing waist. That unique charm. Some were wearing a mask, mysterious and charming. Some were not wearing a mask, with their long hair flowing down. The soft and supple female body, fitting perfectly in the Spider-Man suit. Provocative, attractive, compelling. So big, so round, so good-looking. Many male fans silently swallowed their saliva. After some thoughtful consideration, no need to think anymore. Quietly saving the picture, a male fan silently typed out a sentence. Teacher Admirable Fish really understands Spider-Man. No more voices of resistance were heard. The female Spider-Man suits were selling even better than the male suits. The black one, in particular. That day, a post appeared on a forum. My husband started forcing me to wear the female Spider-Man suit after he put on his own Spider-Man suit. It feels so weird. Chapter 566, 535 Our Song _1. Merchandisers. When the planning of the Spider-Woman battlesuit design was announced, many male Spider-Man fans were boycotting it. Vendors once doubted the value of this plan. Even waving the big flag of Admirable Fish did not help much. But who knew? The Spider-Woman battlesuits sold out as soon as they were available. Weren't those male fans shouting about boycotting? Fuck your boycott. You beasts. This saying, harsh in words but supportive in deeds, describes you perfectly. Those who boycott the most are you. And those who buy the most are still you. What did a group of rough men like you buy it for? LSP. No wonder Steve Jobs said, customers don't know what they want. Many years ago on Earth, Boss Jobs had already seen through everything. The popularity of the merchandise was another proof of the success of the Spider-Man movie. The popularity of the merchandise also boosted the popularity of the movie to a certain extent. The two complemented each other. Meanwhile, Jian Yi, who played Spider-Man, rose to fame. This newcomer, who graduated and became the lead actor in Admirable Fish's new movie, became another instance of overnight celebrity in the entertainment industry. Commercial endorsements, brand notices, celebrity interviews. Jian Yi jumped to become the trending newcomer in the entertainment industry. Of course, Jian Yi was ecstatic. He immediately renamed the small group he was in with Lin Yuan and Xiaofan to Yongning Village Entertainment Group. Xiaofan couldn't stand it. What a shitty name. There are too many points to ridicule, and he doesn't know where to start. First of all, there are only 4 people in the group. Why is it called a big entertainment group? Where did the big come from? Furthermore, are they serious about the Yongning Village in the group name? Jian Yi was dissatisfied. We are all stars now. You should speak to me more politely in the future. Even the contemporaries in the company call me Brother Yi, which is homophonic to number 1 brother. Sister Wei bubbled up. You are getting arrogant. Jian Yi felt guilty. Sister Wei misunderstood me. The main thing is that everyone in our group is in the entertainment industry. You write novels, I act in movies, Xiaofan sings, not to mention Lin Yuan. Isn't it an entertainment group? Brother Yi, Xiaofan questioned from the soul. Then do you know what Lin Yuan is? Cult, Maestro, Fish Papa. These are all Lin Yuan's nicknames. Not only do fans call him that, many people in the company also do so. Jian Yi suddenly fell silent. Xiaofan couldn't bear it and decided to leave some dignity for Jian Yi. He said to make peace. No problem, Brother Yi. I've thought about it. You'll each have your own titles. Jian Yi. He calls me brother, and I call him daddy? At this moment, the system message hints that learning makes me happy was invited by Sister Wei to join the group chat. Jian Yi asked, who is this? Learning makes me happy. Call me Little Ant. Jian Yi. Such a quirky name could only belong to Little Ant. Damn, it must be Lin Yao. Jian Yi was very familiar with the sisters of Lin Yuan and Xiaofan. At this moment, Lin Yao circled Lin Yuan. She seemed quite dissatisfied. Why didn't you add me to the group earlier? Sister Wei explained for Lin Yuan. You were not of age when this group was first created. Lin Yao was even more disgruntled. What does this have to do with whether I'm of age or not? Everyone was silent. Lin Yao seemed to understand something when she saw those photos of Jian Yi in the fiery Spider-Woman costumes in the group album. Legend has it, every group has a porn guy, and Jian Yi was apparently the porn guy of this group. She silently uploaded several gigabytes of study materials in an attempt to cleanse the group's atmosphere. In the following days, the box office for Spider-Man showed no signs of cooling down, and its performance remained strong. Almost every day news reports featured Spider-Man. Mixed within these news articles was a story about how a certain restaurant brand was making a killing with a series of Spider-Man-themed events, but it drew little attention. Until August. Only then did the hype around Little Spider gradually diminish. While Lin Yuan was contemplating his next step, he suddenly received a call from Tong Shuwen. Lin Yuan was puzzled. The Masked Singer had already ended. What did Tong Shuwen want with him? He answered the call. Tong Shuwen laughed and said, Teacher Admirable Fish, sorry to bother you again. I'm calling because we have another show. A singing one. Yes. I'm not interested. After participating in The Masked Singer, Lin Yuan was not interested in participating in any other music shows. Tong Shuwen paused, then forced a laugh. This show doesn't need you to sing, primarily. It needs you to compose songs. Composing? Yes, our new show is called Our Song. Its program centered around composers. Lin Yuan. Why did he encounter a familiar show name again? He almost instinctively wanted to ask the system if something was wrong, until Tong Shuwen explained the details of Our Song. In each episode of this show, we will invite different composers. Initially, composers will be randomly assigned singers, and in the later stages, the production team will give a theme, and the composers will create songs around that theme, then select singers to perform. Like a seasonal music chart, Lin Yuan associated it with the chart, because the chart was where composers wrote songs, then sought suitable singers for competitions. Exactly. You can imagine this as turning the seasonal music chart competition into a variety show for the audience to watch, which can further popularize the composers. Additionally, you will have a wide range of singers to choose from. as we will invite the singers from the first season of The Masked Singer." Lin Yuan was lost in thought. If it was a singer he didn't know, it would be okay, but if it was a singer who had participated in The Masked Singer, he knew quite a few of them. For instance, if he encountered Mu Shi or others, he could arrange songs that required their skills to be improved. If he encountered Fei Yong, he could also arrange some heartfelt songs for him. If he encountered Sun Yaohua and others, even better. Everyone was talking about the Yu dynasty, causing Lin Yuan to feel a sense of identity with the Yu dynasty. He originally planned to arrange some works for the singers in the Yu dynasty if there were a variety show to increase the exposure. It would be not bad benefit for the songs. But I don't have much time. Of course, your time is the most precious. So most of the content of the show will be powered by the singers. We have also invited some other maestros to participate in the show, like teacher Zheng Jing, who you are familiar with. We are also contacting teacher Yang Zhongming, but he has not responded yet. I will consider it. Lin Yuan did not outright refuse. He was indeed a bit interested. If this show would not take up too much time, he would need to think more about the specific situation. Don't worry. Tong Shuan laughed and said, "Our show is definitely going to be a hit. With the foundation laid by The Masked Singer, the audience will definitely buy it. Actually, the idea for this show came from you. The audience now has a high demand for composers to step forward. And the judges? The judges are the audience." Tong Shuan bitterly laughed and said, "Since the maestros are participating in the show, whoever is chosen as a judge would be a problem. Therefore, we could only hand the judging over to the public. This time, not only can the live audience vote, but the offsite audience also has voting rights. Everyone attached to an ID could vote. Totally public voting?" Lin Yuan suddenly felt that on this stage, he could present some different kinds of songs, because the gathered aesthetics of the public were the most inclusive. Of course. Tong Shuan laughed. This is just the initial plan. Our production team is still discussing. If we make any adjustments in the future, we will inform you as soon as possible. This show seemed like a sequel to The Masked Singer. But this time Lin Yuan would play a completely different role. As a composer, participating in a show purely in this capacity to interact with the singers seemed quite interesting. When Lin Yuan previously participated in shows, he noticed many amusing participants. Chapter 567, 536. Turbulence rises again _1. Overlord. Samurai. Elf. Robot. School of Fish. Many of the singers on The Masked Singer left a deep impression on Lin Yuan. Among them, there were some singers whom Lin Yuan felt regrettable for, including some who were eliminated in the early stages due to their inability to adapt to the competition. Lin Yuan would certainly not object to having a collaborative stage. The next day, Lin Yuan received a call from Yang Zhongming, inviting him to a meeting. Yang Zhongming had exchanged contact information with Lin Yuan when they first met, but this was the first time Yang Zhongming had phoned him. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan went upstairs. Inside the meeting room were Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing. After exchanging greetings, Zheng Jing fishtailed into laughter and said, "Our company's representative composers are assembled. It's a pity that 2 of our composers left at the beginning of the year. Starlight used to have 5 maestros last year. This was the backbone of Starlight's position as the #1 music company in the Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yan areas. However, at the beginning of the year, 2 of the maestros left Starlight for other companies. Therefore, the company's influence in the music industry declined somewhat. Despite that, with Lin Yuan's recent unmasking as the Prince of Lanling, Starlight regained some of its prestige as a music industry giant. After all, Lin Yuan was very accomplished, aside from not having won any awards as a maestro. So as long as Lin Yuan and Yang Zhongming stayed with Starlight, coupled with the presence of Zheng Jing, the company would continue to maintain a heavy influence in the music world. 3 maestros. Quite an impressive lineup. Lin Yuan had heard about this matter. In Gudong's words, the senior management of the company had exploded with rage over this. However, it didn't have much to do with Lin Yuan, so he shrugged it off. "Let's get down to business," Zheng Jing said. "Little fish, you should know why we asked for you. Tong Shuan wants to do a new show and invited us to endorse it. Of course, the invited composers are not only us, but also Yin Dong and Yi Zhiqiu. Additionally, Wu Long and others who didn't win the Maestro Award, but are also very strong composers, should also appear in this program. Lin Yuan nods. As for Zheng Jing's calling him little fish, he had no objection to it. Let's discuss our thoughts. Zheng Jing said. I think we three should all participate. Firstly, the company has this idea, hoping that we can consolidate the company's position. Ideally, we could meet the two who left and strengthen the company's image. Secondly, I have some accumulated songs that can be released in this show. After all, there are quite a few kings and queens of singing in this show. I quite like some of their voices. Of course, the most important thing is that I think the show is quite fun. What about you? Yang Zhongming looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, I can go. Yang Zhongming revealed a smile. Then I'll go and play as well. Actually, seeing you constantly releasing new songs through the competition, I've been itching to do the same. What do you mean? Zheng Jing stared at Yang Zhongming. When I asked you to go, you said you would consider. When Little Fish said he would go, you immediately wanted to join the show. Are you two really going to create some relationship stir? Lin Yuan. Yang Zhongming. Zheng Jing sneered and said, I must warn you in advance, I'm not going to get serious with you guys. Some of the songs I've written a long time ago, including those from my early years. You guys take it easy. Yang Zhongming asked, Are you suggesting that I should give you some leeway? Zheng Jing rolled her eyes. Even if I don't give you leeway, do you really have that many good songs? Yang Zhongming was silent, admiring the sense in Zheng Jing's words. The show didn't know how many episodes they had to run, or even how many songs they had to provide. Thus, he couldn't guarantee that each of his songs would be perfect. Who could churn out so many good works one after another? This was in line with what Lin Yuan was thinking. He participated in the competition in order not to be eliminated. He had to come up with explosive songs to feel assured. However, some songs, despite certain flaws, were still somewhat appealing in their own ways. It would be a shame not to release them. It would be nice to release them through this show. While the three of them were discussing, there came a burst of noise from outside. We need to use the conference room. I don't see any department that has applied to use the conference room. Which department is so bossy, without a word, to seize this conference room? There are so many people waiting to hold a meeting. The door was pulled open. A group of people looking like managers outside the door looked discontentedly at the meeting room. Zheng Jing, Xianyu, Yang Zhongming. In such a large conference room, there were only 3 people. Yet these 3 people scared a group of middle-level managers. The leader apologized tremblingly. I'm sorry for interrupting you, professors. We'll choose another room. Please go on. With that said, the door was closed again. The hustle and bustle outside the door gradually disappeared. The group of middle-level managers who had left looked frightened, their faces pale. Why are the 3 maestros gathered together? Are they planning on making major news? I was so scared. I was wondering which department was so domineering, without saying a word, used such a large conference room. The chairman isn't in the company today. The 3 of them are equal to how many departments? In the conference room, neither Lin Yuan nor Zheng Jing nor Yang Zhongming minded this minor interruption. The 3 of them continued to talk about the show. About 20 minutes of discussion. The 3 of them eventually returned to their respective offices. Lin Yuan called Tong Shuwen, expressing his willingness to participate in the show. Tong Shuwen laughed and said, It's great that you have agreed to it. The composers are indeed the hardest to invite. The singer's side, however, is quite easy to handle. Basically, they all agreed to participate. Of course, those you find annoying will definitely not appear. Lin Yuan. Who is the annoying person? Without overthinking it, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Just then, Lin Yuan began to receive calls from Sun Yaohua and others. Even White Swan called. These people had clearly also received program invitations. I'll participate. Lin Yuan gave a definite reply. And this reply will also become the reply of other singers. The presence of the maestros is the biggest guarantee of this show. A few days later, the program group announced the program information of our song, including the participating singers and composers. Boom. Instant explosion. The topic shot straight to the trending list. At this moment, the first season of The Masked Singer was still making waves. The scenes in the program are still being discussed over and over again by countless people. Everyone was saying, no matter what is done in the second season, it is impossible to surpass the first season. This even affected some people's expectations for the second season. But The second season hasn't even arrived yet. Instead, the sequel to the first season of The Masked Singer has come. Or you could say, this is a spin-off of The Masked Singer. Now this is definitely more exciting than the uncertainty of the second season. On this day, the music world stirred once again. Chapter 568, 537. Composer's Priority _1. This production team really knows how to play the game. Everyone was worried about what the second season would bring. But director Tong announced, The Masked Singer Season 2 is insignificant. Isn't it better to keep riding the wave of Season 1? Everyone was buzzing about this online. Some joked. Previously, the Prince of Lanling only judged singers. Now he will go hands-on and train them. In other words, I want to see the Prince of Lanling teaching Mu Shi and Aleoi how to breathe properly. Sarcastic. I blindly guess Fei Yang will be second. Just imagine if Fish Papa and Fei Yang team up. Would you still think their willpower is effective? Keep in mind that their willpower was given to Fei Yang by Fish Papa himself. But even when Fish Papa sang Fei Yang's song in the previous show, he couldn't escape his will. Cynical. The novelty of this new show hit the internet users' conversation spots. People were curious to see the sparks between the unmasked singers and composers. And the unmasked Xianyu, there's no doubt, carried the highest popularity. So, there's a ton of conversation around Xianyu. The public's curiosity surrounding the composers was also a key selling point for the show. This was the first show focusing on composers and singers. Over 90% of the original cast from The Masked Singer can maintain the heat from the previous season. In addition, the production team also invited some new faces. This is to bring a fresh feeling to some of the audience members. A total of 50 singers were invited, including 10 kings and queens of singing. Even Mao Shuawang and Lu Su from The Masked Singer judging panel joined. The remaining 40 are from Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yan respectively. Each place had 10 top singers. And as for the composer lineup, the production team invited a total of 20, out of which officially certified maestros were 10 people. The remaining 10, although not awarded the title of maestro, were enough to compete with them. Like Wu Long, like Xianyu, prizes do not represent everything. Like the little Leo on Earth, whether he wins an Oscar or not, his worth is almost the same. Or Haruki Murakami, whether he wins the Nobel or not, his position in the literary world will not degrade. Therefore, this lineup is on par with The Masked Singer and might even exceed it. This is partly because of the popularity of The Masked Singer being too overwhelming. Any singer who joined the show experienced a rise in value after being unmasked. Some singers, who no longer enjoyed much attention, reignited their careers thanks to this show. With the production team putting out a sequel spin-off, those in the industry who tasted success are naturally eager to join. Those who didn't join earlier are now envious and would not miss this new opportunity. Moreover, singers also want to use this show to intersect with top composers. Because under normal circumstances, it's very hard to get a chance to sing for top composers. Even for the king and queen of singing, it's not guaranteed, and even if it is, it comes at a hefty price for the company. But with this show, everyone has a chance to work with different top composers. Why wouldn't they gladly accept? However, since the singers come from different continents, it's speculated that the show will present songs in various languages. For example, the Qi language, or the Chu language. To this end, the production team revealed a list of top lyricists, including Inai Hongwu and Rabbit 2. By then, these lyricists will be involved in the creation of different songs. With The Masked Singer just having ended, the pace of the production team was very fast, even going as far as choosing the same Qin Continent Music Center for the stage. At the end of July, recording began. The singers were ready, and the 20 composers, including Lin Yuan, were all present and gathered in the Grand Hall. This production company is cheeky. They even carried over the stage from The Masked Singer for this show. Still the same music center. Once again, Lin Yuan was back here and found it strangely welcoming. On this stage, he once spent a memorable time under the guise of the Prince of Lanling. And now, he would resume his identity as the composer Xianyu and continue to leave his mark on this stage. There was a rhombus-shaped table in the hall. Lin Yuan, Zheng Jing, and Yang Zhongming sat the closest to it. On the right side of Lin Yuan sat Wu Long, who had previously been a judge on The Masked Singer. The seating arrangements were up to the participants. The show's team hadn't set a specific seating order. The rhombus table design was quite clever of them. They couldn't exactly be blamed for being calculating. The main reason was that it was tough to arrange. Everyone already had high status within the industry. If an argument sprung up due to seating order, it would be extremely awkward. Who should sit at the head of the table? Just because Yang Zhongming, the most influential composer, was seated at the head of the table did not mean the other composers were necessarily convinced. The room wasn't short of leading composers after all. So, this table design was quite clever. Some of the composers were familiar with each other and were whispering to one another. Among them, a few composers took the initiative to greet Lin Yuan. Everyone seemed deeply interested in Xian Yu, who had become quite popular in recent years. Occasionally, some eyes would turn to Lin Yuan, just as everyone took their seats. The director, Tong Shuwen, appeared. He spoke with a smile. "Greetings, old friends. Once again we meet. Of course, I also offer a warm welcome to our new friends who have joined us. I hope you all have a great time on the show." Everyone joined in with a round of applause. Then Tong Shuwen announced, "A total of 50 singers are ready in the hall. 20 teachers, please follow me into the hall to freely select your first singer to cooperate with. If different composers select the same singer, the singer will have the right to choose. If a composer is not selected by a singer, they can make another choice from the remaining singers. This is the rule for our first competition." Everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone's expressions were quite natural. For a composer to have first pick of a singer is a usual occurrence in this industry. And if a singer becomes too sought after, they have the right to choose. This is also an understandable rule. To an extent, this rule actually reflects the true nature of the music scene. The top composers enjoy priority in choosing rights. If a singer's strength is exceptional, then they are more in demand. Meanwhile, in the hall, 50 singers stood in a line, as if they were technicians in a club waiting to be picked by the boss. Most of the singers looked both expectant and nervous. Of course, it was expected. Naturally, they were nervous. Singers longed to be chosen. The king and queen of singing, however, were rather relaxed. Their strengths were well recognized, and they would be more likely to be favored by composers. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The bosses— oh wait, no. The composers finally walked in. Each of them seemed to emit a dazzling aura. Instantly, all the singers looked fervently at the composers. Especially the top composers were the targets of countless gazes. Of course, Lin Yuan also received a lot of attention from singers. The Xian Yu brand was still quite bright, not at all weaker than the prestigious composers present. In particular, Sun Yaohua, Chen Jiyu, Xia Fan, Jiang Kuei, and Zhao Yinggu immediately turned their eyes on Lin Yuan. The camera diligently captured this moment. When broadcasted, this scene would surely induce a knowing laugh from the audience. Was this a singer selection? It looked more like the daddies were choosing wives. The high-status composers held within the industry was vividly displayed in this scene. Chapter 569, 538, Xian Yu's Choice _1. The host Anong showed up. It is no surprise that Anong continues to be the host for our song, because Anong has been very successful as the host on The Masked Singer, especially his ability to hold back laughter. Now, with the original team back together, there's no way they wouldn't have Anong as part of the lineup. Right off the bat, Anong began hosting cheerily. "Dear composers and singer teachers, now it's time for the composers to make their selection. The chosen singers will step forward. The singers." This scene feels all too familiar. Director Tong Shuwen is definitely a sly one. Anong announced loudly, "Now, composers, please take your seats and choose your singers. You can circle the names of the singers you like in your notebook." The composers sat down one after another. The production team distributed notebooks to the composers. The cover of the notebook was quite grand. Pens were placed on the tables. Everyone just needed to write down the names. Lin Yuan's notebook had the names of 50 singers in it. Each singer's name was followed by a brief introduction. For example, for Sun Yaohua, it read, "Known for works like Red Rose, participated in The Masked Singer as a fishman and made it into the top 12 of the first season." After some deliberation, Lin Yuan circled a name. Meanwhile, the other composers were also making their selections. Anong collected the notebooks and announced with a smile, "Now, I'll read out the composers' choices." The notebooks were shuffled. Anong randomly picked up a notebook and announced with a smile, "This is Teacher Wu Long's choice." His final pick is Teacher Liang Ziyuan. Liang Ziyuan's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, receiving envious looks from the other singers. The composers all smiled. No one seemed to be surprised by Wu Long's choice. Not even Lin Yuan. Because Liang Ziyuan was the robot from The Masked Singer, a king of singing from Chu continent. Wu Long also hails from Chu continent, so choosing Liang Ziyuan was like a local collaboration. Their musical philosophy should be pretty aligned, and the musical style of each region always has its unique flavors. Next, Anong continued to read out the selections. When Anong announced Yang Zhongming's choice, the atmosphere among the singers became noticeably tense. Although the maestros didn't have official rankings, their competence was definitely acknowledged among the singers. Among all the composers invited by the show, Yang Zhongming was the most formidable. Ultimately, Yang Zhongming chose Xu Yu. This was another singer Lin Yuan recognized, because in The Masked Singer, Xu Yu was the White Swan. Xu Yu bowed excitedly and quickly stepped forward. Being selected by the most recognized composer on the scene was definitely something to be proud of. Was there any higher recognition than being chosen by Yang Zhongming? Some of the composers looked slightly dismayed. Obviously, more than one person had chosen Xu Yu, since Xu Yu had a diverse range of styles she could perform. And her talent was clear indeed. She was the choice of more than one composer. But, even though other composers also chose Xu Yu, she chose Yang Zhongming without hesitation. She didn't even avoid it. If it were other female singers, they would definitely have put on a show of struggle, then ultimately reluctantly declined the other composers. This would be the most diplomatic way to handle it, but she didn't. The White Swan was, as always, genuine. The rejected composers smiled and expressed their understanding. Finally, Anong pulled out Lin Yuan's notebook. Now, the next composer's choice is Teacher Admirable Fish. The singers became agitated once again. Admirable Fish was clearly a top pick among the singers, especially people like Sun Yaohua, who were especially nervous. The fishmen had the strongest bond with Admirable Fish, so everyone hoped to be selected by him. The other composers contemplated. In the fishmen, Jiang Kuei was the strongest. If limited to the fishmen, Jiang Kuei was the best choice. Would Admirable Fish choose Jiang Kuei, or another fish? Or would he completely ignore the fishmen and choose the more powerful king or queen of singing? Anong looked at the circled name, seeming a bit surprised. Admirable Fish's choice is singer Chen Jiyu. As soon as he finished, Sun Yaohua was stunned. Zhao Yingge was stunned. Jiang Kuei and Xia Fan were also startled. This was a choice that took everyone by surprise. He did choose from within the fishmen, which was true, but if everyone remembers correctly, among the fishmen who participated in The Masked Singer, Chen Jiyu was the first one to be eliminated. Admirable Fish didn't choose his favorite Sun Yaohua, nor did he choose Zhao Yingge, who had stayed with the Prince of Lanling the longest. He didn't even choose Xia Fan, whom he was closest to, or Jiang Kuei, who was widely acknowledged as the most powerful singer in the fishmen. He surprisingly chose Chen Jiyu, who was eliminated first. You see, after The Masked Singer was aired, people discussed the strength of the fishmen online. Netizens came to the following conclusion. Chen Jiyu used to be the most powerful singer in the fishmen, but now he's the weakest. He is even weaker than Sun Yaohua. At least Sun Yaohua made it to the show's top 12. Even in that episode when the Yu dynasty made their declaration, Chen Jiyu couldn't attend because he was eliminated early. He was left behind. This made some people wonder whether Chen Jiyu was really part of the Yu dynasty, putting it into question. The only discussion left about Chen Jiyu seems to be the taunts about him being the perennial runner-up. Even that label has faded since Fei Yang emerged. And so, at this moment, the same question also appeared in many people's hearts. Among all the kings and queens of singing and frontline singers, Chen Jiyu, who seemed to have no presence at all, was slightly stunned. His eyes suddenly turned red. Thank you, Teacher Admirable Fish. After stepping out, Chen Jiyu's voice was even suffused with a hint of a sob. He clenched his teeth tightly and bowed deeply. Online public opinion. Chen Jiyu read all of them. Every fish made it to the final 12 except him. Did Chen Jiyu not care? Of course he did. It was so humiliating. At the time when other fishes were unknown, Chen Jiyu had already been a very successful frontline singer. However, As other fishes gradually advanced to the front line, Chen Jiu was stuck in place, being surpassed one by others. How could he not feel anything? He has experienced pain. He also has been confused. But all he could do was clench his teeth, practice his singing skills submissively, and tried his best to blend into this big family called Fish Dynasty. He was afraid that one day everyone would no longer recognize him as a member of the Fish Dynasty. After all, he only collaborated once with Admirable Fish, and it was because he proposed to Starlight a condition to join that Admirable Fish wrote a song for him. He had to squeeze hard into the Fish Dynasty. Even so, he still felt like an outsider in this small circle. But today, Teacher Admirable Fish announced to everyone that he, Chen Jiu, has not been abandoned. He is also a member of the Fish Dynasty. Even if he seemed ordinary among these singers, even if he had the worst results in the Fish clan, no one knew that at this moment, Chen Jiu made a resolve. From now on, Fish will be his lifelong belief. If initially joining Starlight was because if you can't beat them, join them, and trying hard to squeeze into Fish Dynasty was for Admirable Fish's songs, then from now on, Chen Jiu will work harder to integrate into the Fish Dynasty for someone. Behind Chen Jiu, Sun Yaohua, who was just lost in thought, suddenly smiled. Jiang Kuei, Xia Fan, and Zhao Yinggu also smiled along. This choice is so Admirable Fish. But it's probably because of this, everyone would stand firmly by their junior's side. The one who could understand Chen Jiu's feelings best was actually Sun Yaohua, because he had also been chosen by his junior with such determination once. On the composer's seat, one of the maestros suddenly laughed. This is interesting. The other maestro next to him seemed thoughtful. I think I understand why all the singers that Admirable Fish has worked with are so loyal and even consider themselves part of the Fish Dynasty. The maestros have all worked with many singers, but there seems to be only one Fish Dynasty. This once puzzled the maestros. What kind of magic power does Admirable Fish have that enables him to form a circle of singers around him? Aren't we all merely cooperating with the singers? Is Admirable Fish's song better suited? That's not the case. Any maestro, throughout his professional career, has produced many good songs. But, seeing Admirable Fish's choice today, everyone understood. There was applause at the scene. This applause seemed to encourage Chen Jiu and simultaneously seemed to praise Admirable Fish's choice. While applauding, Yang Zhongming laughed and said something to Zheng Jing. This kid is very thoughtful. Zheng Jing nodded. If not for his choice, I wouldn't have thought about the pressure Chen Jiu was under when participating in the competition. No one could understand Chen Jiu's feelings. But when Admirable Fish made his choice, everyone understood Chen Jiu's feelings based on his reaction, as long as they considered it a little. The pressure on Chen Jiu was actually immense. Only Lin Yuan didn't understand. Why did everyone suddenly applaud? Was there something wrong with choosing Chen Jiu? The next song I chose really suits Chen Jiu's style. Okay then. Someone chose the song, not the singer. It was really just a beautiful misunderstanding. So the picture in the camera was. Everyone was clapping, but only Lin Yuan was serious. Seeing Lin Yuan's serious look, everyone was more certain about what was in their hearts. So warm. This is heading for the rhythm of not one member of the Fish Dynasty can be less. Is Chen Jiu the weakest? Was Chen Jiu eliminated early? Is Chen Jiu not a legitimate member of the Fish Dynasty? What could be more compelling in response to these claims than Admirable Fish's actions? At the edge of the field, Chen Jiu's agent silently wiped away her tears. Jiu, your feeder goldfish was well worth it. Teacher Admirable Fish has felt your sincerity. Many stories don't reveal the ultimate outcome until the last moment. The person who has made you the perennial runner-up has eventually become your greatest benefactor. Chapter 570, 539 Only choose the right, not the expensive _1. Finally, the selection is over. 20 composers have chosen the 20 singers they wish to collaborate with. All 10 kings and queens of song have been selected. The remaining 30 singers, all top leaguers of the Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin music circles, were not chosen by any composers. The camera zooms in. Their expressions are a complicated mix of embarrassment and disappointment. Only on our song stage could such a scene of first-class singer being ignored occur. This program also used this scene to showcase the priority of composers. In front of top composers, Even top singers can only passively wait to be selected. Only by becoming a king or queen of song can they gain the attention of composers. Next up is the group battle stage. 20 teams of composers and singers mean 20 songs, which are impossible to record in a single episode. The production team plans to record it in 2 episodes. 10 songs will be performed in each episode. 10 songs would be divided into 5 competitions. They would be performed in the form of head-to-head battles. However, the production crew did not immediately reveal the list of battle participants. Instead, the composers were first instructed to take their chosen singers into the prearranged rooms. "Everyone relax," Anong said with a smile. "The upcoming battles may be tense, but no one will be eliminated in the early stages of the show." Laughter rippled through the crowd. "Let's move." The composers, each with their selected singers, entered their rooms amid the jealous gaze of the 30 singers who were not selected. Chun Jiu followed Lin Yuan at a measured pace. Lin Yuan looked back at Chun Jiu. "Are you nervous?" Chun Jiu cautiously said, "I'm afraid I might hold Teacher Admirable Fish back. After all, my skills are not outstanding." Although no one would be eliminated in the early stages of the show, Chun Jiu was still anxious that his lack of skill could cause Admirable Fish to lose the battle. "Relax." Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "This is an easygoing song." Chun Jiu nodded, but his nervousness didn't dissipate. This competition is not necessarily won by those with stronger composing skills. The result of the competition has a lot to do with the singers chosen by the composers. Is Yang Zhongming awesome? But if the weakest singer in the entire competition was assigned to Yang Zhongming, could he still guarantee his victory? It is too suspenseful. While Chun Jiu was not the weakest of the first-class singers, his overall strength was only mediocre amongst the singers, so it was understandable that he was worried about becoming a burden to Admirable Fish. Lin Yuan fell silent. It wasn't until they were in the room that he turned seriously to Chun Jiu and said, "Have you ever heard a saying? What? There are no useless heroes, only trash summoners." Chun Jiu? Seeing that Chun Jiu didn't understand, Lin Yuan expressed it in a different way. "There's no perfect music in the world, nor is there a strongest singer. The purpose of this stage is to let the right person sing the right song." Lin Yuan planned to select singers based on the style of the song, rather than their achievements. Since Chun Jiu was suitable for the song he was preparing next, he should naturally let Chun Jiu sing it. This has nothing to do with whether Chun Jiu is a first-class singer or not. When the song doesn't dictate the singer, and anyone who sings it can achieve a decent result, Lin Yuan would also take into consideration people like Sun Yaohua. It's worth mentioning that Lin Yuan's room is pink. When he walked in, he felt shocked by the pinkness. Chun Jiu chuckled. "Are the other teachers' rooms also pink?" "No. Each room is a different color." The tour guide staff laughed. Teacher Admirable Fish was too cold in The Masked Singer, so the production team wanted to use this warm tone to balance it a bit. Lin Yuan. Of all the warm tones, why did it have to be pink? It felt like walking into Big Yao Yao's room, all pink and messy. Not arguing about the color issue. Once he was seated, Lin Yuan took out the song he had prepared. "Here's the song you need to practice." "Okay." Chun Jiu's breathing was slightly hurried. This was the second time Chun Jiu had obtained one of Xian Yu's compositions since Change Myself. He was extremely excited. But when Chun Jiu saw the song title, he was a bit taken aback. "This song title," Lin Yuan said, "it fits the occasion. The name of this song is Our Song. The original singer is the Earth singer Wang Lihong. It's exactly the same as the name of the show." Chun Jiu's voice is very suitable for singing jazz hip-hop and rock and roll, but not heavy rock, but the relatively cheerful type. Obviously, Wang Lihong's Our Song is very suitable for Chun Jiu. Previously, Lin Yuan gave Chun Jiu Change Myself, which was also another work of Wang Lihong. Chun Jiu nodded and looked at the lyrics. When he saw a certain line in the lyrics, he suddenly asked tentatively, "Can I slightly tweak the lyrics?" "Which line?" "Just a little bit. You decide." On stage, improvisation by singers is understandable by Lin Yuan as stages and recordings are different. Moreover, Lin Yuan himself made a small adjustment to the lyrics of Our Song, mainly in the English words part. As the original singer is Chinese, there would always be 1 or 2 English words in the song. Lin Yuan didn't think it was necessary. because it's not quite suitable for this stage. The English lyrics in the original song included the names of Wang Lihong's other songs, which could only be sung by Wang Lihong himself. At this point, the loudspeaker in the room suddenly aired host On Hong's voice. The first round of grouping for the first episode is complete. The first round of the first episode is Teacher Wu Long and singer Liang Ziyuan versus Teacher Mike and singer Jiang Kuei. The singer selected by Wu Long was Liang Ziyuan, also known as the Robot. And Mike, who was a composer, not weaker than Wu Long, had selected singer Jiang Kuei. In the composer's preliminary selection, in the Yu dynasty, only Jiang Kuei and Chun Jiyu were selected. On Hong's voice continued. The second round of the first episode is Teacher Yin Dong and singer Sun Mingming versus Teacher Xian Yu and singer Chun Jiyu. Chun Jiyu was surprised. The opponent is Rabbit? Sun Mingming appeared as a rabbit in The Masked Singer and competed against Zhao Yingge. Although she lost the competition, Sun Mingming's strength was very well demonstrated in that match. In addition, Lin Yuan had critiqued Sun Mingming before. Sun Mingming didn't resist, and her fans were quite zen-like. They didn't heavily attack Prince Lanling. But when the singers apologized to Xian Yu in the end, Sun Mingming also joined the apology squad, which seemed to suggest she was a soft-spoken female singer with a rising career. However, it was puzzling to many people why Yin Dong, as the maestro, did not choose the king or queen of singing, but chose Sun Mingming, who wasn't the strongest. On the other side, Yin Dong also heard the announcement on the loudspeaker. He showed a smile. It's Xian Yu again. We are almost becoming old rivals. He collaborated with Fei Yang and participated in the War of Gods twice in a row, and both times they had lost to Xian Yu. Now, in our song, he was once again up against Xian Yu. At this moment, Yin Dong felt that the show's producers were stirring things up. This matchup was not random. Off to the side, Little Rabbit Sun Mingming weakly asked, Teacher Yin Dong, why did you choose me? Sun Mingming was not the strongest among this batch of singers. With Yin Dong's composition skills and experience, he could have easily chosen the king or queen of singing, and they generally wouldn't refuse his offer. Fei Yang, for instance, was a good friend of Yin Dong's, and they got along well privately. Overlord Fei Yang's strength was self-evident. He was a top singer on this stage. Yet Yin Dong did not choose Fei Yang. This was probably the most surprising moment in the show since Xian Yu chose Chun Jiyu. This is what Xian Yu taught me. As always, Yin Dong was expressionless. Sun Mingming was stunned. What? Yin Dong remained expressionless. Choose the right one, not the expensive one. Chapter 571, 540. It's your turn, go. Ahead _1. Different from The Masked Singer. This time, the program is recorded over several days. Because the songs that the songwriters come up with are all new, the singers need time to become familiar with them. So for the next few days, Lin Yuan occasionally needs to go to the venue. The program committee has also arranged a very interesting segment. Singers who weren't chosen can consult with various songwriters every issue. This avoids the embarrassment of the singers who weren't chosen simply hanging around and doing nothing. As a result, basically every day there would be some singers knocking on Lin Yuan's door to self-recommend themselves. Luckily, the distribution of tasks was such that Lin Yuan could just give instructions. On the whole, it is indeed more laid back than The Masked Singer. Meanwhile, during the singers' rehearsals, the show's team, based on the content they've shot so far, has edited out the first preview for our song. A full hour-long episode. This is a completely new gameplay. Every issue's preview is recorded. This process is very interesting, because we have 50 big-name singers, all in one place. The interactions between the stars and the music industry and the entire scheme of things is just one gigantic highlight. Like the self-recommendation segment, the quiet power struggles between the singers and their attempts to woo the songwriters are also very entertaining. The official competition, however, will be broadcast live, interacting with the audience in real time. Audiences can influence the results of the competition while they watch the show. Therefore, when the Our Song trailer aired, discussions online blew up. Everyone was talking about it. Countless people exclaimed, "The lineup for this show is so luxurious." In reality, the lineup for The Masked Singer was also very luxurious. But because the singers were masked, the thrill wasn't strong enough. Now, With the singers' faces revealed, the audience is bombarded with big names upon tuning into the show. The visual impact is off the charts, as if they're watching some music award ceremony. It feels like the whole music scene is gathered here. Additionally, the setup of segments in the program also piqued the audience's curiosity. It's a bit like the scripting of a reality show. The high and mighty big-name singers in the face of top-tier songwriters are no different from ordinary people. They even seem a bit humble. Turns out, the entertainment circle is also a workplace. The singers are like employees, and the songwriters are like bosses. Every employee strives to perform, hoping to attract the boss's attention. This huge contrast actually naturally generates interest in the audience. The Masked Singer, has already proven that the show committee knows what interests the audience. What many people want from this variety show is to feel like big-name stars are seeking the favor of their daddies. Watching this show gives me the impression that the songwriters are really the daddies of the singers. You've got it wrong. These singers are also daddies in front of ordinary songwriters. It's only top-tier songwriters who can make big-name singers so humble. Looking at it from Maestro's perspective, there's an inexplicably satisfying feeling. I was laughing nonstop during the selection process. It's the same procedure when I'm selecting my concubines at the club. The director is definitely an old hand. The pink room of Admirable Fish is so lively. The program had set up a segment for singers to visit the songwriters, and Admirable Fish was visited quite frequently, so his pink room was shown on screen quite a lot. Therefore, internet users jokingly referred to Lin Yuan's room as the pink room. Other songwriters were, of course, visited by many rejected singers as well. The singers, upon entering the rooms, tried to showcase their talents, trying their hardest to perform in hopes that these top-tier songwriters would see their potential. Furthermore, the behavior of Lin Yuan picking Chen Jiu also sparked much discussion. Fish Papa is truly warm-hearted. Chen Jiu was the first contestant eliminated from the Yu dynasty. He has the weakest capabilities among all the fish, but Fish Papa didn't dislike Chen Jiu in the slightest. Instead, he chose to collaborate with Chen Jiu in the very first issue. Teacher Yin Dong is also interesting. Only choosing those who are right, not those who are expensive. Is he trying to become another admirable fish? Even Maestro is inclined to work with the king or queen of singing. But the actions of Admirable Fish indeed have a certain influence. Yin Dong and Admirable Fish's selection of singers is somewhat similar. Moreover, the two share the same viewpoint. Admirable Fish said, "Let the right person sing the right song." Yin Dong said, "Only choose those who are right, not expensive." These two viewpoints express essentially the same fundamental idea. Together with Yin Dong's remark, "This was taught to me by Admirable Fish," has indeed prompted much thought from the audience. Some even connect this to last year's Battle of the Gods. Lin Yuan, leading Jiang Kuei, killed his way through the gods. Perhaps that was when Yin Dong realized that songs should choose singers based on their abilities and styles, rather than the singer's fame and other factors. This definitely has me eagerly anticipating the competition between Admirable Fish and Yin Dong. I really like the offbeat style of Admirable Fish and Yin Dong. Everyone else chooses the king or queen of singing, but to see that so often becomes uninteresting. Actually, it's not that the other songwriters don't understand this, but after all, it's a competition. It's natural to choose the strongest singers to collaborate with in a competition. Most people would likely make the same choice. Moreover, during the viewers' voting segment, the fans of the king and the queen of singing are much more numerous. They certainly have an advantage. So the program committee's planned competition is very fair. Yin Dong and Admirable Fish neither chose the king or queen of singing. Chen Jiu and Sun Mingming. Their talent gap isn't too worrisome either. The program committee claimed it to be a random pairing, but nobody really believed it. What are the odds? It just happened to be Admirable Fish and Yin Dong, these old rivals. And the singers they chose happened to not be the king or queen of singing. But even after everyone discovered it, they agreed that the program committee's arrangement was good. What everyone objects to isn't interference in the competition. What everyone objects to is targeted internal manipulation. If the program committee intervenes in certain matters for the sake of fairness, the audience is actually quite lenient. Also, in the introductory program, There was one scene that provoked laughter from the audience. That would be during the singers' rehearsals. Every other songwriter would instruct the singers to rehearse, shake their head, or provide direction, quoting all sorts of musical theories left and right. Only Admirable Fish directly took the microphone, sang it once, then said to Chun Ji-yu, "This is how it should be sung." Chun Ji-yu's expression went from blank to bewildered, and finally to questioning his whole life, successfully bringing laughter to everyone. Some of the live comments stated it rather aptly. "Chun Ji-yu, my songwriter sings better than me, what should I do?" Urgently awaiting for answer. "Chun Ji-yu, if you're so good, you do it." "Chun Ji-yu, you probably wouldn't believe it if I told you. If my songwriter went on stage to sing, the other singers would have to kneel." Of course, there is also a lot of discussion about the other songwriters and other singers. Considering the reaction to the preliminary clip of Our Song that was broadcasted, the popularity of the show is not weaker than The Masked Singer at all. Chapter 572, 541. I'm not the perennial runner-up _1. August arrived. The popularity of the movie Spider-Man finally faded, and as major cinemas began to end their showings, the movie had already raked in $4.5 billion in box office sales. For a film that only cost $100 million to make, the success of Little Spider was indeed quite glorious. Not to mention the blockbuster merchandise. The women's Spider-Man battlesuit sold so well that it appeared in some inappropriate movies in Chu Continent, but they were soon sued by both the merchandisers and Starlight. Everyone is responsible for fighting piracy. Even adult movies are not exempted from the law. Due to the popularity of Spider-Man merchandise, the neighboring Legend of Dragon Man tried to mimic this form and launched a line of merchandise. Unfortunately, they failed miserably. The fact is that the popularity of merchandise still depends on how popular the character is. Also in this August, the innovative music variety show, Our Song, which successfully attracted the attention of the entire internet with its teaser trailer, finally started the live broadcast countdown. The audience who couldn't wait were punctually seated in front of their screens. It's about to start. Got my stool ready. Selling sunflower seeds and drinks in the front row. Hurry up, hurry up. It feels like I'm back to the months of watching The Masked Singer, refreshing the show update on my computer desperately after I get off work. Variety shows are the mental nourishment for many people, but not everyone likes to watch them, unless the show is really attractive. Undoubtedly, Our Song is such a show. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was in the auditorium. The venue was full of audience. Although the on-site audience was only a fraction of the off-site audience, the atmosphere needed their hype. Backstage, with the order from the director's control room delivered by Tong Shu-wen, the live broadcast officially began. The host, and Hong, walked onto the stage and read out the opening lines in a suitable rhythm. "Welcome the audience in the venue and in front of the TVs to Our Song, and I am your host and Hong." Downstage, the crowd cheered. The comments for the show also came in thick and fast. Ordinary viewers, fans of singers and composers all gathered around, making this new show lively from the start. The first round, Wu Long chose a robot, Liang Ziyuan, to compete with Mike's pick, Mermaid Jiang Kuei. Liang Ziyuan sang first, and as soon as he got on stage, he amused the entire audience. "I'm afraid of going first. The one who moves first always lose. The one who moves first always lose." This is a joke left over from The Masked Singer. More than 80% of the singers who sang first in the showdown lost the game, which was almost mystically unfortunate. So, the audience at the scene all broke into knowing smiles. On the sides of the stage, 2 large chairs. These rather extravagant chairs were prepared for the composers. The one on the left was for the first to go, so Wu Long sat there, and on the right was the second to go, and the composer Mike sat opposite Wu Long. They could just see each other when they looked up. Finally, Liang Ziyuan began to sing. The song he sang was called Miso Soup, a typical Chu language song. Because Chu people like to drink miso soup, but most people from other continents don't, the lyrics of the song express the feelings of a Chu person missing home when they are abroad. Without any fancy skills, Liang Ziyuan took a very humble route this time. The slow tempo of the song, combined with his Chu language, was full of emotion. When the song was over, enthusiastic applause broke out from the audience. This was a touching new song. Both Wulong's composition and Liang Ziyuan's voice expressed the emotions of the song very well. The quality of a top-level composer was very well demonstrated in this song. Even Lin Yuan was continuously nodding his head. This song was quite good. Followed by Jiang Kuei stepped forward. The new song Mike prepared for Jiang Kuei was called Ding Dong, which seemed somewhat abstract from the name. And the lyrics were also quite abstract, but the melody was very dynamic with a strong style of electronic music. The rhythm was very sharp, bold, and avant-garde. The audience was thrilled to watch. Unlike The Masked Singer, which showcased all kinds of singing skills and high notes, the styles of the two songs were completely different. The former one was relatively sentimental and traditional, while the later one was avant-garde and psychedelic. If The Masked Singer was a competition among singers, this show was clearly more about getting everyone to pay attention to the composers. In the end, Wulong and the Robot received 35.21 million audience votes, while Mike and Jiang Kuei received 33.46 million audience votes. The so-called curse of going first was broken in the first round. The camera switched to Lin Yuan's room. Lin Yuan was listening to the song and eating little fish snacks. The production team prepared food and drinks for all the restrooms, and there were little fish snacks on Lin Yuan's table. The comments were suddenly lively. Ha ha, little fish snacks. The production team is so mischievous. They actually gave Fish Daddy little fish snacks to eat. Big fish eating small fish sounds legit. Is this implying that the mermaid has turned into a little dried fish? The bullet screen comments were joking around. However, Lin Yuan wasn't tangled with the little fish snack thing, but was somewhat surprised by the popularity of this show. The voting situation for the first group was very exaggerated. Just the total number of viewers voted in the first round was close to 70 million. It shows how terrifying the number of viewers watching this show at the same time is. And this is all under the circumstances where these two songs did not explode in popularity. It's pretty clear. The composers are relatively conservative at present. The most explosive songs are probably yet to be unveiled. After all, the competition is not yet in the elimination stage, and there is still a long way to go. No top-tier composer would bring out their secret weapon at the beginning of the show. Chapter 573, 541. But, despite all this, the strength of the top composers and the coordination between top singers had already turned the first competition into an audio-visual feast. At this time, and Hong stepped onto the stage. Thank you for the wonderful performance of the first group. Now, we invite teacher Yin Dong and singer Sun Mingming to face off against teacher Admirable Fish and singer Chen Jiyu. Swish, swish, swish. The scene became lively. The popularity of Admirable Fish after unmasking was really too terrifying, so the number of comments for his competition was obviously higher than before. It is Fish Papa and teacher Yin Dong's turn. This competition is sure to be interesting. Yin Dong, revenge. Ha ha ha, revenge. Do you think teacher Yin Dong is also that woman? That woman has already braced the chill and wasn't even invited to this program. But Yin Dong has indeed lost to Fish Papa twice. Can teacher Yin Dong turn the tables in today's competition? In the midst of these lively comments, Lin Yuan and Yin Dong sat in their respective chairs, both without showing any emotions. The former remained as indifferent as ever, while the latter was naturally poker-faced. On stage, Sun Mingming started her performance. The title of this song was prominently called The Rabbit Song. The opening background vocals were a tender little girl asking, "Rabbits are so adorable. Why would anyone want to eat rabbits?" Music started. Sun Mingming performed. The lyrics were playful and cheerful. The audience was immediately amused. Oh my, this song was actually written by Yin Dong? Yin Dong's music style is generally more serious. Even when depicting love, it is usually sad. But this song was not serious at all. From the lyrics to the melody and then to the arrangement, all were filled with a playful taste. Sun Mingming was very suitable for this song. Her voice was quite tender, giving people a cute feeling. Combined with this kind of song, it felt naturally appealing. When everyone at the site heard this song, they all revealed smiles. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help, but his lips slightly curled up. This song doesn't pack much of a punch, nor is it a particularly clever composition. But many people like the feeling of it being adorably naughty. Coupled with Sun Mingming's slightly shy yet absurd feeling, It simply complemented each other perfectly. It felt like Yin Dong was playing around, and playing very creatively. Zheng Jing was visiting Yang Zhongming, and upon hearing this song, she laughed so much that she was doubling over. I am really considering choosing Sun Mingming now. Her voice has more potential than I imagined. Is this the first time Dong is writing such a light and wacky song? Fancy and whimsical. Yang Zhongming seemed to be criticizing, but he himself couldn't help but laugh. This kind of song certainly conveyed happy emotions easily. Sure enough, when Sun Mingming finished singing, the whole venue echoed with enthusiastic applause. I laughed my ass off. Sun Mingming is really adorable. A top-tier female singer, almost 30 years old, is actually pulling off a pouting cute act. The key is that it still feels so youthful. I like this song. It's really fun to listen to occasionally. I thought it was unreliable, but after listening to the whole song, suddenly it feels like it's not easy for Fish Papa to compete. Did Yin Dong play a trump card? Mingming is so appealing. She's definitely the adorable masked singer. Teacher Yin Dong looks very fierce, but he actually wrote such a cute song. I'm somewhat turning into a fan. This song was very entertaining. Maybe such a song couldn't stand the test of time. But many people, when first hearing this kind of song, can't help but listen to it a few more times. From a tactical point of view, this was really a surprise move. And Hong laughed. Next, let us invite singer Chen Jiyu. Sun Mingming pulled the cords of her hat, causing her two ears to stand upright, then bounce happily off the stage. The cheering at the venue got even louder. When Chen Jiyu went on stage, he looked back at Lin Yuan, who gently nodded. It's tough to follow up after such a joyous performance. He wasn't sure if Chen Jiyu could keep up, but if they were just comparing songs, our song was not weaker than theirs. Finally, the laughter subsided. The music started. Chen Jiyu's voice rang out in the music. I've listened to it 100 times. No matter how many times I listen, I don't get tired. Singing from day to night. You are always by my side. The song title appeared on the big screen. It was our song. At that moment, everyone showed an expression of surprise. The new song of Xian Yu is actually called Our Song. It's the same as the name of the show. That's awesome. This song is definitely written by Xian Yu on the spot. So on point with the theme. The tune is quite cheerful. It has a similar style to Be Yourself. While the audience was discussing, Chen Jiyu continued to sing. If the world is too dangerous, only music is safe. Take me into your dreams. Make the lyrics become reality. Huh, this lyric. Someone suddenly thought of Prince of Lanling's situation in The Masked Singer. Is Xian Yu expressing his viewpoints through his song again? Everyone's got used to Xian Yu's style. Xian Yu rarely speaks in the show, but his songs seem to always convey something. Whoever sees such lyrics will subconsciously make that connection. He's expressing himself through music again. Zheng Jing showed a smile, and Yang Zhongming next to her nodded lightly. Isn't it about how the world is too dangerous and only music is safe when Prince of Lanling was blacklisted all over the internet? At this time, Chen Jiyu's tone suddenly transitioned into rap. Whether I'm happy or sad, my love never changes. Whether it's Xian Yu or music, my love never changes. All the beautiful memories are recorded in it. Chen Jiyu's pronunciation was very clear. The lyrics appeared on the big screen. The song actually mentioned Xian Yu. The audience is amused. They always love this kind of interaction. Chen Jiyu's rap was not as greasy as that of many rappers. It was a bit fresh and clean. Change myself, so deep. Our song, that's true. No borders across the ages. No longer will they call me the perennial runner-up. Puff. What the heck? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The scene was filled with laughter. Be Yourself, in the lyrics, is the song Xian Yu wrote for Chen Jiyu. That song was heavily promoted at the time, and people said it was a call for the world to abandon regionalism. So the phrase "so deep" is fine. The merger of Blue Star indeed spans a new era. What made everyone roar with laughter was that Chen Jiyu incorporated the perennial runner-up joke into his performance. That self-mocking and slightly venting. No longer will they call me the perennial runner-up was so timely. Because it was since that song, Fei Yang replaced Chen Jiyu and became the new perennial runner-up. In an instant, the entertainment factor was maxed out. Lin Yuan was stunned. Was this the part Chen Jiyu said he wanted to adjust in the lyrics? That's quite interesting. Once the mind has a direction, it can fill in a lot of extras. When Chun Jiu sang the chorus, the audience's thoughts were completely following the song. Each line should be moving. Lovers always part and then reunite. But our love only grows deeper. Knowing you makes my happiness so melodious. Can we not switch songs? Keep singing our song, so that the touched memory will last a lifetime. Is the our song referring to Be Yourself, or this current song, or even Cien? Use music? Any are possible. But everyone could hear what Chun Jiu wanted to express from the last line of the lyrics, so that the touched memory will last a lifetime. Indeed, the Chun Jiu who was the first to be eliminated in The Masked Singer became the singer that Cien Yu chose to collaborate with at the very start. Perhaps Chun Jiu would remember that touching moment for the rest of his life. A message floated through the barrage. Your self-mockery hurts me, but I love your singing. This comment received a high number of likes. All the audience heard Chun Jiu's expression. The previous songs were the singers expressing the feelings and emotions of the composer, but Chun Jiu was not only singing Cien Yu's song, he was also expressing himself. At this moment, the applause from the audience was like a wave. In terms of melody and entertainment, this song is not inferior to Rabbit's song. In terms of content, everyone truly saw the rapport between the composer and the singer through this song. Chapter 574, 542. You owe Fei Yang an apology _1. I'm dying of laughter. Brothers, can you hear it? This song is clearly a shout-out from the original perennial runner-up. Expressing love for Cien Yu through song, really? The bootlicking has begun. Other singers, take notes. Sneak in a changed lyric when you have the chance. Lick boots discreetly. I'm kind of moved by the latter part. The lyrics are not only self-expression for Cien Yu, but also for Chun Jiu. He sings out many experiences of both individuals. The song is pretty catchy. I suddenly feel a bit sympathetic towards teacher Yin Dong. After Change Myself got official promotion, it obliterated teacher Yin Dong's work and won first place that season. And now this competition has brought up that song again. Yin Dong. This Cien Yu is messing with my mentality. Chun Jiu. Using my own punchline, leaving others without punchlines. Fei Yang, what about me? The camera focuses on Fei Yang's face. This round, Fei Yang, who isn't competing, has a resigned look on his face. It's genuine resignation. If you want to sing, just sing. Why involve the innocent? You're definitely not the perennial runner-up anymore. Because the current perennial runner-up is me. Damn. Fei Yang strives to stay strong. And next comes the audience voting segment. The songwriter appears to be deep in thoughts. Looking at the composition standards of the stage, the melody of our song is at par with the previous 3 songs, a typical performance by top musicians. But the clever part of the song is that it gave the audience a lot of space for imagination, lets them be entertained, to enjoy the melody, and even brings out a storyline. Under such circumstances, would the results still be a mystery? The answer is no suspense. Sun Mingming's votes this round, 40.13 million. Chun Jiu's votes this round, 41.11 million. Total votes for this round have broken through 80 million. The vote difference between the two sides is not shockingly big. But in a situation where there's little difference in song and performance quality, the story-rich lyrics of our song became the final weight tipping the scales. For this round, Cien Yu and Chun Jiu win. When In Hong announced the result, Chun Jiu threw his fists into the air, shouting loudly, "Thank you, teacher Admirable Fish, for giving me the opportunity to sing this song and lets me experience the feeling of being #1 again." The whole audience burst into laughter. The original perennial runner-up. He has completely let loose. Sun Mingming's rabbit ears are not standing anymore. He looks at Yin Dong pitifully. Yin Dong, as always, is poker-faced, but the screen comments in front have exploded. Countless people are typing 222, 222, 2222. The entire screen is filled with the spirit of 2 has descended once again. Meanwhile, the major forums are excitedly discussing the competition. Suddenly, someone excitedly says, "Solve the case." The mastermind behind Fei Yang always getting second place is Yin Dong. At that moment, netizens all understood. Haha, you're so wicked. So Fei Yang has always been picking up the tab for Yin Dong. The actual source of continually being second place is actually Yin Dong. We all owe King Fei an apology. King Fei, no wonder I always come second. Dong, so it's you. Dong, oops. I've been exposed. Fei Yang came second in 2 battles of the gods, but many people ignored one thing. The 2 times Fei Yang came second, the collaborating songwriter was Dong. In this competition, after Dong and Sun Mingming's collaboration lost to Xian Yu again, Dong was visited by this spirit of 2. The fact proves, the one who is destined to come second when encountering Xian Yu is not necessarily King Fei, it could be Dong. Otherwise, how would you explain that Dong, even after changing to collaborate with another singer, still comes in at second place when encountering Xian Yu? But in the final of The Masked Singer, there's nothing wrong with Fei Yang coming in second, is there? So the conclusion is, in the circle of singers, Fei Yang is still the perennial runner-up. But in the circle of songwriters, teacher Dong is also a hidden perennial runner-up. Everyone agreed. Thus, teacher Dong embarked on a road of no return. Of the 5 battles, only 2 have taken place so far. The remaining 3 battles are still full of interest. The diverse styles of music on this stage cover almost everything. Who expected Dong to write the brainwashing and adorable Song of Rabbits? What else can't happen? Pop, rock, ballad, ancient style, electronic. The songwriter's unbridled creativity, combined with the performer's renditions, deliver diverse visual and auditory feasts to the audience. Among them, the 5th round of battle. The song from Maestro, or Mistress Zheng Jing, won the highest number of votes for this round of competition. 52.33 million votes. It's a very casual song, called Winter Plum. The perspective of the lyrics is based on the winter plum. It expresses the stubborn spirit of winter plums braving the frost and snow, standing tall in the face of harsh natural tests, and the whole song is filled with a sense of tenacity and unyielding. However, when facing this result, Zheng Jing appeared somewhat dazed. She shook her head. I didn't expect people to like this song so much. In my songs, the creative method of this song is relatively risky, with many melodies not following the traditional path, twisting and turning, somewhat experimental. Music is sometimes full of surprises. Some songs that songwriters and singers think will definitely be successful end up with a lukewarm public reaction, while some songs that songwriters and singers don't pay much attention to turns out to be unexpectedly popular. Even a songwriter at the level of Maestro can't fully control such outcomes. And this live broadcast, with Zheng Jing crushing her opponent, comes to a close. Behind the scenes, the director, Tong Shuwen, came over and smiled at everyone. Thanks to all the teachers for your wonderful performances. Tomorrow, Sunday, we will start a new live broadcast. Based on the backstage data of the program, we have replicated The Masked Singer's success. Everyone clapped. Tong Shuwen continued. After tomorrow's broadcast ends, we will announce the rules for the next round of competition. There will likely be many surprises waiting for everyone. Please be mentally prepared, all songwriters and singers. Everyone stunned for a moment. They all knew this program team is good at stirring things up. If Tong Shuwen himself says the future competition is full of surprises, then there is probably going to be some surprise. What would it be? No one knows. The broadcast ended amidst the audience's reluctance. However, on the internet, the discussion about this episode of the program becomes more lively. Upon returning home, Dong glanced at the trending search and then saw the heart-stabbing words at second position on the Hot Topics list. Hashtag perennial runner-up, Dong hashtag. The top trending search is hashtag we owe Fei Yang an apology hashtag. Dong suddenly felt the threatening aura of the silly netizens. He finally understood what Fei Yang was experiencing. These silly netizens really know how to mess with people's mindset. They are there but cannot be blocked. So damn annoying. Chapter 575, 543 Random Matching _1. Strictly speaking, our song isn't quite exploding with excitement. At least not to the extent of The Masked Singer. But this show is really engaging. Composers freely demonstrate their talent, producing a plethora of different music styles, giving the audience a great sense of novelty. If you want an electrifying performance, listen to Plum Blossom in the Cold. If you want something cute, listen to the Song of the Rabbit. If you want something fun, listen to our song. They say music is an art form that's hard to cater to everyone. But on this show, there's something for every taste. Furthermore, the rivalry between popular singers. Design elements like singers seeking advice and guidance from composers are very well crafted. Tong Shuwen successfully combines musicality and fun in this show, and that's why it's such a success. Of course, Tong Shuwen certainly had a good hand to play with, the original crew of The Masked Singer backing him up. No matter what they do, they're set to succeed. Even if this new show isn't entertaining, just seeing all these big-name singers together is enough to satisfy the gossip appetite of many entertainment enthusiasts. The next day, the live broadcast of the 5 competitive groups continued. The excitement was on par with the first episode. Though, after the broadcasts of the 5 competing groups ended the next day, and amidst enthusiastic applause from the live audience and a barrage of chat comments on screen, the show did not immediately end. In the live feed, all of the composers and singers were again on the same screen, appearing in a large hall, in which the 20 composers sit in the first row. 50 singers are sitting behind them. Host Anong laughed on stage. The second episode has come to a close at this point. We will announce the rules for the next stage of the competition. That is, random matchmaking between singers and composers. Whoa, random matchmaking. The audience perked up. The aspect of composers choosing their singers was definitely interesting and exciting. But if the same pattern continues too much, it can become a little boring. The production team clearly understands the audience's preferences, adeptly using these new rules to enhance anticipation for the program. At the same time, the composers' expressions also became strange. No wonder Tong Shuwen said there would be surprises in the later competition. Random matchmaking was indeed a huge surprise. If the composer's style is incompatible with the assigned singer, the result is unpredictable. This really tests a composer's ability. Case in point, a composer particularly good at ancient-style songs, perhaps the pinnacle in this field, chooses a singer who specializes in this type of music. If this composer then gets matched with a rock singer whose style is completely incompatible with ancient-style songs, what will happen? The production team offered these top composers a real challenge. Each singer has their own unique strengths and styles, as do the composers. If 2 incompatible styles are forced to collaborate, things are bound to be exciting. The team is pretty thoughtful. Some singers, due to their skill level or style, can't easily be picked by composers. This may even lead to them not getting the chance to sing at all, only showing up as a filler in the program. Now the production team is mandating matchmaking, ensuring that all singers have the opportunity to work with top composers. Let the composers sort out the rest. Next episode will be a disaster. Knowing that there might be a huge awkwardness in the next episode, but I still can't wait to see what happens. The composers are high and mighty, and suddenly I really want to see them humbled. Rest assured, it might not be a disaster. Top composers can write decent songs even when faced with the most difficult of singers. They just can't fully utilize their own strengths. Maybe it will even spark some new chemistry. The singers' reactions also varied. In fact, they are a mixture of worry and anticipation. If they are matched with a composer of compatible style, then it's a huge boon. But if styles clash, it really tests the ability of the composer. First row, Lin Yuan, for this new rule, didn't feel any resistance. Random matchmaking is just fine. The music styles in the system are diverse. He would have no problem tailoring songs to the 50 singers on site. Let me announce. Anong paused, then began reading from the card, announcing the list for the next round. For the first episode of the second stage, the composer, teacher Yang Zhongming, is matched with the singer Zhao Yingge. Zhao Yingge was ecstatic. Yang Zhongming excels in a variety of styles. He definitely has a song that suits her. Yang Zhongming just laughed softly. Regardless of who he was matched with, he was not worried, as his research into music styles was very diverse. From lyric, rock, and even electronica, Yang Zhongming has had a taste of everything. Anong continued to read. As expected, situations arose where the singer and composer styles were incompatible. For instance, Mike, a specialist in electronica, was matched with singer Hu Feng, who was a deep-voiced singer. The genre of electronica was too dynamic and stimulating, a completely different game from Hu Feng's singing. Mike is helpless. Hu Feng gives a bitter smile. They can only go along with the program's rules. After a while, Anong announced Lin Yuan. The singer paired with teacher Admirable Fish is Wei Haoyun. Boom. The scene suddenly got lively. Whether they were a composer or a singer, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. The singer Admirable Fish was matched with had a completely different style. The comments section exploded. Uft. This is insane. What kind of luck does Admirable Fish have? He got matched with Madame Haoyun, whose songs are all about local folk culture. Previously, there was even online gossip calling Madame Haoyun the most folksy singer amongst top-tier singers. It's actually Wei Haoyun. As a top-tier female singer, widely known as Madame Haoyun, her musical style has a folk quality, but she mainly sings popular love songs. Therefore, many people deem her the most folksy female singer. Many listeners, who consider themselves to have a high aesthetic sense of music, criticize Wei Haoyun's songs as too rustic and ordinary, only appealing to farmers. What about Admirable Fish? His lyrics are always beautiful. His taste is always high. In all of Admirable Fish's compositions, there's never been a folksy vibe. His whole line of work leans more towards the refined side. Even when he composed for a commercial movie like Spider-Man, Admirable Fish's creations were full of depth. Wouldn't it be stirring the pot to have him collaborate with Madame Haoyun? The camera moves. Wei Haoyun appears somewhat embarrassed on screen, seemingly aware of her style being scrutinized by many. She can only give a wry smile. Her style actually appeals to quite a broad audience. But because people think it lacks a refined feeling, it often draws criticism from those who fancy themselves as connoisseurs. The camera moves again. Admirable Fish's stunning face appears on the screen, but this time, people were not focusing on his good looks. They were trying to read his reaction. However, it turns out to be a disappointment. Admirable Fish looked indifferent. He seemed unfazed by being paired up with a singer like Wei Haoyun, and his calm demeanor sparked a stream of sarcastic comments. He's panicked. He's definitely panicked. He's playing cool by staying silent. Does he have training in controlling facial expressions? He always looks so calm. I don't believe that he doesn't understand what having Madame Haoyun as his pair means. His style and Madame Haoyun's are polar opposites. Wei Haoyun's songs are so folksy, while Fish Papa's songs can reach the elegance of May You Live Forever. Even the most popular pop music won't have a folksy vibe. How are they going to work together? It's his good upbringing. Fish Papa didn't show any distaste because of Wei Haoyun's style. That's his good upbringing. Honestly, I think Madame Haoyun's songs are quite good. Wasn't her Song of Lust a hit in every county a couple of years ago? It's just that their styles would indeed conflict. I wonder if Fish Papa can elevate Madame Haoyun. The composer has a higher status than the singer, so the result of this collaboration will inevitably be based on the song style the composer creates. Some people think that Wei Haoyun can sing a higher-level song with Admirable Fish. However, most believe that once Wei Haoyun starts to sing in her powerful voice, any sense of elegance will instantly disappear. Luckily, there's no elimination. Let's just make a fool out of ourselves. I have a feeling this might turn out interesting. The audience enjoyed the drama. If the competition involved the risk of elimination, the fans of Admirable Fish would be absolutely against it. Because this pairing is just too unfair. But if the program just aims to entertain, with no risk of elimination, then it doesn't matter. Some people even want to see Admirable Fish helpless. After all, Admirable Fish is too strong. Increasing the game difficulty wouldn't be a bad thing. Is Lin Yuan pretending? Of course not. Lin Yuan has listened to some of Wei Haoyun's songs, and he doesn't have any prejudice against her music. He could appreciate most music styles, making his works enjoyable for both the refined and the common. Thus, Lin Yuan absolutely doesn't loathe Wei Haoyun. The premise is, don't let Admirable Fish hear songs similar to thunder-like cultivation level. The sky collapses and the earth cracks. The purple gold hammer. That's one of the few music styles that not even Admirable Fish could bear. As for Wei Haoyun, Lin Yuan didn't plan to elevate her to so-called refinement. What is refinement? Is it when the melody changes diversely and the composition direction is unrestricted? That would be nice, but official promotional songs are all catchy and simple in melody. Who would dare call those compositions and performances low-level? It still boils down to this. The right person should sing the right song. The status of the composer is higher than that of the singer, but in a match collaboration, The style should primarily fit the singer. This is Lin Yuan's thinking. In fact, Lin Yuan has already thought of a song suitable for Wei Haoyun. That song once took control of him from the moment the prelude started due to its strong musical rhythm. It was incredibly addictive. Dum, dum 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 dum, dum 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 dum, dum 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 dum, dum dum. Although this hint does not seem obvious, it's actually quite clear. Surely no one doesn't know what this song's name is, right? Chapter 576, 544, stay_1. Evening. At home, Lin Xian watched Lin Yuan with a touch of schadenfreude. You actually got matched with Madame Haoyun. How are you going to perform in the next episode? Lin Yuan's family also follows the show Our Song. When they saw that Lin Yuan was paired with Madame Haoyun, Lin Xian and the netizens had exactly the same reaction, even more exaggerated, laughing until short of breath. It was only Big Yao Yao who was kind, willingly took a few extra bites of vegetables because she only ate more greens when she pitted her big brother. If Big Yao Yao was willing to leave an egg yolk for Lin Yuan, no need to think about it. It definitely meant Big Yao Yao felt her big brother was wronged, so she took the initiative to comfort him. Mom said unhappily, I think Wei Haoyun sings quite well. Lin Xian laughed even harder. Then what the netizens are saying online is correct. Our mom and other audience members like Madame Haoyun. Most of the people who download Madame Haoyun songs are old men and women. My little brother can't handle this kind of song. Who's saying? Lin Yuan wanted to retort. Antarctica. Barked, rushing to rebut for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, satisfied, patted the dog on the head and rewarded Antarctica with a piece of meat. Just like that. The night passed. The next day, Lin Yuan arrived at the production team and found Wei Haoyun standing at the door of the pink room, lost in thought. Why don't you go in? Lin Yuan pushed open the door to his own restroom. Wei Haoyun bowed and then smiled bitterly. Teacher Admirable Fish, I'm sorry. Lin Yuan was baffled. What happened? Wei Haoyun looked distressed. Being matched with me must have put you in a difficult position. Everyone wanted to be matched with Admirable Fish. But Wei Haoyun actually didn't want to. To be precise, it wasn't that Wei Haoyun didn't want to. She also wanted to cooperate with Admirable Fish, but she was also afraid to cooperate with Admirable Fish. Because her style was being ridiculed by many people as very rustic and lacking appeal, whereas Admirable Fish's external image was always of high appeal. The production team had arranged her with Teacher Admirable Fish. Teacher Admirable Fish must find her very annoying now, right? You know, even some composers weren't very keen on Wei Haoyun. So Wei Haoyun felt Admirable Fish might not be interested in her music style. However, Lin Yuan just said with a smile, let's go in and talk. Wei Haoyun had no choice but to enter. Inviting her to sit down, Lin Yuan said, I've prepared the song for you. Wei Haoyun was stunned and then stood up again. Then I'll definitely match Teacher Admirable Fish's music style, improve my singing style properly, and bother Teacher Admirable Fish. Lin Yuan frowned. You don't like your own style? After a moment of silence, Wei Haoyun said earnestly, I do. Lin Yuan smiled. Then why do you want to change it? Wei Haoyun was taken aback again. By this time Lin Yuan had already pushed the music sheet towards Wei Haoyun. Wei Haoyun looked at the music sheet, tried the melody in her heart, and her face changed suddenly. This song, it's her style. Wei Haoyun was sure. This was not Teacher Admirable Fish's previous music style. This song from Teacher Admirable Fish seems to be custom-made for her. She was dumbfounded. Lin Yuan said, You can sing this song alone, but it would be better with a backup. By then I will cooperate with you. Wei Haoyun. She was completely stunned. Many people looked down upon her music style, even though her songs were popular among certain groups. But Wei Haoyun never expected that a high-profile character like Admirable Fish would be willing to write such common music for her. Even Teacher Admirable Fish was even willing to do a backup for her. He didn't despise this kind of music as common. At this moment, Wei Haoyun suddenly turned red, feeling as if her heart was stirred by a warm current. The following days were all about rehearsals and such. This time there was no trailer. The production team just shot some interesting pictures. When it was time for live broadcast, they would be interspersed for the audience to watch. Just like that. A week later, the live broadcast of the second stage finally began. Little bro, here it comes. Finally starting. This damn production team updates too slowly. Nagging won't speed them up. It's so annoying. While no one is noticing, I should be able to sneak in a bite of shit, right? No one should see it. Selling sunflower seeds, drinks and peanuts in the front row. Don't choke. Want something to drink. Stop it. You guys, don't disturb me from listening to Madame Haoyun's singing. Fish Papa, I really can't write a song for Madame Haoyun. Should I go and consult Father Yang? I predict Fish Papa is going to kneel this issue. Ha 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 ha. Madame Haoyun might be the only woman Fish Papa can't handle. The random matching of the previous episode had sparked a lot of discussions among netizens. The random play of the production team triggered a frenzy on all the major forums. Many people were looking forward to the sparks that could be generated by the cooperation of a few combinations that were completely mismatched. Among them, the combination of Admirable Fish and Madame Haoyun was the most talked about. First, because Admirable Fish was too popular, and second, because Madame Haoyun's personal style was too distinctive. People couldn't imagine what it would be like if Madame Haoyun sang Admirable Fish's song. Some people even teased, if Madame Haoyun sang Big Fish, then the song name would probably need to be changed to Great White Shark. With Madame Haoyun's powerful voice, there was no such thing as etherealness. At this point, and Hong came on stage. Familiar with the opening remarks, the show began. The first performance was a collaboration between Yin Dong and a singer named Sabo. This Sabo's singing style was bold and vigorous, while Yin Dong's music was mostly lyric and gentle, so the combination of these two was also the result of the production team's random play. Chapter 577, 544 Stay_2. But, when Sabo began to sing, the netizens were rolling with laughter. The song was titled Wings of Love, and the prelude gave off the sense of a soft and beautiful melody. This was exactly Yin Dong's style. However, Sabo gave it a rough and bold twist. Was this really Wings of Love? This song was more like Wings of Steel. Was it nice? Seemed okay. Was it funny? It was hysterical. Amid the strong sense of incongruity, a weird chemical reaction occurred, covering the screen with 666. Dong has changed. The rabbit song was random enough. This is even more chaotic. Daddy Yin has turned this show into comedy. Did Daddy Yin get inspired by the perennial runner-up? This song is a headbanger. I actually like it. Am I going mad? Dude upstairs, you're not the only one. Meanwhile on Earth, Tunger sang a fitting Invisible Wings, which left Zhang Xiaohan utterly bemused and questioning life. At the same moment, the Wings of Love sung by Sabo was so alike yet so different. The audience wasn't sure what to make of it, but the entertainment value was off the charts. Backstage lounge. Zheng Jing was laughing her head off. Has Dong become an entertaining songwriter now? Yang Zhongming. Ridiculous. In the past, Yin Dong used to be a stern maestro with a perpetually poker-faced expression. But now, on this show, he's all about play and fun. Coming up next, several other mismatched teams performed. Each offbeat performance was met with endless laughter from the audience. How to put it? It wasn't exactly a disaster, but there was such a sense of dissonance. This dissonance made the live broadcast seem very peculiar. Whenever there was an explosion of incongruity, the audience would burst into ground-shaking laughter. This is so much fun. Is this even a music show anymore? It's more like joyful songwriters now, right? Fortunately, not every pair was a mismatch. Mike and Hu Feng, an electronic guy and a bel canto guy, ended up harmonizing amazingly well. Although their style was odd, their song was definitely good. Even if people laughed a bit less during their performance, the applause was the loudest. Finally, it was Lin Yuan and Wei Haoyun's turn. This pair was today's main act and the final performance. At this moment, the comments were exploding. Madame Haoyun is here. What song has Fish Papa prepared for Madame Haoyun? Guessing it's Jaws. Ha ha ha, like Wings of Steel. I'm dying of laughter this episode. Waiting for Fish Papa to clinch the last place. Fish Papa. Bro, it's not that I'm not striving, but the show producers are messing around. Among the barrage of comments, the audience was astonished to see Lin Yuan, also holding a microphone, stepping onto the stage. Why is Fish Papa going up? Is he going to sing too? Is he planning to sing with Madame Haoyun himself? Look what the show producers have driven Fish Papa to. If the champion of the masked singer has to go on stage, What's the point of playing? Fish Papa is really going all out. No one expected Lin Yuan to take the stage. The camera panned to the singers' faces. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Why is Xianyu going up? But In Hong didn't stop him. Rather, he chuckled and said, "Please begin your performance." Lin Yuan gave a nod to Wei Haoyun. Wei Haoyun picked up the microphone. The music abruptly rocked the place with its strong rhythmic sense. It was akin to a kitsch dance tune frequently heard in discos. Immediately after, Wei Haoyun's voice rang out, carrying a wild and unrestrained feel. The vast horizon is my love. At the foot of the rolling green hills, flowers are blooming. What kind of rhythm swings the most? What kind of singing is the most joyous? In an instant, everyone was dumbstruck. Huh, what kind of song is this? It's both tacky and Western. Is this rustic flavor serious? This is a song that Xianyu could write? The brainwashing melody, the vibrating musical frequency, and the powerful female voice inexplicably pumped up. The meandering river comes from the sky, flows into the sea of myriad colors. The fiery ballad our expectation. Walking and singing along is the most carefree. We are going to sing the happiest song. The live audience was dumbstruck. Xianyu actually wrote such a song? Xianyu actually wrote a song that perfectly fits Wei Haoyun's style? My goodness. This fish has also turned things around. Wei Haoyun sings more and more zestfully. Their voice was rich and resonant. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you with my heart. Lin Yuan picked up the microphone. The eyes of the audience flashed with anticipation. Although this song is not in Xianyu's usual style, everyone really wants to hear Xianyu sing. But Lin Yuan shouted 3 words in front of everyone. Stay. Here. Now. Then. He put the microphone down. The audience looked somewhat confused. What? That's it? Just 3 words? Stay here? Who dares to force you away? As Wei Haoyun continued to sing, Lin Yuan suddenly picked up the microphone again and shouted under the gaze of many expectant eyes. Stay? Here. Now. After. Shouting, Lin Yuan skillfully pulled back the microphone. The audience was stunned. For a moment, everyone's ears welcomed Wei Haoyun's enchanting voice, as well as Xianyu picking up the microphone from time to time, shouting those 3 brainwashing words. Stay? Here. Now. The backstage went crazy. All the singers laughed together. On the stage, a group of middle-aged women suddenly appeared, skillfully dancing and releasing their joy in this delightful music. Ah, there is even a dance troupe. Zheng Jing also cracked up, even standing up in the restroom and starting to dance. Next to this, Yang Zhongming couldn't help covering his face, his shoulders shaking, seeming to find it hilarious as well. Oh my, what is this? This song is addictive. Now this song is stuck in my head, can't get it out. Help me, I feel like dancing. The middle-aged ladies are dancing so excitedly. Everyone was brainwashed. Everyone was infected. More and more backstage singers started dancing chaotically. This is the craziest recording of our song so far. Wei Haoyun's singing voice, in the simplest way, rings out. The repeated melody actually carries a strong charm. Xianyu finally changed his lyrics. He sang in accompaniment style. Yo yo, check na yo. Just when everyone thought Xianyu was finally going to start their belated performance, he suddenly yelled out. Stay? Here. Now. The microphone was again skillfully pulled back. Stay here? Stay my ass. Bang, bang, bang. The audience was blown away. You're telling me this is Xianyu? You're saying this is a song written by Xianyu? I don't believe it. Chapter 578, 545, Terrifying Square Dance Divine Song _1. The whole place was in stitches. Countless people were jumping up. The enchanting, the endless horizon is my love was floating in the air, a half-country, half-western song that had successfully brainwashed everyone. And every time teacher Admirable Fish raised the microphone and belted out, Stay? Here. Everyone's laughter escalated even further. Oh my gosh, is this still that high-profile fish daddy? You didn't like it when we described you as refined and sophisticated, did you? Do you always have to be this amusing? Are you serious about only singing 3 words? You get on stage and frighten the other singers. They all thought you were going to pull out the big gun. Everyone knows you're the masked singer. But you, the masked singer, took the stage in front of countless audiences from Qin, Chi, Chu, Yan, and belted out a song about feeling lonely? Stay here? Do these 3 words really need you to sing them? Dare you try some other lyrics? All right then. So you finally sing something different, and all that comes out is, yo yo, stay here. In front of the screen, in Lin Yuan's house, Lin Xian was laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Oh my God. Lin Yao said, Mom, sister is calling. You. Mom ignored her. Her face was serious, body swaying along with the melody, as if she just heard the Fates symphony. The epic is beckoning. Meanwhile, a lot of people were watching our song. The family was lost in laughter, but the elder ladies watched with earnest expressions on their faces, and their profound comments. This song is nice. On the stage, Wei Haoyun finally finished singing, forever singing the most dazzling ethnic style. It's the most beautiful stance in the whole sky. The music was still banging. Budum, do-do-do-dum, dum-dum-dum-dum. The sound seemed like it was pouring out from a loudspeaker. When the melody ended, the entire venue burst into a sea of laughter. The bullet screen was already overflown. Daddy Fish's song is divine. Holy moly, thoroughly brainwashed. Why do I want to listen to it again? Don't stop the music. Stay here. Yo yo yo, stay here. By the end of the song, the audience could all sing along, especially with the 3 words, stay here, which countless people mimicked. And Hong's familiar stifling a laugh face appeared on stage. The audience had just started to calm down, but they were sent into peals of laughter again. I'm done holding it in. And Hong was clutching his stomach in laughter for a while before he finally calmed down. Teacher Admirable Fish's backing vocals are according to the rules because he really didn't sing much. The audience burst into laughter again. Wei Haoyun also chuckled. Teacher Admirable Fish said he wanted to sing backup for me. After rehearsal, I asked him why he hadn't sung, and he said he did. I had to listen carefully to the song, and only then realized he actually did sing. The audience shouted, stay here, Lin Yuan. It's not just those 3 words. There was clearly also yo yo, let's go. And Hong was still laughing. How could Teacher Admirable Fish write such a song? We were all dumbfounded after hearing it. It doesn't seem like a song you would write. The singers and composers backstage also burst into laughter. Many of them were jumping up and down. Lin Yuan emphasized, in a rare fashion, this song is amazing. This song is indeed extraordinary. In the Celestial Dynasty on Earth, it swept across the nation after its release and was even performed on the Spring Festival Gala. At the same time, this song is one of the most popular pieces played during square dancing. Even those who usually look down on this type of music were compelled to appreciate the genius composition of most dazzling ethnic style after listening to it. This is something that many professionals have acknowledged. It's hard to define the song style because it's quite a mix, has a dance vibe to it, as well as ethnic elements. Countrified and westernized, the blend is just perfect. Most singers couldn't bring out this kind of flavor. It was only because the program paired Lin Yuan with Wei Haoyun that he brought out this song. Indeed, it's amazing. We're all brainwashed. And Hong laughed. Tonight's final performance has ended. Please, Teacher Wei Haoyun and Teacher Admirable Fish, return to your seats. Now it's time for our ranking stage. Audience on-site as well as in front of the screens, please take out your phones and vote for the songs you support. It's time to vote. Lin Yuan sat in his seat, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. He had no idea what ranking most dazzling ethnic style would end up with. Simultaneously, the scrolling comments were also in discussion. I'm voting for Wings of Steel. That's called Wings of Love. I feel like Mike's performance was the best. I like Teacher Zheng Jing's song. I also want to vote for Zheng Jing. Damn it, my phone was snatched away. Holy crap, my phone got snatched too. Your mom. Why are you cursing? I mean, was it your mom who took it? Yes. Me too. The comments went silent. Because just when a lot of viewers preparing to vote, their mothers showed off their family status. Dominance. No voting for other songs, just most dazzling ethnic style. All the middle-aged ladies fell in love with this song. At the Lin's residence, Mom growled, vote for my son. Lin Xin trembled, I'll vote now. Lin Yao glanced at the title she had just written. Because she used most dazzling ethnic style as her background music, she made many mistakes. Helpless. Voting. For older brother. Mom looked at Antarctica. Vote for my son. Antarctica glanced at Lin Yuan on the TV, then looked at the domineering mom and whined. On the stage, and Hong laughed. All right, the results of this round are out. Let's take a look at the voting situation of these songs. On the big screen, the 10 songs started to rise in the bar chart format. Some songs gradually stopped. 1, 2, 3. When the statistics for the 9 songs stopped, Most Dazzling Ethnic Style was still going. There were gasps of surprise from the audience. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. Finally, Most Dazzling Ethnic Style scored 94.13 million votes. This was the most crazily voted song since the show aired, receiving almost 100 million votes. I didn't do it willingly. My mom wanted me to vote. My mom is too domineering. I didn't dare resist. The comments rolled in at a high speed. People were shocked to find this song's destructive power against middle-aged ladies was unprecedented. This was the power of these middle-aged ladies, as they all urged their family members to vote for this song. Tacky? Rural? It doesn't matter. What's important is, the middle-aged ladies love it. They really, really love this song. In a certain household, a middle-aged woman took out her phone and yelled in the square dance group, "Ladies, let's change the song for tonight." In the group, the member with the coach title said, "I'm going to arrange a new dance for everyone." Someone in the group was confused. What song are we changing to? A myriad of middle-aged ladies simultaneously replied, "Most Dazzling Ethnic Style." Even +1 was skipped. All middle-aged ladies, speaking in unison. That night, Most Dazzling Ethnic Style swept across all the squares. That night, the square dancing ladies of Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin all found their own theme song. Chapter 579, 546. The King of 10 Years recognized by no one. One day known by the melon peels to all _1. On the scene, the audience is stunned. The singers are stunned. The composers are stunned. The backing for Xian Yu's Most Dazzling Ethnic Style is terrifying. Almost 100 million votes, making it a rampant presence among this period's top 10 songs. Is this even the Blue Star's top-tier music stage? Zheng Jing also covers her face. Yang Zhoming smiles bitterly. The singers are laughing uproariously and discussing. Such an earthy and high-spirited song surprisingly took the first place by a landslide. Where's the justice? The composers must be crying. Even though Xian Yu's song isn't as earthy and high-spirited on the surface, whether it's the arrangement or the infectious nature, it's very abnormal. But using this kind of song to win first place is just too damn strange. Congratulations. And Hong smiled and said, I just received a notice from the directorial team. The main audience for this song is women aged 35 in Qi, Chu, and Yin. Furthermore, many netizens have expressed that they voted on their mother's command. Freaking voting on command. The crowd feels like 10,000 mud horses are galloping through their hearts. At this moment, Wei Haoyun has already gotten excited and bounced up. She knows what such a high vote count means. Even if she quit the competition now, the success of this song alone already makes it a huge profit. Just look, this is my style. This is the song teacher Admirable Fish custom made for me. You said I'm earthy? Is the votes for this song enough for you to take my music seriously? Wei Haoyun is excited. Wei Haoyun is ecstatic. Wei Haoyun's music style is too earthy. Although she is a top-tier singer, she isn't really well received among the maestros. Almost none of them are willing to work with Wei Haoyun, so her songs all come from average composers. But now, a small maestro like Xian Yu directly led Wei Haoyun into the highlight of her life. Once again, Wei Haoyun is sure her style is fine. If she encounters top-tier composers like Xian Yu, she can also run rampant. Top-tier? King of singing? Queen of singing? No matter what the reasons, in this competition, she has crushed them all. Most Dazzling Ethnic Style will become her, Wei Haoyun's, most famous representative work. After the competition ended, Lin Yuan, who won this period's first place, went home that night and found out. Surprisingly, his mom wasn't home. It seemed she went out. Dinner was entirely prepared by his sister. Where's mom? He asked while eating. Lin Xian said, square dance. Lin Yao said, dance competition. Lin Yuan nods without thinking too much. After dinner, he felt a bit full and went for a walk with Antarctica. However, He didn't walk for even a mile before he saw a brilliantly lit square ahead with a group of old ladies dancing. Lin Yuan's eyesight is quite good. He clearly saw his mom in the second row, third position, dancing with neat and standard movements, frequently caring for and not noticing the old men nearby. Her attitude could be said to be extremely devout. It's just that the music was somewhat off. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers bloom at the foothills of the vast green mountains. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. Even though he knew this song from Legend of Phoenix was the #1 square dance song on Earth, its status comparable to the martial arts supreme level, even with people jokingly saying nothing could compete with Little Apple. He never expected this song to be so quickly loved by the old ladies and become the soundtrack for their square dance. He silently left. Antarctica was acting very excited. If not for Lin Yuan pulling the leash, Antarctica would have rushed over to dance. Even when Lin Yuan pulled him away, Antarctica's steps became gradually lighthearted with the music. Turning around, Lin Yuan clearly heard the 3 words he kept shouting on stage today, in the catchy and mesmerizing background music of most dazzling ethnic style. Stay put. Down. In fact, what Lin Yuan saw was only the tip of the iceberg. When most dazzling ethnic style sang on stage, that very night it swept across the Qi, Chu, and Yin, becoming the battle anthem for countless square dancing Andes. In Qi continent, what kind of rhythm is the most, yes, most swaying? What kind of singing would be the most joyful? In Chu continent, walking and singing is the most free. When we sing, we need to sing the most happily. Yin continent, you are the most beautiful cloud at my horizon. Wine is brimming over, stay, just stay. A sweeping craze over the square. The 4 continents have succumbed. This song is spreading like a crazy virus. Whether you've watched our song or not, there's an extremely high chance of hearing this song as you leave your residential area, and also a high chance of seeing dancing aunties performing square dances. Without a doubt, Lin Yuan has made an outstanding contribution to the development of square dancing in Blue Star. This song has become the entry point for many aunties into the world of square dance, almost capturing the heart of all dancing aunties in the square. On the internet, netizens are bemused. Square dances are everywhere. The most dazzling ethnic style is everywhere. Xianyu, look at what you have done. You brainwashed the audience of our song. Are you trying to brainwash the whole Blue Star? I really admire the musical talent of Xianyu. If anyone dares to say that Xianyu can only write classy and refined songs, I am the first to disagree. Xianyu, I would like to call you the ancestor of square dance. We used to have square dances around here, and everyone used to dance to their own rhythm. Different factions were happily competing against each other. Now everyone is dancing to stay. It's called most dazzling ethnic style. I used to play Xianyu's songs for my mom, but she wasn't interested, saying that Xianyu's songs were only liked by young people. I gave up persuading her, but unexpectedly, after most dazzling ethnic style came out, Xianyu's status in my mom's heart skyrocketed. She even said that other songwriters were nowhere as good as Xianyu. Xianyu has thickened his skin. Production team, return our cold and aloof fish papa. Unknown as a king for 10 years, becomes famous overnight as a fool. Xianyu never could have imagined that he, the little maestro, would have to prove his talent through most dazzling ethnic style. Some people find it funny. Some people are already beginning to feel tortured. For the next episode, let Wei Haoyun cooperate with other music maestros. It's too terrifying when she is with Xianyu. This comment was massively liked. Let Wei Haoyun leave Xianyu, please. The chemistry between these two when they come together is just too frightening. After being paired with Wei Haoyun, Xianyu seems to have awakened some strange attribute. Lin Yuan found it very surprising. It seemed like he had opened a door to a new world. Most dazzling ethnic style could become a hit in different eras. It was a blast in his past life, and it's a hit in this life too. Previously, the approach Lin Yuan took towards releasing songs was quite consistent. He never thought about releasing most dazzling ethnic style. It was only due to the matchup arranged by the program team that he thought of this. But now, look at the results. This song has benefited countless aunties across Qin, Qi Chu, and Yin continents. Lin Yuan feels quite accomplished. If suitable singers can be found in the future, he wouldn't mind creating more interesting content. Is it tacky? Not really. This is popular. As some netizens accurately summarized, Lin Yuan has written so many classic songs, but still failed to conquer the hearts of the antis. A brainwashing and mesmerizing, most dazzling ethnic style, however, won over countless antis. As the saying goes, an anonymous king for 10 years became famous in a day as a fool. Chapter 580, 547, Don't Come Over Here _1. Despite the harsh roasts from netizens concerning the song, most dazzling ethnic style, many of them are not averse to it. On the contrary, they find it extremely amusing, even learning it. Xian Yu is Maestro Jr. Under a halo of various genius titles, he is very much idolized, a seemingly perfect being. His looks are top-notch as well, which leaves people feeling a sense of great distance from him. This especially skyrocketed after Xian Yu revealed his identity. His personal fame exploded, yet he seemed even more unreachable to everyone. And so, despite countless fans admiring Xian Yu, the sense of distance is very tangible. However, the emergence of most dazzling ethnic style shatters this distance. To their astonishment, people find out that Xian Yu can be down-to-earth, bewitching, brainwashing. This Xian Yu, who sang Stay on stage, seems more like a real person. He isn't as unapproachable or untouchable as everyone imagines. He knows how to entertain like a normal person. His once untouchable image has been shattered. Fans can't help but admit that this version of Xian Yu is adorable. He's so endearing, in fact, that everyone loves him even more after listening to the song. Xian Yu has stepped down from his pedestal and entered the hearts of many more fans. Moreover, while others are usually pulled down from their pedestals, Xian Yu willingly stepped down. He could have continued being the stainless, elevated Maestro Jr., and his fans would have still loved him. However, he chose to show his human side. He too can act silly. He too has a folksy nature. He too can enjoy himself. Everyone listens to the song in a stupor, pretending to resist its charm while their bodies involuntarily appreciate it. The entertainment value of the show was very high. Not just Xian Yu. He too was able to gradually unveil the mysterious aura of other composers, which allowed the audience to see the human side of these influential music industry heavyweights. In addition, the song also showcased Xian Yu's songwriting skills. He really knows how to have fun, even with Wei Haoyun, who gives other maestros a headache. With Xian Yu, however, they make magic together. Frightening, isn't it? Many other maestros find themselves helpless when dealing with Wei Haoyun's musical style. Yet, Xian Yu can make him shine. This shows that Xian Yu's songwriting ability and range of musical styles goes far beyond what people imagine. Most dazzling ethnic style is undoubtedly a display of Xian Yu's unbridled musical prowess. Truly remarkable. As most dazzling ethnic style went viral, people even started analyzing the song professionally. Various versions started popping up on video websites, including a grand orchestral version. People are roasting it. The popularity data from the system is honest. Lin Yuan can clearly see the skyrocketing popularity of his music after the release of Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, proving that most of the roasts were simply jests and that there are still many who love the song. What song should I choose next? As Lin Yuan contemplated, he soon realized that pondering was pointless. What mattered most was what kind of singer he would come across in the future. He enjoyed the feeling of creating customized works for individual singers. The second day, the live stream began. As usual, it was very exciting. As the current round of competition neared its end, the composers and singers were once again conlocated in the Great Hall. And Hong announced hilariously, "Our next competition will proceed with a random pairing of singers and composers." Singer, composer. The random pairing model indeed produced a good effect. This goofy production still avidly enjoys throwing tricky problems at composers and singers. Meanwhile, in front of the screens, as the netizens reveled in joy, someone suddenly remarked, "It's all right for other composers, but this time, please don't pair Xian Yu with a strange singer again. Fish Daddy, please go back to your pedestal. One descent from your divine platform is enough." The comment received many likes. Xian Yu writing Most Dazzling Ethnic Style made him seem like a god descending to the mortal world from his divine pedestal. Xian Yu chose to leave his perch, but everyone firmly believes that he can return anytime. For fairness, and Hong announced, this time, composers will draw lots to decide their opponents. This will hopefully put an end to any suspicions that we are intentionally pairing composers and singers with clashing styles. The crowd burst into laughter. Reading out the results of the last competition raised suspicion that the production team was intentionally pairing composers and singers with clashing styles. This time, the production team won't even announce the pairings directly. They're letting the composers draw lots themselves. Scraping sounds. The composers one after another stood up and drew their lots from the large box provided by the production team. When they saw the contents of their chosen lots, most of them could not help showing painful and helpless expressions. At the same time, their faces were filled with inexplicable excitement. Just my luck. Such bad luck. Another mismatch. I am just unlucky. Most composers ended up drawing singers whose styles did not match their own. While they complained about their own bad luck, no complaints were directed at the singers. It is just that the conflicts of styles have made composing more difficult. Nevertheless, the excitement showing on their faces made many viewers question the purpose of this show. These composers must have struck a gold mine. At this moment, Lin Yuan also drew his singer. His expression turned a bit weird instantly. Then he revealed the name he had drawn. The camera deliberately zoomed in for a close-up, and for a moment, the audience went wild. The card in Lin Yuan's hand was marked with 3 familiar characters. Wei Haoyun. Xian, you seem to be tied by fate to Wei Haoyun, drawing him again for the second song. This was the only instance where a composer has been matched with the same singer for 2 songs consecutively on this stage. Damn, I'm cracking up. What the hell? Wei Haoyun again. A nightmare begins again. The worst thing has happened. When other composers draw singers with mismatched styles, it means they're simply unlucky, but when Xianyu draws Wei Haoyun, it means the audience is the one with bad luck. Madame Haoyun is not bringing good luck to the audience at all. The audience was on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the camera switched to Wei Haoyun. The singer had already jumped up from his chair. His face was flushed with excitement as he balled his hands into fists, celebrating his pairing with Xianyu. For a moment, the netizens could keenly feel the evil intentions of this show. Suddenly, the audience looked livid. A voice echoed in their hearts, soon appearing as a stream of furious barrage comments during the live broadcast. The comments were numerous and startling. Stay away. Chapter 581. 548 Good luck, comes _1. The show ended. Countless discussions online. I'm done. Why is it Madame Haoyun again? All the audience's misfortune, just to bring good luck to only Madame Haoyun. As expected of Madame Haoyun, bumping into Admirable Fish twice. This luck is too amazing. One woman's luck, backed by the bad luck of countless men. Is there going to be a new square dance song? You better not come here, fierce. Whoa, I feel sorry for myself. Composers who pick out singers incompatible with their style would always grumble. The luck was too bad. Only when Admirable Fish picks Wei Haoyun will the audience vehemently spit out. The luck is really bad. Audiences feel their luck is too bad. The show's arrangement to them is no different than shouting, "Face the storm." But not all the audience thinks so. The Lin family. The mother cooked a table of good food, seeming to celebrate. We're really lucky. It's Wei Haoyun again. Wei Haoyun's singing is really nice. I understand. Lin Yuan glanced over at Mother's phone. Can we turn off the music while we're eating? Mother was playing the most dazzling ethnic style. The house has been brainwashed by this song recently. Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. Lin Yao recently stopped studying in the living room and returned to her own bedroom, slamming the door shut. Even Lin Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. It seems they can't assign similar songs to Wei Haoyun anymore. Anyway, the most dazzling ethnic style has already been representative enough. Lin Yuan doesn't need to repeat it. Wei Haoyun's voice can sing more than just this kind of song. Other genres, Wei Haoyun can also handle. Her simple voice, without too many technical embellishments, naturally brings a very sincere feeling. Very down-to-earth. Also very personable. So even though she is the same singer, Lin Yuan wanted to bring something different, as if to help Wei Haoyun further expand her repertoire. As for the comments on the web, Lin Yuan had also seen them. It seems everyone strongly resists another brainwashing divine song. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't know about a characteristic called sundara. There's a saying, the mouth says no, but the body is very honest. No matter if others believe the netizen's words. Anyway, he believed. Therefore, when he came to the production team the next day, he handed Wei Haoyun a very special song. Teacher Admirable Fish. The moment Wei Haoyun saw the song title, her voice began to tremble. When she received Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, after Wei Haoyun went through the melody in her head once, she was very certain that it was a song in her style. But this time, the song that Admirable Fish brought out, Wei Haoyun did not even need to look at the melody. Just a song title lay before Wei Haoyun. She was 100% certain. This song was made for her. Teacher Admirable Fish custom-made a song for her. Because this song is called Good Luck is Coming. Perfectly fitting Wei Haoyun's name. Even if Admirable Fish said that the song title was just a coincidence, Wei Haoyun would not believe it. Wei Haoyun, good luck is coming. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Even Wei Haoyun was very certain. This song was written by Admirable Fish recently. Because the collaboration between teacher Admirable Fish and herself was accidental, neither she, Admirable Fish, nor anyone else could have anticipated it. So the only possibility was that Admirable Fish had written such a song specifically for her these days. Maestro Jr. actually wrote such a song for her in a variety show. The song title is her name. What kind of treatment is this? Wei Haoyun's gaze flickered, even showing a hint of crystal-clear emotion. Suddenly, in her mind, she had an unprecedented impulse, and she made a big decision. But she didn't say anything. She just got up and bowed deeply to Xianyu. Lin Yuan had no idea how the song Fortune is Coming he suggested had shocked Wei Haoyun, and what decision it had induced her to make. It was quite a coincidence. The song's title was quite fitting for Wei Haoyun. Wei Haoyun happened to be able to sing this kind of song with a rustic voice. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan had no choice but to suggest this song. Moreover, he had no intention of retreating permanently from the path of catchy eye-grabbing songs. This is the interesting part of our song. If it were on The Masked Singer, the songs that Lin Yuan currently suggests are quite risky. They might even get eliminated. But our song is aimed at the general public, and the judges are just ordinary audience members. There's no maestro, there's no judging panel, and there's no discerning music enthusiast audience. The most popular music among ordinary people, young and old, is easily accepted on this stage. This is what provided Lin Yuan with the opportunity to suggest such songs. Of course, if one were to perform a show-stopping song like Exaggerated on this stage, the effect would be outstanding as well. But there's no need for that yet. Wei Haoyun is not a show-stopping type of singer. She has her own unique style. The following few days were spent in rehearsals and such. And when the fifth match began and the performance order was announced, the audience was stunned. Their worst fears had come to life. Madame Haoyun was opening the show today. If Madame Haoyun were to sing a song like Most Dazzling Ethnic Style today, how would they watch the rest of the show? It would be impossible to watch. Everyone would be brainwashed. Everyone would be stuck in the rhythm of the captivating song and not be able to escape. Backstage, the singers were all dazed. Madame Haoyun is opening the show. I'm following Madame Haoyun? How do I follow Madame Haoyun's act? After she finishes singing, everyone will be captivated by her song. Stuck in it. They simply won't be able to get out. This program team, disgusting. The songwriters were all equally stunned. With Madame Haoyun opening, wouldn't she take everyone straight to the square dance scene? What other songs should be sung afterward? And what kind of competition would there be? Might as well go straight for square dances. Such bad luck. Zheng Jing complained with a smile. Her partner was right. After Madame Haoyun. But her song this time was quite emotional and required the audience to calm down to be able to appreciate it. But after Madame Haoyun's performance, could the audience really calm down? Madame Haoyun. The reason why she is called Madame Haoyun is because she brings misfortune to everyone else. Only Wei Haoyun blissfully stepped onto the stage. Her glowing face made the audience shudder. Someone even screamed out a popular joke online. Don't come over. Wei Haoyun actually responded, I insist on coming over. Huh. The entire venue burst out laughing. The song hadn't even started to play yet, but it already had a certain flair. However, when the music started and the words Fortune is Coming appeared on the big screen, The whole audience was already more than just laughing. They were bending over in laughter. They were falling all over each other. Everyone, upon seeing the title of the song, laughed so hard they couldn't catch their breath. The whole internet said, "Don't come over. And yet you insist on singing Fortune is Coming. We told you not to come over. But you insisted. Your presence on stage, is fortune coming? This is clearly misfortune coming." Chapter 582, 549 Absorbing Aura_1. Not just at the scene. Even the audiences in front of the screen couldn't handle it anymore, especially after hearing such festive and noisy music. They could almost imagine what this song would be like. You're already opening the show, and you're still saying good luck is coming to us. Wei Haoyun is so lucky. She's met Fish Papa, such a warm-hearted person, twice. He's willing to play along with her, but we the audience is really unlucky. Xian Yu is amazing, making up such a funny song title. It's truly made to measure. Fish Papa has gone down the silly route and can't get back. Fish Papa, you are a god. Don't often come to Earth to tease us mortals. Close the door. No one is allowed to leave. We have welded the car door shut. No one can get off the vehicle. Everyone's doomed. Come at me. Who's afraid of whom? The audience pushes their limits. They have endured through the most dazzling ethnic style. What else is there to fear? The Bear Clan fears nothing. Both on-site and in front of the screens, everyone shows a ready-to-die expression. On the stage, Wei Haoyun picked up the microphone, and with her familiar loud and resonant voice, she flawlessly brought out a delightful melody. Good luck is coming, wishing you good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck is coming. We are wishing for good luck. Welcome to good luck, prosperity, success, and wide connections. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The audience was dumbfounded. Instead of being brought to a square dance by the song, they felt like they were watching a harmonious spring festival gala. Everyone looked stunned. This song doesn't seem to be what we thought it was. It really is good luck is coming. The luck of good luck. Celebratory, joyful, warm. The sudden pleasantness caught everyone off guard. No one found this song tacky. On the contrary, they thought it was very pleasant to listen to. It's so likable. Wei Haoyun continued to sing. Make 1,000 origami cranes. Tie a red ribbon. Wish good people good luck every day. Your hard-working life is beautiful. Your health is always in spring. Your life's hard work is for smiles to bloom. Beautiful. Truly fragrant. Wei Haoyun's simple and unpretentious voice seems to send the most beautiful wishes to all the audience. Wei Haoyun continued to sing. Not a lover's knot. Ask the spring breeze to cut the ribbon. Wish blue stars, sun, moon, and year will be lucky every year. You dance in the peaceful year. You soar in the new era. Your happy home welcomes blooming flowers. Backstage, the singers looked at each other. The composers also glanced at each other. She changed her style. This song is also amazing. The melody is simple, but the content is sincere. This song is not tacky or brainwashing at all, but it leaves a deep impression on people after they listen to it. Xian Yu truly knows how to play. She really knows how to play. Everyone thought they would be taken to a square dance scene, but they ended up landing at the Spring Festival Gala scene. Damn, I think I'm becoming a fan of Madame Haoyun. Is it still possible to leave now? After listening to so many songs of Madame Haoyun, this one exceeds all. Not sure who started it. Suddenly, countless wishes appeared in the live chat. Madame Haoyun blessed me to draw a rare card tonight. I wish to pass the civil service examination next month. Pass the professional course with high scores. Madame Haoyun, bless me to pass the interview tomorrow. I'll go to the interview while listening to this song tomorrow. Absorb, 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 absorb. Absorbing Madame Haoyun's luck. Confessing to my crush tomorrow. Good dizzy milk. Wish you good dizzy milk. The wish from the person above is the most sincere wish I've ever heard. If Most Dazzling Ethnic Style is a song that aunties love, then Good Luck is Coming is a song that many people enjoy. Its composition isn't complex. Its singing doesn't show off any particular skills. But the emotions and wishes it expresses can be conveyed to people's hearts in an instant through simple lyrics and melody. It fits perfectly with Wei Haoyun singing this song. No one is more suitable for this song than Wei Haoyun. Whether it's in terms of voice or even the singer's name, it's all true. The audience is on fire. Some people even clap their hands. These applause, combined with the catchy rhythm of the song, enhance the atmosphere of the song. The singers backstage are stunned. The audience is so responsive. Madame Haoyun is truly exceptional this time. Fish Papa can really play any song. I want to snatch some luck from Madame Haoyun. Fish Papa has paved a new musical path for Madame Haoyun. The song is too simple. Some singers can't help but sing along. At the final climax, almost the entire audience joins in. Good luck is coming. I wish you good luck, bringing joy and love. We are fortunate, facing luck, prosperous and thriving across the world. Madame Haoyun winds up. 3 concise words. Good luck comes. Wei Haoyun's actions, simple and straightforward, eyes firm. The microphone suddenly skewed to the side of her face, as if frozen in time. At the same time, the music stops. Compared to Stay, this Good Luck Comes is beyond criticism. Applause breaks out. The venue erupts with countless applause. Wei Haoyun takes a deep breath, turns her head to look at Lin Yuan, her smile broad and generous. Lin Yuan gives a thumbs up. This song, Wei Haoyun really sang it well, as if this song was inherently meant for her. The atmosphere on site, the audience interaction. This is the highlight of the show. Host Anong walks onto the stage, his voice full of laughter. Good luck is coming. I wish you good luck. Did you all get the blessings from Madame Haoyun? We got it. The audience shouts out. Some are moved to tears. Finally, Fish Papa isn't messing around anymore. Finally, Fish Papa has gotten serious. Although this song is still quite different from Lin Yuan's previous works and style. But who doesn't like such a positive and harmonious song? And on the screen, some audience members have already dragged the progress bar, replaying Good Luck Comes, and began to draw cards. Good luck comes. Good luck comes. Snap. One audience member draws an SSR. This audience member immediately shows off online. This song is so awesome. I'm now a die-hard fan of Madame Haoyun. I must summon Madame Haoyun when I'm drawing cards. Following this, whether serious or joking, more and more people join in. I'm here to fulfill my vow. Just listen to Good Luck Comes and confess to my goddess. She agreed. Madame Haoyun rocks. Brothers, get her. No, I'm dizzy. Talking about looks and figure, Madame Haoyun is considered above average in the entertainment industry, and she might be a bit off when standing next to beautiful female stars, but she has met the standard of beauty for ordinary people. The most important thing is, Madame Haoyun's assets are quite substantial, bouncing along with every step she takes. So, inducing some teasing was expected. But these teases are actually without much malice. Everyone loves this song. And because of this song, many people have started to like Madame Haoyun, and even directly became her fans because of this song. Chapter 583, 550 Good Luck Doesn't Favor Fools _1. After the show ended, the song, Good Luck is Coming, was now a hit. Especially among the elderly in the audience, they absolutely loved this kind of song. After the competition, the production team released an official voting statistic. Those who voted for most dazzling ethnic style were mainly dancing grannies from the square. But those who voted for Good Luck is Coming were mainly the elderly men and women. Having an elder at home is as good as having a precious gem. If we can say, the grannies are the decision makers of the households, then the elderly men and women are the supreme emperors of the households. The supreme emperors don't often speak, but when they do, who dares not to listen at home? Furthermore, the elderly men and women enjoy this song. Many young audiences actually also really like this song, especially after everyone listened to Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Compared to that dance craze song, this song is much more sincere and filled with positive energy. Fish Papa is making some noise. So, either actively or passively, everyone unanimously voted Good Luck is Coming as the first place song for this period. However, the impact of this song is not just limited to a variety show. The next day, Lin Yuan rarely took Big Yao Yao out shopping. During their shopping trip, they were surprised to find out that many supermarkets and other places were all playing the same song. Good Luck is Coming, wishing you good luck. They finally changed places, but they were playing the song here too. Good Luck is Coming, bringing happiness and love. Even though it's her precious younger brother's song, Lin Yuan felt exhausted from listening to it. She changed places again and once again the song is playing. Good luck is coming. We're welcoming good luck, thriving and prospering all over the place. Oh my God, it's still not over, isn't it? This good luck is coming. It can't be chased away, nor can it be avoided. After shopping, Lin Xian and Lin Yao almost had an entire day of good luck is coming, to the point of having their minds thoroughly washed. Finally done with the shopping trip, Lin Xian drove home. While waiting for the red light, Lin Xian sighed. Finally, I don't have to be ruled by good luck is coming. Big Yao Yao nodded deeply in agreement. However, when the two of them drove past a plaza, an even more horrific song suddenly rang in their ears. The vast horizon is my love. At the foot of the rolling hills, flowers are blooming. Its most dazzling ethnic style. Lin Xian, Lin Yao, please spare us. Can't we continue listening to Good Luck is Coming? Lin Xian was on the verge of a meltdown. Before Lin Yao rolled up the car window, she heard her brother's voice coming from the loudspeaker. Stay. With both Good Luck is Coming and Stay, Lin Yao was also on the verge of a meltdown. On this day, the experience of Lin Xian and Lin Yao was definitely not an isolated event. Just on this day, almost everyone who went out was thoroughly ruled by Good Luck is Coming in the streets and alleys. Even if they escaped Good Luck is Coming, there's still the dance craze, most dazzling ethnic style waiting for them. It's as if the entire world is filled with Madame Haoyun. As a result, everyone's minds completely broke down. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Complaints might arrive late, but they never fail to show up. Our local market has been completely occupied by Good Luck is Coming. Supermarkets are playing it, restaurants are playing it. Even clothing stores are damn playing this song. Even the best song. If you make me listen to it all day, I can't stand it. Who was it that said Good Luck is Coming isn't a brainwashing song? Stand up. I can't even read these 3 words now. Just looking at them makes me automatically start singing. This, too, is a brainwashing song. Madame Haoyun is everywhere. We're surrounded by Madame Haoyun. Stop it, Fish Papa. Madame Haoyun is everywhere outside. Fish Papa, look at what you've done. What a calamity. Netizens finally experienced the fear of being ruled by a street song. This song is simply more ubiquitous than most dazzling ethnic style. The scariest thing is, when someone opened a live streaming website, intending to watch a streamer playing a game, the streamer nervously rubbed his hands. Guys, the game official is doing a skin drawing event. I plan to draw $5,000 worth of skins in today's live stream. In that instant, many viewers in the live stream room had a bad premonition, just as they thought. The next moment, the streamer opened the player and started playing Good Luck is Coming. Along with the song, the streamer was excited to the point of turning red. The battle song has already started. Madame Haoyun bless. I must draw the epic dragon blind in this round. The bullet screen instantly exploded. Please spare us. Streamer, be a human. One more time and unfollow. One more time and suicidal. I'm gonna puke, excuse me. My God, I finally understand today what it means to listen to a song until you're sick of it. Getting sick of it is not going to help. The streamer has already entered the zone. What's even scarier is that with the help of this song, the streamer is getting everything he wants. In the end, the streamer was almost on his knees. Madame Haoyun, forever a god. The bullet screen looked dumbfounded, and some even had sinful thoughts. Should I try it too? After another day, along with the explosion of Good Luck is Coming, even the ribbon-cutting ceremonies at some stores started to play this song. Why? This song is festive. This song is auspicious. Aren't businesses hoping for a booming business and continuous good luck when they open? Bang! This song had completely exploded. In just a few short days, it had enabled countless people in Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin to be thoroughly familiar with this song. But it's not over yet. Just when everyone thought they could bear through the heat wave of this song in a while, Blue Star Television dropped a bombshell news. The Spring Festival Gala team intends to invite Madame Haoyun to perform Good Luck is Coming on stage. Yes, the Spring Festival Gala is inviting Madame Haoyun. At this moment, netizens completely lost it. So I have to listen to this song until Chinese New Year? It's still several months until Chinese New Year. I never thought that by the end of this year, there would be a woman singing to me tirelessly. She sings to me when she crowds at the market. She sings to me on the plaza. She even sang to me downstairs of my house last night. Madame Haoyun, don't come over here. Madame Haoyun, the door is welded shut. No one is getting out. Take off your pants. A petition signed in blood by 10,000 people. Don't let Madame Haoyun get close to Fish Papa next episode. If the production team dares to let Fish Papa and Madame Haoyun cooperate again, I'm going to blow up the auditorium. Fish Papa, save your child. More and more viewers can't stand it anymore. But it's weird if they're not being masochistic. These people say they can't stand it, but when they themselves go play games or draw prizes, they will also play this song, muttering something to themselves, as devoted as they can be. Blessings from Madame Haoyun. Unfortunately, not everyone can benefit from this tactic. In response to this, some netizens teased. Good luck doesn't favor fools. Chapter 584, 551. Koi Carp _1. Wei Haoyun is on fire. Following the success of Good Luck Comes, people are not seeking the deities anymore. They are worshipping Madame Haoyun. Wei Haoyun herself is flabbergasted. She thought most dazzling ethnic style would be her magnum opus. Little did she know that she would follow it up with Good Luck Comes. Wei Haoyun doesn't know whether to thank her parents for giving her such a fortuitous name or to thank teacher Admirable Fish for giving her such a great song. The song has even caught the attention of the Spring Festival show production team. You have to understand, for singers, male or female, it's not easy to get onto the Spring Festival program. Yet Wei Haoyun, a controversial top-tier singer, has managed to get there with Good Luck Comes. It's the Spring Festival show. After one performs on such a stage, who would dare to call their songs vulgar? That's not vulgarity. That's the epitome of popularity. It's time. An ambition sparks in Wei Haoyun's eyes. She once felt lost about her musical path and disappointed in her career. But now, she has found her life direction. With this in mind, Wei Haoyun logs into her fan club. The number of comments on her fan club is hundreds of times more than it used to be. All of this happened after she sang 2 songs by Admirable Fish. She opens the eShop. Wei Haoyun pays 100 yuan and buys a name-changing card. Her original name was Wei Haoyun, but now she has changed it to Lucky Koi. From today onwards, Wei Haoyun is not just Wei Haoyun. She is also Lucky Koi. Yes, Wei Haoyun has decided. She will follow closely behind teacher Admirable Fish in the future. She wants to join the Yu dynasty. Changing her name now is just Wei Haoyun's way of expressing her resolution. Wei Haoyun is now the focus of attention. As soon as she changes her name, the netizens take notice. Not all celebrities use their real names for their Weibo accounts. Many come up with creative nicknames. So, this is nothing unusual. But, the name Wei Haoyun changed her name to is so special. Lucky Koi. This is clearly a fish. Even if people try not to think about it, it's hard to avoid the connection. Madame Haoyun changed her name to Lucky Koi? Is she going to join the Yu dynasty? The members of the Yu dynasty who appeared on The Masked Singer all adopted fish images. Madame Haoyun also gave herself a fish name, which shows her loyalty to Fish Daddy. It's over. Madame Haoyun is completely captivated by Fish Daddy. She's outright offering her allegiance. Fish Daddy, stop your sorcery. Don't let Madame Haoyun join us. Madame Haoyun is terrifying. She's everywhere. Congratulations to the Yu dynasty on gaining a new general. The currently recognized members of the Yu dynasty are these 5. Sun Yaohua, Jiang Kuei, Zhao Yinggu, Xia Fan, and Chen Jiyu. Many people thought the members of the Yu dynasty would never change. But seeing Madame Haoyun's current trend, could she also be joining the Yu dynasty in the future? The Yu dynasty is expanding. Meanwhile, many people are starting to sense something. They have witnessed the process of Admirable Fish capturing Madame Haoyun's loyalty. The way things are going, it's practically a done deal. Everyone knows. Madame Haoyun's success can be completely attributed to Admirable Fish. Everyone saw it live. So honestly, if anyone else stood where Madame Haoyun is standing now, they would be won over by an impressive composer like Admirable Fish too. And not merely won over, they'd be sincerely convinced. Because what Admirable Fish gave to Madame Haoyun was not just 2 songs. What Admirable Fish gave Madame Haoyun was a direction in life, and as a songwriter, his respect towards a singer, among other things. Lin Yuan was unaware of Wei Haoyun's name change to Koi. He only found out when his elder sister mentioned it after he had come home that night. His sister asked curiously, "Do you agree with it?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Agree with what?" His sister said, "Of course, it's regarding Wei Haoyun joining the Yu dynasty." Lin Yuan. The Yu dynasty was a label largely attributed by outsiders. For Lin Yuan, it was simply a group of singers who got along well and hung out together. If Wei Haoyun wanted to be friends with him and Sun Yaohua and the rest, Lin Yuan had no objections. But, considering the members of the Yu dynasty, Lin Yuan would have to write songs for them. Hence, he felt that they couldn't just let anyone join in the future. This small group should have some entry criteria. More members would mean a heavier burden. Let's just consider it a fun group. When Lin Yuan was a kid, he, Jian Yi, and Xia Fan referred to themselves as the Three Musketeers. To Lin Yuan, the Yu dynasty was no different. It was an upgraded version of the Three Musketeers from his childhood. 10 members seemed just fine. Lin Yuan seemed lost in thought. In the Yu dynasty, apart from himself, there were 10 singers, which he could manage. The group was not too big at the moment. Letting Wei Haoyun join would just increase the number to 6. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of One Piece. In the beginning, only Zoro was on Luffy's ship. All the other crew members joined through countless encounters. Like Nami. It seemed like he was playing the role of Luffy now, thought Lin Yuan. He found it quite amusing. However, he probably wouldn't encounter Wei Haoyun anymore. In this competition, the probability of drawing the same person twice was already very low. 3 times? Even if the program group tried to demonstrate fairness, the audience would definitely not believe it. Lin Yuan didn't want to continue collaborating with Wei Haoyun in the next round, not because he wasn't fond of him, but because if he continued to collaborate with Wei Haoyun, the style of music would have to be repeated. The audience needed novelty, or else his popularity wouldn't rise rapidly. Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten his goal. He couldn't slack off in accumulating popularity. However, in the next show, there would be no competition involving Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had to wait until the show after next. This gave Lin Yuan some free time to deal with some other things. The matter of the movie. Some time had passed since the end of Spider-Man, and the crew received adequate rest. Lin Yuan was ready to start filming a new movie. The new movie was called Life of Pi. Yes, it was this movie. Having delayed the release twice since the script was out, Lin Yuan no longer had to procrastinate. The preparations at the company were complete. So, just a few days later, Lin Yuan appeared on the set to begin the official shooting of Life of Pi. However, this time Lin Yuan did not choose director Yi Cheng-gong to continue. The reason being that Life of Pi posed high demands on the director. Even if his script specified how to film, there were many challenges that remained. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan could only opt for another director to collaborate with. This director was one the company had poached from Qi Continent early on and was the top director within the company. Duan. Duan followed the director-centered approach and shouldn't have collaborated with Lin Yuan in theory. But for some reason, Duan was willing to let go of his ego and center the movie around Lin Yuan's script to make this new film. Lin Yuan gladly agreed, of course. Leaving aside the issues with the director-centered approach, Duan's directorial abilities were indeed very strong. As a result, when the playgroup decided on the project, Yi Cheng-gong, who had not been chosen as the director, was left feeling lost and distraught. It seemed like Mr. Lin no longer needed him. Chapter 585, 552. It's impossible to work for others _1. Lin Yuan had developed a go-to crew through the few films he had directed. The core members of this movie crew remained constant, especially the producer Qing and the director Yi Cheng-gong. However, when Mr. Lin announced the new movie project, although the crew stayed mostly unchanged, the director position shifted from Yi Cheng-gong to Duan, leaving Yi Cheng-gong inevitably disappointed. Though Yi Cheng-gong understood deep down. In terms of directing capability, he certainly wasn't as accomplished as Duan, the great director Mr. Lin had specifically hired from Qi Continent. Moreover, Duan even agreed to become a tool for Mr. Lin in order to serve as the director of Life of Pi. This was indeed a huge sacrifice, because under normal circumstances, a director of Duan's caliber would not accept a subordinate position. So, not only was Yi Cheng-gong upset, Duan was likewise aggrieved. Qing kept his position, but seeing Lin Yuan's new movie go forward with Du and instead of I Ching-gong. Xin-Qing also felt somewhat strange. After all, they had been working together for so long, and Xin-Qing had built a good rapport with I Ching-gong. Therefore, he accompanied I Ching-gong for some drinks to comfort this old friend. I think Mr. Lin must have felt this film style is more suited to Duan. When there's a movie more suited to your style, he'll approach you again for collaboration. I'll also talk to Mr. Lin about this. No trouble. I Ching-gong responded with a bitter smile. I don't blame Mr. Lin. He's already done a lot for me. I wasn't chosen this time because of my own inadequacies. I hope that Mr. Lin's film achieves the best results possible. In the meantime, I'll aim to improve my skills to keep up with Mr. Lin's pace. Obviously, the scale of Mr. Lin's future movies will undoubtedly become larger and larger, demanding higher skills from the director. If I Ching-gong's abilities stagnate, his being left out would only be a matter of time. Just then, I Ching-gong's phone suddenly buzzed. He took a look and instantly sobered up from his slightly tipsy state. Xin-Qing blinked at the unexpected call. The call was from Mr. Lin. I Ching-gong cleared his throat and answered the phone. He subconsciously thought Mr. Lin was calling to comfort him, but the words on the phone left him stunned. So much so that he was a bit confused when the call ended. So, Xin-Qing smiled. I told you Mr. Lin hasn't forgotten you. He's not the type to proactively comfort people. If he did, it simply means he values you. No, then what? I Ching-gong took a deep breath, exhilarated. Mr. Lin said he's got a new script for me to direct. He'll send the script to me in a few days. His 2 films will start production in sequence. Wow. Xin-Qing was shocked, then overjoyed. Congratulations. Mr. Lin wrote a new script specially for you as compensation. He must think highly of you. Yes. I Ching-gong could hardly contain his excitement. The joy of the alcohol returning. I'll definitely make the new movie perfect. I can't let Mr. Lin's hope for me go unanswered. In fact, it wasn't just to comfort I Ching-gong, but mainly because Lin Yuan predicted that The Life of Pi could take quite some time to produce. The vacuum period could be quite long, so he wanted to let I Ching-gong direct another movie during this process. Based on the difficulty of shooting, the premieres of the 2 movies can be staggered. However, Lin Yuan still had not decided what movie to shoot next. He planned to take a good look at his film library. The next day, Lin Yuan spent a rare day in his studio drawing comics. At this point, the serialization of Death Note was in its latter stage and was projected to wrap up by the end of the year. After spending a few hours on the comic, Lin Yuan continued to write The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The serialization of this novel has been proceeding in an orderly manner. The update progress is consistent with the original Poirot series, and under the steady serialization, Holmes' influence has gradually spread. More and more people are putting Holmes in a position equivalent to Poirot. This made Lin Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. The concept of first impressions matter is quite powerful. If the readers of this world have accepted Poirot first, it would not be easy to let them recognize Holmes again. But facts have proven that Poirot does not overshadow Holmes' brilliance. Due to their relationships in the series, both characters have somewhat complemented each other's success. It's also part of Lin Yuan's master plan. In the serialization of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, he often has Holmes mention Poirot, linking the 2 characters more closely together through Holmes' admiration for Poirot. Finishing the novel, it was already dark. Jinmu made a cup of tea for Lin Yuan, and then sat on the sofa opposite Lin Yuan and said, "Boss, the serialization of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes series hasn't reached halfway yet, has it?" Lin Yuan nodded. Jinmu understood. "We probably won't be able to catch up then." Catch up with what? The Ultimate God of Fantasy Fiction selection starts at the end of the year and will announce the list in the early of next year. Boss is already barely meeting the qualification for the nomination, but because you've been serializing detectives these 2 years. Ultimate God? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He remembered that he had won the GOAT Award in the fantasy field. And above the GOAT Award, there was actually an Ultimate God selection. However, due to his qualifications at the time, Lin Yuan did not become the Ultimate God. Now, according to Jinmu, it seems that his qualifications have barely reached that threshold. Is there anything to say about this? Of course. Jinmu smiled and said, "The Ultimate God is considered the top tier in the fantasy field. Not to mention Qi Continent. We only have 4 ultimate gods in Qin continent alone, which shows how demanding this honor is. Therefore, I highly recommend that the boss consider the possibility of writing fantasy literature for his next novel. With 1 or 2 more excellent fantasy novels, if you successfully become an ultimate god, I can also negotiate terms with Silver Blue Books. Like what? Shares. Jin Mu said seriously. Boss, your current share of novel revenue with Silver Blue Books is already very high, and it's almost impossible to go any further in terms of conditions and treatment. But if the boss can get the title of Ultimate God, I think we can discuss the possibility of equity investment with Silver Blue Books. The development of Silver Blue Books has been very good in recent years, and its development momentum can be considered as the #1 publishing company in Qin continent. If you can get equity in this company, the speed of making money will definitely be much faster than the share of novel sales. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. So after maximizing the share, you can still fight for the equity of Silver Blue Books. This made him start to feel eager. There are too many works in the system. Lin Yuan is spending money to exchange for songs. Even if these are songs that he doesn't need in the near future, he still actively exchanges them. This has led to some of Lin Yuan's money being deducted by the system. Still short of money. So why not strive for the shares of Silver Blue Books and make more money? If you get the shares, your cooperation with Silver Blue Books is not just working for them anymore. In some sense, the current Lin Yuan is a king of workers. Whether it's Xian Yu or Chu Kuang, they both work for the company. Although they are cherished by the bosses, compared to equity, being a worker seems less appealing, right? Are you interested? Jin Mu discerned Lin Yuan's interest and laughed. Indeed, it's more suitable to be a shareholder than a worker. If other authors have this idea, Silver Blue Books would definitely disagree. But for the boss, the difficulty is not high. The ultimate god is our letter of intent for negotiations. They have no reason to refuse as countless publishers are lining to cooperate with us as far as the Han continent. It's just a matter of how much shares we can get. Lin Yuan nodded firmly. To satisfy the system's appetite, being a worker is impossible. There's no way he could be a worker in this life. He couldn't run a company as a boss. He could only be a shareholder struggling to make a living like this. Chapter 586. 553 How Can Forget Journey to the West_1. In fact, Lin Yuan had plans to continue writing fantasy novels from the get-go. It's just that he has been writing detective novels in the recent years, the kind with lengthy plots, taking up much of his time, so he simply hadn't gotten around to starting on it. But now, with the temptation of being an omnipotent deity and the enhancement of his shares within sight, Lin Yuan felt he could do it anew. So what if it's a fantasy novel? Write it. Not only does he need to write it, but he would also need to write an influential enough piece. After all, becoming an omnipotent deity is no easy task. Even Jin Mu had only said he'd barely met the threshold. To become an omnipotent deity, he still needed 1 or 2 fantasy novels. 1 to 2 novels implies that even one novel could hold the promise of success. However, this one novel must have the quality worth that of 2. Besides, if the novel isn't good enough, how is one to negotiate terms with Silver Blue Books? With this in mind, Lin Yuan began to consider what sort of novel he should start writing recently. Western or Eastern? Lin Yuan hesitated briefly, then decided to continue writing Eastern fantasy novels because all of Chu Kuang's fantasy novels had been Eastern-style so far. The reason was simple. After writing Western-style detective novels for such a long time, Lin Yuan was growing somewhat weary of it. In terms of personal reading preferences, Lin Yuan was certain that he liked the Eastern artistic style better. With that thought, Lin Yuan began to have a sense of direction. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan solicited the opinion of his agent Jin Mu. What kind of fantasy novel is the most popular at the moment? Jin Mu's heart pounded. He always had the feeling that he'd heard this question before. Initially, Lin Yuan had asked him a similar question, and his answer then had been detective novels. At the time, Jin Mu had assumed it was nothing more than idle chatter. However, he never expected that right after he gave his response, his boss would dive headfirst into the realm of detective novels without looking back. So, this question may be more important than he thought. Under such circumstances, Jin Mu had no choice but to think carefully. After several minutes, he finally responded hesitantly. Various themes in the fantasy domain are all quite popular. But in recent years, The most popular genre is xinxiao, which you pioneered. Xinxiao? Yes. Jin Mu explained with great familiarity. Ever since you pioneered the xinxiao genre with Zhu Xian, an increasing number of fantasy writers have started to revolve their works around this theme. Currently, among the top 6 best-selling fantasy novels, 3 are xinxia, and 3 others are adventure novels set in different worlds. The remaining spots vary, with different genres having the chance to make the list. Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "Has anyone written the origin of xinxia?" Jinmu paused. Origin? You mean the creation myths recorded in the classic of mountains and seas? Lin Yuan nodded. Jinmu laughed and said, "Haven't the past generations summarized it already? Starting from the classic of mountains and seas, and then progressing to the primordial chaos series and the investiture of the gods series." Lin Yuan nodded, realizing it afterward. Based on what Jinmu said, it seemed as if Blue Star already had a complete primordial chaos system. If there wasn't one, Lin Yuan would consider writing on the theme of the primordial chaos, which was the motivation behind his inquiry. Jinmu was left somewhat confused. Unexpectedly, his well-read boss didn't even know this basic common knowledge. Was he toying with him? Jinmu assumed that must be the case. Lin Yuan didn't continue the idle conversation with Jinmu, as he had turned on his computer to search for novels based on the primordial chaos. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It seemed there indeed were novels on the primordial chaos in this world. Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't toying with Jinmu. If he hadn't searched the internet for information, he truly wouldn't be sure whether this world had anything about the primordial chaos. He was an Earthling. The ancient Oriental mythology of the celestial dynasty on Earth was too scattered, and barely anyone had systematically summarized it. It wasn't until Dreams of Divinity composed Buddhism was originally Taoism that numerous myths were summarized and incorporated into a novel. That's when novels based on the primordial chaos started to become popular. By epic, the primordial chaos has been regarded as the origin of xinxia. Thus, Lin Yuan subconsciously thought that Blue Star didn't have any primordial chaos-related works. Who knew the cultural inheritance on Blue Star was this robust? There was no need for Dreams of Divinity here. Through numerous predecessors' works, the primordial chaos of Blue Star already had a well-preserved system. Many mythical figures had their original forms. The entire chronology had been sorted out rather clearly. It seemed he didn't need to write Investiture of the Gods. Yes, originally, Lin Yuan had considered writing Investiture of the Gods to sort out Blue Star's primordial chaos system, but since someone had already sorted out similar stories, it was unnecessary. However, while gathering information, Lin Yuan found that the backdrop of the primordial chaos lacked further developmental narratives. In other words, there was no Journey to the West. Whether Journey to the West counts as part of the primordial chaos may be debatable, but if you were to isolate it, the impact of its story can easily overshadow the primordial chaos stories. Moreover, many characters in Journey to the West have been in existence since the primordial chaos era, such as the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. But Blue Star doesn't have Journey to the West. It's a great pity for a world dominated by Eastern civilization. As a transmigrator, I must not allow this regret to go unaddressed. In a moment, even the usually calm Lin Yuan could not help but feel his heart pounding. That's Journey to the West. It's one of the 4 great classical novels of the Celestial Dynasty. And today, a story of such magnitude will be written by Lin Yuan or Chu Kuang. How could Lin Yuan not be excited? Sun Wukong was his childhood idol. The great sage Sun Wukong is the aspiration of many. Lin Yuan was completely confident that once Journey to the West was out, all xinxia novels would be overshadowed. As to whether Journey to the West counts as a xinxia novel, it doesn't really matter. In this world, immortals are everywhere, and there are as many monsters as dogs. The story of Journey to the West is considered mythological. It's similar to the primordial chaos. But the time at which Journey to the West took place is quite unique. From the story's background settings, there are countless immortals, with the heavenly court ruling the world, and even the strong beings from the primordial chaos era work within the heavenly court. Therefore, Journey to the West can be understood as a story that took place after the primordial chaos. Yet, It also seems to occur before all the Xinxia novels in Blue Star's timeline. It links the past with what's to come. After all, who would dare say that the story of Zhu Xian occurs before Journey to the West? All the character power values in Zhu Xian combined probably wouldn't even rank in Journey to the West. That's the way it is with mythological stories. The earlier the period, the higher the power values. Even if you put Buddha in the primordial chaos era, his power value wouldn't be considered high. But let's not worry about that for now. Lin Yuan's eyes were ablaze. He had decided that his next fantasy novel will be Journey to the West. This novel combines mythology with Xinxia civilization, also inheriting the era of the primordial chaos. It truly qualifies as a top-notch Eastern fantasy novel. It is truly a story that can influence not only one generation, but many. Therefore, Lin Yuan took it very seriously. Of course, since the original Journey to the West was written by O.L. Wu. Wu Qingjin was an ancient person, so his language was primarily classical Chinese. Lin Yuan's Journey to the West would definitely need to be turned into modern text that is easy to understand. Under such circumstances, can he still maintain the original flavor of Journey to the West? Lin Yuan was a bit worried. Just then, the system chimed in. As the host has chosen to write about Journey to the West, the system has already converted Journey to the West into a modern narrative, including small adaptations to the background. The system highly values the dissemination of culture. When Lin Yuan expressed his intention to write a story about Journey to the West, the system didn't even charge him and proactively helped him. After all, how can one forget Journey to the West? Chapter 587, 554, Xian Yu and Fei Yang _1. There was another reason for choosing Journey to the West. The Journey to the West IP was enormous. So big that many filmmakers only focus on making a film about the great sage Sun Wukong. Over and over, they made countless versions of the monkey, so much so that the monkey's 84,000 hairs were almost completely pulled out, let alone 84,000 hairs. I'm afraid that even if you added the 3 life-saving hairs given to Sun Wukong by Guanyin Bodhisattva, it wouldn't be enough for those people to pluck. And the audience keeps paying for it. This attests to the influence of the monkey. People simply can't get enough of it. If it weren't so profitable, why would everyone compete with the monkey year after year? Now everything has changed. Blue Star doesn't have Journey to the West. All those monkey hairs, enough for Lin Yuan to pluck at leisure. The prerequisite is that Lin Yuan must also build the influence of Journey to the West. This is undoubtedly a massive project. Luckily, Lin Yuan had Starlight support. To build the influence of the Journey to the West, TV series and animations of Journey to the West need to be made, all of which require the support of an entertainment company. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan spent a huge sum of money to commission a Journey to the West from the system. As for the cost, Lin Yuan didn't dare to mention it. It was outrageously expensive. When the novel was delivered, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that the system had arranged 2 versions for him. One was the original version of the Journey to the West. The other was a modern version of Journey to the West. Lin Yuan felt that the money was well spent. Of the 2 versions, the classical version had more rhythm and cultural richness, while the modern version was smoother to read, had a stronger story, and was easier for the average person to immerse themselves in. It has to be said, the system reader is quite considerate with this arrangement. If you directly take out the original Journey to the West, it would be almost impossible to please everyone, because the reading threshold is a bit high. Not everyone has enough classical Chinese knowledge to fully grasp the rhythm. In contrast, the modern version of the text is more in line with everyone's reading habits. Moreover, the so-called modern version still leans towards the classical style, so it's very comfortable to read, with a bit of traditional Xinxia novel feel, and the dialogues are also sort of classical, as if finding a balance between classical and modern novels. It also contains some adaptations. It added some of the later interpretations of the Journey to the West. Therefore, the entire novel's story has been enhanced and elevated. For instance, when Lin Yuan read the opening scene of Sun Wukong making havoc in the Heavenly Palace in the modern version, he was extremely captivated. Write both versions. After all, the length of Journey to the West is not long. The whole text is only about 800,000 to 900,000 words. Writing both would be less than 2 million words. For an author like Lin Yuan who writes at an eagle's speed, this was not a problem. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan began to write. He did not focus on writing one version, but wrote both versions side by side. He would write the first chapter of the classical version, then write the first chapter of the modern version. Writing in this manner, Lin Yuan had a fascinating feeling, as if his entire understanding of the journey to the West had deepened. At the same time as writing Journey to the West, Lin Yuan also made time to bring out a new script. This script was prepared for Yi Qinggong. Yi Qinggong's execution ability was strong, so under conditions of not high camera difficulty, he could implement Lin Yuan's script intentions well. So, the script that Lin Yuan eventually prepared for Yi Qinggong was called Truman's World. This was a movie that wasn't costly to produce, but was absolutely exploding. With creativity, the protagonist of the film was named Truman. From birth, he became the lead of a popular reality show. Countless viewers watched his life. Everything that happened around him was fake. His family and friends were all actors, but he knew nothing about it. Truman's life was clearly arranged by the scripts of the reality show's director. The turning point of the story was Truman wanting to break free and explore, which would inevitably wrest control away from the show's control over his life. The people around him were all trying to stop him, and in the midst of people stopping him, he sensed that something was amiss. In terms of the quality of the script, this film was no weaker than Life of Pi. Lin Yuan believed that with Yi Qinggong's execution skills, handling this movie would not be difficult. The similarity between these two films is that they both have the attributes of an artistic film. Indeed, making commercial films is more profitable. The revenue from Spider-Man, which has already been released, is not small. But for gaining prestige value, artistic films are more powerful, so Lin Yuan prepared 2 artistic films at one go. After these 2 films are released, Lin Yuan will consider continuing filming commercial films. One must strive for both money and prestige. After handing over the completed script to Yi Qinggong, Lin Yuan does not continue to manage the rest. He came to the crew of Our Song. Lin Yuan doesn't have to compete today, so he only makes an appearance in the drawing of lots at the end of the program, like a bit player. However, when Lin Yuan appeared on the live broadcast, the chat box of the program instantly got lively. Fish Papa is here. Hold down Wei Haoyun quick. In the next round, Xian Yu and Wei Haoyun can't team up again. The 2 of them together are just an oral nightmare. No square dance, nor good luck comes. Anyone can partner with Fish Papa, just not Wei Haoyun. Some kind-hearted composer, come and take Wei Haoyun away. The camera focuses on Wei Haoyun's face. Wei Haoyun's face shows eager anticipation, but Lin Yuan's face was as calm as always. Then, the composers took turns to draw lots. When it was Xian Yu's turn, countless viewers in front of the screen held their breath subconsciously. Please don't let it be Wei Haoyun again. At last, Lin Yuan drew his lot. For a moment, all the singers turned to look at the card in Lin Yuan's hand. Simultaneously with this, the audience also had their eyes wide open. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lin Yuan lit up the name on the card. Ah, this. The audience was stunned. The singers were also dumbfounded. Even the composers showed strange expressions. It's not because Xian Yu drew Wei Haoyun. He didn't draw Wei Haoyun this time. He drew Fei Yang, King Fei. After a few seconds, both the live venue and the broadcast room erupted together, with many people laughing out loud. Isn't this a coincidence? What kind of divine collaboration is this? Fish Papa drew the perennial runner-up. The person who made Fei Yang the perennial runner-up several times is going to collaborate with him. 2. Is this show really unscripted? Even if it is scripted, I accept it. This arrangement is epic. I've always imagined this scene during each draw, and today my dream came true. Fei Yang, the perennial runner-up, owes it all to Xian Yu. Including the previous, the masked singer, Fei Yang lost to the Prince of Lanling, Xian Yu, as the Overlord. And now, the perennial runner-up is actually going to collaborate with Xian Yu. How refreshing. Delightful to hear and see. Exciting news for everyone. The camera then focuses on Fei Yang's face. Fei Yang's face is full of astonishment at the moment. He was stunned. The confusion and blankness in his eyes were felt by the audience even through the screen. No one knows what Fei Yang is thinking at the moment. But Fei Yang's stunned expression is making the audience extremely excited. This pair is too interesting. Will Xianyu continue to take first place? Remove the perennial runner-up label that he bestowed on Fei Yang himself, acting out a case of the bell tolling for the one who tied it. Or will Fei Yang continue to take second place, using his strength to prove just how strong the will to be second is? Chapter 588, 555 voice actors are Monsters_1. After the show ended, the internet was incredibly lively. A topic called #CNUFeiyang hashtag went directly into the hot search. They're all discussing the collaboration between Xianyu and Fei Yang. You should know, before the show started, many people were fantasizing, would Xianyu collaborate with Fei Yang? Now, it happened. An internet user sighed. This truly is a historic moment. Everyone felt like they had witnessed history. Even lots of people developed a wicked sense of humor. They're all eagerly looking forward to Fei Yang getting second place in the next round. There were also people expressing regret. We can't see Wei Haoyun making mischief in the next round anymore. Despite their verbal aversion, this group of people, a lot of people actually still like the combination of Xianyu and Wei Haoyun. Otherwise, Wei Haoyun couldn't have won the audience vote for the first place twice in a row. What maternal command? What Supreme Emperor command? If they really didn't like it, these young folks would still give it the rejection it deserved. The truth was, their apparent disdain was merely the result of arrogance and unwillingness to admit that they actually liked the song, Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. Lin Yuan didn't care at all. Whether he drew Fei Yang or Wei Haoyun, it made no difference to Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan could understand the netizens' joy. Fei Yang's constant second-place finishes has become a running joke in the entertainment industry. Just like the running joke about the Earth singer, Wang Banbai. Every time he was about to make big news, someone inevitably stole the headlines and grabbed the hot search. The result caused everyone in the entertainment industry to feel a sense of insecurity. Anytime old Wang was up to something big, some star inevitably starts a scandal. In order to prevent Wang Banbai from making headlines, some celebrities began to run wild. It was simply cruel. Wang Banbai must be annoyed to death. Although he could become a trending topic, his trending topic would always be #Wang Banbai got his headline stolen again #. Fei Yang was also ing fed up. This *TTY draw. He has to collaborate with Xianyu? In this show, the last person Fei Yang wanted to encounter was Xianyu. Whether it's a collaboration or a showdown. It's not that Fei Yang disliked Xianyu. It's just that he was kind of afraid. With a multitude of feelings. Fei Yang couldn't articulate it. Anyway, he was a little resistant to collaborating with Xianyu. This probably has something to do with Fei Yang being someone who values face. But what Fei Yang himself hated about himself was, while he resisted collaborating with Xianyu, he was also harboring some kind of implicit expectation. What am I expecting? Fei Yang wanted to slap himself. The manager on the side teased. If you can't beat him, join him. Chen Jiu has proved that this path is reliable. Fei Yang loudly retorted, I was forced to join. Indeed, he was forced, but everyone didn't care. Anyway, it's an irrefutable fact that Fei Yang jumped aboard Xianyu's war chariot. Even when posting a tribe update, all Fei Yang could do was helplessly announce, yes, we have a collaboration. On the other side, Lin Yuan had already begun to select songs for Fei Yang. Fei Yang's vocal range was broad, his singing skills were unfaltering. Besides the flaw of lacking emotion in his singing, this king of singing was pretty full of substance. This also reduced Lin Yuan's song selection difficulty. However, just when Lin Yuan was about to finalize the song, he suddenly received a phone call from Tong Shuwen. Due to some reasons, Fei Yang might be absent from the next episode. Lin Yuan paused. Did he quit? Tong Shuwen explained. Not quitting, just absent for the next episode. So the program group decided to let you two collaborate after Fei Yang takes care of his things. Fine. Lin Yuan didn't dig deep. The program group understood. It meant that he really had something to deal with. Lin Yuan didn't think much about it. What should I do for the next episode? Teacher Admirable Fish can sing by himself. I think that's what the audience is expecting. Sing myself, Lin Yuan said. Is that appropriate? He didn't dare to sing more in the previous duet of Most Dazzling Ethnic Style with Wei Haoyun. fearing that others might think it's unfair. Special circumstances. Require special treatment. Fine. Lin Yuan accepted Tong Xuan's suggestion. Several days later, the new episode of Our Song was aired. As soon as the live broadcast started, the audience subconsciously searched for the figures of Xian Yu and Fei Yang. This is the duo that the audience is most looking forward to today. However, everyone saw Xian Yu, but Fei Yang was nowhere to be found. Where did Fei Yang go? A lot of people were puzzled. At this time, and Hong walked onto the stage and announced, "I regret to inform everyone that due to personal reasons, teacher Fei Yang will be absent from this competition. So the production team has paired teacher Xian Yu with a new singer." The audience looked at each other in surprise. Is Fei Yang absent? No way. Does Fei Yang not want to cooperate with Xian Yu? Just as some people were frowning, and Hong chuckled, the collaboration between Fei Yang and teacher Xian Yu has not been cancelled. It has just been postponed. The audience was relieved. Although they wouldn't see Xian Yu and Fei Yang's cooperation in this episode, as long as the cooperation between these two wasn't cancelled, everyone could accept this situation and expressed understanding towards Fei Yang's circumstances. Who will the singer partnering with Xian Yu this period be replaced with? Mom. Suddenly someone panicked. It's not going to be Wei Haoyun, is it? No way, right? This production team really loves stirring things up. They might just lift Wei Haoyun up and use him as a substitute for Xian Yu. Meanwhile, in the singer area, the singers looked at each other. Who's going to substitute for Fei Yang? Wei Haoyun saw that many people were looking at him and quickly shook his head. Not me. Everyone then turned to Chen Jiyu. Chen Jiyu also shook his head. Then, is it someone else from the Yu dynasty? Under the gaze of the singers, the Yu dynasty collectively shook their heads. Everyone was puzzled. Among them, a female singer named Anan laughed. You guys just play dumb. I'm sure my competitor hide among you. Everyone laughed. This Anan, she is a queen of singing, and her identity in the masked singer is an elf. This competition is a head-to-head confrontation. Anan is cooperating with the composer Zheng Jing, and they are competing against the combination of Xian Yu and Fei Yang. But now that Fei Yang is absent, even elf Anan doesn't know who her competitor is. She can only guess that the singer working with Xian Yu is someone in this hall. At this moment, and Hong called Anan's name. Anan turned around and looked at the other singers, laughing. Regardless of who it is, I will win today. The singers all suddenly laughed. However, Anan's ability is indeed strong, and everyone had no doubts about her statement. A moment later, Anan stood on the stage and started her performance. At the beginning, everyone was quite composed. But, as they listened, someone's expression changed. Anan's specialty. Two voices. A sweet and young voice, and a mature and tempting voice. In the composer area, Yang Zhongming looked at Zheng Jing. Did you write this song specifically for her? It suits her quite well. The combination of the two voices is very good. I had no choice. Zheng Jing smiled proudly. The opponent is Little Fish. It would be quite embarrassing to lose to a junior. However, you made a slight mistake just now. This song isn't two voices. Not two. Yang Zhongming was stunned. The next moment, Anan on stage, surprisingly sang in a third voice. Her third voice was somewhat majestic, and when you listened, it seemed like both a male and female voice, natural yet beautiful. In an instant, the entire audience was shocked. Even Yang Zhongming had a change of color. She can sing in three voices? Correct answer. Zheng Jing snapped his fingers. She studied voice acting, and among the singers, not many can sing in three voices. As far as I know, among all the singers I've met so far, only Little Fish can do the same. Even if other singers manage to do it, their voices aren't as natural as Little Fish's and Anan's. So, even if Little Fish personally comes on stage without ample preparation, she may not necessarily win. Yang Zhongming raised his eyebrows. So are all voice actors monsters? Chapter 589, 556, Collapse of Dara_1. What the hell? 3 different voices. I always thought Anan could sing in 2 voices. That's her signature act. She used 2 voices to eliminate the robot in The Masked Singer. I had no idea she had a third voice. Crazy. You guys may not know that Anan used to be a voice actor. She can naturally produce 3 voices because she has practiced for many years. Most singers don't have this experience. Teacher Admirable Fish can also produce 3 voices naturally, So I've always been curious that if teacher Admirable Fish has also studied voice acting. Awesome. Just through novelty alone. Anin has won half the battle this round. Combine that with the pretty good track from teacher Jing, I feel that teacher Admirable Fish's singer will have a tough time. The singers were discussing. The audience was discussing too. The appearance of the first two voices had garnered considerable applause, but since Anin had previously demonstrated them, everyone was not too surprised. However, she had never shown her third voice before, which left many people stunned. Voice actor. So, teacher Anin was a voice actor. Voice actors are indeed monsters. A voice actor who has become a singer, let alone a diva, is a monster among monsters. Teacher Admirable Fish's three voices no longer stand alone. Anin is really awesome. So powerful. If there weren't just one person on stage, I would almost think this is a trio. Anin's three voices are too natural, they don't seem forced. Suddenly, I feel relieved for Fei Yang. If Fei Yang was on stage for this round, he might have ended up as runner-up. Anin's coordination of three voices is simply too powerful. I'm already planning to vote for Anin. Fei Yang's smart. Let us observe a moment of silence for the singer who is collaborating with Fish Papa this time. This singer took the hit for King Fei and came second. When King Fei comes back, he should bring a banner to express his gratitude. Singers, audience, composers were all discussing, but at this moment Lin Yuan, having heard this song, said to a staff member next to him, "Change my next performance to the 16th song on the song list." Staff member. At this moment, all cameras and eyes were on Anin. No one noticed what was happening in the corner. As Anin finished singing, ardent applause erupted across the venue. The stunning effect of three voices was very sharp. Anin bowed and left the stage. And Hong went onto the stage. Thanks to teacher Jing for his composition. Thanks to Anin for her spectacular performance. Let us welcome with warm applause the singer from teacher Admirable Fish's team. Clap, clap, clap. The applause rang up. Everyone was staring curiously at the stage, wondering who the unlucky singer replacing Fei Yang was from Admirable Fish's team. Under the focus of the camera and the audience, a slim figure wearing a devilish mask appeared on the stage. At that moment, the scene lost control. Prince of Lanling appears. Again, the substitute singer collaborating with Admirable Fish to replace King Fei this round turned out to be Admirable Fish himself, and his appearance with the Prince of Lanling's mask immediately revived everyone's memories of the masked singer. It's Fish Papa. He's singing. Oh my goodness. Is this rule fair? Who dares to say this rule isn't fair? Most of the singers in this show are from the masked singer. Fish Papa is also a singer in the show. He can't be forbidden from singing just because he's a songwriter, can he? The production team is too good. My youth has come back. If someone else replaced King Fei, I feel it would not be easy to win. But if Fish Papa himself appears on stage, the result could go either way. Even though Lin Yuan's face was masked, everyone instantly recognized him because nobody else would wear that mask. Some people doubted the fairness of these rules, but considering Admirable Fish was indeed the Prince of Lanling, there was no problem with the rule. Besides, Fei Yang's absence was already an exceptional situation. It goes without saying that Admirable Fish's presence in this show was just too unique. He came onto the stage wearing a devilish mask. Wasn't he reminding everyone of his identity as a singer? Lin Yuan did not take off his mask. This was arranged by the program team. Anin, who had just finished singing, was baffled. Her confident smile was instantly put away. She had never expected that. Admirable Fish would personally replace Fei Yang, who was absent. Anin was panicked. Admirable Fish, as the winner of the Masked Singer, still had a considerable deterrent effect on her. She did not know his identity before, and that was one thing. But now, knowing who he is, she felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Losing would not be good, but winning would also bring high pressure because he was not just a singer. He came himself? My bad luck does exist. Zheng Jing was suddenly full of helplessness. Yang Zhongming sitting next to him began to laugh. This was getting interesting. Suddenly, an audience member recalled that prior to knowing Prince of Lanling's real identity, the elf had challenged Prince of Lanling, who commented on her performance without consideration and even said in unison with Overlord, "Prince of Lanling is mine." But they didn't encounter each other in the subsequent matches of The Masked Singer, and thus their wish wasn't fulfilled, But today, they accidentally encountered each other in the competition. Delayed showdown. The audience was completely hooked. Amidst the diverse thoughts of everyone, the musical prelude of Lin Yuan's song had already begun. With a pleasing chant, lyrics like narration suddenly echoed on stage. Long, long ago, a dragon suddenly appeared, causing disaster, taking the princess away and then disappearing. The kingdom is in great danger. Who in the world is the bravest? A brave man rushed forward and loudly shouted. The audience laughed loudly. What kind of song is this? Why does it feel odd? The music seems to be a game background sound. It's very playful, and it carries a style of animation. Admirable Fish is being mischievous again this round. Furthermore, this voice is so special. Is this one of Admirable Fish's 3 voices? Everyone hasn't forgotten. Admirable Fish also has 3 voices. No time to ponder further. Lin Yuan suddenly sings in a male voice. This is the second voice. I will take my best sword, climb the highest mountain, break through the deepest forest, and bring the princess back. The audience cheered. Both Inen and Xian Yu were singing in more than one voice. Does this mean that the third voice of Xian Yu will also appear? 3 types of voices on both sides. Everyone's expectations will not be disappointed, and they will even be exceeded by someone. Because this song is called Dalarambaba, and the version that Lin Yuan chose is by Zhou Shun. When Zhou Shun sang this song on the stage of The Singer, he made more than one vocal line stand out. When the song rang out, he once amazed the entire audience, hot searches, and also the major music charts. Lin Yuan can too. This time it is from the king's perspective. With the tone of a conversation between the king and the brave, Lin Yuan sang in a third voice that was mature and also somehow joyfully fun. AR is not tired and stubborn is not stubborn. The place just erupted. It's here. 3 voices. Haha. I'm going to laugh to death. What kind of broken name is Dalaramba Bilyuang? Father Yang scolded him quickly. Xian Yu's lyrics have started to slack off again. This song is hilarious. Such a cheerful rhythm. Father Yang showy. I fucking smiled so much my stomach hurt. The princess was taken away by the dragon. The king sent a warrior to save her. Xian Yu's story in the song is simply childish. Every person spoke in a different voice. They actually sang in 3 different voices. This stage isn't a one-on-one. It's 6 singers on stage in a competition. This song is so joyful. The audience was elated. However, just when the audience thought that the competition would evolve into a contest between Xian Yu and Nen with 3 vocal lines, a 4th voice appeared shockingly. This time it became the perspective and tone of the dragon. I am Kunta Kataka Dikat Suva Silasong. Come again Kunta Kataka Dikat Suva Silasong. The 4th voice. It's totally different from the 3 previous voices. This voice has a heavy nasal quality to it. It's as if a gigantic speaking dragon is truly speaking. The crowd absolutely flipped with excitement. So scary. 4 voices. Shocking and funny. Is he the only one on the stage? I suspect my headphones are broken. Mama asked why I was listening on my knees. Whoever said sound artists are all monsters in front of Xian Yu. Any kind of monster would step aside. He had one more voice than Inen. When Xian Yu stood on the stage alone, it was as if he was a group. And just as the barrage appeared like a waterfall, Lin Yuan's voice changed, incredibly singing in the voice of a young little girl, the 5th voice that was just as natural, pleasing, and even more shocking. In a distant beautiful village, open all the chests. Along the road, the holy moonlight that guides the path is accompanied by wind and frost. Breaking into a cave, the princess and the terrifying dragon, the hero pulls out the great sword. This time, the audience was stunned. The singers were stunned. The composers were stunned. Everyone was completely bamboozled. Already, it was terrifying that Inen sang in 3 voices. As a result, Lin Yuan managed to belt out 5 voices, from the side stand to the hero to the king to the little girl, and then to the dragon, a man playing 5 roles and seamlessly switching between voices. Is this a human? I fucking have proof. Xian Yu is artificial intelligence. At this moment, everyone was just dumbfounded listening to this song. However, during the song's interlude, Lin Yuan sang a section of high-difficulty ornamental turns with a highly gorgeous pitch and accuracy. Show-off. Indeed, a show-off. But the song itself doesn't make much sense. The lyrics tell a boring fairy tale story. The lyrics were mouth-twistingly incoherent. Sometimes slow, sometimes fast. The vocal lines keep changing. It was a personal show for Xianyu. The stage was splendid beyond comparison. Lin Yuan couldn't keep himself from dancing slightly in line with the music. Although his dance was messy, it had its own charm. Backstage, all the singers were feeling chills, with goosebumps standing up. The composers wore exaggerated expressions, looking collectively constipated. This song, named Dalarambaba, applied all the high-difficulty singing techniques, such as high notes, breath changes, decorative sounds, vocal lines, etc. In Xianyu's performance, the combination of 5 vocal lines and extremely difficult singing shocked people and made their spirits leave their bodies. The scene was exploding. Chapter 590, 557 Hua Li's stunning skills _1. The song is coming to an end. King heard that Dalabangba Spandebadibdo Brewing defeated Kuntikatactikat Suvasirasan, and so he married Princess Mia Morrison Adini Shirley Hong to Dalabangba Spandebadibdo Brewing. Lin Yuan was rattling it off. Princess Mia of Dalabangba and her child, who was growing day by day, lived happily ever after in a fairy tale. To avoid future trouble, the child was named Wang Haoran. His full name is quite a mouthful. Why don't you give it a try? He didn't even pause to breathe. Because Dalabangba is originally a song performed by a virtual singers in the 2D world, there's basically no pause for breath built into the composition. If not handled well, this song is pretty difficult to sing. Finally, on the last few words, it ended on a high note. At the same time, Lin Yuan slowly removed his mask, revealing his irresistibly handsome face with no bad angles. The atmosphere on the scene reached its peak. Countless people started screaming Xianyu's name. Sorry, Anin, I prefer Xianyu. Oh gosh, these lyrics are making me feel claustrophobic. If the grandmas used Dalabangba as their square dance, I wonder what it would look like. One person played the part of 5, and one person was equivalent to a quintet. What would typically be difficult to achieve in a recording studio with mixing? And you're telling me that this was a live song. Just now my mom was cooking, and so she wasn't watching the TV, but then she suddenly asked me why so many people were singing together, yet the audience was only shouting Xianyu's name. Impressed. Once again, Xianyu has shown why he's the champion of the masked singer. At that moment, the camera zoomed in on Anin's face. Anin was dumbfounded, a hand over her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. She had said earlier that she was sure to win today. As a result, she didn't expect her opponent to be Xianyu, the champion of the masked singer. But even knowing her opponent, Anin thought her chances of winning were high because her song used 3 different voices, and Xianyu could also only use the most 3 voices, and that was already well known. Turns out, Xianyu actually delivered 5 different voices. She had met her ancestor of voice manipulation. Seeing Anin's reaction, the barrage became even more hilarious. Anin, are you also a voice actor? Crippling strike. Anin, I take on 3 roles at once. Xianyu, a gang beating, huh? Okay, I can take on 5. Not severely damaging, but extremely insulting. Xianyu is like a human mixer. He doesn't even need to breathe when he sings. People say Fei Yang is a singing machine, but Xianyu is like the luxury version of a singing machine. Luckily, Anin didn't run into Xianyu on the masked singer. Showing off your minor skills before an expert. No, it should be showing off your vocal skills before the fish. Awesome Tianlong. 3 voices against 5 voices. From performing difficulty to the number of voice lines, Anin lost miserably. Zheng Jing was losing her mind. There's no need for this contest any longer. Yang Zhongming beside her said, Huali. Zheng Jing looked at Yang Zhongming. Yang Zhongming said, exquisite. Zheng Jing solemnly said, including the lyrics? Yang Zhongming paused. What song? What lyrics? Only appropriate. Zheng Jing. The camera captured this scene. The audience was even more amused. Father Yang, where's your criticism about flamboyance? God, so exquisite. Father Yang didn't even critique the lyrics this time. Yang Zhongming, notoriously famous for double standards. Father Yang, could you favor someone a little more? Yang Zhongming, too, liked giving his critiques. In this contest, there were often some bizarre songs. Each time Yang Zhongming would ridicule, too flamboyant. This includes Yin Dong's Song of the Rabbit. But this performance by Xian Yu is so flamboyantly gorgeous to the very extreme. Yet, Yang Zhongming defends it with an aesthetic name. Luxurious? Flamboyantly luxurious. But one must admit, there was definitely no suspense in this performance. Zhou Xin carried out this song in The Singer, and it was also an undisputed win of that episode's championship. Even though this song showcases some skills. But when the skillful show is presented in such a joyful manner, then the audience is definitely convinced. This song, Dala Bang Ba, is just so lively. From the lyrics to the 5 different singing styles, combined with Prince of Lanling taking off his mask after singing, the whole stage effect was maxed out. In the bullet screen, a bunch of people were even chasing to ask, who is Wang Haoran? There were also viewers trying to repeat the lyrics, like Dala Bang Ba Banda Bedabu Dobaruing, and so on, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't get it right. It's too hard to remember, and it's convoluted. There are many similar secondary dimension songs on Earth, but they are only liked by anime and manga fans, and few songs have truly broken out of the circle. Just so happens, Dala Bang Ba is one of the few, and the success of this song owes much to Zhou Xin's rendition on The Singer. The same is true on Blue Star. After the competition, because of Xian Yu's performance, the song instantly became a hit. All over the hot searches, countless people's friends' circle were flooded by this song. Meanwhile, all major media outlets started reporting, Xian Yu is back with another magical earworm song, Dala Bang Ba, lighting up the whole audience. Personally performed by Xian Yu, this is the strength of a championship of the masked singer. Xian Yu's new song shows ultimate skills, high-pitched and ornamental voice without any break in breath. He's got everything you want. Fei Yang couldn't make it due to some reasons. Xian Yu stepped in to replace. After singing one song, everyone went crazy. Qin Chiqian Square Dance Association, considering incorporating Xian Yu's new song into square dance, but due to its high intensity, the antis can't handle it. From most dazzling ethnic style to good luck is coming. To this scene's Dala Bang Ba, Xian Yu thoroughly lets himself go. Xian Yu proves with his strength. To what extent can a talent be capricious? Xian Yu's new song sets off a collective shake in the secondary dimension circle. Secondary dimension circle. Fish Papa must be an 18-level member of Bilibili. This world also has a secondary dimension, and the gathering place for the secondary dimension is called Bilibili. The enthusiasts of the secondary dimension are mostly students. Most of these students are fans of Xian Yu. However, Xian Yu himself doesn't have much connection with the secondary dimension, although his songs appear frequently on Bilibili. Until he sang Dala Bang Ba. This song has heavy secondary dimension attributes. Even the most popular songs in the secondary dimension seem dull in comparison to the impact brought by Dala Bang Ba. Firstly, because of Xian Yu's terrifying influence. Secondly, due to Xian Yu's inhuman 5 different voice modulations. This is an effect that machines can achieve, but Xian Yu can do it with his human voice. As a matter of fact, not only Xian Yu can do it. After the program ended, many folk singers and even some professional singers tried to mimic his performance. The result? A small fraction of highly talented singers can achieve this. But when everyone heard these performances, they could only shake their heads in helplessness. It's different. It doesn't have that flavor. While everyone can imitate multiple voices, but Xian Yu does it more naturally, with more ease, and seems to be more at ease doing it. Therefore, Xian Yu's reputation on Bilibili skyrocketed. Countless Bilibili anchors have since posted videos related to Xian Yu. As long as the video includes the name Xian Yu and is of median or above quality, it can attract countless views. It's a hit. This song Dala Bang Ba is absolutely on fire. Chapter 591, 558. You've really let yourself go. Whenever our song features Xian Yu, the family would tune in to watch. After watching these recent performances, Lin Yuan was left dumbfounded like many netizens. How did her brother's songs become more and more cheerful? First, there was Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, dubbed as the Plaza Dance Anthem. Then, Good Luck Come, was called by everyone the market song. Now, Dala Bang Ba has become what netizens recognize as the second dimension divine song. All 3 songs. None of them follows the conventional path. All 3 songs. All are ominously catchy. You're not thinking of writing a song like these when you collaborate with Fei Yang, are you? His sister curiously looked at Lin Yuan. His brother's style has taken a serious detour recently. Lin Yuan shook his head. His recent songs were indeed merry, but that's because the masked singer had become a bit too heavy. So for our song, Lin Yuan didn't want it to be that heavy again. But everything has a degree. Lin Yuan doesn't plan to make it quirky in the next round, though he doesn't think there's anything wrong with these songs. He quite likes them. Indeed, many people on the internet have concluded that after encountering Wei Haoyun, Xianyu has completely let himself go, but no one has said that there is any problem with Xianyu's music. They're just kidding that he is increasingly mischievous. This is also related to The Masked Singer. That show has made Lin Yuan realize some truths and become aware of some problems. So he has changed some. He's become more flexible and more entertaining. Even though to the outside world, Xianyu still speaks very little and always has that calm and composed expression. But through his music, the changes in Xianyu can be felt by many people. The next day, the competition broadcast continues. But this round of competition has nothing to do with Lin Yuan. Including the drawing round, Lin Yuan did not appear. He and Fei Yang had already been paired. Fei Yang returned 3 days later. Knowing that Fei Yang was coming back, Lin Yuan went to the production team to prepare for the next music assignments with Fei Yang. Time was a bit tight. However, upon meeting Fei Yang, Lin Yuan could clearly sense something off about Fei Yang's state. Fei Yang is a very vibrant male singer. He is one of the younger group in the King of Singing. The man is brawny, tall and strong, seems very powerful. His spirit has always been full. He always speaks with full breath whether he is talking or singing. After all, he is the overlord in The Masked Singer. But now, Fei Yang's face looked a bit waxy yellow, and his eyes were bloodshot, giving a feeling of heaviness, as if he had recently suffered a major blow. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Fei Yang forced his spirit up and proactively explained, "I'm sorry, Teacher Admirable Fish, I missed the last round of competition because something happened at home." Fei Yang and Lin Yuan have already met in The Masked Singer, but this kind of face-to-face interaction was their first time. Lin Yuan nodded. No problem. He could see that Fei Yang's condition was not good. Fei Yang seemed worried that Lin Yuan might misunderstand. He paused briefly and added an explanation. "My father fell ill and was hospitalized for emergency care, so I rushed over to take care of him for a week." At this point, Fei Yang managed a smile. Fortunately, the emergency care was successful. His condition has stabilized. It's just that I have been under great mental stress lately, so I look a bit off. I will do my best to adjust before the competition. Lin Yuan understandingly nodded. If his own family had problems with their health, he would also put down the competition. This is just human nature. Follow me. Lin Yuan went to his pink room. Fei Yang glanced at his manager. The manager patted Fei Yang's shoulder. "Teacher Admirable Fish should not be upset, but you definitely have to adjust your state. Don't delay Teacher Admirable Fish's competition." Fei Yang nodded silently, then followed Lin Yuan's steps. Entering Admirable Fish's dedicated room, Lin Yuan was flipping through his songbook in the cabinet. He'd prepared more songs for The Masked Singer, and they hadn't been used yet. Also, he'd prepared quite a few songs for our song. The number of these songs was enough for Lin Yuan to handle all the partnered singers on this stage, and he was currently looking for one of them. He felt that this song should suit the current Fei Yang very well. Fei Yang sat on the couch, somewhat awkward. Reality can be quite surreal. He never expected that one day he would be in the same room with Xianyu, who was the reason he became the perennial runner-up. Just like he never thought that his normally healthy father would suddenly have to be hospitalized due to high blood pressure. Where is it? Lin Yuan continued to dig through his little song library. Fei Yang curiously asked, "Is it a song prepared for me?" While still flipping, Lin Yuan replied, "There happens to be a song that suits you quite well. Strictly speaking, nearly half of the songs here you can sing, because you have a wide range of singing." Fei Yang laughed, suddenly feeling very happy. Actually, he had heard similar compliments countless times before, and his ears were almost numb. But the same compliment coming from Xianyu's mouth gave him a sense of indescribable achievement, as if it was some sort of terrific recognition. Immediately afterwards, Fei Yong quickly collected his thoughts and scolded himself in his mind. Shameless. Admirable Fish only casually complimented him once, and he became so happy. Wait a second. Xian Yu wouldn't prepare a song similar to most dazzling ethnic style for him, would he? In this show, Xian Yu has played those kinds of songs quite a few times, including the most recent Dadalabengba, performed by Xian Yu himself. Fei Yong saw that too. Right now, Fei Yong suddenly felt a bit nervous. He could certainly sing this type of song, but Fei Yong always felt that these songs were not compatible with him. Too discordant. Of course, Lin Yuan had no idea what Fei Yong was thinking. After flipping for half the day, he finally found what he was looking for. It's this one. He took out the sheet music and handed it over to Fei Yong. If you don't want to sing this one, I can find another one. This song was a bit special, not what Lin Yuan originally prepared for Fei Yong. Because of Fei Yang's words, he thought about this song. But Lin Yuan wasn't sure what Fei Yong was thinking. He also respects the singer's thoughts. Oh, okay. Fei Yong nervously took the song handed over by Lin Yuan. Before he even looked at it carefully, just seeing the title of the song in front of his eyes made Fei Yong stunned. Several seconds later, he finally moved his gaze down to the lyrics below. The lyrics were very simple. Simple to the point of being straightforward. Yet, these simple, straightforward lyrics stirred up immense ripples in Fei Yang's heart. So much so that he suddenly tightened his grip on the sheet music. It's this one. Before even checking the melody, he blurted out without a moment's hesitation, his voice tremoring slightly. The bloodshot eyes seemed to be even worse. The song is called Father. Chapter 592, 559. Thank you for being with me _1. Following Fei Yang's return, the production team of Our Song announced the news that very night, emphasizing that the Fei Yong and Admirable Fish duo will perform in the next episode. The internet community instantly erupted with excitement. King Fei is back. I'm so looking forward to the performance of Admirable Fish and King Fei. I thought King Fei was going to withdraw from the competition altogether to avoid performing with Admirable Fish. King Fei would never do such a thing. Hasn't anyone seen the news? Fei Yang's absence last time had nothing to do with Admirable Fish. It was mainly because his father suddenly got sick with high blood pressure and was hospitalized. The reporters even captured Fei Yong caring for his father in the hospital. So that's why. Will King Fei's condition be affected? Hard to say, but it's understandable. Right after hearing of his father's ill health, King Fei immediately took a leave from the show's production team. He spent a long time caregiving by the bedside. The stress must have been enormous. Although the production team and Fei Yong himself did not explain the reason for his absence in the previous episode, his movements were still discovered and reported by journalists. This dispelled the rumor for many that Fei Yang's absence was due to his reluctance to cooperate with Admirable Fish. It should be noted, when it was first announced that Fei Yong would be missing an episode, many people speculated that Fei Yong was trying to avoid Admirable Fish, leading to some controversy. At this point in Fei Yang's return, isn't his rehearsal time a bit short? From what we can tell, his preparation and rehearsal time is certainly not as sufficient as the other singers. I wonder what kind of song teacher Admirable Fish will prepare for Fei Yong. Could it be another brainwashing kind of song? Fish Papa seems to be going all out. I can't possibly imagine King Fei singing a song like most dazzling ethnic style. Admirable Fish's recent songs in the competition have all been very catchy, completely different from his previous style of composition. As a result, many viewers were wondering if Admirable Fish was going to continue his hypnotic style and potentially skew Fei Yang's performance. In the subsequent days, various discussions about this matter were circulating online. During this time, Fei Yong also made every effort to rehearse. Finally, the time came to enter October. The composers and singers welcomed the newest edition of the competition. It was still broadcast live. Just as the program began, countless viewers tossed out their comments, looking forward to the performance of Admirable Fish and Fei Yong. How is King Fei's condition? Fei Yong is at a bit of a disadvantage as he didn't have as much preparation time as the other singers. That's not the point. The point is that Fei Yong has to sing a catchy song. Given Fei Yang's current state, it's not appropriate, right? Even if Fei Yong came second in this round, it would be understandable. Fish Papa. In the end, I still lost to the will of the second place. Fei Yang's father had just escaped a dangerous situation. Most of the audience had heard about it. Under such circumstances, if Admirable Fish were to have Fei Yang perform an upbeat and catchy song, it would feel somewhat inappropriate. Meanwhile, on stage, and Hong wore a smile. As everyone knows, due to the absence of teacher Fei Yang in the last episode, teacher Admirable Fish took the stage to perform a song himself. Teacher Fei Yang has returned for this episode, so our first performance today will be the collaboration that could not take place during the last episode. Please welcome our teacher Admirable Fish and singer Fei Yang with warm applause. Below the stage, applause erupted. Lin Yuan sat in the composer's seat. Fei Yang appeared on stage. Yet when they saw Fei Yang, the audience noticed that his energy didn't seem quite right. Fei Yang looks a little out of it. He must be worried about his father. Being a singer is a job. It's always very busy, constantly running around for promotions and such. This leaves no time to stay with parents. I'll support him even if he doesn't perform well for this round. It would feel somewhat enforced if Admirable Fish made Fei Yang sing a catchy song this round. Indeed, a singer's state of mind really affects their performance. Although everyone didn't mind Admirable Fish's catchy songs, this round, they all felt Fei Yang was not suited to sing that kind of song. That being said, even if Fei Yang was in a good condition, him performing a catchy song would still have a bit of a deviation. Just then, Fei Yang nodded at the band. The band began to play. The soothing sound of the piano gently flowed forth. At the same time, details of the song appeared on the big screen. Song title, Father. Lyrics, Admirable Fish. Music, Admirable Fish. Singer, Fei Yang. The audience was stunned. This song was indeed about father. Based on the prelude, this song didn't seem to follow the catchy style of Admirable Fish's previous 3 episodes. At this moment, everyone felt a surge of emotions. This was Admirable Fish. Everything that we could think of. Of course, Admirable Fish thought of it too. The issues people were worrying about did not occur. Judging from the song title, Admirable Fish's creation this time was obviously prepared for Fei Yang. When seriousness is called for, Admirable Fish would never make jokes about others' pain. Many people believe that this song was composed by Admirable Fish specifically for Fei Yang. At the center of the stage, Fei Yang gently picked up the microphone, singing, "I've always taken from you, yet never said thank you. It wasn't until I grew up that I came to understand your hardships." Many from the audience were whispering, discussing whether this song was written by Admirable Fish in light of Fei Yang's experiences. Chapter 593, 559 Thank you for being with me _2. But when Fei Yang's voice aired, the venue fell silent in an instant. In front of countless screens, the audience was shaken, abruptly falling silent. For a moment, even the comments were much fewer. This performance had no explosive high notes or fancy techniques. Simple lyrics, yet they instantly invoked countless memories of fathers. Every time we part, you always pretend to be relaxed, smiling and saying, "Go home," then turning around with tears in your eyes. Lyrics describing the most common incidents in life. But in Fei Yang's heart was a flood of deep sorrow. The year he left home with a guitar on his back. The father secretly put 2,300 yuan into his bag. Bills crumpled terribly. He could almost imagine the hardship his father faced when he withdrew this amount of money. He's the king of singing, standing at the pinnacle of glory. But he is also a child from the countryside. Without a wealthy family, without a comfortable life. Those 2,300 yuan came from a farmer's hand, earned through hard labor on the fields. He once thought proudly, his current success was all due to his hard work and perseverance. His life, filled with inspiration, epitomized the rise from rags to riches. His pictures, featured on the cover of numerous magazines, surrounded by throngs of people. But it was not until he took care of his father in the hospital recently that he realized how much pressure his father bore to let him pursue his dreams. It turns out that in those agonizing years, a man had been carrying heavy burdens for him all along. Was he really successful because he was good enough? No. The flowers and applause should not belong to him. Without his father's support, he, Fei Yang, is nothing. So, Fei Yang blamed himself. Why did it take so long to realize? Perhaps because the man who propped up his sky had always been so silent. I wish I could, just like before, hold your warm hand. But you're not by my side. Entrust the gentle wind to send my blessings. The venue was getting quiet. Backstage, the singers wore heavy expressions. Some of them were biting their lips slightly. Composers were also silent. All of them felt the song in their hearts. The refrain hadn't started, but the warmth of kinship, accompanied by a faint sourness, was already lingering in everyone's hearts. All of a sudden, Fei Yang let out his voice. The tone of the song rose, and the faint emotion had its first explosion. Time, could you slow down? Please don't let him grow older. I am willing to trade all I have for his perennial youth. Father who has always been strong in life. What can I do for you? Please accept my insignificant attention. Music swirled around. The band played with abandon. In front of Fei Yang, it seemed like the image of his father in the hospital bed flashed by again. That day, he peeled an apple for his father. Only when his father struggled to take a bite did he realize his father's teeth were showing signs of aging. The apple was too hard. He couldn't eat it. So he peeled an orange for his father. It was the first time he saw his father eat so joyfully as he popped a segment of an orange into his mouth. His father said, "It's sweeter than the ones we grow at home." At that moment, all Fei Yang felt was acidity in his heart, sourer than an unripe orange. At that moment, he just stared at his father. He noticed the gray hairs at his father's temples. He finally realized. The father, who once stood as tall as him, had gotten old. His eyes finally welled up. Not only Fei Yang. Some of the singers backstage had quietly started wiping away their tears. People passed tissues around. Some pretended to blow their noses forcefully, but they were actually wiping away tears. Even the usually cold and serious composers were moved at this moment. In one room, Yin Dong tilted his head slightly, seemingly reminiscing about something. His face remained expressionless, but there was a trace of murkiness in his eyes. Next door, Yi Zhiqiu let out a deep sigh, didn't say anything, just took out his phone and looked at a photo he hadn't had the courage to open for a long time. His father had been gone for many years, before he had achieved success. But why was he so cowardly that he didn't even have the courage to write a song for his father? What use was this title of maestro? In the next room, Yang Zhongming was like a frozen statue. Only his eyes seemed to lose focus. Perhaps women are more sentimental. Zheng Jing, who was in the same room as Yang Zhongming, was covering her face with her hands, but tears seeped out from the gaps between her fingers. Engulfed in emotion, she couldn't control herself. Most of the composers are no longer young. Their fathers were either no longer in this world or were in their twilight years. Time is always fair to humanity, but it is also always cruel. This song allowed everyone to confront their regrets. Meanwhile, underneath the stage, more and more people began to choke up. In front of the monitors, the barrage of comments reappeared, almost explosively. "I miss my dad. I am actually crying. I feel so suffocated. I would rather have Xian you keep acting strangely than be reduced to tears. My dad has cancer, and I've recently quit my job to stay with him in the hospital every day, but I haven't cried until now. Xian you really went too far. He made us laugh for 3 segments, but only took one to bring everyone to tears. I must return home for the new year this year, regardless of what my boss says. Dad, I love you. I will definitely say this to your face." Who else would dare say Fei Yang's singing lacks emotion? I've been a long-time fan of Fei Yang. I think this performance is probably the best he has ever had, not in terms of technique or voice. He has put his heart into this song. Everyone could no longer hold back their tears. And on stage, Fei Yang could no longer hold back either. It's not so much that he was singing the song as he was expressing his deepest feelings. "Thank you for everything you've done. Our home was created by your 2 hands. You always did all you could to give me the very best. Am I your pride? Are you still worrying about me? The kid you cared so much about has grown up." An outpouring of intense emotions. Fei Yang nearly cried out in pain. His voice trembled as he sang, his thick, choked-up voice ringing with a runny nose, and tears streamed down his face. As a king of singing, he was unable to control his voice and emotions professionally, which was really unprofessional, just like his unprofessionalism as a son. But please believe, this is my most sincere emotion. Father, did you hear it? This song is sung for you. Didn't you always say, your son sings the best songs, didn't you? In the face of this emotional onslaught, the audience was as fragile as paper. The stirring melody pierced their hearts, evoking memories and sorrow buried deep within many others. The unstoppable pain, helplessness, and bitter sweetness freely flowed in their hearts with the music. During the performance, the tears of countless individuals had long turned into a raging sea. Everyone could hear it. Fei Yang's trembling voice was tinged with guilt, a guilt every child felt towards their father. The Lin family, Lin Xian and Lin Yao, looked towards their mother. She chuckled, "This song is nice." But while saying so, she felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes began to tear up. Lin Yuan never experienced paternal love growing up. That's because his father passed away when he was very young. So Lin Yuan's mother had to play the roles of both mother and father. This song, although about a father, is in truth a song for every family member. In a certain hospital, in front of the screen, Fei Yang is singing. An elderly man, who bears a striking resemblance to Fei Yang, wipes away his tears. The old companion next to him hands him a slice of oranges. The old man tastes a few bites and shakes his head. "It's not as sweet as the ones little Yang bought last time." The companion responds, "This was also bought by your darling son." The old man looks surprised, tries a few more bites, and queries, "Different kind?" His companion retorts, a tad exasperated, "Different person peeling it." The song envelopes the stage, and Hong suddenly takes off his headset. A staff member looks at him, and Hong murmurs, "I need to make a phone call." The staff member silently nods in approval. Soon, he connects the call. The voice on the other end sounds surprised. "Aren't you in the middle of a show? You're watching it too?" "Of course it's my son's show. As his father, how could I not?" "Dad, if you have something to say it quickly. I'm watching the show." He feigns impatience. "Nothing much, just wanted to call." "I heard you, just hang up already. Don't you have to go on stage to host soon? Be careful, or the director will dock your pay." "Okay." And Hong replies with a smile. At this moment, the phone on the other end and the stage are filled with the last line of the song in near-perfect synchronization. "Thank you for being there every step of the way." Chapter 594, 560, Father_1. Fei Yang's performance ended. Many people seemed unable to recover from the song. No one spoke. Fei Yang's tears, unnoticed, had stealthily dried. Suddenly, someone clapped. A few seconds later, thunderous applause erupted on the scene. Lin Yuan was also clapping. But after only a few claps, Lin Yuan suddenly felt his face was moist. He subconsciously touched it. It was wet and cold. Only then did Lin Yuan realize that he, at some point, had also begun to cry. He himself did not know why he was crying. Was he moved by Fei Yang? The camera happened to capture this moment. There were also audience members who noticed this scene. "Don't cry. Keep going. Xianyu, keep going. We will always love you. Fish Papa is the best." More and more people were cheering. The applause seemed to be even louder. Lin Yuan waved to the audience, then took a tissue from an Hong to wipe his tears. He didn't think any more about why he was crying. Although he didn't know that the word heartache was filling up the entire screen in the comments section. Perhaps this scene would provoke countless speculations. Fei Yang. "I also cried." Not until an Hong went on stage, and his first words caused the applause and discussion to quieten down a bit. "While you comfort teacher admirable fish, in fact, we all need comfort. Personally, maybe I won't listen to this song again without hesitation." Yes, Xianyu needs comfort. Fei Yang also needs comfort. And why wouldn't the audience need comfort? We all share the same sadness. Even though for some their fathers are still alive, for others, their fathers are long gone. But who doesn't harbor the same emotions towards their father? We are all characters in this story. And Hong turned to Fei Yang. "Does teacher Fei Yang have anything to say?" Fei Yang had already composed himself. He picked up the microphone and said sincerely, "Only for this song, I would be content with second place." The audience laughed. For Fei Yang right now, this song must have a very special meaning, especially after his father's emergency rescue. That feeling of having something lost and then recovered will make people realize the value of certain things even more. Fei Yang continued, "Thank you to my father for his support all these years. I always say that my fans have made me who I am, but actually, these are glitches. I feel that I created myself with my own perseverance, effort, and talent. I know this might upset many people, but I am sorry. This has always been my genuine belief. Oh, if Fei Yong had said this in another occasion, it would have been inappropriate. But in this situation and this moment, and Hong laughed. Your understanding is correct. Fans support you because you have various merits. While we thank the fans, we must also remember to thank ourselves. But my thinking has changed. Fei Yong took a deep breath and said, actually, my hard work and persistence are not as important as my father's support. Without his encouragement, I wouldn't be where I am today. The money I earned from my early music endeavors was largely given to me by my father. Without him, I wouldn't even have money for my first performance outfit. So before I thank myself, I want to thank my father first. The applause sounded again. In the midst of the applause, Fei Yong turned to Lin Yuan. Also, I want to thank teacher Admirable Fish, who has taught me a great deal. During the finals of The Masked Singer, he made me understand that music needs emotion to touch people's hearts. It was then that I realized I was headed in the wrong direction. Lin Yuan nodded. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. You actually admitted it. Truly. Worthy of the Prince of Lonling. Fei Yong continued. When teacher Admirable Fish gave me this song, I learned something new. I realized that music needs emotion to touch people. But this emotion must come from the heart. Fei Yang's final song in The Masked Singer was sung for himself. But today, Fei Yong sings for his father. The emotions this time are more sincere than ever before. For the first time, he sang until he cried. And for the first time, he sang until he lost control. His voice lowered. I would like to share a childhood story with you all. Once during a house move, I came across my father's diary unintentionally. As a child, that diary was like a treasure, as if it had a magic power that drew me to open it. The audience nodded. That diary must have recorded a father's love for his child. But Fei Yong shook his head. The diary didn't write about how much my father loved me. His diary only recorded his work schedules. The audience laughed. And then, everyone fell into silence again. This is also a form of love, a heavier kind of love. Fei Yong smiled. I know singing this song will make the atmosphere heavy, but teacher Admirable Fish has made everyone happy for 3 seasons. It's time you all paid a little price. The audience laughed again. This show made everyone both cry and laugh. And Hong spoke up. How about I share another story with everyone? It's a plot from a novel I read once. A son takes his Alzheimer's afflicted father out for dumplings. The father picks up the dumplings and stuffs them into his pocket. The son, feeling embarrassed, asks urgently, Dad, what are you doing? The father whispers, My son. He likes to eat. He forgot everything else, but still remembered you. The audience was stunned into silence. Tears began to flow again. Some people even started cursing in the bullet comments. Damn it, and Hong. You've tricked me into crying again. Of course, the competition must go on. Although, for the other singers, the competition was pretty much over at this point. This song was just too explosive. Not in terms of how amazing the song itself was, but because of the emotional atmosphere it created. Especially knowing what Fei Yong has been through before singing this song. Now, no one can follow up after this song. The next performer can't. The performer after him can't. All the performers today will struggle. Anything else you'd like to say? Finally, and Hong asked Fei Yong. After a moment of silence, Fei Yong said, If you have time, hold his hand more often. If you have time, peel an orange for him. If you have time, just accompany him and have a chat. Even a video call or a phone call is good. Just squeeze out some time from playing with your phone or gaming. With that said, Fei Yong bowed and exited the stage. There were some things Fei Yong didn't say, because they are too cruel. What if he has time now and you don't? Because of work, games, various reasons. When you finally have time, he's no longer around. This is what Fei Yong has experienced in real life, so he feels it more than anyone else. Never forget, he doesn't have as much time as you. Chapter 595, 561, Shadow Old Rascal _1. Xian Yu and Fei Yong finally collaborate. Their song, Father, moves countless to tears. Xian Yu and Fei Yang's performance of Our Song touches the entire audience. Fei Yong performing Xian Yu's new song, Father, wins the most recent round. Shu Yu Luo E ranks second. Thanks to Xian Yu's new song, Fei Yong finally clinches first place. Has Fei Yang's curse of being the perennial runner-up been broken? The problem solver is the one who got into trouble. Xian Yu congratulates Fei Yang on ranking first in our song, breaking a record of more than 100 million audience support for the first time. Xian Yu, who made the audience laugh for 3 rounds, finally made everyone cry. And Hong, Father is a song that one dares not listen to lightly for the second time. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The game results were immediately reported by all major media on the same day. As reported by the media, Father, sung by Fei Yang, won first place in this round. The audience's voting support rate created a new record, a full 100 million votes. In addition, the White Swan Shu Yu and Samurai Laoi ranked second together. This result has led to countless discussions and ridicules on the internet. The problem solver is the one who got into trouble. Fei Yang finally let go of his runner-up complex with Xian Yu's help, only to be struck back by the runner-up complex, with 2 singers claiming second place this round. This song is a bit of a smoke breaker. As soon as the first few lines of the lyrics came out, I knew King Fei had it in the bag. The summary of netizens and media is too damn accurate. Xian Yu brought joy for 3 rounds. Everyone listening to the catchy and hilarious song was almost laughing crooked, but Father really caught everyone off guard. All the audience collectively shed tears. Xian Yu, had enough of laughter? Now it's time for tears. Fei Yang, everyone, damn it, cry for me. Chun Jiyu's way to break free from perennial second place is to join the opposition when you can't beat them. Fei Yang has learned from this experience, and he did even better than Chun Jiyu. He not only joined Xian Yu, he even recognized the thief as his father. Damn, acknowledging the thief as father. I was crying, and you suddenly made me laugh. Fei Yang, father? Xian Yu. One must admit, Fei Yang really did sing this song well. As soon as this song came out, first place for the season was essentially secured. It's a pity that Fish Papa won't be showing up in the next few episodes. As everyone discusses this, just as this episode of Our Song was ending, the production team announced the new competition format. The next few rounds will be a singer's knockout battle. In this stage of the competition, composers don't need to participate. All singers will compete amongst themselves. But the song selection has been fixed. The singers can only choose the works of these composers in the program. This rule not only reduces the number of singers, but also gives the composers a break. After all, the creation process of composers takes time. Compared to the singers, composers are actually more fatigued. Although Lin Yuan doesn't need to worry about this aspect, he has enough songs, it's still nice to have a break. He will take this opportunity to write Journey to the West. He will definitely publish this novel by the end of the year. Lin Yuan is already mentally prepared for this. Also, fans of Shadow's manga Death Note should also be prepared for the end. Because, in the most recent plotline, one of the 2 main characters of Death Note, Lin, bought the farm. Everyone knows Death Note has 2 main characters. One is Yagami Light, the other is L. L was changed to Lin by Lin Yuan. In this mental battle-themed manga, Yagami Light and Lin compete in wisdom and bravery. Both are super smart, so their popularity is explosive. Both have countless fans. However, Shadow killed off Lin. This has opened a can of worms. When readers saw Lin dead, the comment section for Death Note erupts. Lin is dead, really? I do not accept this plot. Shadow is too partial to Yagami Light. Lin represents justice. Damn, Shadow really is an old rascal. Shadow, you actually killed my beloved Lin. Birds of a feather flock together. None of the 3 brothers are good people. I used to think Shadow was harmless. Now it seems, the 3 bros are all full of tricks. Why did you have to kill off Lin? Without Lin, Death Note loses its soul. When I call Shadow an old rascal, no objections, right? Agreed. No objections. Shadow is an old rascal. The readers, upset at Shadow for killing off Lin, turn their anger onto the 3 brothers. Netizens have seen it all. All 3 of these bros have a nasty habit of tormenting fans. Take Chu Kuang, for instance. He's infamous for his countless misdeeds. From the death of Biao to Poirot's suicide, he is rightly called an old rascal. At the time, everyone thought Chu Kuang was the worst of the 3 brothers. At least Xian Yu and Shadow were better. But then Xian Yu went and made Hachiko, directly driving the audience into existential crisis. Because of this movie, Lin Yuan also became the old rascal in many people's mouths. At this point, lots of people thought, among the three brothers, Shadow was the only decent one. This was the only consolation they had. Then Shadow orchestrated Lin's death. In that moment, everyone lost hope in the three brothers. These three, all villains. Not a single good one among them. Shadow, too, is an old rascal. He just hides it deeper and only now shows his pointed fangs. However, perhaps it is because Chu Kuang and Lin Yuan set the bar so low that Shadow killing Lin did not cause a larger uproar. There's also another reason. That's because Shadow posted on social media, explaining to the readers. The subsequent plot won't disappoint you all. Even though that was not much of an explanation, it did offer some psychological comfort to some people. Many even expected the story to have some twists. In Death Note, with its theme of wits and strategy, plot twists were aplenty. However, when the readers, clinging on to their remaining hopes, finally got to the climax of Death Note, everyone's psyche shattered. Because, at the climax of the comic, the male protagonist Yagami Light also dies. This is the plot that won't disappoint us. Killed off Yagami Light. I'm freaking done with this. Shadow is truly a crafty plotter. Shadow, Lin was killed by Yagami Light, and you guys are not happy, so I'll kill Yagami Light to avenge Lin. My God, what kind of thinking produced such a genius ending? Shadow, the old rascal, should just drop dead. No wonder this comic is called Death Note. All the main characters are dead, died on the spot after seeing the ending. From anger, resignation to eventual acceptance, this was the final conclusion Death Note left to its fans. Luo Wei looked at Lin Yuan somewhat dumbfounded. This is your solution? Lin Yuan nodded. Lin died and the readers were dissatisfied. Those dissatisfied readers must be Lin fans. The person they hated was Yagami Light, because he was the one who killed Lin. So let Yagami Light also die. Lin fans will certainly be satisfied then. Yagami Light fans unhappy? That couldn't be. An eye for an eye. Yagami Light killed a lot people and even caused Lin's death. Letting him survive to the end would give off a wrong message. So, they all had to die, balancing the scales on both sides. What a perfect ending. Chapter 596, 562. Sword points to the Supreme God _1. Lin Yuan really believed there was no fault in his logic. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother explaining it to the readers. When he previously killed off Biao or Poirot, Lin Yuan felt that explanations were pointless. But this time, Lin Yuan was very confident. Lin died, and you weren't satisfied. Yagami Light is dead too. Aren't you satisfied now? So Lin Yuan didn't understand why the readers were still making a fuss. This was clearly a happy ending. In any case, once he discovered he couldn't handle the situation, Lin Yuan simply stopped paying attention. People might not believe this. For situations like this, Lin Yuan had a wealth of experience in dealing with them. If he just ignores it, the readers will eventually come to terms with it on their own, and even analyze the ending in detail. Sure enough, after the readers made some noise for a while, they finally quieted down. Online, a reader analyzed. Lin's death is actually inevitable because Yagami Light has the Death Note as a trump card, while Lin only has a high IQ. When watching this comic, everyone should have felt that, if Yagami Light wanted to hide himself, Lin might never be able to find out Yagami Light's identity. However, Shadow portrayed Yagami Light as a character with an IQ not lower than Lin's. Therefore, if Lin didn't die, it wouldn't make sense logically. Two characters, both with full IQs. One of them even has a trump card. If the one with the trump card can't win, then their equal IQ with the opponent is really a waste. As for Yagami Light, Yagami Light's death is also inevitable. Otherwise, this comic would be too dark. Shadow killed off Yagami Light to express a concept. No one can rise above the law and conduct private judgment, even if it is for so-called justice. Private judgment comes with a cost, so Poirot committed suicide. Shadow's values are in line with Chu Kuang, so Yagami Light eventually died. It's hard to accept emotionally, but logically speaking, everyone could only accept this ending. After this analysis, the readers begin to rationalize, just as Lin Yuan had anticipated. Although, as a result, Shadow had an additional title of Old Rascal. Lin Yuan, who had finished his comics, then continued on writing Journey to the West. This novel was almost completed. At the same time, Jean Mu passed on the news to Silver Blue Books. Silver Blue Books, Fantasy Department, Chief Editor's Office. Once OL Xiong received the call from Jean Mu, he suddenly stood up from his seat. His face was filled with excitement. Chu Kuang was finally back. Chu Kuang was finally going to continue writing fantasy novels. God knows how long OL Xiong had been waiting for this day. Ever since Chu Kuang started writing detective stories, he hadn't touched fantasy novels for a very long time. He would rather write fairy tales than continue writing fantasy novels. And today, he finally received the news of Chu Kuang's return to the fantasy genre. How could he not be excited? Subsequently, OL Xiong received the message behind Chu Kuang's return to the fantasy genre. The Supreme God. With this return, Chu Kuang must be coming for the position of the Supreme God. Initially, he wasn't qualified enough. But now, he is more than qualified. As long as the quality of the work is good enough, he is fully qualified to aim for that position. This year's fantasy genre will be lively. OL Xiong laughed, very cheerfully. It's now October. Spring Festival is coming soon. The Literature and Art Association selection of the Supreme God of the fantasy genre will take place at the end of the year. Therefore, many highly qualified GOAT-level fantasy authors often choose to release their new works at the end of the year to aim for the Supreme God selection. There was some movement within the fantasy genre. Many small circles were discussing this year's Supreme God selection. The end of the year is approaching. The competition for the position of GOAT and Supreme God has entered its final countdown. Devilchild has already announced the news of his new book. He has high hopes of becoming the Supreme God this year. At the end of this year, not only Devilchild, but another person also plans to aim for the Supreme God. You mean Night Southwind? Night Southwind attempted it once before, but that book's performance was slightly off. This year he is making a strong comeback, probably will be a strong opponent to Devilchild. There are 4 spots for the Supreme God this year. There are 3 spots that are more or less settled. Those 3 are already almost Supreme Gods. The last spot will definitely come from Devilchild and Night Southwind. Night Southwind is also a highly accomplished fantasy author. His level is on par with Devilchild. In terms of achievements, he even exceeds Devilchild by a fraction. So, many people believe that this year's battle for the Supreme God would be between Night Southwind and Devilchild. Then, someone sighed. When Devilchild initially aimed for the position of a GOAT, he ended up meeting Chu Kuang, which delayed his accomplishment of becoming a GOAT by a year. However, Devilchild's works have been of very high quality since he became a GOAT, and now he's even preparing to aim for the Supreme God. Conversely, Chu Kuang never wrote another fantasy novel after becoming a GOAT. The talent Devilchild possesses is, indeed, remarkable. Back then, there was also Mr. C, who was competing for the position of a GOAT with Devilchild and Chu Kuang, but he lost miserably in that round. Up until now, he hasn't become a GOAT yet and seems to have some difficulties keeping up with his creative output. It's kind of regrettable. It's a pity that Chu Kuang no longer writes fantasy novels. If Chu Kuang hadn't started writing detective novels back then and had continued writing fantasy novels, he might have already become the Supreme God by now. Even if Chu Kuang continues to write fantasy novels, he can still aim for the Supreme God. Even though the number of his works is a little less, the quality of his works can make up the difference. All 3 of his fantasy novels are groundbreaking. I'm questioning now, will Chu Kuang still write fantasy novels? Having written detective novels and even fairy tales for so long, will he struggle with writing fantasy novels again? Others may struggle, but I think Chu Kuang won't. Discussing this is pointless, as Chu Kuang hasn't written any fantasy novels recently. As everyone was discussing, all of a sudden, someone in the group exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit, speaking of the devil, take a look at the official announcement from Silver Blue Books." An official announcement from Silver Blue Books? Authors and editors within the fantasy genre went to check it out simultaneously. When they saw the announcement contents, they were dumbfounded. Great author Chu Kuang's latest fantasy novel, Journey to the West, will be released soon. Stay tuned. Boom. Many groups exploded. What the hell? Chu Kuang is back. Chu Kuang is going to write fantasy novels again. Is he aiming for the position of Supreme God? Oh my, it's hard to predict who will become the Supreme God this year. Those three who were about to take turns for the position must be getting anxious. The worst off must be Devil Child and Night South Wind. Night South Wind is not the worst off. The worst off is Devil Child. When Devil Child aimed for the GOAT position, he was targeted by Chu Kuang. Now, he plans to aim for the Supreme God, and he encounters Chu Kuang again. Instantly, the industry was in turmoil. Chapter 597, 563. On the difficulty of Chu Kuang becoming the Supreme God, 1. Meanwhile, the reader's community has also become lively. Old rascal Chu Kuang is returning to the fantasy genre. Finally, you're back. Good thing I didn't give up. After finishing writing Ghost Blows Out the Light, the old rascal hasn't written any fantasy novel. I thought he was no longer going to write any more fantasy novels. Good, my youth is back. I'm not interested in the old rascal's detective stories, not because they are poorly written, but simply because I'm not into detective genre. I still like his fantasy novels. Is old rascal's comeback aiming for the top? If he succeeds, he will become the GOAT with the least number of works in history. Chu Kuang has actually written a lot of works, but the evaluation criteria for GOAT and great authors are based on fantasy novels. The performance of detective novels is not counted. So to sum it up, Chu Kuang only has 3 fantasy novels at present. The first one is King of the Net. The second one is Zhu Xian. The third one is Ghost Blows Out the Light. This is why Jean Mu tactfully said, Lin Yuan just barely meets the criteria for the evaluation of the GOAT. To successfully challenge, he would need 1 or 2 more works. His number of works is still too low. Fortunately, while he lacks in quantity, he makes it up in quality. The sales and influence of these 3 fantasy novels by Chu Kuang are all there and cannot be dismissed lightly. For the time being, both inside and outside the industry, everyone is discussing Chu Kuang's return to the fantasy genre. Many people were taken aback when they suddenly heard the news of Chu Kuang's return to the fantasy genre. But as everyone calmed down, many people realized that Chu Kuang's attempt to strive for the GOAT is not as simple as many people imagine. An editor reasoned analytically. Perhaps Chu Kuang has been too successful since his debut, and the countless halo effects make everyone subconsciously think that if Chu Kuang wants to strive for the GOAT, he will definitely succeed. Even I subconsciously thought so when I first heard this news. It seemed as if the GOAT had already become something in the bag for Chu Kuang. But everyone overlooked a fact. This fact is, Chu Kuang's fantasy novels are still too few in number. Although he can supplement the quantity with quality, there is still a significant gap from the standard of the GOAT. He is just stepping over the threshold now. Many people may not understand what I mean. Isn't Chu Kuang so powerful that he doesn't deserve to be the GOAT? Worthy, of course, Chu Kuang does have the strength of a GOAT. But at the same time, everyone needs to understand one thing. Having the ability and actually achieving it are 2 different things. Here, I can use Chu Kuang's good buddy Xian Yu as an example. As we all know, Xian Yu is known as Maestro Jr. Everyone has no doubt that Xian Yu has the strength of a maestro. But because Xian Yu is too young and doesn't have enough number of works, he has never received the official recognition of the maestro honor from the Literature and Art Association. After all, he has not yet met some of the hard criteria of maestro. The same goes for Chu Kuang. All Chu Kuang now has is the strength to strive for the GOAT. Just like the current Xian Yu is qualified to strive for the maestro, but they are facing the same problem. They haven't met the standard criteria. Both are equally excellent in